Madman of the Sword chapter 1140 to chapter 1225. That attack was too terrifying. Even he couldn't take it. One must know that even though he possessed overwhelming battle power, he was only a 5th heavenly layer exalted. There was still a gap between him and a real 7th heaven supremacy. Moreover, the other party was an exceptional 7th heaven supremacy. It could be said that Lin Xian was already very powerful for him to be able to do what he did. On the other side, Zhao Shui was also affected by the impact. Her face flushed red and the blood in her body churned. The surrounding people were even more shocked, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War's face turned black. Damn it! This kid can actually fight against senior brother. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, his senior brother should be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. However, it had already dragged on for more than 10 moves. The other older generation figures also looked solemn. There were still a few young geniuses present. They were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They were terrified just thinking about it. However, there was a young man younger than them who was actually fighting such an intense battle. Not only that, the news of Lin Xian fighting against the mysterious elite from the Palace of Gods of War spread quickly. The cultivators who didn't manage to rush over in time were also shocked when they heard it. What? A 5th heaven supremacy kid dares to fight against a 7th heaven supremacy of the older generation? Are you kidding? Who's kidding? There are already countless people watching. You can ask others if you don't believe me. No, we must go and take a look. We can't miss such a shocking battle. Everyone was in an uproar. It was too shocking. The 7th heaven supremacy was a high mountain in their eyes. It was a realm that they could only look up to. However, someone from the younger generation dared to challenge a 7th heaven supremacy. They couldn't believe it. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the challenger was only a 5th heaven supremacy of cultivation. They didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the surrounding people talking about it, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Even so, they still went to watch with a skeptical attitude. Could it be that a hidden young genius from a king family had appeared? Some older generation figures guessed. It was because they knew that the king clans had a deep foundation, and there would definitely be exceptional experts among the younger generation hidden by the king clans, all for the sake of shocking the world at a certain moment and appearing in front of everyone with an exceptional attitude. Now, Lin Xian's behavior was very similar to the prodigies that were hidden by the king clans. Therefore, many people made such guesses. However, the other group of people didn't believe it. Because they knew that Lin Xian's background was merely that of a student of the Immortal Martial Academy. A disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy? Impossible, an ordinary disciple can never reach such heights. After all, that was a 7th level venerable. Just the suppression of his cultivation alone could crush a 6th heavenly layer venerable to death. Not to mention a youth in the 5th heavenly layer. There must be something fishy about this. In fact, many people didn't believe the rumor that Lin Xian was an ordinary student of the Immortal Martial Academy. From their point of view, Lin Xian might really be a peerless genius from a king clan, but was secretly arranged by his clan to cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Furthermore, the identity of a disciple was just a cover. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian was a reincarnation of some old monster. They just didn't know what kind of expression these people would have if they found out that Lin Xian came from a small, remote country. In an instant, everyone hurried. Over. In the depths of the forest, the sound of metal clashing resounded continuously. The battle was still ongoing. Sword chi surged into the sky, spiritual energy was agitated, and dragon roars resounded from time to time. On the other side, the void sky was incomparably evil, as if it wanted to connect to another space and time, and emitted a monstrous aura. The mysterious man was even more extraordinary. His entire body was emitting resplendent rays of light, and the spear in his hand was incomparably ferocious, as if he was a peerless god of war. Over 30 moves, how is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that a junior like Lin Xian could actually withstand over 30 moves from a 7th level venerable. And now, he still hadn't lost. This was really difficult for them to accept. Originally, these people thought that as long as the mysterious man attacked, he would be able to kill Lin Xian with a single move. But they never expected that Lin Xian would actually be so strong, and he'd forcefully resisted over 30 moves without losing. However, many people felt their hearts sink because they noticed that the mysterious man hadn't executed any formidable martial skills, and he'd merely used ordinary moves to attack. This meant that the mysterious man hadn't used his full strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was forced to use many ultimate skills, and he'd already used the Dragon Sword Soul and Blood Shadow Clone. Besides that, he hadn't used the Gale Lightning Sword technique. Of course, he still had some extremely formidable trump cards, such as the Dragon Sword Soul, the Red Lotus Gloves, and the Thousand Beast Cauldron. However, the price to pay was extremely great, and with his current situation, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to leave this place if he used them. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to use them if his life was in danger. But for now, he still used the Dragon Sword Soul. On the other hand, the cultivators in the surroundings were discussing quickly. Even though the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, the mysterious man from the Palace of War hadn't used many formidable martial skills, and the young man before them had used many formidable martial skills instead. This meant that there was still quite a gap between the two of them. Yeah, it seems that the mysterious man from the Palace of War hasn't used his full strength at all. I originally thought that this young man was a peerless genius from some sovereign family, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man will be killed here in the end. Many people sighed and shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a low roar, and the Dragon Sword Soul in his body completely erupted. A low dragon roar resounded in his body, and then his attack power increased again. Bang, the sword chi was like a dragon, and the void trembled as it suppressed the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to increase his combat power. The mysterious man also frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. This aura was very similar to that person's. He muttered to himself, then stared at Lin Xian, unable to stop. "Kid, what's your name?" the mysterious man suddenly asked. "I'll call you Uncle." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the Lone Star sword in his hand swept out horizontally, bombarding the area in front of him. Humph, the mysterious man's face darkened, and the long spear in his hand danced. It was like a mountain in front of him, blocking all the attacks. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of War said, "Senior brother, his surname is Lin, and his name is Lin Xian." "Surname Lin?" After hearing that, the mysterious man was slightly taken aback, and then he revealed a hideous expression. "It's really you. Kid, I've searched high and low for you, but I didn't expect you to appear in front of me." As soon as he said that, the mysterious man's aura surged again. The long spear in his hand disappeared like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. The cold tip of the spear was aimed at Lin Xian's heart. If the spear hit, Lin Xian would definitely die. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They knew that the mysterious man was going to attack with all his might. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he sensed the danger. He quickly activated the Red Lotus armor to protect himself. At the same time, the Lone Star sword shone brightly and slashed forward. Clang, however, the spear was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had defended himself, he was still sent flying. The mysterious man did not stop but attacked again. The long spear was like a rainbow, emitting endless cold light. It was as if it had turned into a silver river that descended from the sky and was about to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian got up and shattered all the boulders on his body. Then, he stomped his feet and charged forward. His eyes were like lightning. His black hair fluttered and lightning bloomed all over his body. It quickly formed a huge lightning sword and slashed forward. The mysterious man's eyes were cold and he was exuding a biting cold murderous intent. At this moment, he was like the god of death, causing everyone to tremble. He also shouted and held the long spear with both hands. He quickly stabbed forward. This spear was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void would split open, and black holes would appear one after another. What? So terrifying. The spear of destruction. It's the spear of destruction. Many people screamed. Their scalps went numb and they quickly retreated. That was because the spear of destruction was an extremely terrifying destructive martial art. Whenever the spear of destruction was used, the entire area would be destroyed. It was extremely violent. Therefore, when these people saw the mysterious supremacy use this move, they were scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay any longer. In an instant, everyone retreated far away. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Even a seventh heaven supremacy would be killed, let alone that kid. No one can escape from the spear of destruction. Many people's voices trembled. The warriors from the palace of Ares clenched their fists in excitement. Elder Duan, kill him. Humph, that's great. Let's see how arrogant this brat is. Now he knows how powerful our palace of gods of war is. The group of people had ferocious looks on their faces. Previously, Lin Xian had robbed them of many treasures. They were so angry that they were about to go crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now, they were able to witness the death of this despicable thief with their own eyes. Of course, they were extremely excited. It had to be said that the spear of destruction was just too terrifying. Under the might of the spear, the space up ahead fell into chaos as terrifying cracks appeared. A ghastly crack appeared in the void and quickly spread. If the crack was completely torn open, the entire void would explode. At that time, everything here would cease to exist. This was the terror of the spear of annihilation. However, before the spatial crack completely exploded, a red light suddenly lit up. Then, the red light became brighter and brighter, as if it was blood, dyeing the entire sky red. What? What happened? What's going on? Even the crack in the void was stopped? How is that possible? Could it be that this brat still had some treasures in his hands? Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were all stunned. They did not expect such a phenomenon to appear at the last moment. In the next moment, a terrifying power rose. Countless red lights surged in the sky like a blood-red river. A huge red palm shadow appeared in the void and quickly pressed towards the safe zone ahead. What a terrifying palm. What exactly is that? Seeing this palm, everyone felt their hair stand on end because they realized that the power was not weaker than the spear of destruction. Of course, this was Lin Xian's red lotus boxing glove. At the critical moment, he used this powerful boxing glove and threw a punch forward. Rumble, there was a huge explosion in front of him. Countless energy torrents swept in all directions. A few supremacies were too slow and were instantly drowned by the energy. In the end, not even their bones were left behind. Oh no, retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They retreated again because the energy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Was this really an attack from a venerable 5 followings heaven young man? How was that possible? No one dared to believe it. In front of them, the violent energy raged and drowned the entire space. Elder Duan. The warriors of the Palace of Gods of War cried out loudly because this energy was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine what would happen to the people inside. At this moment, a huge eye appeared in the sky. It was like the eye of an ancient evil god, shining brightly. In the next moment, a faint golden vortex appeared in the huge eye and sucked away all the energy in the area. Then, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui appeared. Both of them were pale, but they did not suffer any fatal injuries. In front of them, the turbulence was still surging and the void was trembling. Oh no, Lord Duan hasn't come out yet. Seeing this scene, the people of the Palace of Gods of War became nervous again. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such an evil eye that could suck away such violent energy. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They did not expect that the one in danger was actually that powerful and mysterious man. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also looked solemn as they stared ahead. In front of them, the clouds rolled and the energy surged. However, the mysterious man's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Open up. In the next moment, a low and terrifying voice rang out from the turbulence. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in the sky. A long spear pierced out from the violent energy like a rainbow. Then, it tore the violent energy in the entire space apart in a violent manner. The violent energy rumbled and was flung into the sky by a huge force. Then, a majestic figure appeared in front of him. This figure was the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. He held a long spear in his hand and his entire body emitted an endless stream of light, forming a mysterious armor that protected his entire body. He's fine? He's actually fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Just how powerful did this person have to be able to ignore the impact of the turbulence? This mysterious man was simply too terrifying. The people of the Palace of Gods of War cheered. That's great, Elder Duan is fine. I knew it. With Elder Duan's abilities, how could he be injured by that brat? A group of people exclaimed. Brat, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But since your surname is Lin, then you deserve to die. Reincarnate as an ordinary person in your next life. Wherever this cross-shaped light passed, the void was quickly sliced open. Endless energy surged, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a ray of death. Everything that it passed by ceased to exist. Space-rending cross-slash. Everyone exclaimed because they knew that this was another ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. It's over. That kid probably won't be able to block it this time. Definitely. This space-rending cross-slash is an ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. I'm afraid that kid definitely won't be able to block it. He's dead for sure. He was definitely lucky to be able to block the Spear of Destruction last time. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Those from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, while the others looked ahead nervously. However, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. His body emitted endless light, and a dragon's roar was heard. An illusory true dragon appeared and coiled around his body. The dragon's head was held high as it roared into the void. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura erupted and swept across the land. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Even the 7th level supremacies were no exception. Damn it. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Impossible. He's just a 5th level dancing seed supremacy. How can he have such a powerful aura? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even those from the Palace of Gods of War had a drastic change in expression as they looked ahead in horror. The mysterious man's face was also gloomy, but his eyes were shining with an extremely scorching light. Dragon-shaped sword aura? Extremely powerful? That's right, it's you. You're that person. I didn't expect you to really exist. The mysterious man's voice was cold. Previously, he was only suspicious and wanted to kill Lin Xian with the attitude that he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. But now, with the appearance of the dragon-shaped shadow protecting him, he was very sure that the young man in front of him was the person they had spent so much effort to kill. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also frowned. From the other party's words, it seemed that this attack wasn't just for the golden hand bone. For some reason, the other party seemed to be determined to kill him. This made him confused. Why? Why? Why did the other party want to kill him? However, he would not sit still and wait for death. The dragon-shaped sword Qi was naturally the great dragon sword soul, and it was being used by Lin Xian at this moment. That was because the other party was simply too powerful. Perhaps only the great dragon sword spirit could subdue the other party. On the other side, Zhao Shui cried out when she saw Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess. She formed a seal with her hands and quickly used her strongest eye technique. Because her opponent was truly too powerful. If she still didn't use her full strength, she would probably be in danger. In the next moment, Lin Xian's wings of wind and lightning flapped behind him. The power of wind and lightning surged as he shot forward like a shooting star. At the same time, the Lone Star sword in his hand flickered and exploded with unparalleled light. Streaks of sword Qi slashed forward. Clang 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 clang, the mysterious man used his spear to block and attack the dragon-shaped sword Qi. At the same time, the void sky eye above him rotated and emitted an extremely powerful aura. A grayish aura quickly locked onto the mysterious man. In an instant, the mysterious man's body trembled because his soul had been attacked. D*MNI technique. The mysterious man's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect the other party's eye technique to be so strange that it could attack his soul. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and took out an ancient bronze mirror from his storage ring. He hung it above his head. The mirror emitted a green light that blocked the void sky eye above him. However, just as he finished doing this, Lin Xian's attack came again. This sword was like the roar of a true dragon as it quickly slashed toward him. Rumble, the violent sword chi ruthlessly collided with the spear. Instantly, a terrifying energy exploded and unparalleled light shone in all directions. It was as if a sun had descended on the earth. In an instant, countless mountains and trees in the surroundings were completely turned into dust. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. Ah! Soon, the mysterious man let out an angry roar. Then, a streak of blood dyed the sky red. What? Elder Duan is injured. How is this possible? When the cultivators saw this scene, they were all stunned. Especially those from the Palace of Gods of War, their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew Elder Duan's strength. He was incomparably powerful. However, at this moment, he was actually injured by two young men. This was hard for them to accept. Impossible. Although that kid's attack was powerful, it was impossible for him to injure Elder Duan. The middle-aged supremacy from the Palace of Gods of War shook his head frantically. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword was very powerful. However, the mysterious man was too powerful. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be tied. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui used the void sky eye to attack the mysterious man's soul. This caused the mysterious man to be unable to unleash his full strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to succeed. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly after his successful attack. He let out a long roar and once again pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his might and quickly slashed with his sword. This time, he used the Gale Lightning Sword technique. In the sky, a gigantic sword appeared with the shadow of a true dragon coiled around it. It was extremely terrifying and ruthlessly sent the mysterious man flying. Boom, the mysterious man was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. His body flew backward and smashed dozens of mountains in a row before falling into a pile of ruins. Whoosh! Whoosh! After sending the mysterious man flying, Lin Xian gasped for breath. His face was abnormally pale. Obviously, using the great dragon sword soul at this level consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he had used the red lotus boxing gloves not long ago. It could be said that Lin Xian did not have much spiritual power left in his body. Fortunately, he had gained a lot previously. Therefore, without any hesitation, he quickly took out an ancient spiritual fruit and swallowed it. At the side, Zhao Shui was also panting slightly. She had also swallowed an ancient elixir. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This was too extravagant. Wasn't it just recovering spiritual power? Did they have to eat an ancient spiritual fruit? That was an extinct treasure. What a pair of prodigals. Everyone felt the pinch and wished they could snatch it. If such a thing was given to them, they would definitely worship it like an ancestor. However, in the hands of these two people, they ate it casually like candy. Of course, other than feeling the pinch, they were more shocked. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were too terrifying. They could actually injure the mysterious man. Before this, no one had expected this at all. Especially those from the Palace of Ares. Their faces were all pale as if they had seen a ghost. What? Elder Duan is injured? How is this possible? Impossible. Among the 7th level supremacies, no one can injure Elder Duan, let alone the younger generation. As for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, they ignored the others. After swallowing the spiritual fruits, they quickly recovered their spiritual energy. Then, they shot up into the sky and flew into the distance. The reason for that was because the two of them knew very well that their attacks from before had merely injured each other and not taken each other's lives. Although the other party was injured, they had also exhausted a lot of their spiritual energy. If they continued to fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. There were still many warriors watching them. They could not take the risk, so they had to leave quickly. Fortunately, the surrounding warriors were all shocked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's performance. No one dared to stop them. This gave them two chances. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into the sky. At the same time, countless boulders flew out from the mountains behind them and smashed into the sky. A stalwart figure stood up from the ruins. He looked forward and roared into the sky. His black hair fluttered and his aura was vigorous. The mysterious man was completely enraged. However, in the next moment, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn that sword aura. It's so sharp. The mysterious man gritted his teeth. He was indeed injured by Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. Moreover, a trace of dragon-shaped sword aura had entered his body. If it was an ordinary sword aura, it would have been shattered by the spiritual energy in his body. However, the great dragon sword soul was different. It was too spiritual. Even with his strength, he had not been able to completely erase the sword aura. Humph, I'll let you live for a while longer. The mysterious man looked in the direction where the two of them had left and snorted. Then, he sat down cross-legged and tried his best to eliminate the sword aura in his body. The surrounding people were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The warriors who had participated in the pursuit of Lin Xian were even more terrified. Fortunately, they did not catch up to Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Even the powerful honorable from the Palace of Ares was injured, let alone them. However, the people from the Palace of Ares shook their heads frantically. No, Elder Duan must have underestimated his opponent and allowed that kid to take advantage of him. Yes, that must be it. That brat was just lucky. The next time we meet, Elder Duan, you'll definitely be able to kill him. The people from the Palace of Gods of War kept finding excuses to comfort themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to accept this reality. However, it was clear that after this battle, those who were chasing after Lin Xian were afraid. Perhaps, at the very least, this hunting alliance would not continue. Sure enough, after a quick discussion, many people decided to withdraw from the hunting group. In the end, other than the War God Palace, the Shin family, and the Divine Bird Palace, all the other forces gave up. After all, they had only wanted to get some treasures. However, Lin Xian's strength was now enough to threaten their lives. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to chase after him. However, from the looks of it, the Palace of Ares wouldn't give up. At least, that mysterious man wouldn't give up. The battle came to an end. The mysterious man was injured, and the others were silent. At this time, several ear-piercing sounds came from behind. A beautiful figure stepped on a purple cloud and quickly rushed over from afar. Behind her, there were countless martial artists. They're from the Morong family. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists looked behind and exclaimed. The people from the War God Palace didn't look too good. Behind him, Morong Qingqing was moving at an extremely fast speed. There was a trace of anxiety on her face. This was because not long ago, she had heard that Lin Xian had fought with the elites from the War God Palace. She was very worried, so she rushed over with her men. However, from the looks of it, the battle had already ended. Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you. Morong Qingqing was anxious and couldn't help but increase her speed. Swoosh, like a purple cloud, she landed on the ground. Then, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. She realized that although the surroundings had turned into ruins, there weren't any corpses. Instantly, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she sensed the remnant blood aura in the air, her heart skipped a beat. Soon, she saw the mysterious man sitting cross-legged not far away. Sensing the aura of the other party, Morong Qingqing frowned. Naturally, she could tell that the man in front of her was much stronger than the other Seventh Heaven supremacies. Lin Xian would most likely die if he fought with such a person. However, what made her feel strange was that the surrounding martial artists' expressions were very ugly. It was as if something terrible had happened. Could it be that Lin Xian ran away? Morong Qingqing suddenly had such a thought. Although she didn't quite believe it, the expressions of the surrounding people were just too strange. It seems that I'm late, Morong Qingqing said in a low voice. Humph, don't be so smug. That guy was just lucky that he ran away. The next time we meet, our Elder Duan will definitely kill him. A disciple from the war god palace said angrily. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing was stunned. Then, she was overjoyed. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed run away. Does that mean that I missed a good show? Morong Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, you missed a good show. That young man is really something. Among them, some forces that were on good terms with the Morong family began to explain to Morong Qingqing and the others. When they heard that Lin Xian and Duanling Tian had not only escaped but also severely injured the powerful supremacies from the war god palace, all the Morong family martial artists were stunned. Especially Morong Qingqing. She was filled with shock. Previously, she had been worried about Lin Xian and was afraid that he would be in danger. That was why she had hurried over with her family members. However, she had not expected that not only had Lin Xian escaped calmly, but he had also injured the powerful mysterious man. This made it hard for him to be confident. Damn that guy. He made me worry for nothing. Morong Qingqing scoffed in her heart, but her lips curled into a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area. Then, the two of them quickly swallowed rare treasures to recover their powers. When they had recovered to their peak condition, the two of them sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. It had been even more dangerous than dealing with a group of Seventh Heaven Supremacies. That mysterious man was the most terrifying Seventh Heaven Supremacies that they had ever met. If it had not been for the Dragon Sword soul and Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye that had affected the other party's soul, they would not have been able to defeat him. They might even have been captured by now. The War God Palace was really powerful, Lin Xian slowly exhaled, then frowned. He could not understand why the mysterious man had suddenly released such a murderous intent. The other party seemed to know him and had been looking for him for a long time in order to kill him. When he recalled that an elder from the War God Palace had shown a very good impression of him, he was puzzled. Lin Xian now knew that his father was in the Palace of Gods of War. Perhaps his father had already become a member of the Palace of Gods of War, and these people wanted to deal with him because they didn't get along with his father. And those who had helped him could be his father's good friends. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After the matter in the remote sky secret realm was over, he should make a trip to the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian felt that he had to meet his father because he had many questions to ask. But now wasn't the time. He had to leave the remote sky secret realm first. Beside him, Zhao Shui was also silent. Originally, she had absorbed the energy in the Dragon Ball and her strength had increased a lot. She thought that she could dominate the world. But she didn't expect such a powerful expert to appear. This made her feel a sense of danger. So now, whenever she had time, she would work hard to absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball and try to increase her strength again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up again and said slowly. I think it's time to track the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, the treasure in the remote sky secret realm's core won't be ours. Zhao Shui also opened her eyes and didn't delay any longer. Then, the two of them quickly sensed the black flame aura left behind by the heavenly netherbird and began to chase. Relying on their powerful soul power and the detection of the void sky eye, they were finally on the right track after a day. Lin Xian and Lin Xian quickly chased after the scorching aura, their bodies moving like lightning. The black flame aura is getting stronger and stronger. I think we're on the right track. Sensing the changes in their surroundings, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Zhao Shui also nodded gently. Indeed, she could also feel the scorching aura. The two of them flew quickly and found that the demonic beasts ahead were getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes, they even found a 7-star demonic general, that was an existence even more terrifying than a 7th-level supremacy. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't want to provoke such a terrifying demonic beast, so they used their soul power to take a detour. At the very least, the strength of the 7-star demon general's body had completely surpassed that of a 7th heaven supremacy. If they really fought, it would be troublesome. It definitely wouldn't be as easy as fighting with the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. Fortunately, the two of them passed through safely. In the following days, they encountered all kinds of rare and exotic beasts. Sometimes, they even encountered groups of demonic beasts traveling. Such a matter made their hearts jump to their throats. But no matter what, they were getting closer and closer to the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. It was like a mountain that was almost 10,000 feet high, piercing through the clouds. What a tall mountain! Lin Xian and Lin Xian exclaimed. But soon, the two of them frowned. No, this isn't a mountain. Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to check carefully. Then, she frowned. Those are actually trees. When they found out that the huge shadow was actually a tree, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a tall tree. It was almost 10,000 feet tall, and the top of the tree pierced through the clouds. No wonder they were mistaken. No one would think that it was a tree. The remote sky mystery realm is really mysterious. We can see all kinds of strange things. Lin Xian exclaimed. He had never seen such a tall tree in the outside world. It looked like it had lived for at least a few thousand years. The two of them flew towards the huge tree with curiosity in their hearts. But gradually, the two of them frowned again. The closer they got to the tree, the more uneasy they felt. It was as if something was about to happen. Be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Zhao Shui. Just as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. The two of them froze. It felt as if the entire space was tightly grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. It was as if the surrounding air was about to crush them. Damn it! Their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds as if they couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Shui cried out as countless tiny golden vortexes appeared around her body, producing a devouring force that tried to dissolve the oppressive feeling around her. Lin Xian did not stay idle either. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and cut the surrounding space apart. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief and looked around vigilantly. It was too dangerous just now. It was only because the two of them were strong, had extraordinary skills, and had mastered many kinds of secret techniques that they were able to escape the calamity. Otherwise, even a 7th-level supremacy would not be able to escape in a short time. This place was too strange. Zhao Shui looked solemn. Indeed, the aura just now was too similar to the wind concept. However, its power was far beyond the wind concept. Lin Xian also frowned. Based on the situation just now, it was clearly a wind attribute aura. However, the wind attribute aura was much stronger than he had imagined. It even affected the entire space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as the two of them were talking quickly, countless green whirlwinds suddenly appeared around them. Those whirlwinds were of different heights. However, without exception, their surfaces were all flickering with green wind blades. It was as if they could easily tear the void apart. Along with the appearance of these green whirlwinds, the entire space became extremely oppressive and condensed. It was as if there was an invisible force imprisoning Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, fixing their bodies in the air. It's indeed a wind attribute aura. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the next moment, he also used the wind concept. A ball of green light surrounded him and Zhao Shui. Crack crack crack, for a moment, the surrounding space made sounds of collision. It was the collision of two forces. It was just that those fierce winds in the surroundings were too terrifying, pressuring the two to the point that they were somewhat unable to breathe. Even with Lin Xian's concept of wind, their situation only became slightly better, but they were still not out of danger. Then, many huge cyan figures appeared from the cyan whirlwind. It was a type of strange bird. Its body was covered with green feathers, but it had a human face. At this moment, the strange faces of those people had extremely ferocious expressions. They stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui viciously. What followed was a series of angry roars. These guys seem to want revenge? Lin Xian's face did not look good. Revenge? How did they find us? We have never been here before? Zhao Shui also frowned. Lin Xian used his soul power to quickly investigate. He found that there were a few corpses of strange green birds in the distance. They were obviously killed by someone. Moreover, looking at the wounds, it seemed to be caused by a sharp weapon. There should be humans who came here before and killed many monsters. That was why they hated humans so much. Zhao Shui also activated her void sky eyes and looked into the distance. Then, she was shocked because her void sky eyes could see even more clearly. In the distance, there were 5 or 6 huge wind demon beasts that had been cleaved in half. However, what shocked Zhao Shui was that the wounds on the 5 wind demon beasts were exactly the same. Obviously, this was the result of a single slash. Just who is it that can kill so many powerful wind magical beasts with a single slash? Zhao Shui was extremely shocked. Lin Xian also frowned after hearing this. Someone with such strength was at least a 7th level supremacy, and not just any 7th level supremacy. This person was probably not any weaker than the mysterious man from before. Which faction was this person from? How could he be so powerful? Someone actually appeared here. Could it be that his goal is the same as ours? Also the core area of the remote sky secret realm? Thinking of this, their faces darkened. If it was really as they guessed, then the situation was not good. Then, the two of them used their methods to break through the frozen space and continued to fly forward. However, the further they went, the darker their faces became because they found human footprints in front of them. Obviously, that person was also chasing after the heavenly netherbird. Oh no, I'm afraid that person has the same idea as us. Lin Xian took a deep breath with a grave expression. Indeed, someone had walked in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and was chasing after the heavenly netherbird. This made the two of them gloomy. Therefore, in the next moment, they could not help but speed up. Although they knew that the core area had layers of formations and would not be easy to enter, they would not be able to bear the consequences if someone else got there first. Therefore, the two of them had to speed up and hurry. However, just as they were rushing forward, the sound of rushing air suddenly came from ahead. Then, a figure appeared in their field of vision. That figure seemed to be in a sorry state, and his aura was extremely unstable. He was also stunned when he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, but he quickly said anxiously, "There's danger ahead. There's danger ahead. You'd better run." While speaking, the figure did not slow down and soon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui frowned. They had seen this kind of situation many times. They thought that they were being hunted. However, in this kind of situation, there were usually people who wanted to frame them and drag them down, just like when they encountered the Divine Bird Palace. However, this time around, it seemed to be different. The reason for that was because this man had warned them to leave. This made the two of them extremely surprised. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" When the figure arrived beside Lin Xian and Lin Xian, he was also stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw the figure clearly. It was a young man, and a fat one at that. The things he was wearing were very messy, and it didn't look like a complete set. On top of a loose robe, there was an ancient battle armor that covered the heart and other key parts. He wore a pair of green boots that emitted a misty green light. Lin Xian felt a strong wind attribute power from them. Clearly, this was a treasure that increased one's speed. At the same time, the fat man was also wearing a helmet that covered most of his face, but his eyes that were exposed were constantly moving. One look and one could tell that he was a clever person. "Why aren't you running?" The fat man stared at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, his eyes constantly moving. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't understand what the two of them were thinking. "Why should we run? You should be the one in danger." Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the fat man rolled his eyes. He was about to say something, but suddenly, a huge wind blade came from all around, quickly slashing towards him. "Damn, it's this group of abominable wind warcraft again." The fat man cursed, but his movements were not slow. His green shoes emitted a green light, carrying him like a gust of wind, instantly dodging these attacks. At the same time, he was wearing 2 black boxing gloves on his hands. With a punch, a majestic energy gushed out of the gauntlet and blew up the wind warcraft. The powerful attack surprised Lin Xian. He looked at the fat man in surprise and found that the treasures on the fat man's body were all extraordinary. They were at least half Earth-rank treasures. Take the black boxing gloves for example. Its power was extremely terrifying, not losing to his Lone Star sword. However, compared to his Red Lotus boxing gloves, it was still slightly inferior. However, this was already very impressive, surpassing most martial artists. After finishing off the wind warcraft in front of him with a punch, the little fatty said, "You guys better run. The person behind you is simply a lunatic." After saying this, the little fatty ignored Lin Xian and turned to run. Lin Xian were surprised. To be honest, the fat man was already very powerful. Even if he encountered a 7th level venerable, he could still fight. He couldn't imagine what kind of person could make the little fatty so scared. Could it be that person? Lin Xian and Zhao Shui looked at each other, because they felt that the person behind them was very likely to have the same goal as them. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from ahead. "Damn fatty, you think you can escape?" This voice was extremely sharp, like a sharp blade, cutting down all the surrounding mountains and trees. In the next moment, a blue light lit up in front of him. Like the sea, it instantly surged over. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding wind warcraft all screamed. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies as if they were cut by a sharp blade. Some unlucky ones were even directly cut in half. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's faces also changed. They finally knew why the fat man wanted to run. It was because the person in front was too terrifying. Just this attack alone was enough to make them feel fearful. This was because this attack was even stronger than that of an ordinary 7th level venerable. They saw that the blue light was about to envelop them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui no longer stayed silent, and they both made their moves. Lin Xian formed an armor on his body, blocking the blue light. Zhao Shui shouted, and countless golden vortexes also appeared on her body, crazily absorbing everything. The blue light was so terrifying that it could even cut through space. In the next moment, it enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Clang 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 clang, when the blue light hit the two of them, a series of low metal clangs sounded. This sound was so terrifying that Lin Xian's qi and blood trembled a little. What a terrifying light. It seems to contain the power of water, but this fierce aura is much stronger than the water element. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so strange? That was because it didn't make sense at all. Normally, water elements were used to assist in healing and were more gentle. However, although the blue light in front of him contained a thick water element aura, its sharpness was even more terrifying than some sort intense. Lin Xian had never encountered such a thing before. The fatty in front was also enveloped by the blue light and immediately screamed in shock. "Damn lunatic, I didn't provoke you. Why are you chasing me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Palace of Gods of War. If you provoke me, I won't let you off." The fatty kept screaming when he sensed danger. Palace of Gods of War? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He didn't expect the Palace of Gods of War to have such a powerful supremacy other than the mysterious man from before. It seemed that the Palace of Gods of War was planning something big. At that moment, a sneer came from the front again. "Damn fatty, no matter what, you're dead meat. How dare you follow me secretly? Tell me, what's your motive? Bullsh asterisk T, who's following you secretly? The road is so big. Are you the only one who's allowed to walk and I'm not?" The fatty was stubborn. Although the blue light made him scream, he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be in the mood to argue. The voice didn't continue, but a figure flew over quickly. It was a very arrogant young man with a sneer on his face. His aura was unusually sharp, like a sharp knife that could cut through everything. There's someone else?" The young man stepped on the void and walked over with his hands behind his back. However, when he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, he was clearly stunned. He didn't expect there to be two other people here besides the fatty. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have resisted his attack. This greatly surprised him. 7th Heaven Supremacy. Yan Feng's gaze swept across Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Then, his gaze stopped on Zhao Shui. That was because Zhao Shui's aura was very powerful. She had reached the 7th Heaven Supremacy. What shocked him even more was that she was very young. This had piqued his interest. That was because he was also a 7th level venerate. Moreover, he knew that it was extremely rare for someone to become a 7th level venerate at their age. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. However, he did not know which sovereign clan this white-clothed lady belonged to. Not only that, but Zhao Shui's beautiful face also moved his heart. I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in a place like this. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Yan Feng's eyes flickered. However, in the next moment, when his gaze swept over Lin Xian, he immediately frowned. This was because his opponent's cultivation was simply too low. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. In his eyes, such a cultivation was no different from an ant. However, to his surprise, his opponent was actually able to resist his attack. He couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that although his attack was just a casual attack, it was still extremely powerful. A 6th heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it at all. Even a 7th heaven venerable would have to take it seriously, but now, a brat at the 5th heavenly layer martial highness realm was actually safe and sound. He couldn't understand this. However, when he saw the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately sneered. I was wondering why an ant of the 5th celestial layer could withstand my attack. So it turns out that he is wearing a defensive armor. Seeing this, Yan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Brat, I have to say that you're very lucky. I can spare your life as long as you take off your armor and give it to me. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was covered by the red lotus armor. The scarlet light flickered as if it was a real armor. Therefore, even though Yan Feng was a 7th level venerate, he didn't immediately realize that the armor was illusory. However, even if it was real, Lin Xian couldn't take it off and give it to anyone. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard the other party's arrogant words. This guy was really arrogant. Did he really think that he could control everything just because his cultivation was high? He was disgusted by these people's faces. Therefore, he planned to give them a taste of their own medicine. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked at Yan Feng in front of him. You're quite lucky too. Hand over your saber and I can spare your life. His voice was filled with provocation. Zhao Shui didn't have any reaction to Lin Xian's behavior. She would have been surprised if the spiritual value points didn't say that. However, when the little fatty behind heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He stared blankly at Lin Xian, the fat on his face trembling. Did I hear wrongly? What did that brat say? He's actually threatening Yan Feng? Heavens, does he know who Yan Feng is? The fatty covered his face. Didn't I tell him? That's not right. I already told him. The fatty couldn't believe that someone dared to provoke Yan Feng. When the arrogant young man in front of him heard this, he was also stunned. Then, he laughed loudly. Brat, it's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like that. Because anyone who spoke to me like that is already dead. Yan Feng looked down at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Is that so? Then I'm different from you. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. There are people who speak to me like that every day. However, it's a pity that those who spoke to me like that are all dead. Pfft, behind him, the fatty couldn't help but burst out in laughter. This guy is too awesome. He actually dared to provoke Yan Feng like that. Brother, I'll give you 100 likes. At this moment, the fatty seemed to have forgotten about the danger around him. He looked at the scene excitedly. Yan Feng was also stunned. Then, his face darkened and his eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that an ant-like person would dare to speak to him like that. Was he not afraid of death? However, when he saw Zhao Shui at the side, he suddenly had a look of realization. Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a 7th level honored realm protecting you. As long as I want to kill you, no one can save you. Even if you have a 7th level honored realm by your side, there's no exception. Yan Feng's voice was cold. In his opinion, Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant because he had Zhao Shui, a 7th level honored realm, by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if he had 10 guts. Is that so? Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Lin Xian didn't back down in the slightest. You're courting death. Yan Feng was finally angry. The other party was just an ant. Yet, he kept provoking him. He couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, he decided to attack fiercely and destroy the other party. He did not want to waste his time on an ant. He waved his hand and a bright light shot out from his palm. It was like countless rays of divine light shooting forward. Every ray of light turned into a wave, shaking the void like the Milky Way. At this moment, the sky was completely covered. Only the 5 Milky Way waves fell from the sky, emitting an unparalleled light. The 5 rays of light all rushed toward Lin Xian. In his opinion, any one of the rays of light could kill the ant in front of him. However, he decided to use the 5 rays of light to kill the ant in front of him to vent his anger. Behind him, the fat man's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Milky Way palm art. Looks like Yan Feng is really angry. His opponent is a level 5 brat and he used the Milky Way palm art. Should I save him? The fat man's eyes kept darting around. However, he shook his head in the next moment. Forget it. The Milky Way palm art is so powerful. I can't save him even if I go. Moreover, the brat seems to have a level 7 honorable with him. He should be fine. After thinking for a long time, the fat man did not make a move. The Milky Way in front of him had already enveloped Lin Xian. It looked like it was about to explode and kill Lin Xian in the next moment. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui made her move. She waved her hand and a dull sound was heard in the void. A blazing ray of light exploded like the sun and shot toward the 5 Milky Way. Suddenly, a terrifying energy exploded. The 5 Milky Way evaporated in the air and no longer existed. What? She broke it so easily? The fat man was stunned when he saw this scene. He did not expect the lady in white to be so terrifying. She broke the Milky Way palm art with just a lift of her hand. Yan Feng's face was also gloomy. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at the two of them. He did not expect to not kill the ant in front of him with one move. At the same time, it angered him. Lin Xian looked forward and sneered, I told you not to be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you will be slapped in the face later. Look, now you are slapped in the face. Lin Xian's sarcasm made Yan Feng even angrier. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Lin Xian. This palm was extremely domineering and sharp, directly enveloping the entire space. A terrifying aura surged in the air, as if it wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. With a shout, Zhao Shui was about to attack again when Lin Xian stopped her. Forget it, don't do anything. Judging from this aura, this fellow is probably not weaker than the mysterious venerable from before. If we were to fight with him, both sides might suffer. From the looks of it, this place isn't far from the Sky Serene Bird, so we shouldn't be impulsive. Hearing this, Zhao Shui also lowered her jade-like hand. Because Lin Xian was right, it was best to conserve their strength and wait until they entered the core area. Then what should we do? Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head, then pulled Zhao Shui and retreated. The two of them were like lightning, instantly leaving the area covered by the giant palm. In the next moment, everything in the area was refined by the terrifying palm. The mountains and trees all collapsed, and a terrifying crater appeared in the ground. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not stop, and they fled into the distance. Humph, you want to leave? Not so easy. Yan Feng's voice was cold. He would not let them leave so easily. Since they dared to offend him, he would definitely kill them. In the next moment, he put his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and quickly chased after them. F***ck, don't come over here. The fatty in front saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui flying in his direction, and his eyelids twitched. Big brother, there were so many ways for you to fly, but you chose to fly in my direction. You must be doing this on purpose, the fatty was about to cry. However, seeing that he could not change the situation, he did not say anything and turned to run. The green shoes on his feet emitted a misty light, making him as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind. As he ran, he shouted, "Brother behind me, you're going to get me killed." Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian was the one who lured that terrifying person over. In the next moment, endless light exploded from his feet, and his speed increased exponentially. Soon, he caught up with the fatty. F***ck, so fast. The fatty was obviously shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to be so fast. This made him extremely surprised. After all, the shoes on his feet were not ordinary. It was because of these shoes that he was able to escape from Yanfeng's pursuit. However, he did not expect the man and woman in front of him to be as fast as him. One could imagine how powerful their movement techniques were. It seems that these two are not ordinary people either. The fatty rolled his eyes, then laughed. I'm Zhou Qingho, how should I address you too? Zhou Qingho? Lin Xian looked at the little fatty and thought to himself, you weigh a ton, so you're not light. Then, he smiled and said, I'm Lin Xian, this is Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui. The fatty looked at her twice. He had no choice, Zhao Shui was really too beautiful. However, when he saw Zhao Shui's cold face, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly retracted his gaze. I'm a disciple of Mary Wood's, what about you too? Mary Wood's disciple? No wonder he had so many treasures on him, Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this fatty to be a disciple of a Qing clan. Mary Wood's was also a Qing clan, and their strength was not inferior to the Shin clan and Murong clan. We're from Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian said. He did not say anything about Zhao Shui's Void Sky School. Anyway, even if he did, the fatty would not know. So you're a disciple of Immortal Martial Academy, no wonder you're so strong. The fatty started to worm his way into being friends. He looked at the two of them and whispered, why don't the three of us work together and kill our way back? I've long found that lunatic an eyesore. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. The fatty gritted his teeth. Obviously, he had suffered a lot in the hands of that lunatic. Not fighting. Lin Xian saw that the fatty's cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer. This kind of cultivation was very strong among the younger generation. However, compared to Zhao Shui and Yan Feng, he was still a little lacking. However, he was able to escape from Yanfeng's hands. This was enough to show that this fatty was not as simple as he looked. Not fighting? The fatty was stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would fight, but he did not expect them to refuse so decisively. Then what do we do? Do we keep running? Let's change direction and run. Lin Xian scouted the surroundings and began to circle around. He did not want to be too far away from the heavenly netherbird, or else he would have to hurry. Behind them, Yan Feng's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He did not expect the three of them to be so fast. Even with his strength, he could not catch up. Damn you, don't. Let me catch you, or I'll pull out your tendons and skin each and every one of you. He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, the little fatty had relied on a pair of green shoes to escape from his pursuit. Yet now, a brat at the 5th heavenly layer of the exalted realm was actually able to run so fast, it was beyond his expectations. With a roar, Yan Feng raised his arm and slashed forward with his fingers like a blade. Immediately, the void split as a huge blade ray formed in the sky and slashed forward. Damn, that lunatic is going to attack again. Feeling the surging spiritual energy behind him, the little fatty's expression changed. He once again poured his spiritual energy into the shoes, and his speed increased a little. Lin Xian was also surprised. Firstly, the little fatty's green shoes made him very confident, but he did not expect the treasure to be better than he imagined. Secondly, he was even more shocked by the blade ray behind him. It was too terrifying, the sharp aura was not weaker than his. What a terrifying blade intent. Zhao Shui was also surprised. Of course. The little fatty did not turn his head, but his voice floated out. That guy is crazy. He cultivated a blade soul, and he has an earth-rank blade technique. It can be said that his combat strength is off the charts. Among the 7th heaven supremacies, there are very few who can be his match. Earth-rank martial technique. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he rolled his eyes. Since the other party was so powerful, why did you say that we would work together to fight back? Wasn't that clearly a trap? In the next moment, the huge blade ray enveloped the three of them. Damn it, I didn't dodge. The little fatty had a long face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and activated the armor on his body. Immediately, the armor shone and formed a strong defense. Needless to say, the little fatty's body was full of treasures. The green shoe's speed was even comparable to an earth-rank movement technique. At this moment, the dark purple armor activated by the little fatty also displayed an extremely strong defense. The terrifying blade ray collided with the armor and made a clanging sound, but it did not tear through the defense. It seemed that this armor was also an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were also shocked, and they quickly used their defensive techniques. That's right, that saber light is very terrifying. You must be careful. Little fatty reminded from the front. Then, he turned around and saw a scene that shocked him. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were both enveloped by the saber light, but the two of them were completely fine. This made him extremely surprised. One had to know that the armor he was wearing was extraordinary. That was why it was able to block the saber ray. However, the two people behind him were just like him, safe and sound. The white-clothed woman was fine. She was a 7th heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator, so she should be able to withstand the saber light. But what's going on with that guy with the ancient sword on his back? He's clearly only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Exalt realm, yet he was able to block it? Is that red armor also a supreme treasure? Little fatty stared at the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, and his eyes kept darting around. On the other hand, Lin Xian did not notice little fatty's expression. He was currently resisting the saber light, and at the same time, he extended his soul power to quickly study the saber light. This was because he discovered that the saber light contained dense water elements and the power of the saber soul. It was soft yet firm, and it was extremely sharp. This gave him a lot of inspiration. If he studied it more, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the attributes. At the back, Yan Feng, the peerless genius from the Palace of Gods of War, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect that his saber light would be ineffective against the three of them. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. With a cold snort, he once again used his hand as a saber and slashed out a shocking saber light. The ground shattered, and the sky collapsed. The terrifying saber light swept across the front. Damn it, he's indeed a lunatic. Seeing that Yan Feng was unwilling to stop, little fatty at the front cursed loudly. On the other hand, the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body shone even brighter. It emitted a scarlet light, forming a strong defense that quickly blocked the saber light. Not only that, but his eyes also became brighter, like the stars in the sky. So that's how it is. I understand now. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gratified smile. You understand? What do you understand? Little fatty was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this fellow had been studying the saber light? What the heck? Just how much mental energy does he have? Doesn't he know that his life could be in danger at any time? Little fatty was completely convinced. He had never seen such a person. In such a dangerous situation, he still had the time to study other people's martial arts. Lunatic, damn it, another lunatic. Little fatty kept shaking his head, as though he was hopeless. When Yan Feng saw this scene, he was so angry that he trembled. Not only was a level 5 brat not injured by him, but he was also studying his martial arts. This was definitely a provocation. Brat, you're too arrogant. Yan Feng's voice was cold as his aura exploded. A sharp saber soul energy emerged from his body. The aura was too terrifying. It was as though a peerless heavenly saber had been unsheathed, causing the entire space to collapse. Oh no, this is the power of the saber soul. Little fatty felt his scalp go numb when he sensed this power. His face changed drastically. It's over. Yan Feng is going to get serious. Little fatty was about to cry. If it was a normal power, he could still block it. However, if Yan Feng used the power of the saber soul, he would not be able to block it. One had to know that he was only a level 6 honorable. Although he had treasures on him, it would be difficult for him to block the power of the saber soul. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's faces changed as well. This was because this power was several times stronger than the previous saber light. Even a level 7 honorable would not be able to block it. Die, you ants. Yan Feng's voice was cold. The power of the saber soul in his body exploded, and a shocking saber light slashed out. Damn it, speed up. Little Fatty roared angrily. All the spiritual energy in his body was channeled into the green shoes on his feet. Then, the green shoes released a dazzling green light. It was as though they had grown wings and carried him into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Lin Xian snorted. He activated the Red Lotus armor with all his might, forming a huge armor shadow that covered him and Zhao Shui. Clang, there was a violent sound of metal colliding, causing the entire area to shake. The huge armor also shook, and countless ripples appeared on its surface. However, what was shocking was that it did not shatter. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said to Zhao Shui, "Let's get out of here quickly." "Okay." Zhao Shui nodded. Then, the two of them used their movement skills and sped up. Their bodies were like lightning as they charged into the distance. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Yan Feng snorted. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed forward. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword, Lin Xian bellowed coldly as streaks of sword aura surged out of his body, circling around his body as he charged forward. The sword chi was like willow branches. The green branches were extremely soft. On the willow branches, there were golden leaves. They were as sharp as swords and were unstoppable. The willow branches of sword chi circled around him and circled quickly. They formed a huge semicircle that wrapped around Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, resisting the shocking saber light. The returning Wind Whisk's willow sword was the Lin family's secret technique. However, it was very powerful when used in the spirit detecting realm. Once one entered the honorable realm, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had just learned how to use softness with toughness. When he used it now, the originally dim martial art became magical again. In the next moment, the two collided and the entire void let out a cracking sound. The willow branches of sword chi were like a breeze and contained the power of the wind. On the other hand, the golden leaves contained the power of the dragon sword soul and were extremely sharp. The perfect combination of the two unleashed a miraculous power that blocked the shocking saber light. At that moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui charged out of the saber light's range and flew into the distance. What? He blocked it? Both Little Fatty and Yan Feng were shocked by this scene. Little Fatty did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block the sword chi. It was unbelievable. Yan Feng was even more furious. His handsome face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already used the power of his saber soul. Even a 7th heaven honorable would not be able to block it. However, he did not expect that. His opponent, a 5th heaven honorable realm brat, would block it for no reason. This shocked him greatly. Damn it. What does this brat have? How can he block the power of my saber soul? Yan Feng gritted his teeth and said. Looking at the two disappearing figures, he snorted and was about to chase after them. However, as soon as he moved, Little Fatty ran in the opposite direction of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn it. Seeing this, Yan Feng became even more furious. After struggling for a moment, he finally gave up on killing Lin Xian and turned to chase after the Little Fatty. Because the Little Fatty had discovered his secret, he had to get rid of him to prevent the news from leaking out. His expression hardened, and like a beam of blue light, he instantly shot towards Little Fatty. Motherf asterisk cur. You're actually chasing me? Why don't you chase after those two? When Little Fatty saw the lunatic chasing after him, he immediately cursed loudly. However, although he was cursing, his speed did not slow down at all. Running all the way, Little Fatty finally saw another group of people. He had chosen this direction because he wanted to get rid of Yan Feng and because Lin Xian had sent him a message. This was because before Lin Xian left, he had sent a voice transmission to Little Fatty, telling him to head in this direction, saying that he would definitely be able to escape from danger. Little Fatty originally thought that Lin Xian could lure Yan Feng away, but later he realized that he was wrong. Yan Feng did not leave, and in the following time, he did not meet anyone else. Immediately, he cursed Lin Xian in his heart. But now, he was very grateful to Lin Xian, because he saw a group of people ahead. Elder, second brother, big brother. You're here. Seeing those people, Little Fatty happily cheered. Because that group of people was none other than the people of Merry Woods. It seemed that this guy was more reliable than he had imagined. If I escape in this direction, I will really be able to see my clansmen. Little Fatty did not hate Lin Xian at all now, and even felt a little grateful. Ching Ho, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? A Merry Woods elder anxiously asked. Sigh, elder, don't mention it. There's a lunatic chasing after me. Little Fatty's face was full of anger. Luckily I ran quickly, otherwise I would not be able to see you now. What? Someone dares to hurt you? Immediately, the elder was enraged. Beside him, the other Merry Woods disciples also coldly shouted, who is so blind to dare bully our Merry Woods people? Does he not want to live anymore? Ching Ho, tell me, who bullied you, I will help you. The elder also said in a deep voice. It's a lunatic, the famous lunatic Yan from the Palace of Gods of War. Little Fatty was constantly panting. Running all the way here, he had used up a lot of his spiritual energy. Lunatic Yan from the Palace of Gods of War? Is it that peerless genius Yanfeng? Many disciples exclaimed. The elder's face also darkened, and he quickly asked, is it really Yanfeng? Yes, it's him. Little Fatty said. Why did you provoke that lunatic for no reason? The elder's face was full of resentment. Don't you know that guy is mentally unstable? Little Fatty's mouth immediately twitched. What the hell, what's going on? Didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Why are you talking about me now? But at this time an unusually fierce aura suddenly came from behind, as if the entire space could not withstand it. Not good, that lunatic is chasing after us. When Little Fatty felt that aura, he jumped in fright and immediately hid behind the elder. In the next moment, an arrogant figure appeared, floating in the air, coldly looking down at the group of people from the Merry Woods. His lightning-like eyes stared at Little Fatty. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death. Yanfeng's voice was cold. Bah, damn lunatic, I can't beat you, but I'm not afraid of you now. Come over if you have the ability, we'll beat you to death. Little Fatty waved his fist. You're talking about this group of people? Yanfeng showed a look of disdain. Since that's the case, I'll kill all of them. Hearing this, the hearts of the disciples from the Merry Woods trembled, because they felt a terrifying murderous aura coming from the figure above them. As for the elder and the other elders, they coldly snorted, their faces gloomy. The other party was too arrogant, he did not put them in his eyes at all. No matter what, they were still a sovereign family. Although the other party was a peerless genius and was powerful, they had more people on their side. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win. Lunatic, don't be so arrogant, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. An elder from the Merry Woods snorted. Rude? I'd like to see how rude you are going to be. Yanfeng was extremely arrogant, his black hair fluttering in the wind, like a lunatic. He reached out a large hand to grab Little Fatty. The palm covered the sky and the sun, and there were sharp saber lights circling around its fingers, which even enveloped the elder. You're courting death. Seeing this, the elder was furious, and punched upwards. This punch was like a ferocious tiger, shaking the void, and instantly collided with the sky-covering hand. Rumble, in the next moment, a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Pung pung, a series of explosions rang out. The elder from Merry Woods kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong that he could suppress him. The surrounding warriors of the Merry Woods were also extremely shocked when they saw this. They had never thought that their elder would be targeted in just one move. It was too hard to be confident. After all, his opponent was just a young man. This lunatic was too heaven-defying. After the initial shock, the elder's face turned gloomy. His opponent was too arrogant. Did he think that there was no one in Merry Woods? Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're strong. Merry Woods isn't something you can provoke. The elder's voice was cold. In the next moment, his body emitted a blazing light, as if he was a bright sun. A blurry figure quickly rolled behind him, and then condensed into form. It was a goshawk. Its body was jet black, like an ancient demonic beast. The goshawk's body. emitted a terrifying aura, causing people to tremble. Especially its eyes, which were incomparably sharp and cold, as if they were real. This goshawk was the martial spirit of the elder from Merry Woods. He was too angry, so he quickly released his martial spirit. Sky-shaking eagle. This is the elder's martial spirit. Looks like the elder is going to use his full strength. A group of Merry Woods disciples were shocked. Then, their eyes were filled with excitement. They believed that as long as their elder released his martial spirit, he would be able to deal with this lunatic in front of them. Little Fatty's face was also nervous. His hands were constantly clasped together, and he kept muttering, kill him, we must kill this lunatic." In front of them, Yan Feng's eyes were cold, as if he was the god of death. "What? You're so desperate that you've released your martial spirit?" His voice was calm and even had a hint of frivolity. It was obvious that he didn't take his opponent seriously. "Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore," Yan Feng said coldly. In the next moment, he grasped the demon slayer at his waist. Suddenly, his entire body became extremely sharp. It was as if he was no longer human, but a peerless divine blade. No one dared to look at him directly. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all trembling because the aura was too terrifying. It was as if an invisible saber light was going to cut them in half. "Die, you old bastard." Yan Feng's voice was cold. In the next moment, he quickly drew his saber. A sonorous sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Then, a blue light appeared in the sky like a canopy and spread out in all directions. The elder of the Merry Woods also let out a long roar, and with a martial spirit behind him, he quickly rushed forward. With a bang, the entire world shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a crack that was almost 1,000 feet long appeared under their feet, spreading into the distance. At the point of collision, spatial cracks appeared. Numerous black holes flickered in the sky, as if they were deep abysses. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and quickly retreated because that energy was too terrifying. If they were affected by it, they would lose their lives. The little fatty also screamed and quickly activated the green shoes on his feet. Like a green gust of wind, he instantly left the battlefield. However, his eyes were fixed on the center. After an intense collision, a muffled groan was heard. Immediately after, the energy in front of them exploded, and two figures appeared. Could it be that the victor has been decided? Everyone was shocked and looked forward anxiously. They wanted to know what the result was. The battle had ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. The one who was sent flying was not Yan Feng from the Palace of Aries, but the elder of the Merry Woods. What? How is this possible? The disciples of the Merry Woods were stunned. They could not believe it. Their elder was a 7th-rank honorable realm, and he had even summoned his martial spirit. He was extremely powerful, but he was still defeated. How strong was Yan Feng? Everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it. The little fatty's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and quickly flew towards the injured elder. "Elder, are you all right?" The little fatty quickly took out 2 blue pills and fed them to the elder. "I did not expect that kid to be so strong. He could even defeat my martial spirit so easily." "Ching Ho, you should leave quickly," the elder of the Merry Woods said weakly. Although the Merry Woods was also a king family and no one dared to provoke them, that was only for ordinary people. Their family's reputation was completely useless against this lunatic in front of them. "Damn it, let's fight it out with him. I don't believe that he can defeat so many of us." The little fatty gritted his teeth and glared at the front. He was too angry. The other party was too arrogant. They had already fought their way to their home, but they were still unwilling to let go. "I want to let him know the power of the Merry Woods." "Don't be rash." The injured elder stopped the little fatty and said in a low voice, "You are not his match yet. Leave quickly and find our people. Then you will be safe." Yan Feng sneered, "What, you still want to resist? If you really dare to attack, I don't mind killing all of you." His expression was arrogant as if he was a lunatic. What arrogance, who dares to destroy the Merry Woods? However, at this moment, a cold snort came from afar. Following which, countless powerful auras rushed over. It's the sixth elder, they are here. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Merry Woods all cheered. The little fatty and the injured elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Because their reinforcements had arrived, they were safe. Yan Feng frowned. He did not expect that the other party would come at this time. This was not good news for him. After all, he did not have much time to waste here. With a cold snort, Yan Feng raised his long sword and slashed down again. A blue sword light flew out and swept through the sky like a huge wave. It was very terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the little fatty. Feeling this aura, all the disciples including the little fatty's face changed. They could not escape at all. At this moment, a surge of energy came from afar. A palm as big as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then, with a terrifying posture, it fiercely attacked the sword light. Pung, the two collided and a shocking sound was heard. Then, the huge palm was cut open. However, the blade light also rapidly weakened. In the end, it dissipated into the surroundings. In the next moment, a group of people quickly arrived. This group of people were the cultivators of the Merry Woods. At this moment, they had arrived in time to help. The leader of the group had a powerful aura. He was even stronger than the injured elder. When he saw Yan Feng in the distance, he frowned. The Merry Woods and the Palace of Gods of War do not have any grudges. Why are you attacking? Even if the other party was a peerless genius from the Palace of Gods of War, they would not be afraid because the Merry Woods were not afraid of the Palace of Gods of War. Therefore, they had to get back at them. At this moment, another group of people quickly arrived from the horizon. When Yan Feng saw this group of people, his face turned ugly. It was because the group of people who had arrived later were all from the Murong family. The one leading them was Murong Qingchen, who was wearing a purple robe and looking as beautiful as a goddess. He did not know why Murong Qingchen was here, but he knew that she did not have a good relationship with the Palace of Gods of War. If the Murong clan came to help the Merry Woods, then he would have to leave today. What happened? Murong Qingchen also asked as soon as she arrived. Beauty Murong is here too. Little Fatty jumped out and quickly explained. For the rest of the time, he recounted the entire process with exaggerated details. You're saying that he attacked a person wearing a green robe and carrying an ancient sword? Murong Qingchen asked in a low voice. Yes, but that person was wearing a bright red armor and was not injured. It's strange that a level 5 brat could survive under a lunatic's blade. It's really shocking. Murong Qingchen's face turned cold. If she was not wrong, the youth that little Fatty described was Lin Xian. This damn lunatic, he actually dared to attack Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Murong Qingchen clenched her fists under her sleeves. Then, she looked at the Merry Woods elder. How do you want to resolve this matter? Of course we want to get justice. Don't try to persuade me. The Merry Woods elder thought that Murong Qingchen was trying to stop the fight. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Murong Qingchen's face was as dark as water. She said in a low voice, "Stop the fight? I'm not interested in that. I plan to attack together with you." Attack together? The Merry Woods elders were also stunned, but then their faces were filled with joy. With Murong Qingchen's help, their chances of success would definitely increase by a lot. When the little fatty heard this, his face was filled with shock. What was this girl doing? She actually wanted to attack Madman as well? That Madman had never offended her. He had a confused look on his face and didn't understand at all. Yan Feng didn't understand either. However, his expression became very ugly because it seemed that Murong Qingchen wasn't just going to fight by herself. She was going to bring the entire Murong family with her. I feel that to deal with such a lunatic, we should forget about fighting one-on-one. Why don't we gang up on him? Good idea, I like it. Fatty clapped his hands and began to organize the disciples of Merry Woods. He had been chased by Yan Feng all this while, and he had been feeling extremely sullen. Now that he could retaliate, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he knew that Yan Feng was going to be in trouble this time. Putting aside the enormous strength of the two sovereign clans, Just the combined strength of Morong Qingqing and the group of elders was enough to make Yan Feng unable to resist. The reason for that was because no matter how powerful his opponent was, he was still only a 7th layer exalted. Therefore, they were extremely confident this time. Yan Feng's expression was gloomy. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. In the next moment, he turned around and flew into the distance. Trying to run? Not so easy. Morong Qingqing activated the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and unleashed a shocking attack. A huge phoenix covered the sky. When it spread its wings, it covered a radius of 1,000 miles. The elders of Merry Woods also took action. Surging spiritual energy quickly surged forward. In an instant, a great battle broke out. If he had the chance to start over, Yan Feng would definitely not have chased after this little fatty. Because he would never have thought that this would happen. Now, he was being surrounded by a few 7th layer exalted and a group of 6th layer exalted. Finally, there were countless young disciples outside. Although they were like ants in his eyes, the combined attack of so many people was not to be underestimated. Under the combined attack of so many people, his blood was churning. He spat out mouthfuls of snow and suffered heavy injuries all over his body. Ah, damn it! Yan Feng roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that this group of people was too strong. No matter who came, they wouldn't be able to resist. Merry Woods, Morong family, I'll remember this. Yan Feng gritted his teeth. Then, without hesitation, he summoned his saber soul and became one with his saber. He turned into a shocking saber light and rushed into the sky to escape. He's running away. Oh, Madman Yan is running away. The disciples were excited. Damn Madman, who asked you to chase after me? Now you know that I'm not to be trifled with. Little Fatty had a smug look on his face as well. As for Yan Feng's threat before he left, the two families didn't take it to heart. Their strength was not weaker than the Palace of Ares, so they weren't afraid of revenge. Moreover, this matter was provoked by the other party. No matter which side they were on, they were all victims and had enough reason to attack. The elders of Merry Woods also revealed gratified smiles. However, they then glared at Little Fatty. Ching Ho, didn't we warn you not to cause trouble here? In all honesty, I really didn't provoke that madman. Little Fatty raised his hand and swore. Why did that madman want to kill you? That's because I discovered a secret. Little Fatty said proudly. Secret, what secret? Everyone was interested. A secret that could make Yan Feng offend Merry Woods and kill him must be extraordinary. Even the people from the Morong family looked over curiously. Morong girl, thank you for your help this time. Why don't we discuss it together? The elders of Merry Woods invited. Okay. Morong Qingqing didn't refuse. She was also very curious about what kind of secret it was. To be able to make Yan Feng kill him at all costs. Seeing that everyone was here, Little Fatty opened his mouth and said, a while ago, there was a huge commotion in the secret territory. You all should know about it. An ancient demonic beast has escaped from the underground seal. This news, I've heard about it. A few elders nodded. Because the commotion was too big, even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, many people still felt the shocking waves. The news I want to tell you is related to this ancient beast. Because I saw this ancient beast with my own eyes. What? You saw it? This time everyone was shocked. I saw it. Little Fatty said with lingering fear, it was too terrifying. Just the shockwaves alone could kill a 7th level honored realm cultivator. Fortunately, it only flew past quickly. Otherwise, if it wanted to attack, that madman and I would have died. Oh? That madman was there too. What was it? Heaven-ranking savage beast, Heavenly Netherbird. Heavenly Netherbird, it's actually this savage beast. Rumor has it that it has the bloodline of the great Xia dragon finch. These people were all martial artists from the king families, so they were not unfamiliar with the legends of the Heavenly Netherbird. Therefore, when they found out that there was a Heavenly Netherbird in the secret realm, they were all extremely shocked. So that's how it is. I think the secret realm is named after the Heavenly Netherbird. An older generation figure sighed. They had entered the secret realm many times, but they had never found an ancient savage beast sealed here. It seems that we have to be careful this time. We must avoid that savage beast. The older generation figure was prepared to warn the younger generation not to cause trouble. However, little Fatty shook his head. No, we can't avoid it. Instead, we have to find it. What? You want to provoke that savage beast? Do you want to die? An elder fumed. Little Fatty smiled bitterly. Of course I want to die. I also know how powerful that savage beast is. However, we have to find that savage beast because the heavenly netherbird is really heading towards a certain place. A place? Where? The core area of the secret realm. The core area. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and then sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was too shocking. They knew that the secret realm was huge, but they didn't know how many places there were in the secret realm. However, they guessed that there would definitely be a core area here, and the things there would definitely surpass the other areas. Moreover, they guessed that the core area was left behind by the creator of the secret realm, an ancient peerless expert. Perhaps there would be the legacy and cave of the ancient peerless expert. And now, the heavenly netherbird was also heading towards the core area. Ching Ho, are you sure about this? An elder from the Merry Woods asked in a deep voice. This news was too important, and they had to be sure before they could act. After all, the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. If they weren't careful, they could be wiped out. Most likely, because I was following behind that madman and saw that he was very excited. I think he must have heard some rumors. Moreover, it turns out that my guess was right. That's because that madman continued to chase after the heavenly netherbird. I was chasing after him, but he discovered me halfway, so he chased me all the way. Hearing this, everyone basically believed it. The Palace of Gods of War was also a king clan. Maybe they knew some kind of secret. And judging from the madman's reaction, it was very likely that he knew. Let's work together, that place isn't something one or two of us can break through, Merry Woods elder said to Morong Chingching. Agreed. Morong Chingching nodded. She also knew that the core area was extremely dangerous, so it was necessary to work together. Next, the two families began to carefully research various countermeasures. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had also shaken off Yan Feng's pursuit and were rapidly traversing through the forest. Then, they adjusted their route and chased after the heavenly netherbird. However, this time, they were very careful. Furthermore, they were not in a hurry. They knew that the two of them were not the only ones chasing after them. There was also the powerful Yan Feng. They had to make sure it was safe before they could go on their way. On top of a green mountain, the two of them sat cross-legged. They had just traveled for a day, so they were preparing to rest and cultivate for the next day. And now, Lin Xian was fully focused on comprehending the sword technique he had comprehended. Previously, Yan Feng's blade technique had given him a lot of inspiration. Moreover, after some research, he was finally able to fuse the concept of wind and metal to create the new returning wind-whisking willow sword. That sword technique was extremely strange. It was soft yet firm, making it impossible to guard against. Not only that, Lin Xian also began to fuse different concepts together to create many other unique sword techniques. It could be said that Lin Xian's battle strength had reached the pinnacle. But now, after this, his battle style had also reached an extremely diverse range. Although his cultivation did not increase, his battle strength had greatly increased. This was a very important step for him. On the side, Zhao Shui was also shocked when she saw various forms of sword qi appearing on Lin Xian's fingertips from time to time. Although she was very talented and had reached the seventh heaven of the venerable realm at such a young age, she had to admit that the young man in front of her had the best cultivation talent she had ever seen. In particular, the other party's comprehension ability was simply too terrifying. The sword qi that had fused different concepts shocked her. Fortunately, the two of them were friends. Otherwise, encountering an enemy like Lin Xian would definitely be a headache for any powerful cultivator. On the other hand, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had the great dragon sword soul as a foundation, so his battle strength was outstanding. Now, with the sword technique that was formed from the fusion of different concepts, its power could be said to be even more terrifying than before. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his palm and slowly exhaled. Now, he could completely fuse the concepts that he had comprehended. This was a big breakthrough for him. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw his hand, Zhao Shui said softly, "It seems that your harvest this time is not small." "It is indeed not small." Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. "What about you? How's your cultivation progress?" "I've already absorbed a third of the energy in the Dragon Ball. So far, I haven't been affected by the evil aura," Zhao Shui said. "It seems that you're making good progress too." Lin Xian did not expect Zhao Shui to absorb the energy so quickly. However, he did not feel that Zhao Shui's cultivation had increased too much. He thought that the energy should have all flowed into the virtual sky eyes. What exactly was the virtual sky eyes? Was it a cultivation technique or Zhao Shui's martial soul? Lin Xian was very puzzled. However, this was a personal secret, so he was embarrassed to ask. Since the two of them had withdrawn from their cultivation, they did not delay. They got up and quickly went on their way. However, this time, the two of them were not as careful as before. Instead, they seemed to be charging forward. This was because Lin Xian was too excited. He wanted to find an enemy to practice with. He wanted to see how powerful the sword technique formed from the fusion of different concepts was. However, it was obviously impossible to find a single human in this vast forest all of a sudden. Therefore, Lin Xian set his sights on monster beasts. Ordinary monster beasts were not worthy of his attention. At least a 5 or 6-star monster general was enough for him to experiment with. Monster beasts of this level were not common, but they were easy to find because their monstrous aura could be felt from far away. Sure enough, Zhao Shui soon discovered a demonic beast with the void sky eye above. It was a blood lion. It was huge like a small mountain and was surrounded by a murderous aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. "I found it. It's a blood lion with the strength of a 6-star demonic general. Moreover, it seems to be an ancient mutant," Zhao Shui said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed and hurried forward. Not long after, he felt a thick wave of demonic qi rushing towards him. The aura was too terrifying. The demonic aura turned into a blood-red mist that filled the entire forest. The blood-red mist contained a terrifying demonic aura and was extremely poisonous. Anyone below the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm would die upon contact. Even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm martial artist would lose a lot of their strength if they were accidentally infected by the poisonous aura. Just by looking at the demonic aura, one could tell how terrifying the demonic beast ahead was. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not afraid at all. Zhao Shui's cultivation was at the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm, and her strength was far superior to the demonic beast ahead. Therefore, she did not care about the red poisonous creatures at all. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm, his combat strength was extremely powerful and was even more terrifying than a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Therefore, he was not afraid of these poisonous creatures. In the next moment, he used the returning wind-whisking willow sword. A green and golden leaf sword qi revolved around him, forming a powerful sword aura that blocked all the poisonous creatures outside his body. The two of them were like immortal kings as they walked in the poisonous gas without being affected at all. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar that shook the mountains and rivers came from ahead. Obviously, the blood lion had discovered that humans had entered its territory. This made it extremely furious. In the next moment, a blood-red figure flew over quickly. The ground trembled and endless winds blew in all directions. A blood-red lion the size of a house appeared in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at the sight of the blood lion. He was eager to fight it. The blood lion, on the other hand, revealed a fearful expression because it sensed that the white-clothed woman in front of it was stronger than it. It didn't dare to provoke such a person. Although it was a demonic beast and its physique was stronger than a human's, it still couldn't break through the level suppression. However, what made it feel slightly relieved was that the white-clothed woman in front of it was only looking at it coldly and had no intention of making a move. On the other hand, a young man in green beside him had an eager expression. A trace of contempt appeared in the blood lion's huge eyes as he looked at the young man in green. As an ancient mutated species, it had long gained sentience. So its intelligence was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. The young man in a green shirt in front of it was only a fifth-layer martial highness, a far cry from it. It could kill such a person with a single slap. It was laughable that the other party dared to use it as a practice partner. It decided that as long as the young man dared to make a move, it would definitely slap him to death and quickly escape without giving the white-clothed woman a chance to make a move. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the mocking look in the blood lion's eyes. Then, he raised his arm and quickly struck out with sword chi. Roar, the blood lion was furious. It didn't expect that the human ant in front of it would really dare to attack it. In the next moment, it didn't hold back and grabbed forward with a huge claw. Immediately, the sky darkened as sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire sky was shrouded by the claw. It had not tasted human flesh for a long time, and today was a good day for it. However, the blood lion screamed in the next moment. That was because its claw had been pierced. A golden sword light shone like the divine light of the sun and quickly struck its claw. There were also bolts of lightning surrounding the sword light. The entire sword chi was filled with a fierce and violent aura. In an instant, it pierced through the blood lion's huge claw. Blood splattered in all directions. Not bad, it's stronger than I expected. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This sword chi was formed by the fusion of the metal essence and the thunder essence. The two essences were both very powerful in terms of attack power. Now that they were fused, they displayed extremely strong combat power. In just one move, it injured the 6-star fiend general with a strong physique. This sword is quite powerful. Let's call it the Metal Thunder. Lin Xian was very satisfied. On the other hand, the blood lion let out a miserable howl as a look of terror appeared in its huge eyes. It didn't expect the human ant in front of it to be so powerful that he could injure it with just a raise of his hand. Could he be a young prodigy of the human race? The blood lion was not stupid. When it thought of this possibility, it immediately turned and ran. Previously, it attacked because it thought that the human was an ant that it could easily kill. However, now that the situation had changed, it naturally didn't dare to attack again. Trying to run? Seeing the fleeing figure, Lin Xian's smile became even wider. With a wave of his arm, several blue sword chi surged out and rushed forward. The sword chi was blue like a gem and was unusually soft. It was like a ribbon that kept dancing in the air. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were tiny golden rays of light swimming within the blue light. This time, the sword chi was formed by the fusion of the water and metal essences. There was an unimaginable toughness in the softness. The sword chi danced in the air like water dragons and instantly wrapped around the blood lion's huge body. The sound of metal clattering could be heard. In an instant, the blood lion was tied up and fell to the ground. He struggled angrily. The fiend chi on his body was monstrous. The ground around him cracked, forming cracks that spread in all directions. However, no matter how he struggled, the sword chi on his body was like a strong iron chain. It was tightly bound and showed no signs of loosening. This sword shall be called the Immortal Trapping Sword. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and said with satisfaction. Next to him, Zhao Shui was also shocked because the power of Lin Xian's sword technique was beyond her imagination. It seemed that he could perfectly fuse any attribute. In front of him, the blood lion fell to the ground and trembled. It now understood that the young man in green was definitely not an ordinary human. This was because it didn't believe that an ordinary fifth heaven venerable one could perform such a technique. Ah, I misjudged him. I really misjudged him. A look of despair appeared in the blood lion's eyes. However, the scene that it imagined did not happen. The two humans did not kill it. The young man in green waved his hand, and the four-sword chi on his body quickly disappeared. Lin Xian did not kill it. He withdrew the four-sword chi and quickly left with Zhao Shui. Since they already knew the power of the fused sword skill, it was time to hit the road. However, they had just crossed 2 mountains when they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. The landscape in front of them changed drastically. It was no longer a mountain range, but a huge rift valley. It was a bottomless abyss. At that moment, there were several figures fighting fiercely near the huge rift valley. damn it, our intelligence was wrong. This red-scaled centipede has reached the level of a 7-star demon general. It's an ancient mutated species. It's extremely powerful. Be careful, don't come into contact with its venom. Exclamations could be heard. Roar. After the exclamations of the humans, there was an earth-shattering sound. It was like a demonic sound that pierced through the clouds. This sound was too terrifying. It was far more powerful than the blood lion's roar. Just this sound alone was enough to make the cultivators' blood boil. The weaker cultivators even spat out mouthfuls of blood. Before this sound could be heard, a huge black figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a red-scaled centipede that was hundreds of feet long. It was surrounded by a dense demonic aura. It was obviously a peerless demon. Countless tentacles waved in the air like the hands of a demon. Every strike could split mountains and rivers. What a terrifying demonic aura! Lin Xian and Xianxia were shocked when they saw this. The centipede in front of them was too terrifying. Compared to it, the blood lion was like a docile kitten. Not only did they see a terrifying demonic beast, but they also saw a group of people. There were about 20 people in the group. 2 of them were 7th-level supremacies, while the rest were 6th-level supremacies. The rest were 5th-level supremacies. This force was extremely terrifying. They could wipe out a large area. However, they were not strong enough to deal with this peerless beast. Dodge its tentacle attack. A 7th-level supremacies roared. The void trembled. Countless demonic claws waved in the air like black lightning. Instantly, a few screams were heard. A few 5th-level supremacies could not dodge at all and were instantly pierced by the demonic claws. In fact, 2 6th-level supremacies did not manage to escape. Damned beast. Another 7th-level supremacies was furious. He waved the azure sword in his hand and a sword chi slashed forward. Clang, clang. Clang, these sword chis all slashed onto the red-scaled centipede's body, causing countless sparks to fly. The surrounding ground was also torn apart by the aftershock, forming one abyss after another. However, even though the sword chi was powerful, it only managed to push the red phosphorus centipede back. It did not manage to break the scales on its body. This only angered the red phosphorus centipede even more. It let out an angry roar, opened its bloody mouth, and spat out a black mist. The fog was pitch black, accompanied by ghostly wails and howls. There were also layers of ghostly figures floating around. In an instant, it enveloped many martial artists. Immediately, those martial artists let out miserable howls. Set up the formation, quickly set up the formation. The 2 7th-level venerables shouted madly. Instantly, the surviving 6th-level venerables came to their side and quickly formed a formation. After forming the formation, the combat power of these people became stronger and they quickly resisted the red phosphorus centipede. In the distance, Lin Xian and Xianxia watched this scene with flickering eyes. Are we going to attack? Xianxia asked. There were many good things on the red phosphorus centipede. Yes, we are. However, we are not going to attack it. Lin Xian said, use your void sky eyes to check if there is a secret cave nearby. These people are no match for the red phosphorus centipede, but they are still unwilling to leave. This means that there must be something nearby that is attracting them. Even in the face of such danger, they are unwilling to give up. If it is not a cave, then it should be some kind of supreme-grade spiritual herb. Lin Xian guessed. Xianxia nodded. Then, she used her void sky eyes to quickly check the surroundings of the Grand Canyon. I found it. There is indeed a cave below the Grand Canyon. Moreover, there was a rich spiritual energy in the cave, and countless rays of light were shining in the cave. It is there. Lin Xian smiled. Let's go down and take a look. Then, the 2 of them moved and quickly flew down the Grand Canyon from the other side. Who is it? The 2 7th-level supremacies who were fighting frowned and shouted coldly. In the next moment, they saw 2 figures flying down the canyon at high speed like ghosts. Damn it, get back here. One of the 7th-level supremacies was enraged and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. However, the sharp sword chi slashed through the air and only left a deep crack in the ground. The 2 figures quickly dodged. Ah, damn it. Those people were completely enraged. They were risking their lives to pin down the primordial ferocious beast, but someone wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak down to take the treasure. How could they tolerate this? I will go and kill him, a middle-aged bald man said. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This bald man's cultivation was at the 7th level and he was one of the 2 experts here. If you leave, our array will not be able to last. We will not be able to resist the red phosphorus centipede. We might even be wiped out. The other gray-haired old man who was at the 7th level said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch as the treasure is taken away? The middle-aged bald man was unwilling. The other 6th level supremacies were also unwilling. Don't worry, it's not that easy to take the treasure. The gray-haired old man sneered. The bottom of the Grand Canyon is filled with poisonous gas. Those below the 7th level supremacies cannot resist it. Even a 7th level supremacies have to be careful. Even if the 2 of them can resist the poisonous gas and enter the treasure cave, they will be extremely weak by the time they take the treasure. When the time comes, we will attack and quickly snatch the treasure from their hands. Then, we will leave quickly. This is much easier than taking the treasure ourselves. Moreover, judging from the aura of the 2 figures, one of them is at the 7th level supremacies while the other is only at the 5th level supremacies. Such a lineup will not be able to defeat us. When the time comes, it will be easy to snatch the treasure from their hands. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators revealed sinister smiles. All right, let the 2 of them take the treasure first. When they come out, the treasure will be ours. Thinking of this, everyone joined forces again to restrain the red phosphorus centipede. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui dodged the sword chi and sped up again. They quickly entered the Grand Canyon. As soon as they entered the Grand Canyon, they felt wisps of black fog surging towards them. The black fog was extremely poisonous. Cultivators below the 7th level supremacies could not resist it at all. Even a 7th level supremacies would be extremely weak if they inhaled it. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not ordinary people. They had extraordinary means. In an instant, Lin Xian propped up his red lotus armor. Golden vortexes spun around Zhao Shui and absorbed all the surrounding fog. Not only that, they also felt the existence of 2 soul powers. It was as if they were watching their every move. It seems that we are being watched, Zhao Shui said in a low voice. It should be the 2 7th level honorables above. It seems that they know our purpose. Lin Xian also frowned. I guess they are waiting for us to take out the treasure before taking action. What a good idea. Lin Xian sneered. Don't use your full strength. Just resist the black fog. Now that someone was watching them, they naturally would not reveal their trump card. What they needed to do was to hide their strength and deceive the 2 7th level honorables above. In this way, it would be hard to say who would be the one to take the treasure. Then, Lin Xian activated the red lotus armor to hide the blazing light on it and make it less dazzling. At this moment, the red lotus armor looked like an ordinary armor, but its power was not reduced at all. Zhao Shui's body also emitted light, forming a circular light screen that covered the golden vortex. Finally, the 2 of them flew down carefully. The canyon was very deep, as if it was bottomless. The cave was also in the underground abyss. Therefore, after flying for a while, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui got rid of the 2 honorable surveillance. Therefore, in the next moment, they did not hold back and used their full strength again to rush down quickly. A green sword light appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was extremely sharp and cut open the green fog. Countless gusts of wind formed around him and blew away the surrounding black fog. Although the deeper they went, the more terrifying the black poisonous gas was. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul and Wind concept to increase their speed by several times. At such a fast speed, they quickly sensed the cave below. What a rich spiritual energy. We are almost there. The 2 of them sensed the rich spiritual energy coming from below and saw a light spot not far below. It should be the light from the treasure in the cave. In the next moment, the 2 of them turned around and arrived in front of the cave. Let's go in and take a look. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them quickly entered the cave. Compared to the pitch-black fog outside, it was a completely different world. Lin Xian dashed towards the deepest part of the cave. Soon, his body shook, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Purple Thunder Divine Bamboo. Further ahead, there was a bamboo that was as tall as a person. It was purple all over, like a sparkling purple jade. On top of it, purple lightning circled around it, emitting the power of lightning that made one's heart tremble. Just the power of the lightning was enough to make Xianxia take notice. Looking at the surging power of lightning, this purple thunder divine bamboo was at least 5,000 years old. Lin Xian was also ecstatic in his heart. He himself cultivated thunder and lightning. If he could absorb the thunder and lightning on the purple thunder divine bamboo, it would definitely increase his cultivation and strength by a large margin. Not only that, but the violet thunder divine bamboo not only contained powerful lightning energy, it was also incomparably hard. It was the best material for making weapons. For example, a 5,000-year-old purple thunder god tribe member could be used to make earth-grade weapons. Lin Xian never imagined that he would encounter such a precious item here. Moreover, it was so old. This was definitely a rare treasure, but in the next moment, he revealed a puzzled expression. This was because he was only 20 meters away from the purple thunder divine bamboo, but he still couldn't feel a trace of the power of lightning. This made him extremely puzzled. With such a terrifying purple thunder divine bamboo, the surrounding 100 miles would probably be filled with boundless violent power of lightning. But he was so close and still so safe. This was too strange. Finally, Lin Xian quickly looked around. As expected, there was a circle of black vines near the purple thunder divine bamboo. They formed an arc that completely surrounded the purple thunder god lord. This black wooden stake was underground. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover it. Dark thunder wood. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He had discovered another treasure. This dark thunder wood was able to isolate the power of lightning. Moreover, it had the effect of nourishing the soul and warding off evil spirits. It could be called extremely mystical. For this purple thunder divine bamboo to be able to block a 5,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo, it was absolutely extraordinary. Xiaoxue, this dark wood can nourish the soul and also ward off evil spirits. How about I give it to you? Sure. Xiaoxue nodded. She was also extremely moved by the dark wood. This was because this thing could help her suppress the evil energy within the dragon pearl. Moreover, it could stabilize her heaven void eye. Thus, this thing was extremely useful to her. The two people discussed and then prepared to take the treasure. According to Lin Xian's plan, he would take the purple thunder divine bamboo first and then Xiaoxue would take the dark wood. But at this time, Zero suddenly spoke up. Boy, you'd best take out this purple thunder divine bamboo along with the roots. What are you going to do with that? Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he only wanted to take away the branches above the roots and leave the roots here so that they could grow again. Normally, cultivators would do this when picking natural treasures. They would leave the roots so that they could grow again in the future. Thus, Lin Xian was very puzzled by Zero's request. Don't worry, I don't want to destroy the purple thunder divine bamboo. I just think that this thing can be planted somewhere else. Somewhere else? What place? Lin Xian frowned. If this thing was taken to the outside world, it would definitely cause a group of 7th-level supremacies to go crazy. He didn't want to be chased by a group of people all day. Boy, do you know what kind of space I'm in? If you plant it in this space, you will obtain unexpected results. Zero coldly said. Space? Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he slapped his head. Only now did he remember that Zero was in the mysterious small sword inside his body. It was indeed a special space. Moreover, that space was incomparably mysterious. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He knew that Zero must have its reasons for asking. Thus, in the next moment, he and Zero took action together. They pulled out the purple thunder divine bamboo along with the soil and quickly planted it in the mysterious small sword space. The purple thunder divine bamboo suddenly appeared in the mysterious small sword and was planted to the side. Instantly, the god race member trembled as if it was extremely excited. In fact, the lightning on it became even more resplendent. It's so magical? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the purple thunder divine bamboo would have such obvious changes as soon as it was planted. Of course, the space in your body is very mysterious. Even I can't see through it. Zero said in a deep voice. You can't see through it either? Lin Xian was surprised. He knew that Zero had an extraordinary background and knew many secrets. However, even Zero couldn't see through it. Could it be that the mysterious space in his body had some shocking secret? However, he could only see about 100 meters ahead of him. There was a towering tree about 100 meters ahead of him. However, it had already withered. Wine Lord used to sit under the tree and drink. Further ahead was a vast expanse of whiteness. Lin Xian could not see through it at all. He had originally thought that the space inside was only about 100 meters in size. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Behind the white fog, there might be a wider space. However, he could not see through it at all. This was because his soul power could not penetrate the chaotic fog. As for his real body, he had entered once with Wine Lord's help. Other than that, he could not enter at all. My cultivation is still not enough. Lin Xian exited the mysterious space. He decided that when his cultivation was strong enough, he would take a closer look. However, it was not the time yet. Let's go. Lin Xian exited the space in his body and flew out of the cave. Soon, the two of them were out of the cave. In the beginning, they moved forward quickly. When they were within the range of the soul power of the two 7th level honorables, they hid their strength again and flew upward slowly. Everyone, pay attention. The two of them are coming up. The bald man who was fighting above said to the martial artists beside him. I can sense a lot of strange auras from them. I think they must have obtained some treasures. The gray-haired old man snorted. It seems that the two of them are quite lucky. Even the 5th level kid did not die. Hee, so what? Even if he can avoid the poisonous fog below, he can't avoid our attacks. The other 6th level honorable sneered. However, the other 7th level honorable is not to be underestimated. The bald man frowned. It's fine. We have already made preparations. When the two of them come up, we will lure the red-scaled centipede over. When the time comes, we will take advantage of the chaos and take down those people together. When the surrounding people heard the gray-haired old man's suggestion, they were instantly filled with confidence. Not long after, the gray-haired old man roared, "They are here. Attack!" Sure enough, there were two figures flying over from the bottom of the canyon. These two figures were naturally Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, as soon as they came ashore, they were fiercely attacked. The two of them snorted and quickly used their movement techniques to dodge the attacks. But soon after, they frowned. That was because the two 7th level venerables had already led their people over. They weren't worried about that. What they were worried about was that those people would attract the red-scaled centipede. Damn it, these guys are trying to shift the blame. Zhao Shui's face was cold. Not necessarily. I don't think the red-scaled centipede was attracted by them. Instead, it seems to be after the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Lin Xian's guess was right. The red-scaled centipede was indeed here for the treasure. It waved its hundreds of tentacles and quickly slithered through the air. His pitch-black eyes emitted an ice-cold killing intent as he let out a roar that tore apart the heavens and earth. He was furious because the other party had snatched his purple thunder divine bamboo. He had discovered the purple thunder divine bamboo a few decades ago. Moreover, he had been guarding it nearby. He wanted to let the purple thunder divine bamboo grow for a few more years until it reached 6,000 years old. At that time, he would devour the purple thunder divine bamboo. That would greatly increase his strength. At that time, he would even possess the power of thunder and be able to control thunder and lightning. However, all of this had been destroyed by the two humans in front of him. Especially the young man in green. He could sense the thick aura of the purple thunder divine bamboo from him. This made him furious. The bald man, the gray-robed elder, and the others naturally sensed the red-scaled centipede's anger and immediately sneered. It seems that we don't need to use our tentacles. That bastard is already furious. Just watch. Those two thieves definitely won't be able to escape. The treasure will definitely be ours. The group sneered. Jiao Shui, use your void sky eyes and try your best to control the red-scaled centipede. Leave the rest to me. At this critical moment, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Don't worry. It might be troublesome to defeat it, but it's easy to confuse it. With that, Jiao Shui formed a seal with her hands and the void sky eyes quickly formed in the air. A huge eye appeared in the void and shot out a ray of gray light, which quickly entered the red phosphorus centipede's eye. Instantly, the red-scaled centipede's body stiffened and even its movements became sluggish. Then, a scarlet color appeared in the huge eye and the demonic aura around its body suddenly surged and became extremely chaotic. Damn it, this bastard is going berserk. The bald man and the gray-robed elder's expressions changed drastically and they quickly fled in all directions. They had never imagined that the red-scaled centipede would go berserk in advance. This was simply too strange. Elder, look up. A sixth-rank supremacy screamed. Then, everyone looked up at the sky and were instantly shocked. This was because they saw a huge eye condensed in the clouds and looking down on the world. Moreover, there was a ray of gray light in the eye that seemed to be controlling the black centipede. That's an eye technique. The bald man was shocked. How could this be? She could actually control an ancient demonic beast. He was simply too shocked. He had never imagined that she would be a seventh-rank supremacy at such a young age. Not only that, but she could also control an ancient demonic beast in such a short time. They had seen beast taming and illusion techniques before, but they had never seen anyone who could control an ancient demonic beast in an instant. Moreover, it was a 7-star demonic beast. Boom boom boom, behind them, the red-scaled centipede went berserk and countless tentacles attacked in all directions. Instantly, a few 6th-rank supremacies were severely injured and were sent flying. No, she's not controlling the demonic beast. She's only affecting this bastard. We still have a chance. The gray-robed elder's eyes lit up and he shouted. Listen to my orders. Escape in all directions. Don't gather together. It was obvious that although the red-scaled centipede was berserk, its attacks were very scattered and did not have a clear target. Obviously, this was a manifestation of its mental disorder. In other words, the lady in white in front of them was not truly controlling this ancient demonic beast. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the surrounding martial artists did not dare to stay and fled in all directions. Treasures were no longer important. Their lives were the most important thing now. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm and a ray of blue sword chi shot out quickly. The sword chi expanded in the wind and turned into a green sword chi that was a few 100 feet long. It then slashed forward quickly. Immortal trapping sword, Lin Xian used a sword technique that he had just comprehended and slashed forward quickly. In an instant, the green sword chi turned into a chain and completely covered the space in front of them. Clang, clang. Clang, those martial artists who were escaping collided with the sword chi and were quickly pushed back. What? How is this possible? Initially, these people were disdainful when they saw the other party make a move. This was because the person who had made the move wasn't the white-robed lady, but another 5th-level martial artist youth. They didn't take this person's move seriously at all. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. This was because they couldn't break the sword chi that the other party had used. Not only that, but they were also sent flying back. Damn it! The bald man and the gray-haired old man were also furious when they saw the scene. This was because several 6th-level venerables had been killed by the red phosphorus centipede in an instant. These people were originally able to escape, but it was because of that sword chi that they were forced back. The two of them glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. They had originally wanted to kill him and seize the treasure, but they hadn't expected the other party's strength to exceed their expectations. Now, not only had they failed to seize the treasure, but they had also suffered heavy losses. Damn it, come over here. Let's charge out together. The two 7th-level venerables roared crazily. They had discovered that only they could break the aqua blue sword chi. The other 6th-level venerables couldn't break it at all. Therefore, they had called back the martialists who had fled in all directions and had them gather together. The gray-haired old man wanted to slap himself when he thought of the strategy of letting everyone escape separately. This was because during the process of gathering, a few more 6th level venerables had been infected by the poison and quickly turned into a pile of bones. These were all their elites, but they had died in vain. They were heartbroken and couldn't accept this at all. Finally, when everyone had gathered by their side, the 2 7th level venerables quickly split the sword screen in front of them and led everyone out. They had escaped from a hopeless situation, but there was no joy on their faces. This was because there were only 7 or 8 people left in the original team of 20 to 30 people. More than half of them had died before they had managed to escape. However, the culprit of all this was the young man and woman in front of them. Catch them. They definitely couldn't let them escape. The 2 7th level venerables gritted their teeth. They swore that they would tear the other party into pieces. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of lightning and quickly flew into the distance. As for the pursuit behind them, they did not care at all, as their movement techniques were extremely special. Even a 7th level venerate might not be able to catch up to them. However, after running for a while, they could still hear angry roars coming from behind, which surprised the two of them. How did they catch up? Lin Xian turned around in confusion. Then, he saw that the 2 7th level supremacies were not flying. Instead, they were sitting on a small spirit boat. The spirit boat was very small, only 2 meters in diameter. There were exquisite patterns carved on it. At this moment, it was like a shooting star, blooming with a dazzling light as it quickly flew forward. So fast. Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that the speed of the spirit boat was not any slower than the shoes on little Fatty's feet. In fact, he might even be stronger than that. Come to think of it, this should also be a type of supreme-grade artifact that could assist in flight. If they relied on their movement techniques, the 2 7th level supremacies would not be able to catch up to Lin Xian and Zhao Shui at all. However, it was different now. With the help of this special spirit boat, their speed was extremely fast and they were catching up to Lin Xian and little Fatty bit by bit. Despicable thief, quickly hand over the Dharma treasure and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you're dead. The bald man shouted coldly. Beside him, the gray-haired old man also said coldly, don't make a mistake. Although the treasure is good, you need to be alive to enjoy it. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some special weapons. You are not qualified to do so in front of us. Say that when you catch up. Lin Xian snorted coldly and sped up again. You are courting death. Stubborn. Behind them, the 2 7th level supremacies snorted coldly. At the same time, they quickly injected their spiritual power into the spirit boat. Immediately, the spirit boat emitted a dazzling light. And sped up as well. Furthermore, this time, not only did the two of them catch up, but they also attacked. A long sword appeared in the gray-haired old man's hand and he quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. Immediately, the sword chi was like a raging flame. With a sharp and blazing aura, it quickly slashed forward. Fire-based sword chi? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With a wave of his arm, a blue sword chi rushed forward. Water-based? How dare a 5th level brat compete with him in terms of attributes? The gray-haired old man sneered disdainfully. Water and fire are mutually exclusive. It is impossible to say which of the two attributes is stronger. However, he was a 7th level supremacy and his opponent was only a 5th level supremacy. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the gray-haired old man did not take Lin Xian's sword chi seriously at all. Boom, in the next moment, his face turned extremely ugly. That was because the blue sword chi was flying towards him rapidly. Then, it exploded quickly and the power of lightning surged rapidly. The flaming sword chi that he had unleashed was completely destroyed by the power of lightning. What? The power of lightning? The gray-haired old man was stunned. He clearly saw the water-based sword chi just now. Why did the power of lightning appear now? Could it be that this brat has dual attributes? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. Brat, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have comprehended dual attributes. However, these things are useless in front of me. You are dead meat today. The gray-haired old man sneered. I only used 30% of my strength just now. Next, I will let you know what despair is. Is that so? It seems that you have us, Lin Xian said coldly. Of course, no matter what, you only have 1 7th level supremacy and we have 2. Brat, I advise you to hand over the treasure obediently. Perhaps you can leave with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Is that so? I think you are the unlucky ones. I originally wanted to let you go, but since you came to die, don't blame me. However, if you can obediently hand over the spirit boat under your feet, I might spare your lives. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are courting death. How dare you? 2 angry roars were heard. Arrogant brat, you will soon pay the price for your ignorance. The gray-haired old man and the bald man were furious. They had never been provoked like this before. Moreover, the person who provoked them was merely a 5th level supremacy brat. Attack! The gray-haired old man roared angrily. Then, he charged towards Xianxia while the bald man smiled ferociously and blocked Lin Xian. Brat, let me send you on your way today. Lin Xian did not say anything else. Instead, he made his move. He pointed his finger and his fingertip was like a rainbow that surged out quickly. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the sword chi quickly arrived in front of the bald man. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. Kid, watch carefully. The bald man sneered disdainfully. Then, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. The palm shone with golden light and was extremely agile. It was like a Buddha. Wherever it passed, the entire void shattered. It was as if it wanted to grab Lin Xian. Crack 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 crack, the sword chi broke into several pieces in the palm. Haha, kid, did you see that? Your attack is nothing in front of me. The bald man sneered. I'll catch you and then crush your bones one by one. The golden palm covered the sky and then quickly moved towards Lin Xian. I'd like to see how you're going to crush my bones. Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the Lone Star sword from behind him and slashed forward. With a clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and slashed forward. This time, he did not hold back. The great dragon sword soul circulated in his body. At the same time, he circulated the metal and lightning concepts and quickly fused them. The sword chi's combat power was extremely strong. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning that quickly streaked across the sky. Then, the sword chi ruthlessly landed on the heavenly palm. Insignificant. Watch how I'll break you. The bald man laughed savagely. He had already shattered a strand of Lin Xian's sword chi earlier, so he didn't take this strand of sword chi seriously at all. Because in his opinion, what kind of powerful sword chi could a little thief at the 5th heavenly layer display? Even if Lin Xian used all his strength, he would not be able to hurt him. However, in the next moment, his smug expression disappeared. A look of horror appeared on his face. In the end, his entire body began to tremble. A heart-wrenching pain came from his palm. Ah! In the next moment, the bald man screamed and quickly retracted his palm. Suddenly, the huge palm that covered the sky disappeared, leaving behind a series of blood flowers in the sky and the bald man's miserable shrieks. What? Impossible. At the side, the gray-haired old man who was fighting fiercely with Zhao Shui also abruptly turned his head when he heard this voice. The next moment, his scalp went numb, and his face was full of shock. Because he saw the most unbelievable scene. The bald man's palm was split open, revealing airy white bones. Endless blood flowed, dyeing the earth red. They were stupefied, truly stupefied, because they did not believe that a 5th heavenly layer venerable could injure the bald man. This was simply unheard of. However, it was happening right before his eyes. The bald man was even more shocked. Originally, he didn't put the other party in his eyes, but he didn't expect that the other party's sword chi would be completely different from the previous one. It was truly too fierce, making him tremble incomparably, unable to defend at all. Damn it! How is this possible? How can this brat have such a powerful combat strength? He quickly stopped his wound, his eyes full of shock. Impossible! How can a 5th heavenly layer brat injure me? The bald man's eyes were filled with madness. Then, he stared at the long sword in Lin Xian's hand. Half Earth rank treasure, it's actually a half Earth rank treasure. No wonder it can injure me. The bald man seemed to have grasped the key point, then revealed a cruel smile. Brat, I admit that I was careless just now and underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a half Earth rank treasure. But this time I won't give you a chance. After saying that, he shouted coldly, and a clanging sound suddenly came from his body. Then, a set of black armor appeared on his body, wrapping around his body. With the supreme grade armor and my defense, I don't believe that your half Earth rank treasure can break through my defense. Once you lose your weapon, you're just an ant in front of me. I'm going to crush you bit by bit. The bald man laughed sinisterly, then quickly rushed over. His palm emitted a blazing light, and strange runes solidified in his palm, emitting a terrifying energy. Then, he suddenly slammed forward. Seven Evil's divine light palm, with a slap, a terrifying palm print pressed forward, causing the entire void to collapse. Brat, die. The bald man was ferocious. On the side, the gray-haired old man saw this and sneered. Seeing the bald man go all out, he was completely relieved. Then, he snorted and began to attack Xianxia with all his might. Xianxia's expression was cold, like a fairy, and she quickly fought with the gray-haired old man. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the terrifying palm shadow, his eyes shining brightly. He stood in the void, releasing sword chi all over his body, shining brightly. Then, he waved the Lone Star sword and slashed out sword chi. Like a shocking rainbow, it was extremely dazzling and flew forward quickly. The terrifying sword chi collided with the resplendent palm, causing a loud boom. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and the entire sky was enveloped in a dazzling red glow. Dang 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 dang, terrifying sounds of collisions rang out. Every sound shattered a mountain below. However, in just a moment, the bald man let out another scream. His palm shadow was shattered once again, cut into hundreds of pieces by the sword chi. Then, like a meteor, it disappeared into the sky. Then, the sword chi shot out like a bolt of lightning and landed on his body. The bald man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. One of the sword chi was extremely sharp, directly hitting his right palm and tearing his armor apart. No! The bald man's pupils shrank as he screamed. He retreated frantically, but the sword chi was faster than him. With a flash of light, his entire right arm was cut off. What? This is impossible. When the few Sixth Heaven Venerables who had rushed over saw this scene, they immediately screamed in horror. They were in the same group as the bald man, but they were slower, so they had only arrived at the scene now. They were here to provide support, but the scene just now had shocked them. That Baldy was their Lord Elder, a dignified 7th level venerable, his arm had been cut off, and the culprit was only a 5th Heaven Venerable's brat. They would never have dreamed of such a thing happening. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they turned to run. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, several immortal trapping swords flew out of his palm and immediately tied up the 6th Heaven Venerables. After doing that, he turned his head again and looked at the bald man. Misunderstanding. I think it's a misunderstanding. The bald man covered his wound with a ferocious expression, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Although he was infuriated by the loss of an arm, he wanted nothing more than to kill the young man in front of him. However, the young man's combat strength was too shocking, which made him fearful. He was worried that if he continued to fight, it would not be as simple as losing an arm. He might very well lose his life here. Therefore, he decided to pretend to beg for mercy first and then find someone to kill the young man. He had to take revenge for the loss of his arm and the treasure. Although Lin Xian could not read minds, he knew what the bald man was planning when he saw the bald man's gaze. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I can feel your killing intent towards me, so I can't let you go. Kid, don't go too far. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the bald man was furious. It was already embarrassing for a 7th level supremacy to beg for mercy from a 5th level supremacy. However, the young man did not agree. This made him so angry that his entire body trembled. Kid, don't think that you can really kill me just because you cut off an arm. If you force me into a corner and I use some secret techniques, you won't be able to do anything to me. When the time comes, you might lose your life for nothing. I advise you to think carefully. The bald man gritted his teeth and said. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to kill the young man immediately. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to do that in his current state. Therefore, he could only threaten the young man. However, Xianxia ignored his threats. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and walked forward step by step. Xianxia held the Lone Star sword and walked forward step by step. Sword chi flickered under his feet with every step he took. He was like a sword immortal, extremely fierce. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing Xianxia approaching step by step, the bald man was completely enraged. His entire person became extremely ferocious. He did not expect the young man to ignore his threats and not accept his reconciliation. This made him extremely angry. Kid, there are some things that need to be stopped. Since you're arrogant and ignorant, I'll kill you even if I have to exhaust my source energy. Soon, you'll know how foolish your decision is. The bald man was furious. He decided to use some powerful secret techniques to deal with this brat. From the battle just now, he knew that although his opponent was a fifth heaven venerable realm expert, his battle prowess was even stronger than his own. So now, he didn't intend to continue fighting with him. Even though he had some secret techniques, once he used them, the consequences would be even more terrifying than losing an arm. Therefore, it was best not to use those secret techniques if possible. But now, the other party was pressuring him step by step, wanting to take his life. He had no choice but to go all out. With a furious roar, the blood and chi in the bald man's body suddenly boiled and started to burn. Streaks of blood-red light rushed out of his body and circled around the surface of his body. It was as bright as a scarlet sunset. In the next moment, his aura changed. It became even more powerful, violent, and incomparably sharp. Not only that, but the bald man's eyes also became incomparably red, and his entire body became smaller than before. He could clearly feel that the bald man's strength had increased by a large margin compared to before. Whoosh, with a stomp of his foot, the bald man rushed out like a meteor and arrived in front of Xianxia in an instant. A blood-red fist, carrying a biting cold-killing intent, shook the void and quickly blasted towards Xianxia. If anyone saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. This was because the current bald man was not just a little bit stronger than before. It seemed that the other party really did have a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess for a short period of time. Xianxia frowned, and a dazzling sword light burst out from his eyes, instantly tearing the void in front of him apart. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out. Its entire body was flickering with the light of thunder and fire, and it quickly pierced forward. The entire void flashed as if the sun had exploded. Boundless sword chi quickly swept across the land, causing everything in the surroundings to tremble. In the next moment, Xianxia withdrew his sword and retreated. However, the bald man stopped in midair. Then, his body split open from the middle, and blood splattered all over the ground. The bald man's eyes were filled with horror because he did not believe that Xianxia could kill him in one move. Beside him, the gray-haired old man naturally saw this scene as well. His scalp went numb, and his eyes were filled with horror. Previously, when the bald man used the secret skill, he was relieved because he knew that the secret skill could definitely increase the bald man's cultivation by a large margin. He thought that it would not be a problem to deal with a young boy. However, he did not expect that the bald man who used the secret skill would be killed in one move. This situation was like a bolt of thunder that struck him unconscious. Who is this young man? Why is he so powerful? The gray-haired old man was terrified. No, he's definitely not a fifth heaven supremacy. Yes, he must be hiding his cultivation. That must be it. The gray-haired old man's face was extremely ugly. In the next moment, he turned around and fled because he did not dare to stop. Otherwise, he would end up in a worse state than the bald man. Trying to leave? Xiaoxua snorted coldly, then raised her hand and formed a seal. Immediately, the void eye above her emitted a ball of green light. Then, like a divine spear of destruction, it directly pierced through the gray-haired old man. The gray-haired old man's pupils gradually dilated, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect that the white-clothed woman he was fighting would actually possess such terrifying strength. She was actually able to kill him with a raise of her hand. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not have set his sights on Lin Xian and Lin Xian. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Thump, the gray-haired old man's corpse fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the ground. After dealing with her opponent in one move, Zhao Shui withdrew the void eye and turned to look at Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had also taken the bald man's storage ring. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside Zhao Shui. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and a 2-meter-long white jade spiritual boat appeared in front of him. The spiritual boat was pure white and emitted a faint light. On it, there were lines of mysterious inscriptions. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon also poked its head out and looked at the white jade spiritual boat. It could not stop praising it. Boy, this is good stuff. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the Tianwu continent who could comprehend inscriptions so thoroughly. Oh, it's not an ancient treasure? Lin Xian was surprised. He saw that the white jade spiritual boat was extremely fast and thought that it should have been left behind by an ancient expert. He did not expect it to be made by a modern person. It's not an ancient treasure. Because looking at the traces of inscriptions, it should have been completed in the past 100 years. Obviously, it should have been made by a master blacksmith of this continent, said the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian nodded, then his figure flashed and he entered the white jade spiritual boat. Zhao Shui also smiled faintly and entered as well. She stood side by side with Lin Xian. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian's spiritual energy surged out from his body and poured into the white jade spiritual boat. Suddenly, the white jade spiritual boat emitted a dazzling light and turned into a shocking rainbow as it rushed out. In a quiet place, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and quickly organized the bald man's storage ring. He moved all the useful things into his white bone ring. Then, Lin Xian closed his eyes and probed the mysterious space in his body with his soul power. In the next moment, he saw the purple thunder divine bamboo growing in the mysterious space. In just one day, the lightning energy on the purple thunder divine bamboo was much stronger than before. It can't be, right? Is this place so magical? Looking at the changes in the purple thunder divine bamboo, Lin Xian was shocked. The effects were beyond his imagination. Of course. Planting here for a day is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Zero's cold voice sounded from the thousand-beast cauldron. 10 years? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that Zero wasn't lying because he had seen the purple thunder divine bamboo grow stronger with his own eyes. It seems like I can get more spiritual herbs to plant here in the future. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and nodded. Kid, you're thinking too much. It's because the purple thunder divine bamboo is special that it can withstand the energy in this mysterious space. If it were any other plant, it would definitely explode. Zero said coldly. Okay. Lin Xian scratched his head. He realized that sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to make the soil too strong. Lin Xian dismissed the idea of transplanting the spiritual herbs and looked at the purple thunder divine bamboo again. Since it could grow better here, Lin Xian didn't need to consume the complete purple thunder divine bamboo in advance. However, he wouldn't waste it. In the next moment, he plucked a few leaves from the purple thunder divine bamboo and left the mysterious space. Lin Xian left the mysterious space after plucking some leaves from the purple thunder divine bamboo. Then, he opened his eyes and a few flashing purple leaves appeared in his hand. The leaves were long and narrow, about the size of a finger. Each leaf was crystal clear, like a peerless treasure. There were streaks of purple lightning on them that kept shuttling back and forth. Lin Xian put the extra leaves into his storage ring, leaving only 2, which he held in each of his hands. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the pure power of lightning on the leaves. Bolts of lightning power were absorbed by him, and gradually, a ring of purple lightning surrounded Lin Xian's body, flashing continuously in the air. After a long while, Lin Xian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly feel that the lightning energy in his body was much stronger than before. There was no doubt that his strength had increased as well. When he released his hands, the 2 sparkling and translucent purple leaves in his palms had already lost their luster. When the wind blew, it turned into a pile of ashes and was blown away by the wind. After that, Lin Xian took out 2 more leaves and placed them in his hands, absorbing them quickly. Lin Xian repeated the process over and over again until all the leaves were absorbed. Only then did he open his eyes. Lin Xian was surrounded by purple lightning. He was like a thunder god that could control all the lightning in the world. In the next moment, he raised his hand and moved his fingers. Countless purple lightning gathered and quickly formed a purple lightning dragon. He then waved his hand and the purple lightning dragon roared to the sky. Endless lightning fell in all directions. His fingers moved again and purple lightning flashed. The lightning dragon turned into a lightning sword and released an endless amount of violent energy. Under Lin Xian's control, the lightning sword turned into various strange beasts and weapons. The purple thunder divine bamboo is indeed worthy of its name. I only absorbed a few leaves and my lightning energy has become so powerful. If I absorb the entire purple thunder divine bamboo, not only will my cultivation level increase, I will definitely be able to form a thunder martial soul. Lin Xian was amazed. However, he would not consume the entire purple thunder divine bamboo now. As long as the purple thunder divine bamboo was in the mysterious space in his body, it would grow quickly. Even if he only absorbed the leaves, it would not take long for him to successfully form a thunder martial soul. Not far from Lin Xian, Xiaoshui opened her eyes. Then, a terrifying aura came from her body. Even Lin Xian was moved by the aura. Xiaoshui must have successfully absorbed the energy in the Dragon Ball and her cultivation level increased again. Lin Xian even noticed that Xiaoshui's eyes contained a faint golden light. Presumably, some key changes had occurred to her eye technique. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Xiaoshui turned her head and smiled. Thank you for your dark lightning wood. It allowed me to absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball faster. Indeed, the Dragon Ball contained powerful evil energy. Ordinary cultivators only dared to absorb a little before they had to refine the evil energy. However, Xiaoshui was different now. She had the jade bodhi and the dark lightning wood that had matured for thousands of years. The combination of the two could very well suppress the evil energy. Therefore, Xiaoshui's speed of absorbing the Dragon Ball had greatly increased. However, after chatting for a while, Xiaoshui frowned. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Lin Xian asked. My eye technique has made a breakthrough, and my perception of the surroundings has become clearer. I feel that there seems to be an aura in the distance that makes me feel very uneasy. Xiaoshui frowned. She had never encountered such a situation before. An aura that makes you feel uneasy? Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He knew Xiaoshui's strength. She was not weaker than him. Moreover, ordinary 7th level venerables were no match for her. Therefore, an aura that could make her feel fear was definitely not ordinary. Could it be the heavenly netherbird? Lin Xian thought for a moment. Perhaps only the ancient demonic beast, the heavenly netherbird, could make Xiaoshui feel fear. It's not the aura of the heavenly netherbird. Xiaoshui shook her head. They had felt the aura of the heavenly netherbird before, so Xiaoshui could distinguish it clearly. Then what aura is it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Could there be other terrifying existences in the secret realm? Why don't we go and take a look? Lin Xian was very curious. Furthermore, he found that the direction was very similar to the direction where they were searching for the heavenly netherbird. It was only slightly off, so it should not delay them. Hearing this, Xiaoshui nodded. She felt very uneasy. However, she still wanted to see what was going on because she would not allow anything that made her feel uneasy to exist. The two of them discussed for a while, then set off and ran in that direction. Originally, if they were to follow the heavenly netherbird, they should be heading north. However, Lin Xian and Xiaoshui were now heading northwest. The front gradually became desolate, and there was even a trace of gloomy aura lingering in the air. The further northwest they went, the stronger the aura became. Furthermore, the scenery around them became extremely different. It was no longer a vast forest, but a withered land. In the end, the gloomy aura made Lin Xian and Xiaoshui's scalps tingle. In front of them, there was a withered tree. There were no leaves, and the branches were all gray. It was as if the trees had died a long time ago. On the branches, there were a few crows cawing. The cawing was like a malicious spirit and was very ear-piercing. It was a graveyard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he saw many small hills. Some had stone tablets, while others had nothing at all. However, there were no words written on those stone tablets. Therefore, Lin Xian and Lin Shui did not know whose grave this was. However, from the aura around them, the person buried here should not be simple. Since they were already here, they had to take a look. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui carefully walked forward. The two of them released their soul power and carefully observed their surroundings. As long as there was danger, they would immediately take action. Crack! Crack! Countless bones were buried on the yellow ground. At this moment, when Lin Xian stepped on them, they immediately turned into powder. However, the cracking sound was very clear and spread in all directions. Immediately, a few crows on the withered trees were frightened and quickly flew away. In the next moment, a cold wind blew and a cold aura quickly surged out. Lin Xian and Lin Shui tensed up and prepared to take action. However, after observing for a while, they did not find any danger. Therefore, they hid their spiritual power in their bodies and carefully walked forward. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui stepped into the ancient graveyard, countless cultivators quickly flew towards the graveyard. 13th Young Master, it's right ahead. According to our investigation, this should be a treasure trove. A group of people came from afar. They were wearing the Shen family's clothes. It was obvious that these people were the Shen family's cultivators. Moreover, their auras were powerful. It was obvious that they were an elite team. The leader was a very handsome young man. He was wearing a golden threaded lightning robe and lightning surrounded his body. Moreover, the young man's aura was very powerful. He had reached the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. The person who spoke next to him was a middle-aged man. He was burly and had a stable aura. He carried a huge saber on his back and his body emitted a sharp saber light. Both of them were 7th heaven venerables. Especially the young man in the golden threaded lightning robe, his identity was extraordinary. In the Shen family, he was called the 13th Young Master. There were 4 great young experts in the Tianwu continent. They were known as the 4 young masters of the Tianwu continent. The younger generation of the large families all followed suit and set the 4 young masters as their life goals. Therefore, many powerful young people also called themselves young masters. They felt that it was an honor. For example, the young man in the Shen family's younger generation was Xinyu. The middle-aged man with the huge saber on his back beside him was also an elder of the Shen family, Elder Qing Yun. At this moment, the group of people from the Shen family stood outside the huge mausoleum, looking ahead with sparkling eyes. Interesting. Xinyu clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead with a slight smile. At the side, Elder Qing Yun said in a deep voice, "No one should have come to this place yet. It's a newly discovered treasure ground. Young master, I think we should be careful." "Don't worry," Xinyu said arrogantly. "I cultivate the Great Sun Thunder technique. It's an Earth-class martial technique that's full of yang energy. It's the best way to deal with yin energy. Not much. Yin ghosts and zombies can't even withstand a single blow from me. Of course. No one at your age can cultivate the Great Sun Thunder technique to the small success stage." Elder Qing Yun smiled. 13th Young Master, let's go." Xinyu nodded, then stepped out and entered the ancient cemetery. As the Shen family's martial artists entered, the yin energy in the surroundings became thicker. There were even ghostly shadows that attacked them. Humph. Yin ghosts and evil beings. You shouldn't even exist in this world. The 13th Young Master snorted. His body was covered in lightning and a ball was formed behind him. It was like a sun that emitted endless light. Great Sun Thunder technique. Endless lightning energy was emitted from the ball of lightning. It quickly spread in all directions and formed a world of lightning. The surrounding ghostly shadows were penetrated by the lightning and emitted a burnt smell. Countless miserable cries could be heard. In just an instant, the ghostly shadows disappeared without a trace. The scene when this group of people entered was completely different from when Lin Xian and Lin Xian had entered. There were no ghostly shadows. The reason for the change was that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had entered the ancient tomb. They even had to break some restrictions to release the ghostly shadows in the ancient tomb. At this moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had already entered the ancient tomb and were walking with difficulty. This place was too terrifying. There were restrictions everywhere. Luckily, they had the dark red divine dragon by their side, which allowed them to be much safer. But even so, many ghostly shadows were released. There was even an army of skeletons that charged at them. These skeletons were in the shape of humans and beasts. There were all kinds of strange skeletons. Each of them had pale white flames burning on their bodies and jade-green flames dancing in their eye sockets. They were incomparably deep and emitted a cold ghostly aura. Countless skeletons charged at them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pushed his palm forward and a purple ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Then, it quickly rolled forward. The ball of lightning became bigger and bigger. In the end, it was like a huge rock as it flew into the army of skeletons. Countless bolts of lightning flashed around the purple ball of lightning and continuously bombarded the skeletons. Although there were many skeletons, they were weak. Most of them only had the cultivation of a 4th or 5th heaven venerable. Moreover, they were evil creatures and were most afraid of yang energy like lightning. Therefore, when they encountered Lin Xian's purple lightning, their strength was weakened by another 30%. As a result, the ghostly shadows were defeated by Lin Xian's lightning. Therefore, it did not take long for the ghostly shadows to turn into white bones and scatter on the ground. Let's go. Let's continue forward. Lin Xian took the lead and walked forward. Behind him, the dark red divine dragon and Zhao Shui quickly followed. They had just taken a few steps when they heard a clattering sound behind them. The sound was very terrifying. It was as if bones were rubbing against each other. The three of them felt their scalps go numb as they turned their heads to look. Behind him, the white bones that had been scattered were rapidly gathering back together. The bones that were scattered all over the ground were quickly gathering to form a new behemoth. Not only that, the green flames in the skeleton's eye sockets also gathered together to form 2 fist-sized ghost flames. This aura was too violent. It actually had the strength of a 7th-level supremacy. These monsters are really difficult to deal with. The dark red divine dragon muttered. There were hundreds of ghosts before, and now they had gathered to form a huge monster. The huge monster looked like a human-shaped skeleton, but it was much taller than before. There was a pair of white bone wings on its back and a huge bone tail on its body. There were 4 arms on both sides of its abdomen. They were constantly waving and making cracking sounds. They easily cut through the void. This newly formed skeleton monster stared at Lin Xian and the others, then let out a low roar. It was as if a peerless demon king had awakened from hell. The huge skeleton monster stared at Lin Xian. The terrifying ghost aura spread out in all directions, filling the entire space. Zhao Shui, go ahead with the dark red divine dragon and break the formation below. Leave this place to me. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Okay. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, she and the dark red divine dragon walked deeper into the tomb. Seeing that someone wanted to leave, the skeleton monster roared. The huge white bone wings on its back flapped, forming countless eerie winds that blew forward. Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless eerie winds whistled, like dark clouds and ghosts crying, surging forward. Fortunately, the ancient tomb was very sturdy. The energy alone was enough to destroy this place dozens of times. There must be some kind of formation here that could prevent the entire tomb from being destroyed. Lin Xian knew this too. There were probably very few people below the challenger level who could destroy this tomb. Therefore, he had no qualms about attacking. In his palm, countless purple lightning surged and quickly turned into 4 purple longswords. The 4 purple longswords were surrounded by lightning as they spun around Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian waved his arm. Suddenly, the 4 longswords flew out like rainbows. Clang! 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 In the next moment, the 4 purple lightning swords flew in all directions and stabbed into the ground. That position just happened to surround the skeleton monster. Following that, Lin Xian unleashed waves of lightning energy that surged forward. Suddenly, the 4 purple lightning swords in front of him shone brightly. Their bodies trembled and formed bolts of lightning. They quickly intertwined and formed a lightning sword shadow. Being bombarded by the countless lightning swords, the skeleton monster roared furiously, its voice shaking the mountains and rivers. A white flame rose from its body. It was extremely cold, causing the entire void to tremble. The white flames expanded, forming a protective light that quickly resisted the lightning swords in the surroundings. The two forces collided, and the entire underground tomb rumbled. He didn't know what the underground tomb was made of, or if there was an extremely powerful ancient formation. Even in the midst of this destructive energy, the surrounding buildings were not damaged. The skeletal monster's 4 arms kept waving, grabbing at the 4 purple lightning swords, as if it wanted to destroy them. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. The power of thunder in his body condensed again, forming a purple thunder hammer that smashed forward. Bang, an earth-shattering blow. Endless lightning fell, and the skeletal monster was immediately smashed back. Lin Xian let out a low growl and swung the purple thunder god's hammer again. Bang, the thunder hammer was formed by purple thunder and contained an extremely strong yang energy. Moreover, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to activate it. It could be said that its attack power was extremely strong. Therefore, after one strike, the skeleton's bones loosened, as if they would fall apart at any time. Kid, you can't fight like this. Even if you break it apart, it won't take long for it to reform again. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Do you see the green flames in its eye sockets? That's their source of energy. Only by destroying the flames can these ghosts be considered truly dead. I see. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at the green flames. With a clang, he took out the solitary shadow sword from his back and quickly stabbed forward. 2 streaks of sword chi flew out, as if they were immortal swords from another world. Their speed was extremely fast. Chi, chi. With a flash of sword chi, the green flames in the skeletal monster's eye sockets were cut by the sword chi. Then, the great dragon sword soul's aura in the sword chi burst out and quickly extinguished the 2 green flames. Roar, the skeletal monster roared angrily, and the white flames on its body soared to the sky. However, no matter how strong it was, it could not resist the aura of the great dragon sword soul. After a moment, the 2 fist-sized green flames disappeared without a trace. The huge skeletal monster also fell to the ground, and countless bones scattered on the ground. Without the support of the source of energy, these skeletons were just a pile of trash. I see. The green flames seem to contain a trace of soul energy. It should be the source of the skeletal monster's power. With Zero's reminder, Lin Xian's killing power against the skeletal monster greatly increased. After dealing with the skeletal monster, Lin Xian walked into the depths of the ancient tomb. Just as he was trying his best to break the seal in the ancient tomb, the outside world was bustling. The 13th prince cultivated the great sun lightning art, and his lightning aura was extremely violent. He easily suppressed the ghosts around him. Just as they were feeling proud and wanted to continue moving forward, the space behind them fluctuated, and another group of powerful auras quickly approached. Eh? There are more people coming. The 13th prince frowned, and he looked behind him with a sharp gaze. Beside him, Elder Qingyun was also on guard. Countless streaks of sword chi lit up behind them, and it was like a meteor shower. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, after a burst of dazzling sword chi, more than 10 figures landed on the ground. These people were of different heights, and their faces were all different. However, there were no exceptions. They were all emitting a biting cold sword chi. Feeling the other party's aura. The Shin family's martial artists were all shocked. Although they were disciples of the sovereign family and had always looked down on others, they had to be careful when facing this group of people. The 13th prince and Elder Qingyun's eyes darkened. There was only one family in the entire Tianwu continent that could emit such a sharp sword chi, and that was the deity Sword Villa. He did not expect these people to come as well. The 13th prince snorted in his heart, but a smile soon appeared on his handsome face. I did not expect to see friends from the deity Sword Villa in such a desolate place. It's really fate. 13th prince, you're too polite. We passed by this place and felt that the aura here was extraordinary, so we came to check it out. We did not expect to meet the 13th prince of the Shin family. An elder laughed. The 13th prince squinted his eyes, and then quickly sized up the group in front of him. Although the deity Sword Villa was not a sovereign family, their strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, according to the information he had received, there was an extremely powerful senior among the people from the deity Sword Villa. At this moment, the 13th young master was extremely nervous as he quickly glanced at the people in front of him. When he saw a tall young man with a huge red sword on his back, his eyes instantly narrowed. Oh, I didn't expect the junior sword exalt, Lu Tianyi, to be here as well. I wonder if the senior sword exalt is here. The sword exalt was an extremely terrifying senior figure in the deity Sword Villa, and he was the person that the 13th young master feared. It was said that he was extremely formidable. He was once a peerless expert of that era, and he was even one of the exalts who had the chance to become a king. Moreover, as a swordsman, his combat strength was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't step into the king realm in the end, his fierce attacks still caused others to fear him. However, his life was limited if he didn't enter the king realm. It was said that the sword exalt's vital energy and blood had dried up over the years, and he didn't have many years left to live. It was said that not only had his vital energy and blood dried up, but his combat strength had decreased as well. Even his cultivation seemed to have dropped. The sword exalt was carrying hope in the opening of the hidden sky secret realm this time, and he was going to make a final gamble. Even though the sword exalt didn't have much time left, and his combat strength wasn't as strong as before, it was still not something that these people could resist. The sword exalt is nearby. He might be here soon. An elder from the deity Sword Villa said. Nearby? The 13th young master revealed a trace of a smile when he heard that. He wouldn't believe such words, and he assumed that the sword exalt wasn't with these people. Since that was the case, then he was at ease. Elder Qingyan smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then when the sword exalt arrives, I'll have to greet him." The people from the deity Sword Villa could naturally hear the provocation, and the elder's face instantly sank. He took a step forward and said coldly, "What? Could it be that you're doubting my words?" As he spoke, a strand of flames rose from Elder Zhang's body, and it quickly condensed into a flaming sword before him. A terrifying aura quickly spread out. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Elder Qingyan sneered as well, and a ray of light rose from his body and formed the image of a saber. The saber and the sword clashed, and invisible waves of air clashed, causing the entire space to crackle. The cultivators from both forces were extremely nervous. Elder Lihua, now is not the time to make a move. This graveyard is filled with ghost qi. I think there should be a terrifying existence here. We should conserve our strength to explore the graveyard. At this moment, the young man with the red giant sword on his back in deity Sword Villa said coldly. Hearing this, Elder Lihua nodded and retracted his aura. All the flames in the sky surged into his body. For a moment, the blazing aura disappeared, and a chilly wind blew in the surroundings again. On the other side, Elder Qingyan also snorted coldly and retracted his dazzling saber light. The 13th young master smiled. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the young man with the red greatsword. Could this be the sword Dao genius known as the junior sword sovereign, Xiao Fan, Brother Xiao? Rumor has it that Brother Xiao's strength is extraordinary, especially your attainments in the way of the sword. You are almost on par with Senior Honorable Sword from back then. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. 13th young master, you are too polite. Honorable Sword Senior's skills are extremely high, and I am far from being able to compare to him. The two of them spoke politely, but their gazes were full of spiritual energy. There were even sparks colliding in the void. An invisible pressure quickly spread in the air. Instantly, the surrounding disciples felt their bodies tremble and their blood flow was not smooth. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked in front of them in shock. These two young men were the same age as them. However, when the two of them looked at each other, such a terrifying aura was released. It was too shocking. They were indeed peerless geniuses. They were indeed terrifying. Xiao Fan and the 13th young master were also shocked. They did not expect their opponents to be so powerful. For a moment, the two of them did not have the confidence to win. In the end, the 13th young master retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Brother Xiao, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Why don't you and I explore this Lingyuan ancient tomb together? I can't ask for more," Xiao Fan said firmly. Then, he led the disciples of the deity Sword Villa into the ancient tomb in the cemetery. "Young master, are we really going to let them in so easily?" Elder Qingyan asked with a voice transmission. His voice was filled with unwillingness. He was not willing to give up the treasures in the tomb to other forces. Now is not the time to fight over personal feelings. The other party has the same number of people as us. Moreover, I have tested them. Xiao Fan is very powerful. I am not confident of winning. Therefore, we should not fight if we can. After all, we have not even seen the treasures yet. It is not a wise choice to fight with others and exhaust our strength. It is not too late to fight when we find the treasures," the 13th young master said coldly. "At that time I will let them know how powerful our Shen family is." "Young master is wise." Elder Qingyan nodded. He also knew that now was not the best time to fight with the other party. However, just as the Shen family turned around and entered the tomb, there was another sound of something flying behind them. A red gourd was flying in the air at high speed. Everywhere it passed, there would be a strong gust of wind and space would tremble. The direction that the gourd was flying in was also the direction of the tomb. "Are there more people coming?" The 13th young master and the rest of the Shen family members were shocked. They did not expect the tomb to attract so many martial artists. This was not good news for them. "Let's see who they are. If they are trash, we can just kill them," the 13th young master said coldly. Even the martial artists from deity Sword Villa noticed the abnormality behind them and they turned around to look. In fact, the Yin death ghost chi in this ancient tomb was too terrifying. It could be sensed from afar. Therefore, many martial artists from various forces had come to this ancient tomb, and they were all hiding in the dark. They did not dare to go against super forces like the Shen family and deity Sword Villa. Therefore, they only followed behind and did not dare to show themselves. However, it was different now. There was actually someone who dared to come directly to the mausoleum in the cemetery, which made everyone in the surroundings feel shocked. At the same time, they were guessing which force he was from. Virum, the red gourd stopped above the tomb. Then, two figures flew down from the red gourd. They were two young men. One of them was tall like a divine demon. He carried a black ancient sword on his back and he looked extremely fierce. His fierce aura was similar to the people from deity Sword Villa, but it was not exactly the same. Obviously, he was also a swordsman. On the other hand, the other person was calm like a deity. He flipped his palm and the red gourd above him became smaller and smaller. Then, it started to spin in his hand. The two of them had different temperaments, but the aura on them was equally strong. It's them," someone exclaimed. He seemed to recognize the two of them. "Who are they? Hurry up and tell us," someone asked impatiently. "These two are disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy and they aren't ordinary disciples. They are Duguao Yan and Li Yunfei, who are ranked first and second on the Mystic Sovereign ranking. I didn't expect the two of them to team up in the remote heaven's secret mirror. Oh, so they are the genius disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. No wonder they dared to show their faces in front of the Shen family and deity Sword Villa. With their status and strength, they aren't any weaker than the disciples of the King clans." Many people discussed softly. Even the people of the Shen family and deity Sword Villa narrowed their eyes. The Immortal Martial Academy was also powerful. They were even stronger than the deity Sword Villa and were on the same level as the Shen family. However, according to their information, the Immortal Martial Academy didn't send anyone powerful this time. There were only a few ordinary elders and some disciples. I was wondering who it was. So it's the two disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. Although you two are quite strong, the two of you aren't qualified to enter the ancient tomb with us," the 13th young master said arrogantly. He could clearly sense that the two of them weren't at the 7th Heaven Reverend realm. Their auras were only at the 6th Heaven Reverend realm. Although they were from the Immortal Martial Academy, he didn't put them in his eyes. After all, they weren't elders and their strength wasn't comparable to theirs. Hence, the 13th young master didn't plan to let them enter. He let the deity Sword Villa in because their strength was similar to theirs. The 13th young master didn't have the confidence to win. Hence, he had no choice but to let the deity Sword Villa have a share of the loot. However, it was different now. There were only 2 of them and their strength wasn't comparable to theirs. Hence, they wouldn't let them enter the ancient tomb no matter what. You two, I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, you'll suffer when I make my move. Elder Qingyan snorted. Is that so? This ancient tomb doesn't belong to your Shen family. Du Guotian said coldly. Don't talk nonsense with them. Get rid of them quickly. The 13th young master waved his hand impatiently. There's no need for young master and elders to deal with 2 brats. Let me do it. A middle-aged man stood out. I've always wanted to compete with the Immortal Martial Academy. Now is the time. Another young man walked out. Both of them were at the 6th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm, the same realm as Du Guotian and Li Yunfei. Therefore, it was most suitable for them to take action. The 2 of them laughed sinisterly and quickly pounced towards Du Guotian and Li Yunfei. Amongst them, the middle-aged man faced Du Guotian, and the young man faced Li Yunfei. The 2 of them attacked fiercely and mercilessly, displaying extremely powerful combat strength. However, after a series of soul-stirring sounds, the 2 figures flew back. What? How is this possible? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded because the ones who flew back were none other than the 2 martial artists of the Shen family. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei stood with their hands behind their backs, and their expressions were extremely calm. Obviously, they didn't care about the battle just now. At this moment, everyone had strange expressions on their faces, and they were shocked in their hearts. One move. With just one move, the 2 of them had defeated opponents of the same level. This kind of method was a little too terrifying. As expected of the strongest disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. The surrounding people exclaimed, while the people of the deity Sword Villa were shocked. Most of them stared at Du Guotian. This brat's sword technique is a little strange. The eyes of an elder from the deity Sword Villa flickered. Indeed, I've never seen this sword technique before. It shouldn't be a martial art from the Immortal Martial Academy. Seems like he had a fortuitous encounter. Xiaofan also nodded slightly. Unfortunately, his cultivation was a little too weak. Xiaofan added and no longer paid attention to it. Indeed, now that Xiaofan's cultivation had reached the 7th sky of the Honorable Realm, no matter how exquisite the other party's sword technique was, it was useless in front of absolute power. The people of the deity Sword Villa were in a heated discussion, while the people of the Shen family were gloomy. This was a slap to their faces, and it was a slap to their faces. They are a king family, and they are the kings of the same level. However, the other party defeated their people with just one move. This was too much of a mockery. Brat, I have to say that the 2 of you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Elder Qingyan said coldly. However, I'm afraid you're not qualified to interfere with the ancient tombs in the mausoleum. What other moves do you have? Use them all. However, I advise you to find someone stronger. Don't be like what you did just now. After cultivating for 100 or 200 years, you're still at the 6th sky of the Honorable Realm. A piece of trash like him is not worthy of me fighting. Du Guotian stood straight and said coldly. He didn't even draw his sword when facing the middle-aged man who was at the same level as him. You. The middle-aged man who fought with him just now was so angry that he vomited blood. Indeed, although he looked like a middle-aged man, his actual age was more than 200 years old. Being at the 6th sky of the Honorable Realm at this age wasn't very good, but it wasn't too bad either. However, at this moment, Du Guotian called him a piece of trash. This made him so angry that he vomited blood. At this moment, Li Yunfei said calmly with his hands behind his back. Of course, don't send people who use pills to increase their cultivation. Those people can't even fully integrate their spiritual energy. Puff, when the young man from the Shen family heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He did use pills to increase his cultivation. He had forcefully raised his cultivation to the 6th heavenly layer. However, very few people knew about this secret. now that it had been mercilessly exposed, he felt too ashamed to face it. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, the 13th young master's eyes turned cold. Elder Qingyun, on the other hand, shouted coldly. "Two arrogant brats, the Shen family isn't someone you can provoke. Today, I'll teach the two of you a lesson on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy." After saying that, his figure flashed and he quickly rushed forward. What? He's going to do it himself? Seeing this scene, the cultivators who were hiding in the dark felt their eyelids twitching. Even the people from the deity Sword Manor were surprised. Who was Elder Qingyun? He was an elder of the Shen family and a 7th Sky Honorable Realm. It was obviously bullying for such a person to deal with two juniors who were at the 6th Sky Honorable Realm. It seemed that the Shen family's defeat had made the other party anxious. Elder Qingyun raised his hand and the spiritual energy in his body quickly condensed above him, forming a mountain that pressed forward. This mountain shone brightly and emitted a vast aura that instantly crushed the sky. Although this mountain wasn't a real mountain, it was formed by Elder Qingyun's spiritual energy. Its power was even more terrifying than a real mountain. Du Guotian and Li Yunfei didn't expect that the other party would actually attack without caring about their status. The two of them looked at each other and attacked at the same time to defend against the other party's 3 spirit peaks. With a clang, Du Guotian pulled out his black sword and slashed out. The sword chi was vast and mighty, and the shocking sword light illuminated the entire sky. On the other side, Li Yunfei also quickly waved his palm, and agile palm shadows appeared in the air. The two of them worked together and fought against the spirit mountain in the sky. Boom, in the sky, the huge spirit mountain was slashed apart, and then it was hit by countless palm shadows. However, the terrifying energy exploded and forced Du Guotian and Li Yunfei to retreat. The two of them retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing themselves. Was this the power of a 7th level enforcer? It was indeed powerful. Du Guotian's arm was trembling slightly. The rebounding force just now was too terrifying. If it wasn't for his abnormal talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, that attack made his entire arm numb. Li Yunfei's situation was the same. His face was incomparably solemn. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. What? They actually blocked it. The surrounding people all widened their eyes in disbelief. That was the attack of a 7th level enforcer. Not to mention 2 6th level enforcers, even 10 6th level enforcers might not be able to block it. Now, the other party only relied on 2 people to block the attack of a 7th level enforcer. This was too shocking. Elder Qingyun was also extremely shocked. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson and let them know that their Shen family wasn't to be trifled with. However, he didn't dare to kill the two of them. After all, they were the top disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. And the Immortal Martial Academy wasn't weaker than their Shen family. Therefore, he only used 30% of his strength in this attack. This kind of strength could injure them without taking their lives. It could be said that this was completely within his calculations. However, he didn't expect the other party to actually block his attack. He knew that it was just a casual attack, but the difference between a 6th level enforcer and a 7th level enforcer was like heaven and earth. Wouldn't this scene look like he couldn't defeat the two brats in the eyes of outsiders? He couldn't tolerate this. In the next moment, his expression became extremely gloomy. "Brat, since the two of you are so stubborn, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura skyrocketed once again. That terrifying aura made everyone around him feel despair. In an instant, the powerful aura of the green-robed elder exploded. A vast amount of energy gushed out from his body and filled the entire space. This aura made all the surrounding martial artists tremble with fear. After that, Elder Qingyun's hand glowed brightly as he slammed it forward. It can't be. Could it be that he wants to kill the 2 students from the Immortal Martial Academy? When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they all shuddered with fear. If the most outstanding student of the Immortal Martial Academy were to die here, they would definitely go crazy. At that time, no one could predict what would happen. Pong, after the terrifying energy gushed out from the palm, a bright light shone in all directions, filling the entire space. The entire void trembled. One could only imagine how terrifying that palm was. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were also shocked. They did not expect that the other party would actually dare to kill them. The two of them roared and quickly increased their strength to the maximum. Then, they retreated into the distance. Because this palm was too terrifying. The terrifying energy was like a huge wave. Although it was not close, just the wind from the palm made their blood boil. This was a furious attack from a seventh heaven venerable. The two of them could not withstand it at all. Not only that, the palm quickly enveloped the two of them and was about to slam down. It's over. Those two brats are dead for sure. The surrounding martial artists sighed. They knew that Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei could not escape from this palm. If they were hit, not even their bones would be left. Just at this critical moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the void. It was like countless claps of thunder, causing the void to explode. Then, in the sky, a huge fist swung down. That fist was completely black, like a black mountain. Incomparable energy pierced through heaven and earth. On that fist, there were countless black flames dancing. When the fist was swung out, heaven and earth trembled. The airflow tumbled, like waves crashing against the nine heavens. This fist landed heavily on Elder Qingyan's palm. Suddenly, the palm trembled violently, stirring up the entire space. Even the wind was howling. An extremely terrifying energy exploded and swept out in all directions. Instantly, the martial artists hiding in the dark screamed and fled quickly. This energy was too terrifying. Even the aftershocks were not something they could withstand. After an earth-shattering explosion, Elder Qingyan's big palm was quickly sent flying. Moreover, Elder Qingyan's face darkened and he took a step back. What? The Shen family disciples and martial artists of the deity Sword Villa were shocked. They did not expect the powerful Elder Qingyan to be forced back. Although he only took a step back, it showed that the strength of the person who came was absolutely terrifying. When the 13th young master saw this, his face also darkened. Elder Qingyan's face was even more ferocious. His gaze was like lightning, piercing through the front. Who dares to interfere in my Shen family's matters? Get out here. This voice was extremely terrifying. It was like tens of thousands of demonic beasts were roaring. Old man, how dare you bully my immortal martial academy's disciples? Do you believe that I won't break your bones? In the sky, a furious voice rang out. Then, a figure quickly descended from the sky, boom. This person landed on the ground like a huge mountain. The entire ground trembled and countless cracks spread in all directions. How terrifying. Who is this guy? Just by landing, he has such a terrifying aura? 7th level Reverend, it's a 7th level Reverend. Could it be someone from the Immortal Martial Academy? Everyone was discussing and were extremely curious. They all looked forward. That figure was extremely tall. He was even taller than Du Guoyan. He was wearing a black armor that was flickering with light. He looked like a fiend god. His sharp face was filled with coldness. His gaze was like divine lightning as he glared fiercely at the front. His voice was even colder. Your Shen family is really shameless. An old man dares to bully my disciple? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. There was a hint of anger in this voice. Looking at this figure, the surrounding people were shocked. The 13th young master and Xiao Fan of the deity Sword Villa narrowed their eyes and looked at the figure in front of them. This was because they could sense that this person was extremely powerful. He was not much weaker than them. On the other hand, Elder Qingyan's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly and his body was trembling with anger. However, he did not immediately make a move. This was because from the previous exchange, he knew that the person in front of him was definitely not weaker than him. Senior brother Meng, you're here. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were overjoyed. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were the top disciples ranked first and second on the Celestial Martial Arts Academy's Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. However, someone who could be addressed as senior brothers by them was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, they knew that none of the disciples in the academy could be addressed as senior brothers by them. In other words, this person was no longer a disciple of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy, but a disciple from the previous batch. I heard that the disciples who graduated from the Celestial Martial Arts Academy, other than those who left the academy, have all entered the punishment hall. Brother, you must be from the punishment hall, right? Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. That's right. I'm a member of the punishment hall, Meng Tian. The 13th young master was shocked to hear this. You're Meng Tian, who was ranked third on the previous Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Everyone was shocked to hear this. No wonder this person was so powerful. He was ranked third on the previous Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. So it's Brother Meng. Since that's the case, you're qualified to enter the ancient tomb. The 13th young master said slowly. Meng Tian nodded and led Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei towards the ancient tomb. However, in the next moment, the entire ground shook and an extremely cold aura came from underground. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Elder Qingyun and the rest were shocked. Oh no, there's someone below. Did someone enter before us? Elder Laihua's face turned gloomy. It should be. It seems to be a violent tremor caused by the seal being broken. Meng Tian's eyes flickered. Damn it, let's go. The 13th young master gritted his teeth and said with a pale face. Originally, he wanted to search the cemetery properly, but he didn't expect someone to enter before them. This made him anxious. If the other party was an expert, they would not be able to get anything if they were late. Therefore, the 13th young master, Hua Qing, dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Behind him, the disciples of the Shen family also dashed out. Let's go too. Xiao Fan, who was carrying a red giant sword, said quickly and then moved. Meng Tian and the other two followed closely behind. The group of people quickly entered the ancient tomb in the cemetery. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui naturally did not know what happened in the ancient tomb. Along the way, they and the dark red divine dragon broke the restrictions and seals and obtained many good items. Just a moment ago, they had broken through the last powerful seal and entered the deepest part of the tomb. It was this seal that had caused the violent tremors earlier. At this moment, they stood there. They did not rashly enter because there was a bone-chilling aura in front of them. That aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian wasn't completely confident. Therefore, the three of them did not enter for a while. Instead, they stayed outside and carefully investigated. In front of him was a secret chamber. It was spacious enough, but there weren't many things inside. There were only 3 coffins placed in a triangular formation. There was a clear lamp on top of each coffin, flickering with eerie will-o'-the-wisp. There was no movement in the room. Only the 3 ghost lanterns were flickering. Who were the people buried in these 3 coffins? And where did this terrifying aura come from? Lin Xian frowned. At the side, the dark red dragon also had a solemn expression. Kid, luckily we didn't barge in recklessly. Damn it. This fellow is too treacherous. He actually has a final formation trap. Trap? What trap? Zhao Shui asked with a frown. Do you see the ground inside? That's the last trap. Hearing that, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui looked forward. The ground in front of them was cyan in color. It was paved with square cyan slabs. It was neat and tidy, not a single bit out of place. The dark red dragon explained that this should be an extremely ancient formation. You wouldn't be able to see anything from the outside. However, once you stepped on the green slabs, this formation would be activated. If you took a wrong step, endless danger would await you. The dark red dragon rubbed its chin and looked around. Let me study it. How should I break this formation? Just as the dark red dragon was studying the formation, a group of martial artists suddenly rushed in from the entrance of the tomb. These people were naturally the 13th prince and the others from before. They were originally still above, but they suddenly felt a shocking energy coming from below. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all rushed into the tomb. Oh no, there are indeed traces of people entering here. Elder Qingyun looked forward with a gloomy face. Let's go quickly. There are many formations in this tomb. Even if someone entered first, he shouldn't be able to get far. If we speed up, we might still have a chance. Elder Laihua from Deity Sword Villa said in a deep voice. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I'll let him know how powerful I am. The 13th prince was extremely gloomy. He was furious. He originally thought that everything in the tomb belonged to him, but he didn't expect someone to beat him to it. If it wasn't for the fluctuation of aura, he wouldn't even know that someone had entered the tomb before him. Therefore, he decided that if he saw the person who entered the tomb before him, he would kill him no matter who he was. That was the only way he could vent his anger. Let's go. The 13th prince led the disciples of the Shen family and walked forward quickly. Along the way, they saw countless skeletons and corpses. There were also traces of a fight. However, they didn't encounter any danger. This meant that the threat ahead had been eliminated by the person who had entered before them. This scene. Everyone's face turned ugly. The stronger the opponent was, the more upset they felt. There's a treasure box here. One of the disciples of the Shen family was quick to notice a treasure box in the dark ahead. He moved quickly and arrived in front of the treasure box. That person must have left in a hurry and didn't notice the treasure box. The disciple of the Shen family was very proud. He guessed that the treasure box had been left behind. With a click, he quickly opened the treasure box. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because there was nothing inside the treasure chest, only some remnants of spiritual energy. Damn it, the thing inside has been taken away. The disciple was so angry that he smashed the treasure box with his palm. He was furious. He was too furious. He thought that he had gotten a great bargain, but he didn't expect to be fooled. The treasure box had obviously been opened by someone before, but it was restored to its original state. However, the thing inside was gone. It was obvious that it was done by the person who had entered before them. Damn it, that person is such a bastard. Catch him. We must kill him. The martial artists of the Shen family were also furious. However, before they could finish cursing, the ground started to tremble. D***. What happened? The group of people were terrified. Oh no, it's a trap. The treasure chest should be some kind of trap. However, it was destroyed and the trap was triggered. 13th young master's face turned ghastly pale. He did not expect them to not only fail to obtain the treasure but also activate a trap for no reason. They were too unlucky. The ground shook slightly and a group of ghost soldiers crawled out from the ground. They carried a cold aura and pounced on the Shen family martial artists. Get lost. In an instant, angry shouts and sounds of fighting could be heard. What happened over there? The people from Deity Sword Villa chose the other side. Hence, they were not too sure about what was happening at the Shen family. However, the moment they entered the tomb, they started to place martial artists to spy on the Shen family secretly. Hence, they received news very quickly. Oh, you're saying that they opened an empty treasure chest, and someone even broke the treasure chest that they were fighting over, triggering a restriction trap. Elder Lai Hua squinted his eyes and said to the disciples from Deity Sword Villa. This ancient tomb is very dangerous. Hence, do not destroy things casually. Even if you find a treasure chest, report it immediately. It was not a big deal if there were no treasures. However, if they triggered a powerful trap, it would be troublesome. The surrounding disciples nodded as they heard the angry shouts from the Shen family's disciples not far away. It seemed that the trap was not simple. After instructing the disciples, Elder Lai Hua and Xiao Fan continued on their journey. However, not long after, they found a treasure chest at the corner of the wall. The treasure chest was hidden in a pile of rocks and bones. It was very well hidden. If the people from Deity Sword Villa did not search carefully, they would not have found it. Elder, there's a treasure chest. A disciple from Deity Sword Villa shouted excitedly. Elder Lai Hua was surprised when he heard that. His body moved and he instantly came to the vicinity. The surrounding disciples from Deity Sword Villa flew over quickly when they heard that. Be careful. Don't fall into the trap, Xiao Fan said with a red giant sword on his back. Elder Lai Hua nodded. Then, he gathered a few elders and began to carefully conduct various tests and research. Not long after, Elder Lai Hua suddenly smiled. Young Master Fan, we have checked. No one has opened this treasure chest. That means the item inside is still there. It had never been opened before, Hearing this, Xiaofan raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of interest. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Open it slowly." The surrounding disciples also held their breaths. Crack, a low voice could be heard as the treasure chest opened. But in the next moment, the smile on Lai Hua's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. Yes, it should be a trap. Along with the roar, a grey mist flew out from the treasure chest and spread out in all directions. Not good, it's poisonous gas, hold your breath. Elder Lai Hua was infuriated. Then, he dashed backward. Plop. Plop, a few disciples fell to the ground, their faces dark. Oh no, they're poisoned. Damn it. What kind of poison is this? It's so terrifying. The disciples of the deity Sword Villa were terrified. One had to know that the weakest among them was at the fifth heaven of the venerable realm. However, they were poisoned in an instant. They had never heard of such a poison. Elder Lai Hua extended both of his palms and a fire dragon roared as it flew forward. The fire dragon circled around and dispersed the grey mist. Then, it brought the few disciples who had fainted back. However, at the moment of saving them, a few more disciples were shrouded by the poisonous gas and were on the verge of collapse. Damn it! What kind of poison is this? The older generation figures accidentally came into contact with the grey poisonous gas, and their skin immediately turned black. The elder was at the sixth heaven of the venerable realm. He roared and shot out a series of light shadows. However, when they entered the grey mist, they were useless. Humph! Xiaofan snorted coldly. He pulled out the giant red sword on his back and slashed it down. Suddenly, countless sword chi flew out from the giant sword like a fiery sword rain and quickly filled the entire space. The sword chi was extremely sharp and carried a thick fire-based aura as if it was burning. In an instant, the poisonous gas was dispersed. Seeing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaofan was here. Otherwise, if they were infected by the poisonous gas, they would not be able to survive. After destroying the grey poisonous gas, Xiaofan asked coldly, "Elder Lai Hua, do you know what kind of poisonous gas it is?" "If I'm not wrong, it should be corpse poison." Elder Lai Hua's face turned ugly. "Corpse poison?" Xiaofan frowned. "Yes, corpse poison. Moreover, it was formed by the burning of more than 10 seventh heaven of the venerable realm's corpses. This poisonous gas is extremely terrifying. Fortunately, young Master Fan, you're cultivating the earth rank martial art, fiery sword art. Not only is it powerful, but it's also fire-based. That's why you can disperse the corpse poison so easily. Otherwise, we would be in danger." "I understand." Xiaofan nodded. Then, he flicked out several fiery red sword chi into the bodies of the disciples who were poisoned to help them expel the poison. After half an hour, the poisonous gas on the disciples' faces gradually disappeared. He walked over slowly. Although the disciples who were poisoned were fine, the people from Deity Sword Villa were not happy. This was because they had just entered the ancient tomb and fell into a trap. Moreover, they almost suffered a large number of casualties. Before this, they had not expected it at all. "It seems like this ancient tomb is more troublesome than we thought," Xiaofan said. "Yes, I reckon that it's a trap. The person who came before us must have seen through it. That's why he didn't touch the treasure box. It's funny that we thought we had picked up a treasure. In the end, we fell into a trap." Elder Lai Hua sighed. "Not long after we entered, we and the Shin family fell into a trap. It seems like the person who came before us is more troublesome than we thought. Let's go. I reckon that there aren't any treasures left along the way." Xiaofan shook his head. Then, he took the lead and quickly walked into the depths of the ancient tomb. This time, he no longer paid attention to the scenery on both sides. This was because he knew that even if there were treasures left behind, it would be a trap. On the other side, the martial artists from the Shin family were also hurrying along. Meng Tian, Du Guoyan and the other two were not in a hurry to take action. However, when they found out about the situation of the Shin family and Deity Sword Villa, they quickly gave up their previous thoughts. They had to find the person who came before them quickly. Otherwise, the treasures here would have nothing to do with them. Along the way, the 13th young master's face grew colder. This was because after walking for so long, he still had not found any trace of the person. During this process, they had already found more than 10 treasure boxes. However, all of them had been taken away without exception. Damn it. When I find that despicable guy, I'll make him spit out all the treasures that he took. The 13th young master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That person was too despicable. He did not even leave any treasures for them. Lin Xian didn't know that he was being targeted by 3 parties. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. After all, he was the one who had taken the treasures from the treasure chests. They had broken countless seals along the way, so their harvest was naturally bountiful. It was obvious that this tomb belonged to a great figure, and the treasures inside were probably buried with him. At this moment, Lin Xian's group of 3 had already entered the final chamber, and they were only a dozen meters away from the 3 bronze coffins. However, at this moment, the sound of air vibrating violently came from behind them. Someone's here? Lin Xian turned around and frowned. Beside him, Zhao Shui also activated her Void Heaven Eyes. Suddenly, the Void Heaven Eyes trembled, and a blurry figure appeared. Someone's here, and there's quite a few of them, Zhao Shui said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's frown deepened as he looked at the figures formed by the Void Heaven Eyes. It's actually the Shen family's disciples. It seems that we have to speed up. Ruffian Dragon, can you speed up? Lin Xian asked. It's impossible to secretly break through the seals. Of course, if you want to fall into the trap, it'll be very fast. Ruffian Dragon replied. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head and said, let's continue with your plan. The aura of this place made him somewhat apprehensive, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to fall into the trap. Then what about the people behind us? Zhao Shui asked. It's fine. This trap will probably be enough for them to suffer. Lin Xian sneered. While the 2 of them were talking, the group of people behind them had already arrived in front of the chamber. Looking at the 3 coffins and Lin Xian's group of 3, everyone became excited. After searching for so long, we finally found that person. The 13th young master was even more excited. How dare the 2 of you? Who let you in? Our Shen family was the first to discover this ancient tomb. A Shen family disciple stepped forward and pointed at Lin Xian. You discovered it first? How thick-skinned? Lin Xian revealed a look of disdain. Seeing the mocking gaze, the Shen family disciple was furious. He was just about to flare up when he was stopped by Elder Qingyun. Elder Qingyun's eyes flickered as he coldly said, Brat, I'll give you a chance. Give us 70% of the treasures you obtained before, and we can let you live. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even if you obtain the treasure today, you won't be able to leave here alive. That's right. Being able to contribute treasures to the 13th young master is the greatest fortune of your life. Young man, don't make a mistake. You'd better recognize the situation in front of you. The group of people pointed at Lin Xian and sneered. Scram. In the face of the Shen family's aggression, Lin Xian only said one word. You dare to tell us to get lost? He's really going against the heavens. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Do you believe that I will break your bones one by one? The Qin family martial artists were enraged. A brat actually dared to insult their Qin family. This was simply courting death. The 13th young master's eyes were as cold as swords as he looked ahead. Then, he sneered in disdain. I thought you were some expert. Turns out you're just a brat at the 5th sky of the honorable realm. Brat, you might be an expert among ordinary people, but you're nothing in front of us. Do you know who we are? We're the Qin family's martial artists. If you know what's good for you, kneel down obediently and hand over all the treasures you obtained. Then, I can spare your life. Qin family? I've beaten up many disciples of the Qin family. I wonder which one you are. Lin Xian said coldly. Since the other party wanted to have a war of words with him, it couldn't be any better. He could use this opportunity to stall for time so that An Hong could break the array faster. Brat, I think you really don't want to live anymore. The 13th young master's face darkened when he heard Lin Xian's words. Young master, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Why don't we capture him and snatch the treasures directly? Elder Qingyun said coldly from the side. All right. The 13th young master nodded. If any of you capture that brat, I'll give him half an earth rank martial skill. I'll go. The disciples were all excited when they heard the reward. Immediately, 2 young martial artists rushed out and flew forward with a hideous smile. Die, brat. How dare you offend the Qin family? Both of them were at the peak of the 5th sky of the Honorable Realm and could even fight against a 6th sky of the Honorable Realm. Therefore, in their opinion, capturing a 5th sky brat was a piece of cake. However, as soon as they entered the secret chamber, they were attacked by a pale white flame. Immediately, the 2 of them were engulfed by the flame. They screamed in pain before their bodies burned and turned into ashes. In an instant, the 2 of them turned into ashes. What? How is this possible? What kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? The martial artists of the Qin family were all stunned. The people of the deity Sword Villa happened to arrive at the back. When they saw this scene, they gasped. Even Elder Lai Hua had a grave expression on his face. He cultivated a fire-based martial skill. However, just now, the white flame made his heart palpitate. This was simply too inconceivable. Brat, how dare you kill the disciples of the Qin family? You're dead meat. The 13th young master was surrounded by a murderous aura. Idiot. Lin Xian snorted. What did you say? How dare you scold me? The 13th young master was trembling with anger and was about to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice was heard again. Firstly, I didn't kill them. If you're not blind, you should be able to see it clearly. Secondly, so what if you're from the Qin family? If I want to kill someone, none of you can stop me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The 13th young master was trembling with anger when he heard Lin Xian's words. Who was he? He was the 13th young master of the Qin family. Usually, no one dared to provoke him. Even the disciples of the Qin family had to be careful when they saw him. However, someone dared to scold him, that was courting death. Brat, you're dead meat. It doesn't matter if you hand over the treasure or not. You're dead meat. The 13th young master was like the god of death. However, Lin Xian was not moved at all. He turned around and ignored these people. The 13th young master was furious when he saw this. He raised his hand and slapped out. Boom, a terrifying palm shadow blasted forward. The entire space was about to split open. However, when the palm shadow entered the secret room, it was extinguished by a ball of white flame and disappeared in the air. What? It can even burn the energy of a 7th heaven honorable? Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not know what kind of flame it was. It was so terrifying, it was the 13th young master's attack. It was much stronger than an ordinary 7th heaven honorable. Even so, it could not enter the space in front of him. The power of the pale white flames was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the 13th young master was stunned. He did not expect his attack to be neutralized. Damn it, what are those flames? Why can those people enter? He stared at Lin Xian's back with a cold gaze. Young master, this should be a formation. At the side, Elder Qingyan's expression was also solemn, but as for how to break it, this old man did not understand at the moment. The 13th young master's face turned gloomy. This was not good news for him. If they could not break the formation, it would be even more dangerous to barge in. That was because they knew that the space in front of them was filled with pale white flames. Those flames were extremely terrifying. Even a 7th level venerable might not be able to resist them. Therefore, the 13th young master did not want to be surrounded by those flames unless he had no other choice. However, if they could not break the formation, they could only watch as Lin Xian and the others took the treasure. This kind of thing was even more intolerable to them. At the side, the people from Deity Sword Villa also had gloomy expressions because they could not break the formation either. In the end, the people from the two forces quickly discussed and decided to break the formation together. They could not let that kid take the treasure. Otherwise, if news of this spread, they would say that so many elites could not do anything to two thieves. that would definitely be an extremely embarrassing thing. After all, these people were from the top forces and there were many seniors present. Therefore, after some discussion, they finally found a solution. A few seniors took the lead and carefully walked into the secret room in front of them. The first few steps were not dangerous, and the pale white flames did not appear either. It seemed that they had found the right method. The seniors heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, an elder from the Shin family took a step forward and stepped on the limestone floor. Suddenly, countless flames emerged from the ground and instantly enveloped that elder. Ah! That elder screamed and his entire body burned. He roared crazily and wanted to put out the flames, but he could not do it at all. In an instant, he was burned to ashes. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb and their faces were filled with fear. That was a 6th level venerable. However, it was burned to ashes in an instant. This white flame was too terrifying. For a time, the older generation figures in front of him didn't dare to walk around. Instead, they quickly studied it again. Amidst this tense atmosphere, another 3 figures arrived. These 3 people were naturally Meng Tian and Dugu Yin. They just happened to see the scene of the 6th heavenly layer elder being burned to ashes, and were immediately shocked. They didn't need to think to know that there was an extremely terrifying array formation ahead. However, when Dugu Yin and Li Yunfei really arrived before them, they were stunned. That was because they noticed an extremely familiar figure standing in front of them. Lin Xian, why are you here? Dugu Yin was stunned. Are you the one who came in early? Li Yunfei was also shocked. What? Lin Xian? He's Lin Xian, that disciple from the Immortal Martial Academy? Hearing Li Yunfei Duo's words, the surrounding martial artists also burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that the person who shocked them was also a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. They had heard a lot about Lin Xian's name, but that didn't mean that they had seen him before. That was why they didn't recognize him before. However, now that someone said it, they all understood. That was because they knew that the other party was a very mysterious existence. They had also heard of what had happened before. A 5th heaven venerable had forcefully snatched the most precious treasure from the hands of several top experts and had even successfully escaped. Not only that, it seemed that the other party could even fight against a 7th level venerable. Moreover, he left calmly when facing the pursuit of the top experts of the War God Palace. Regardless of which incident it was, it made Lin Xian extremely mysterious. Previously, they didn't really believe these rumors because in their opinion, these rumors were too exaggerated. After all, how could a 5th level venerable be compared to a 7th level venerable? But now, it seemed that they were somewhat convinced. Because their 2 top clans didn't break the array formation, but the other party easily walked into the depths of the array formation. Damn it, this kid must have a secret. What's a secret? I only know that this kid has a lot of treasures. If we can catch him, those treasures will all be ours. In an instant, countless cultivators stared at Lin Xian with burning eyes. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at Dugu Yin and Li Yunfei. He nodded slightly. What a coincidence, you guys are here too. He said with a smile, then looked at Meng Tian who was at the side. What a powerful aura, he realized that the other party's aura was very powerful. It wasn't any weaker than the 13th prince or Xiao Fan from the deity Sword Villa. As if seeing the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes, Dugu Yin explained, this is senior brother Meng Tian, who ranked 3rd on the previous Mystic Venerable leaderboard. He's now a member of the Punishment Hall. A member of the Punishment Hall? Ranked 3rd on the previous Mystic Venerable leaderboard? No wonder he was so powerful. Lin Xian understood and then smiled as he cupped his fists. Greetings, senior brother Meng. Your junior brother Lin? I've heard rumors about you, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're indeed extraordinary. Meng Tian wasn't lying because he felt a dangerous aura from Lin Xian. He didn't feel that way even when facing the 13th prince or Xiao Fan. Therefore, he was very curious and fearful of Lin Xian. After Meng Tian and the other 2 arrived, they didn't rush forward. After all, they were still young and didn't know much about formations. Therefore, they didn't dare to rush forward. The 3 of them stood outside and waited for the right time. However, not long after, the dark red divine dragon's body shook and he roared excitedly. It's broken. I've finally broken this formation. Along with his voice, there was a slight tremor in front of him. Then, a terrifying aura quickly disappeared. It's broken? Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that the dark red divine dragon would break the formation bit by bit. Then, he would be able to get closer to the bronze coffin. However, he didn't expect the entire formation to be broken. This was something that he had never expected. Since the formation was broken, it meant that the people outside could enter. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Xian immediately took action and flew toward the bronze coffin closest to him. The people outside were also stunned. Then, they understood what had happened and were overjoyed. They didn't expect that the formation that had given them such a headache would be broken by a red snake. This was simply too unexpected. However, they didn't care how the snake had broken it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 bronze coffins. Needless to say, since the bronze coffins were protected by such a powerful formation, there must be something extremely precious inside. The 13th prince, Xiao Fan, and the rest took the lead. Since there were only 3 bronze coffins, these people went crazy and attacked quickly. This was because they might not be able to get anything if they were late. Lin Xian was the closest to the bronze coffin on the left, so he was the first to attack. Zhao Shui ran toward the bronze coffin in the middle. As for the one on the right, they abandoned it because the current situation did not allow them to be greedy. It was already good enough that they could save one. The dark red divine dragon did not attack. It did not snatch any of the coffins. Instead, it jumped to the side and watched the show. Die, brat! The 13th prince roared and charged toward Lin Xian. He had his reasons for doing so. Firstly, he wanted to capture Lin Xian and snatch all the treasures in his hands. Secondly, he wanted to take the bronze coffin on the left. Therefore, he went straight to Lin Xian as soon as he came in. On the other hand, Elder Qing Yan ran toward the bronze coffin in the middle. Xiao Fan, Meng Tian, and the rest rushed toward the one on the right. The others were also fighting over the coffins. The whole place was chaotic. However, not everyone was qualified to get close to the bronze coffins. At this moment, the 3 ghost lanterns on the 3 bronze coffins were jumping and emitting a cold aura. In an instant, the weaker martial artists were sent flying and vomited blood. There were only about 10 people left in the space. Apart from the 13th prince and the rest who were at 7th heaven honorable realm, the rest were at 6th heaven honorable realm. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. He was only at 5th heaven honorable realm. However, he was safe and sound in the face of the power of the ghost fire. Although Lin Xian dodged the ghost fire's attack, the 13th prince did not plan to let him go. The 13th young master dashed towards Lin Xian and threw out a punch. His fist was imbued with the power of thunder and lightning. It was aimed at Lin Xian's head. If the punch landed, even a 7th heaven honorable realm would not be able to resist it. The fist formed by lightning was extremely dazzling. When the fist was thrown, the entire sky shook. One could even clearly see countless bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the fist was right in front of Lin Xian's eyes. It looked like it was about to smash Lin Xian's head. At this moment, Lin Xian also moved. Scram! Lin Xian abruptly turned his head and shouted coldly. As soon as the word scram came out, it was like a clap of thunder, causing the void to tremble incomparably. Not only that, but the sound wave also contained purple lightning that surged forward. This sound wave was like a purple sea of thunder, with a long tail of light, and quickly blasted towards the lightning fist. The 2 bolts of lightning collided in the air, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. That terrifying energy fluctuation swept out in all directions, causing all the surrounding martial artists to retreat. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked. They had never imagined that a 5th Sky Venerable Realm brat would be able to resist the 13th Young Master's attack. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that the 13th Young Master was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary 7th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator would not be able to go against him. However, a 5th Sky Venerable Realm brat had actually blocked his attack. they could not believe it. The 13th young master was also stunned. Then, his face turned extremely ugly. This result was directly out of his expectations. In his opinion, his punch would definitely be able to smash Lin Xian's head. At that time, he would only need to snatch Lin Xian's storage ring and open the bronze coffin. This way, the treasure would be his. Moreover, he would be able to vent the hatred in his heart. However, the truth was that Lin Xian had easily blocked his attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. The 13th young master went crazy. He did not dare to believe it at all. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between the two of them. With a furious roar, countless bolts of lightning surged out and condensed into a lightning spear. Then, the 13th young master's arms shook and instantly, the lightning spear in his hand quickly pierced out. Like a ray of light of death, the lightning spear dragged a long tail of light as it quickly streaked across the void. Lightning? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had recently absorbed the lightning power of the purple thunder divine bamboo, so he was not afraid of the 13th young master's lightning attack at all. With a flick of his finger, purple lightning gathered at the tip of his finger. Then, it quickly turned into a purple longsword and slashed forward. A sword ray that could tear the heavens and earth apart flew out and quickly collided with the lightning spear. Suddenly, violent energy exploded, and rubble flew through the air, slapping in all directions. What? He can really go against the 13th young master. It's not a fluke? Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They could not believe it. Originally, they had thought that Lin Xian could block the first attack because of luck. However, he had blocked the second attack. This was not something that could be explained by luck. Even if the 13th young master was careless the first time and did not use his full strength, he would definitely not be careless the second time. However, Lin Xian could consecutively block 2 attacks. This meant that he was definitely not weaker than a 7th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked and took a deep breath. If Lin Xian was a 7th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator and could go against the 13th young master, then it would be fine. However, he was clearly only a 5th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator, but he could unleash battle power that was not weaker than a 7th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator. This was simply too terrifying. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Elder Qing Yun, who was fighting with Zhao Shui, saw this scene and his pupils constricted. Humph, old thing, you should be more concerned about yourself. Zhao Shui snorted coldly. Golden light flickered in her eyes. Together with the void sky eye above her, she unleashed an extremely fierce attack. Elder Qing Yun immediately roared in anger. Impossible, how is this possible? The 13th young master could not believe it. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, I don't know why your battle power is so strange, but even if you have the strength of a 7th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator, you will still die. Because no one can challenge me. The 13th young master's face was cold as he shouted, Great Sun Thunder Technique. Immediately, lightning surged from his body and quickly condensed into a lightning sun behind him. Countless bolts of lightning illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the sky with a resplendent glow. The 13th young master stood in the sea of lightning like a god of thunder, looking down at all directions. An extremely violent aura rushed out from his body as if it could tear the world apart. Great Sun Thunder Technique, it's the Great Sun Thunder Technique. Great, the 13th young master is serious. That kid is definitely dead. Of course, the Great Sun Thunder Technique is an earth martial technique. Even a 7th Sky Venerable Realm cultivator cannot go against it. In the distance, the Shen family cultivators saw this scene and immediately cheered. This was because they knew the power of the Great Sun Thunder Technique. They also knew that the 13th young master had cultivated the Great Sun Thunder Technique to the lesser success stage. As long as he used the Great Sun Thunder Technique, no one in the same cultivation level would be his match. In the next moment, the 13th young master looked coldly at Lin Xian. Kid, I have to say that you are quite strong to make me use the Great Sun Thunder Technique. But that's all. Kid, to be able to force me to use the Great Sun Thunder Technique, I have to say that you have some ability. But that's all. Next, I will let you know what true power is. Finishing his words, the 13th young master's eyes narrowed and his palm quickly blasted forward. Suddenly, the lightning sun behind the 13th young master was like a small mountain, quickly pressing down on Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and a sea of lightning spread out. Earth rank martial art, Great Sun Thunder Technique. Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect the 13th young master to have a lightning-attributed Earth rank martial art. This was good stuff. However, even with the Great Sun Thunder Technique, Lin Xian was not afraid because he also had an Earth rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. Lin Xian let out a low growl as the lightning on his body surged rapidly, forming a gigantic sword that soared into the sky and slashed forward. When the huge sword formed by purple lightning appeared, a terrifying aura surged in the sky. It was as if this sword could destroy everything. Looking at the huge sword formed by purple lightning, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. What sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. Damn it, this aura is so terrifying. Why do I feel that it's not any weaker than the Great Sun Thunder Technique? Could it be an Earth rank martial art too? Everyone discussed as if they had seen a ghost. The Shin family disciples' faces were even uglier. Damn it, why does this kid have an Earth rank martial art? Humph. So what if he has an Earth rank martial art? He's not as strong as the 13th young master, so he can't display the true power of an Earth rank martial art. Just watch, maybe he hasn't even grasped the surface of it. A group of people sneered, unwilling to accept the truth. Seeing Lin Xian's huge purple sword slashing towards him, the 13th young master was also stunned. From this aura, it was obviously the aura of an Earth rank martial art. Damn it, this kid has an Earth rank martial art too? The 13th young master was very surprised. But soon, he sneered. So what if he has an Earth rank martial art? I've already cultivated the Great Sun Thunder Technique to the initial stage. One had to know that Earth rank martial arts were extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if there were people who obtained Earth rank martial arts, martial artists who cultivated to the minor accomplishment realm were very few. He did not believe that a fifth-layer venerable like Lin Xian could cultivate an Earth rank martial art to the initial stage. His opponent's cultivation was inferior to his, and his grasp of Earth rank martial arts was inferior to his as well. So as far as he was concerned, his opponent had no possibility of defeating him. Therefore, he was completely at ease in this exchange. In the void, the two great Earth rank martial arts collided, emitting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the sun formed by the Great Sun Thunder Technique shattered. It was shattered by the giant sword formed by the purple lightning. Impossible. The 13th young master let out a heart-wrenching roar and quickly retreated. He had never thought that this would happen. After all, he was a 7th level exalted, and he was from a king clan. His strength was much stronger than many ordinary 7th level exalted. Adding on the fact that he had already cultivated the Great Sun Thunder Technique, an Earth rank martial art, to the initial stage, there were not many people in the same rank who were his match. However, he had been forced back by a mere 5th heavenly layer exalted. Ah! I don't believe it. The 13th young master roared crazily, and his terrifying voice shook the surroundings. At the side, the experts who were fighting for the other two bronze coffins also turned their heads to look. After that, other than Zhao Shui who was expressionless, the other experts were all shocked. Xiao Fan from the Deity Sword Villa, Meng Tian from the Immortal Martial Academy, and the others all focused their gazes on Lin Xian. They could feel how powerful Lin Xian was. He was a powerful opponent. On the other hand, Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were shocked. How long had it been since they separated? Lin Xian was already able to fight against a 7th level exalted, this was too shocking for them. As for the elders, their eyeballs were about to pop out, especially Elder Qing Yun. His eyelids were twitching, and his face was filled with worry. However, he was being held back by Zhao Shui, and there was no way for him to go and rescue the 13th young master. Brat, I want you dead. A terrifying voice shook the 9 heavens. The 13th young master's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was surrounded by lightning. He's angry. He's really angry. If he didn't kill this brat in front of him, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Thunder God's fist. With a roar, the 13th young master performed the ultimate skill of the Great Sun Thunder technique, Thunder God's Fist. Instantly, as his fist surged out, lightning flashed in all directions. Just the aftershock alone was enough to penetrate a 7th level exalted. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had just performed the Gale Lightning Sword technique. However, beside the purple firmament sword shadow, another 2 huge sword shadows appeared. One of them was completely red, and it was completely formed by flames, emitting a scorching aura. The other was completely golden, as if it was made of gold, and it contained a sharp aura. The fire and wind concepts merged into the Gale Lightning Sword technique, forming another 2 firmament sword shadows. Then, along with the purple firmament sword shadow, 3 huge sword chi slashed forward rapidly. The space in front of him was slashed open, and the violent energy drowned everything. The 13th young master had performed his ultimate skill, but he was still sent flying and vomited blood. He's been sent flying? Everyone was stunned because they realized that the 13th young master was in a worse state than before. Last time, he was only pushed back, but this time, not only was he sent flying, he even vomited a large mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. Young master! Elder Lihua screamed when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the 13th young master to be defeated so quickly. He didn't even have the chance to summon his martial soul. However, just as he screamed, Xianxia also activated her Void Sky Eye and shot out a golden ray of death, instantly sending Elder Qingyan flying. In an instant, the 2 7th-level exalted stage exalted of the Shen family were severely injured. This caused the disciples of the Shen family to be dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. Lin Xian didn't care about those people. He slammed his palm on the bronze coffin, opening it instantly. Unlike what he had imagined, there was no corpse inside. Instead, there was a ball of lightning the size of a fist. However, this lightning was white, and it was different from ordinary lightning. The aura of this lightning was extremely cold. To be honest, Lin Xian had never seen such an aura of lightning before. However, the dark red divine dragon screamed, "This is Yin lightning." Yin lightning? Lin Xian was puzzled. This Yin lightning is extremely rare. It can only be formed from the corpse of a peerless expert in a special environment. Once formed, this Yin lightning is extremely powerful. Moreover, it is different from ordinary lightning. Its cold aura can catch other martial artists off guard. Kid, I have to say that you are very lucky. With this Yin lightning, you can condense a lightning martial soul. Lightning martial soul? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Soon, the Yin lightning reacted instinctively. It turned into countless white lightning bolts and bombarded Lin Xian. After knowing how terrifying the Yin lightning was, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. A flash of purple lightning appeared on his palm and quickly resisted the attack. More and more purple lightning bolts appeared and surrounded the ball of white lightning. Then, Lin Xian dragged it into the mysterious space in his body. Now wasn't the time to absorb it. He had to leave this place and wait for a safe place to absorb it. On the other side, Xianxia also opened the bronze coffin. It wasn't Yin lightning, but a ball of white flame. It was similar to the mysterious white flame from before. However, this flame was even more mysterious. It was pure white and pulsated. However, it didn't give off a hot aura. Instead, it gave off an abnormally cold feeling, like ice. Yin fire. The dark red dragon was shocked. He didn't expect Yin fire to appear in the second coffin. This thing was similar to Yin lightning. It was formed from the corpse of a peerless expert. Moreover, the conditions to form it were extremely harsh. When Zhao Shui heard this, she smiled and used her void sky eyes. She quickly formed a golden vortex and sucked in the Yin flame. Seeing the two of them take the treasures, the other elders sighed. They knew that they had no fate with the treasures. At the same time, they were shocked. Even if they wanted to take the Yin lightning and Yin fire, it would take them a lot of effort. However, they didn't expect the two young men in front of them to take it so easily. Even though the entire process seemed slow, it took only an instant for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to defeat their opponents and collect the treasures. When the people from the two clans reacted, the treasures were already taken by the two of them. They were extremely disappointed. The reason for that was because from the looks of it, unless they defeated Lin Xian and the young man, they would only be able to retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. However, could they defeat Lin Xian and Zhao Shui? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of their previous performance. Up until now, no one dared to challenge the two of them. Therefore, everyone's attention was on the third bronze coffin. The Immortal Martial Academy and the Deity Sword Manor were fighting over the third bronze coffin. Meng Tian was tall and burly. Spiritual energy surged all over his body as he fought fiercely with Xiao Fan from the Deity Sword Manor. As for Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei, they joined hands to fight against Raging Flame Elder Zhang. Although the two of them were suppressed by Elder Lai Hua and were at a disadvantage, they did not show any signs of being defeated. Therefore, the third bronze coffin was still an ownerless treasure. The 13th Prince and Elder Qingyun were also suppressing their injuries. They looked at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui with killing intent in their eyes. However, they didn't retaliate immediately. Instead, they stared at the third coffin. The first two doors had already yielded treasures, so the third one would definitely be extraordinary as well. Revenge could wait, but he had to get his hands on the treasure. Therefore, the 13th Prince and Elder Qingyun roared and joined in the fight for the treasures. With the addition of the two of them, the fierce battle became chaotic again. The Shen family and the Deity Sword Manor were on par with each other. They both had 2 level 7 experts, but Du Guoyan's side was at a disadvantage. This was because Meng Tian was the only level 7 expert. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were both level 6 experts. However, the two of them could still fight against a level 7 expert if they joined forces. This didn't mean that the two of them weren't talented, but they were younger than the 13th Prince and the rest by a few years. If they were given a few years to grow, they would be on par with Meng Tian. No one doubted that. However, they were still no match for the 13th Prince and the rest. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were about to be beaten out of the fight. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Seeing Lin Xian move, Zhao Shui followed closely. Soon, the two of them joined the fight for the third coffin. Seeing the two of them fighting, the martial artists in the distance exclaimed. "It's him. That kid is fighting again. Damn, he's too greedy. They have already snatched 2 coffins. Are they going to snatch the third one? That's too much." The disciples of the Shen family and the martial artists of the Deity Sword Villa roared in anger, especially the disciples of the Shen family. Because as far as they were concerned, those 2 treasures belonged to them. However, they were snatched away by Lin Xian. Of course, that was just their wishful thinking. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's actions attracted the attention of the 13th Prince, Xiao Fan, and the rest. When they saw the two of them rushing towards the third bronze coffin, their faces turned green. Damn that kid. He's too much. Kill him. I must kill him. The group of experts roared. Kid, don't be greedy. Elder Qingyun's face was hideous. There are so many of us. I don't believe that he can snatch the third bronze coffin. On the other side, Elder Lai Hua snorted. Don't worry. We already have 2 treasures. We won't snatch the third one. Lin Xian said calmly. The 13th Prince and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. However, they soon became suspicious. Then what are you doing here? Are you here to watch the show? Nothing much. However, I'm still a disciple of the Celestial Martial Academy. Since I have such treasures, I naturally have to keep them for my fellow disciples. Lin Xian then turned to Du Guoyan and the other 2 and said, I'll hold them back. You guys hurry up and attack. All right. Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were overjoyed. Meng Tian said gratefully, Junior brother Lin, thank you. We'll remember this favor. If you need our help in the future, just let us know. He did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to help them. One had to know that these were extremely precious treasures. Even if they were fellow disciples, very few of them would be willing to share them with others. However, Lin Xian was very generous and even wanted to help them block the enemies. This made the 3 of them very grateful. The 13th Prince, Xiao Fan, and the rest had a gloomy expression. Lin Xian did not put them in his eyes at all. Brat, you're courting death by doing this. The 13th prince said coldly. Let's see what right you have to say such big words. On the other side, Xiao Fan held the red giant sword tightly. Sword light flashed in his eyes and he looked extremely fierce. The two elders roared, let's join forces and capture these two thieves. When the time comes, we'll split the treasures on them equally. As soon as they finished speaking, the four of them rushed toward Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The 13th prince and Xiao Fan rushed toward Lin Xian while the two elders rushed toward Zhao Shui. They attacked crazily and were determined to capture the two thieves. If it was a head-on clash, Lin Xian was not confident that he could defeat the two elite prodigies. However, it was different now. He only needed to stop them. This way, it would be much easier. Streams of icy aura surged out, turning into ice walls and chilly winds that surged forward rapidly. The 13th prince and Xiao Fan were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They felt a chill rush into their bodies as if it was going to freeze their blood and spiritual energy. Disperse. The 13th young master let out a furious roar, and a powerful energy burst out from his body. Lightning surrounded his body, shattering the ice energy. On the other side, Xiao Fan's sword radiance surged and slashed in all directions. In just an instant, the ice shattered. However, during this delay, Meng Tian and the other two had already worked together to blast open the bronze coffin. Damn it! When Lai Hua and Elder Qingyan saw this scene, their eyes turned red as they quickly rushed forward. However, Zhao Shui used her void sky eyes and shot out an illusory attack. Instantly, the two elders' bodies trembled and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Oh no, it's a soul attack. Their faces turned pale and they were shocked. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage from the sudden soul attack. Therefore, the two elders were stopped in their tracks. On the other side, the 13th prince and Xiao Fan had already broken through the ice and were charging towards Lin Xian. One move. As long as the two of them unleashed one more move, they would be able to get rid of Lin Xian. At that time, they would be able to fight for the treasure. At the thought of this, a cold smile appeared on their faces. At this crucial moment, the 13th prince did not hold back. He roared and summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a bolt of lightning. The moment the lightning martial soul was summoned, a terrifying aura filled the entire sky. The surrounding martial artists were all trembling. The 13th prince was also domineering. Lightning surrounded his body and condensed into a thunder battle robe that covered his body. The lightning martial soul accompanied him and could be integrated into his attacks at any time. Seeing that the 13th young master had summoned his martial soul, Xiao Fan also let out a long howl and summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a ball of flame. It was extremely red and looked like a fire spirit. The moment the flame martial soul was summoned, a scorching heat wave swept through the 9 heavens. The entire space seemed to be melting. The moment the two summoned their martial souls, their aura surged. The terrifying energy fluctuation was like a vast ocean, causing the people in the distance to tremble. In the next moment, the two of them attacked Lin Xian. This aura is too terrifying. That brat is definitely dead. Needless to say, when two top-notch prodigies summoned their martial souls, there was probably no 7th-layer venerables who could block that kind of attack. No matter how strange that brat was, he definitely wouldn't be able to block that kind of attack. The group of people sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold as his eyes flickered. Martial soul competition? He sneered disdainfully. Until now, he had never seen anyone with a martial soul that was stronger than his great dragon sword soul. With a long roar, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Countless sword beams shot out from his body, illuminating space and time. Then, a sword shadow quickly appeared in front of him. The sword shadow was in the shape of a dragon, accompanied by a series of deep dragon roars. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the entire space began to tremble rapidly. A terrifying pressure shook the entire space. Puff. Puff, the surrounding martial artists all vomited blood and flew out. Damn it, what is this thing? Those people crawled up from the ground, their faces filled with fear. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone was enough to send them flying. Perhaps even the 13th prince and Xiao Fan's martial souls weren't that powerful. Could it be that the dragon-shaped sword shadow is his martial soul? Someone's body trembled. What kind of joke is this? He's just a fifth-layer venerables. How could he have such a powerful martial soul? The crowd went crazy. They were completely stunned. On the other hand, the 13th prince and Xiao Fan's faces changed drastically. This was because after the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, their martial souls actually started to tremble. This was something that had never happened before. It can suppress their martial souls? What exactly is that dragon-shaped sword shadow? Could it really be that brat's martial soul? A tinge of fear appeared in their eyes. His body, which was moving forward, suddenly stopped in the air. They didn't dare to move forward anymore because they felt a great threat. They were afraid that something extremely dangerous would happen if they moved forward. Not only did the dragon-shaped sword shadow intimidate the 13th prince and Xiao Fan, but it also shocked the two elders who were standing beside them. This was because the pressure had also affected them, causing the blood in their bodies to churn. Oh no, retreat! The two elders' faces changed drastically. They were afraid that Lin Xian would attack them, so they immediately retreated to a safe distance. This scene was too shocking. Lin Xian didn't even attack. He only remembered the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and it was enough to scare the four experts away. No one dared to move forward. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. At this moment, Meng Tian and the other two opened the third bronze coffin. Inside the coffin was a white wood that emitted a unique aura. After leaving the ancient tomb, Lin Xian bade farewell to Meng Tian and the other two and flew into the distance. Meng Tian and the other two also left quickly. In the deep mountains, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui revealed themselves and landed in the forest. Then, the dark red divine dragon quickly set up a formation. After doing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. It was impossible for those people to find this place. Then, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His soul power quickly entered the mysterious space in his body. There was a fist-sized ball of white lightning. It was struggling, but it was surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts. However, looking at the situation, it would not take long for the white lightning to break through the purple lightning's defense. Of course, this was under the condition that Lin Xian did not make a move. Now that Lin Xian was here, how could he allow the white lightning to escape? In the next moment, he brought the white lightning into the mysterious space. When the white lightning appeared in the outside world, it immediately emitted a horrifying cold aura. The aura was very strange. It was violent and cold, causing the entire space to tremble. Even Zhao Shui's body trembled. However, she quickly took a step forward and flew towards another mountain. She wanted to refine the Yin fire as well. For a moment, only Lin Xian was left in this place. Lin Xian stared at the ball of white lightning that was struggling in front of him. His eyes were shining. I already have the extremely masculine purple lightning. If I absorb this cold white lightning, I can achieve a combination of yin and yang. Maybe I can use it to condense the thunder martial soul. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. The light in his eyes shone even brighter. Lin Xian now had the great dragon sword soul and the ice martial soul. If he could add the thunder martial soul, his strength would definitely increase greatly. By then, even a 7th level honorable would not be his match. In the next moment, lightning flashed all over his body. He used his great magic power and quickly absorbed the white lightning. The process was extremely slow, but Lin Xian had absolute patience. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Half of the white lightning had already been absorbed, but the surrounding environment had still changed greatly. There were traces of lightning strikes everywhere, and everywhere was charred black. Fortunately, he had the protection of the dark red divine dragon's array formation. Otherwise, he might have been discovered. Another 5 days passed, and the white lightning was finally completely absorbed. However, Lin Xian did not open his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms and began cultivating again. At this moment, the purple lightning and the white lightning were very distinct in his body. Although he had absorbed them, he was still unable to fuse them. What Lin Xian needed to do next was to fuse the 2 types of lightning. Once the fusion was complete, a thunder martial soul would be formed. This process was even slower, but Lin Xian had condensed his martial soul twice, so he was extremely experienced in this process. 10 days later, the sound of thunder erupted from Lin Xian's body as a humanoid lightning formed behind him. This humanoid lightning was made up of 2 colors, purple and white. He was like a thunder god with a violent aura. Then, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As he moved, the humanoid lightning behind him also took a step forward. Immediately, the surrounding thunder rumbled and countless lightning bolts quickly descended. It was like a heavenly tribulation, but they were all absorbed by the thunder martial soul. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura also changed. The surrounding spiritual qi was like a wave as it quickly surged into his body. His aura also rose abruptly as a majestic pressure surged out from his body. 6th Heaven of the Honorable Realm. During this period, Lin Xian had been absorbing the energy in the water spirit pearl, so his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th heaven. He only needed an opportunity to break through. Now, with the formation of the Thunder Martial Soul, the opportunity had finally arrived, so he broke through to the 6th Heaven of the Honorable Realm. Compared to before, his strength had increased by several times. Now, even if he encountered the 13th Prince and Xiao Fan again, he could defeat them without using his martial soul. Now, he was completely confident in fighting against the mysterious Honorable Realm from the Palace of Gods of War. This time, not only did he break through, but he also condensed his 3rd martial soul. His chances of winning in the core area would be greatly increased. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. After all, the core area was filled with danger. At that time, the strongest martial artists from all the major forces would definitely gather. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying heavenly netherbird. Therefore, the stronger he was, the safer he would be. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. Lin Xian looked at the figure and smiled. It was Zhao Shui. You broke through. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Although the cultivation of the 6th heavenly layer was nothing to her, what shocked her was the speed of Lin Xian's breakthrough. She remembered that when she first met Lin Xian, he was only a 4th heaven honorable realm martial artist. However, in just 2 months, he had broken through to the 6th heaven honorable realm. This speed was absolutely terrifying. Perhaps no one in the entire history of cultivation could achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, she knew that all of this was caused by the remote sky secret realm. There were simply too many treasures in there. Every one of them could greatly increase one's strength. However, Lin Xian's breakthrough speed still shocked her. However, Zhao Shui also knew that this kind of breakthrough speed could only happen to Lin Xian. No one else could replicate it. Slowly exhaling, Zhao Shui walked forward. However, in the next moment, she was shocked again. This is your martial soul? She stared at the purple and white humanoid lightning behind Lin Xian with a face full of shock. This was because she felt a terrifying and violent aura from the lightning. It even made her heart tremble. That's right. This is the lightning martial soul that I just condensed. Lin Xian smiled and said, how is it? Its power is not bad, right? Hearing this, Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. She clearly remembered that Lin Xian had used the Ice Lotus martial soul before. Moreover, not long ago, he had used a dragon-shaped sword shadow. Judging from the aura, it should be a martial soul too. Now, he had condensed the lightning martial soul. She had never heard of a single person possessing 3 different martial spirits. I originally thought that my talent was good enough. However, compared to you, I realized that I'm just an ordinary martial artist. Zhao Shui shook her head and sighed. I was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled and said, by the way, how are you? How's the absorption of the white flame? I've finished absorbing it. Speaking of the white flame, Zhao Shui smiled. Then, she stretched out her slender hand, and a ball of white flame quickly rose from her fingertip. The flame was very strange. It was burning, but it released a gloomy and cold aura. Not only that, I also used this flame with my eye technique to form a new unique skill, Zhao Shui said. After that, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui rested for a while before continuing on their journey. This time, they continued to track the heavenly netherbird. As they continued on their journey, the aura of the black flames in the air became more intense. This surprised the two of them because this meant that they were not far from the heavenly netherbird. Along the way, they encountered some demonic beasts which were easily dealt with. Not only that, they also encountered many martial artists. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's notoriety was already known. When the martial artists saw them from afar, they all ran away, not daring to face them. Seeing this, Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Those guys were even faster to avoid them than to avoid demonic beasts. This made him feel helpless. He did not know that the news of the two of them had already spread. Even the news of them going against the Shen family and deity Sword Villa had spread. In addition to the previous incident, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had become extremely dangerous existences in the secret territory. Those below the 7th level honorable realm could not even think of going against them. Even a 7th level honorable realm cultivator would not have any advantage against Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, this was good as well. At least it would save them a lot of trouble. After walking for a while, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and increased his speed. Zhao Shui's face was also solemn as she quickly followed. There was a huge pit in front of them. It was like an abyss with no bottom. Around the abyss, there were countless charred corpses. At the edge of the abyss, there were remnants of black flames. Every time it beat, it carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Black flames. Seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Needless to say, the heavenly netherbird must have left behind such a powerful flame with such a color. It seemed that the heavenly netherbird had taken action. At the side, Zhao Shui's face was also solemn as her eyes shone with golden light. Then, she said slowly, other than the aura of the heavenly netherbird, I also sensed another powerful demonic aura. Thinking about it, there should have been an extremely terrifying demonic beast in there. It was precisely because of this that the heavenly netherbird had taken action. Lin Xian was also silent. This was because he had also sensed that demonic qi, which had definitely surpassed that of a 7th heaven venerable realm expert. Thinking about it, it should be an 8-star demon general or even stronger. However, it was completely extinguished by the heavenly netherbird's black flames. One could only imagine how terrifying the heavenly netherbird was. Lin Xian looked at the remaining black flames and grabbed at them. The black flame sensed the threat and immediately leaped towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to burn Lin Xian's hand to ashes. However, countless purple and white lightning flashed in Lin Xian's palm, forming a defensive barrier that imprisoned the black flames. Then, Lin Xian retracted his palm and slowly opened it. A wisp of black flame danced quickly in front of Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian had only felt the scorching aura left behind by the black flames. This was the first time he had seen such black flames. In the next moment, a fiery red flame appeared in his palm. However, this flame dimmed significantly when it encountered the black flames. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The invisible power of his sword soul emerged and extinguished the black flames. Under the threat of Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, the black flames could no longer unleash any power. It could only be absorbed by Lin Xian's flames. Although it was only a wisp, Zhao Shui could still feel the terrifying energy in the black flames. She could even feel the aura of the flames in her body increasing. However, she felt that it was a pity that the remaining black flames were too little. If I could obtain a large amount of black flames, I might be able to condense a flame martial soul. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Only after absorbing the black flames did he know how terrifying they were. Furthermore, if he wanted to obtain more black flames, he would have to target the heavenly netherbird. It seemed that he could only think of a way when the time came. Lin Xian shook his head. Then, he absorbed all the black flames around the deep pit, leaving not a single trace behind. When the black flames had completely disappeared, Lin Xian moved again. He flipped his palm and summoned the white jade spirit boat that he had obtained before. He and Zhao Shui stood on the spirit boat and quickly flew into the distance. The dark red dragon had also set up a spirit gathering array on the spirit boat. It could continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual qi as a source of energy. This way, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not need to inject spiritual qi into the white jade spirit boat. This was a good thing for the two of them. At least they did not need to consume spiritual qi. Furthermore, the spirit gathering array that the dark red dragon had set up was extraordinary. It allowed the white jade spirit boat to move even faster than before. As they sped along, Lin Xian felt that the temperature in the air was getting higher and higher. Furthermore, the spiritual qi around them was getting denser. No matter which one it was, it meant that they were getting closer and closer to the core area. Later on, they found that they had already entered the core area. According to normal circumstances, the core area should be even more terrifying and dangerous. However, they were here because of the heavenly netherbird. With the heavenly netherbird's terrifying strength, even if there was a demon king here, it would probably be able to kill them. Therefore, they did not encounter much danger along the way. However, there was one thing that caught their attention. That was, other than them, there were many other martial artists in the core area. It seemed that the secret of the heavenly netherbird and the core area had been leaked. Lin Xian sighed. There was no other way. The heavenly netherbird was too eye-catching. Furthermore, it did not hide at all. As long as one was observant, they would be able to discover this. Therefore, Lin Xian was not particularly surprised by the martial artists that had rushed over. However, it was fortunate that his cultivation had broken through again. Furthermore, he had condensed his third martial soul. This had greatly increased his strength. Therefore, even if there were more martial artists, Lin Xian was still very confident. Furthermore, he had Zhao Shui as a capable helper. In the core area, there was a group of people standing on top of a mountain peak. They were looking ahead. Feeling the majestic scenery in front of them, as well as the dense spiritual qi, these people revealed greedy expressions. However, when they felt the remnant black flames in the air, as well as the terrifying aura, their eyes were filled with deep fear. They knew that this was the aura left behind by the heavenly netherbird. Just this aura alone was enough to make them tremble in fear. One could only imagine how terrifying the real heavenly netherbird was. They were probably the real ants in front of the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, although the core area was good, these people were still hesitant. It turned out that this team was from the Divine Bird Palace. They had a huge advantage against ordinary warriors because they were the descendants of the three-headed crimson blood bird and had bloodline power in their bodies. However, they were suppressed by the bloodline power of the heavenly netherbird. Not to mention whether their ancestor, the three-headed crimson blood bird, could compete with the heavenly netherbird. After all, they were not their ancestor and the bloodline power in their bodies was very thin. Therefore, they had no power to fight against the heavenly netherbird. In fact, the suppression was much stronger than ordinary people. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. If anyone doesn't want to go, you can wait here. After all, this is a special situation. An elder said in a deep voice. He was the sixth elder of the Divine Bird Palace and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of Honored Realm. Hearing the sixth elder's words, everyone fell silent. They really needed to think about it. Although the front was the core area and there were many treasures, it was also much more dangerous than other places. Moreover, there was a terrifying heavenly netherbird in front of them. If they were not careful, they would definitely lose their lives. Therefore, all in all, the danger ahead was greater than the reward. For a moment, many people were hesitant. However, more people's eyes were burning with passion. As long as there was a chance, they would not give up. In the end, only half of the people chose to give up and wait. Most people chose to continue forward. Among these people, there were people of the older generation. They did not have much time left and wanted to go in and fight. There were also young geniuses. These people were young and full of confidence in themselves, so they also wanted to go in and search for treasures. In fact, it was not only the Divine Bird Palace. Other forces were doing the same thing. Because the inside was too dangerous, they did not want everyone to go in. On top of a mountain range, there was a powerful team. The leader of the group was a woman in a purple dress who was as beautiful as a fairy. They were from the Morong family and the woman in purple was Morong Qingqing. At this moment, the silver-haired granny was persuading Morong Qingqing. Miss, you have the atavistic bloodline. Even if you don't go in, you will become a king in the future. Your future is limitless. There is no need to take risks for unknown treasures. The silver-haired granny's words caused the elders of the Morong family to continuously nod their heads. Indeed, these words were not wrong. Morong Qingqing's bloodline had reached an atavistic state, and her future was limitless. On top of that, she was the little princess of the Morong family. She enjoyed a lot of resources. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before she became a ruler. To be honest, they really didn't want Morong Qingqing to take the risk. After all, if it was a normal place, it would be fine. However, there was a terrifying heavenly netherbird in front of them. Who knew what would happen? However, Morong Qingqing obviously would not listen to their opinions. At this moment, determination was written all over her beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes were also looking forward, incomparably flickering. To become a peerless expert, other than having a powerful cultivation base, one must have a firm and fearless heart. If I shrink back from even this little bit of danger, then how can I climb to a higher level of martial arts in the future? Moreover, the path of cultivation is something that defies the heavens. How can there be no danger on this path? If I'm always protected by my family, then I'll forever be a flower in a greenhouse. I'll never be a true peerless expert. Moreover, he's also going there. I won't lose to that guy. The last sentence was said very softly. It was obvious that she was saying it to herself. Hearing this, the elders of the Morong family shook their heads and sighed. They knew that they could not change Morong Qingqing's decision. The only thing they could do was to protect Morong Qingqing as much as possible. Not only the Morong family, but the Palace of War, Deity Sword Villa, Immortal Martial Academy, and other forces were all rushing towards the core area. As for Yan Feng of the Palace of War, he had already led the people of the Palace of War to the entrance of the Pine Palace. The Pine Palace was incomparably majestic. It was like a heavenly emperor's city with an incomparably desolate aura. However, there was a huge hole in the city. That hole was obviously smashed open from the inside. There were still countless remnants of black flames around it. It was obvious that this hole was smashed open by the heavenly netherbird. That beast has already entered. Everyone be careful. But this is good too. We don't have to break through the restrictions. As long as we follow the heavenly netherbird, the threat inside will be reduced to the minimum. The people of the Palace of War were excited. Because of Yan Feng, they could be said to be the first to find the Pine Palace. But soon, the people of the Merry Woods also arrived. Of course, this was all thanks to the little fatty, Zhou Qingho. However, when they saw the people of the Palace of War, their faces darkened. That's the rumored Pine Palace in front of us. Everyone be careful, especially the people of the Palace of War. Elder Xiaoyao turned his head and said to the cultivators of the Merry Woods. Especially Yan Feng. He's known as a lunatic. He doesn't care about anything and his cultivation is extremely high. Even an ordinary 7th level reverend wouldn't be his opponent. So, if you really meet him, don't fight him head-on. Elder Xiaoyao reminded them. They had no choice. Although they had people who could fight Yan Feng, he was indeed a lunatic. His actions were out of the ordinary. So, unless they had no other choice, they didn't want to fight him. After Elder Xiaoyao gave his instructions carefully, he sent people to carefully investigate the entrance of the cave. Although the heavenly netherbird had broken through the huge city, no one knew if there were other dangers inside. So, it was better to investigate first. After all, the master of the Pine Palace was someone who could even seal the heavenly netherbird. For a moment, everyone was moving in close proximity. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also stepped into the core area, and the two of them were moving forward quickly. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. The Lone Star sword on his back began to tremble without warning, as if it was about to leave his body. This kind of thing had never happened before. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and quickly stabilized the Lone Star sword. Who is it that can affect my Lone Star sword? But soon, he was shocked. This was because a powerful sword energy came from afar. The aura was even stronger than his. A sword expert. No wonder he can affect my Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically because he felt that the power of the sword Dao was too terrifying. Let's go and take a look. The sword Qi was too terrifying. Not only did it alert Lin Xian, but many martial artists nearby also rushed towards the source of the sword Qi. The white jade spiritual boat was very fast. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the source of the sword qi. However, he did not go up rashly. Instead, he floated above the clouds. There was an 8-armed demon ape below him. The beast was huge like a mountain. Its aura was even more terrifying. It had reached the peak of the 7th heaven honorable realm. It was only a step away from the 8th heaven honorable realm. It was obvious that it was an extremely terrifying beast. The 8-armed demon ape was roaring furiously. Its voice shook the sky as it stared fiercely at a figure in front of it. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure. It was an old man. His hair and beard were all white. He was wearing an ordinary cloth robe and looked very simple. However, no one would think that he was an ordinary old man because his aura was too sharp. He was like a peerless divine sword that stood in front of him. Just the sword qi that he exuded was enough to cut the surrounding mountains. There were a few young disciples behind the old man. These people carried long swords on their backs. They were looking at the old man in front of them with fanaticism in their eyes. What a terrifying sword principle aura! The old man was from the deity Sword Manor. Lin Xian was shocked. Although he did not know the old man, he recognized the few disciples behind the old man. They were wearing the uniform of the deity Sword Manor. He had fought with the people from the deity Sword Manor before. Although the other party was very strong, he was not too afraid. However, he did not expect the deity Sword Manor to have such a terrifying person. That monstrous aura made even him endlessly shocked. Facing the terrifying 8-armed demon ape, the old man in the cloth robe was not afraid. He snorted and waved his arm. A ray of sword qi shot out quickly. Suddenly, the surroundings lost their color. With a scream, the 8-armed demon ape in front of him was cut in half. Blood splattered all over the ground. Behind it, countless mountains collapsed. The ground cracked open and spread for thousands of miles. This sword was terrifying to the extreme. The huge sword qi slashed forward and created an endless wave of spiritual energy. The martial artists who had rushed over just happened to see this scene and were immediately shocked by the terrifying sword qi. Everyone's faces were filled with horror as they watched the scene before them, their bodies trembling. At this moment, the old man in the cloth robe was like a sword god. Sword qi surrounded his body and it was extremely sharp. It was as though he could slash the sky apart. After the sword strike, the 8-armed demon ape's body was cut into 2 halves, and its blood dyed the ground red. This scene shocked everyone even more. One must know that the 8-clawed demon ape had reached the peak of the 7-star demon general realm, and was about to become an 8-star demon general. Among the humans, probably only 8th-level venerables would be able to fight against such a terrifying demonic beast. However, it was killed, the demon ape, a demon ape, it was sword, it. Sword venerable, it's him, it's really sword venerable. Someone looked at the linen-clothed old man and shouted. What? The group of people cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was shocked too. He did not expect the old man in the cloth robe to be the legendary Sword Honorable. That was a legendary figure, an existence who had almost become a king back in the day, although he was old now and was no longer as powerful as he was back then, it seemed like he was still not someone they could fight against. Lin Xian was especially shocked. It was the terrifying sword from before. He could also use the terrifying sword qi. However, it was definitely not like the old man in front of him who could use it casually. It could be said that the old man in the cloth robe was the only martial artist that Lin Xian had met who was better than him in sword principle. It seemed that the title of Sword Honorable was not just for show. After killing the 8-armed demon ape, the old man in the cloth robe was not surprised. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly turned around and looked at a cloud in the sky. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. However, he only took a glance and shook his head. He did not pay attention to it. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who were hiding in the cloud, were shocked. Especially Zhao Shui, as if she was facing a great enemy. The blood in her body seemed to be frozen. What a terrifying old man. His gaze is even sharper than a divine sword. Zhao Shui was afraid. She did not expect that the old man in the cloth robe could easily see through their hiding place. Lin Xian's face was also dignified. The gaze just now also made his body tense. However, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. Therefore, he was not like Xiao Shui, whose blood, qi, and spiritual power were frozen. However, that gaze still made him frightened. When he looked down again, the old man in the cloth robe had already left. It turned out to be the Sword Honorable of Deity Sword Villa. He did not expect the rumors to be true. The people of Divine Bird Palace looked at the old man's back with eyes full of fear. Not only Divine Bird Palace, but the martial artists of other forces along the way all looked at the old man's back nervously. There was no other way. The old man's reputation was too great. Moreover, he had made such a terrifying move before. They could not help but be afraid of such a person. Even the people of Morong family, Merry Woods, and Palace of War Gods saw the old man's back. For a time, the elders of the major forces all gave orders and warned their disciples to be careful. At the same time, they sped up their investigation of the cave entrance. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui rode the white jade spirit boat out of the cloud and then rushed forward. Soon, they saw the huge city that was as big as heaven and earth. What? It's that boy surnamed Lin. Damn it, why is he here? Seeing the people in the white jade spirit boat, everyone became nervous. Especially the martial artists nearby, they looked at the sky nervously. It could not be helped. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were now famous, and it was not a good reputation. Because all the forces that fought with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, no matter how big or small they were, all suffered losses. No one was able to gain an advantage over Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. This matter was too strange. It was said that most people did not believe it, but as more and more news came out, they had no choice but to believe it. These two people were the nemesis of all forces. Therefore, seeing Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, these martial artists were so nervous. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's mouths twitched. They did not expect that their appearance would cause such a big commotion. It seemed that these people were even more nervous than when they saw the sword venerable. When did we establish such a reputation? Lin Xian looked innocent. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I guess they are scared. Zhao Shui regained her composure. Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to appear and steal my Shin family's things. This time I will let you know what regret is. At this moment, most of the Shin family's martial artists had already arrived near Pine Palace. This time, the 13th young master was confident. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape. The 13th young master sneered. He had no choice. What happened in the ancient tomb had made him sullen. If he did not vent his anger, it would affect his martial path. You're that Lin Xian? You don't look like anything special. A handsome youth from the Shin family said with disdain. 11th brother, don't underestimate this brat. Although his cultivation isn't high, his combat strength is strangely strong. Don't be fooled by this brat. The 13th young master gritted his teeth and said. The last time, he had underestimated Lin Xian's cultivation and suffered a loss. However, this time, he would definitely not be fooled again. Elder Qing Yan's face was gloomy. He glared at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent. However, he still tried to persuade the 13th young master. 13th young master, 11th young master, our top priority now is to enter Pine Palace. As for this brat, it won't be too late to kill him after we get the treasure. We can't be distracted by this brat. After all, this is a special time. Other than us, there are still forces like the Merry Forest. It wouldn't be long before the other families arrived. Hearing this, the 11th young master nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. But after I get the treasure, I'll teach this brat a lesson. Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. The 13th young master snorted coldly. Lin Xian did not care about the Shin family's threat. Before he had broken through, he was already able to escape from the Shin family's hands. Now, not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had also condensed a lightning martial soul. His strength had greatly increased. Even if they had more people than before, if he really wanted to leave, these people would not be able to stop him. Therefore, Lin Xian stood on the white jade spiritual boat with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept across the huge city without fear. When he saw that there was a terrifying hole on the huge city wall, he revealed a shocked expression. Needless to say, this hole must have been created by the heavenly netherbird. Just as Lin Xian was surveying his surroundings, a cold snort sounded from afar. Clearly, someone was very dissatisfied with Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, he saw the people from the Palace of Ares. That cold snort came from Yan Feng of the Palace of War. Yan Feng's injuries had long since healed. However, whenever he thought of what had happened, he would go crazy. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian. It was all because of Lin Xian's interference that the news of Deep Pine Hall was exposed. Otherwise, with his strength, killing Mary Wood's little fatty would be as easy as flipping his hand. If he had succeeded, the news of Deep Pine Hall would not have spread so quickly. At that time, the Palace of War Gods would be able to enter the Deep Pine Palace before all the other factions knew about it and gain the upper hand. However, all of this was ruined by Lin Xian. Therefore, when Yan Feng saw Lin Xian again, he wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. However, Lin Xian ignored Yan Feng's killing intent. Previously, he could not defeat Yan Feng. However, now that his cultivation had broken through and his strength had increased, he was no longer afraid of Yan Feng. If Yan Feng really wanted to fight with him, he did not mind letting him know what it meant to be strong. Don't worry, we will kill this kid sooner or later. Right now, Deep Pine Hall is our priority. The mysterious honorable martial artist stopped Yan Feng in the Palace of War Gods. Yan Feng nodded and did not act rashly. However, he looked at Lin Xian and revealed a cold smile. This time, he would not let Lin Xian escape. When the warriors from the other faction saw his expression, their bodies trembled and their faces were filled with fear. Many cultivators even took a few steps back in fear of being targeted by Yan Feng. It could not be helped. If it was an ordinary expert, as long as they did not provoke the other party would not provoke them for no reason. However, Yan Feng was different. He was known as a lunatic and did things without any rules. No one wanted to be targeted by this lunatic for no reason. Therefore, many people avoided him. Among those present, only Lin Xian dared to provoke Yan Feng so openly. At this moment, another powerful group arrived outside the huge city. The leader of the group was a beautiful lady in a purple dress. Morong Qingqing. Everyone was shocked when they saw the lady. The 13th young master of the Shen clan and the others also had a look of admiration in their eyes. They could not help it. Morong Qingqing was simply too beautiful and had an extraordinary status. She was the little princess of the Morong clan. Whoever could marry her would receive great benefits. However, Morong Qingqing had high standards. They had never heard of any clan's young master that she liked. Even so, they would not give up. As long as Morong Qingqing was not married, they would still have a chance. Seeing Morong Qingqing, even Yan Feng had a solemn look on his face. Although he was known as a lunatic and was feared by many, he did not dare to be careless when facing Morong Qingqing. Moreover, they had exchanged blows before. The true Phoenix Imperial Jade seal in her hand made him wary. Qingqing, you're here. Just as Morong Qingqing landed, a handsome young man walked out of the Shen clan. This young man was dressed in armor and had an extraordinary appearance. Every move he made carried a powerful force. Judging from his aura, he seemed to be even stronger than the 13th young master and the 11th young master. Indeed, this person was the 9th young master of the Shen clan. His strength was above the 13th young master and the 11th young master. Not only that, but the 9th young master's status was also extraordinary. He was the grandson of the Shen clan's great elder. As a sovereign clan, the Shen clan had many elders. However, there was only one great elder. His status and power were not something that ordinary elders could compare to. Therefore, as the grandson of the great elder, the 9th young master's status could be said to be very honorable. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the Shen clan's great elder. The Shen clan's great elder was young Master Qilin, one of the 4 young masters of the Tianwu continent. Young Master Lingfeng of the God of War Palace, young Master Anil of the Merry Forest, and young Master Moonwalker of the Morong clan. They were one of the 4 most powerful people of the younger generation in the Tianwu continent. As the younger brother of young Master Qilin, one could imagine how honorable his status was. At that moment, when the crowd saw the ninth young master walking towards Murong Qingqing, they were enlightened. Rumor has it that the ninth young master of the Shin clan has been begging Murong Qingqing. It seems that the rumor is true. Indeed. Only someone like the ninth young master of the Shin clan is worthy of Murong Qingqing. Jiao Gongzi, on the other hand, strode toward Murong Qingqing. He had been courting Murong Qingqing for a long time, and it was not a secret among all the powerful parties that he liked Murong Qingqing. Therefore, he had already treated Murong Qingqing as his woman. He knew that Murong Qingqing would not think this way, but it was fine as long as he thought this way. With his status and charm, no matter what kind of woman she was, she would not be able to escape from his grasp. Even if it was Murong Qingqing, she would still be his in the end. Qingqing, you are here. This place is very dangerous. You should not have come. But don't worry. As long as I am here, I will not let you come to any danger. Jiao Gongzi said with concern as he walked. He even put on a smile that he thought could charm thousands of girls. However, his smile soon froze. Murong Qingqing was not charmed by his smile. She did not even look at him. The beautiful purple-clothed woman ignored Jiao Gongzi, her beautiful eyes looking straight ahead. There was a white jade spirit boat there, and a young man and woman were standing on it. The surrounding people also noticed this abnormal scene, and then quickly whispered to each other. Jiao Gongzi was stunned on the spot. His handsome face was extremely stiff. Impossible. Why is Qingqing ignoring me? Is my smile not nice enough? Or am I not concerned enough? Jiao Gongzi did not believe it. He quickly took a deep breath and shouted again, Qingqing. However, Murong Qingqing still ignored him. This scene made Jiao Gongzi feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Although Murong Qingqing had not promised him anything before this, they were still on good terms. At the very least, they were still polite on the surface. However, Murong Qingqing had completely ignored him. She had even ignored him. He could not accept this huge change. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes became unusually sharp. He wanted to see who had attracted Murong Qingqing. However, when he saw the person behind him, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he could see that Murong Qingqing's gaze was currently on Lin Xian and Xianxia. Ninth young master was not the only one who saw it. The surrounding cultivators had all seen it. Could it be that this Lin Xian duo also stole Murong Qingqing's things? It can't be. He even dares to offend someone from the Murong family? For a moment, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and their expressions were strange. Because of Lin Xian's previous behavior, they all subconsciously thought that Lin Xian must have offended Murong Qingqing, which was why such a strange phenomenon happened at this moment. Jiao Gongzi's smile returned. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold glint in his eyes. Damned brat. How dare he offend Qingqing? If you don't want to die, then obediently kneel and kowtow to Qingqing and apologize. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am. At the end of his words, a terrifying aura rose from Jiao Gongzi's body. Originally, Lin Xian was their family's enemy. However, for the sake of Deep Pine Hall, they did not make a move. But now, Lin Xian actually dared to offend Murong Qingqing. This was something that Jiao Gongzi could not tolerate. So now, he wanted to make a move against Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Murong Qingqing shouted, "Stop." Jiao Gongzi's raised hand stopped in midair. He turned his head and smiled, "Qingqing, don't worry. Dealing with a little thief is just a matter of moving my fingers. It won't take much time. Since this brat dares to offend you, I will make him pay a painful price." Jiao Gongzi was very excited to stand up for Murong Qingqing. Although 13th young master and the others had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian, Jiao Gongzi was much stronger than 13th young master. So, he had absolute confidence in dealing with Lin Xian. However, Murong Qingqing frowned when she heard Jiao Gongzi's words. When she saw Jiao Gongzi walking forward, she finally could not hold it in anymore. "I told you to stop. What's the relationship between us? Do I need you to stand up for me? Moreover, do you know what's the relationship between him and me? Who told you that I have a grudge against him?" Jiao Gongzi was stunned by the series of questions. Actually, he was not the only one. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They could not understand how things had turned out like this. What's the relationship between the two of them? Someone did not understand. You don't know? Both of them are disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. Someone said. It's not that simple. Look at Morong Qingqing's gaze. It's definitely not as simple as being from the same sect. Someone else said. In short, everyone was discussing fervently. Jiao Gongzi's face darkened when he heard these words. He looked at Morong Qingqing again and realized that there was a different kind of emotion in her eyes. Could it be? Jiao Gongzi's heart sank as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. His face immediately turned pale. Morong Qingqing's gaze lingered on Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. No one knew what she was thinking. Sensing Morong Qingqing's gaze, Zhao Shui remained expressionless. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Just as he was about to explain, Morong Qingqing snorted softly. Humph, I'll settle this with you when we get out. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian fiercely, then led the Morong clan members to the vicinity of the huge city. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They had never seen Morong Qingqing act like a little girl. Perhaps only people who were very close to each other could act like this. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them was indeed not ordinary. Everyone had different expressions, but Jiao Gongzi's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had known Morong Qingqing for many years, but he had never seen Morong Qingqing act so intimately with anyone. Now, however, Morong Qingqing was behaving like this in front of so many people. And that person was not him. He could not tolerate this. Brat, how dare you steal my woman? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'm going to pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I'm going to break your bones piece by piece. Jiao Gongzi's face was ferocious as killing intent filled his eyes. He's going crazy. It would be fine if Morong Qingqing was stronger than him. However, Morong Qingqing was clearly a piece of trash who was inferior to him in every way. Morong Qingqing was inferior to him in terms of cultivation, status, and talent. How could such a piece of trash win Morong Qingqing's favor? Jiao Gongzi could not understand. In his opinion, Morong Qingqing must have used some despicable means to bewitch Morong Qingqing. Brat, I want you dead. Jiao Gongzi's killing intent was so intense that it formed a solid light that enveloped the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators trembled when they sensed this killing intent. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. It seemed that Jiao Gongzi was really angry. Ninth Young Lord. At this moment, an elder quickly arrived in front of Ninth Young Lord and blocked his path. Right now, the most important thing is to enter Pine Palace. We'll talk about other things later. Moreover, that Lin Xian is very strange. His cultivation isn't high, but his battle strength is terrifyingly high. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I can't beat him? Ninth Young Lord's face darkened. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that if you two fight, the surrounding factions won't just stand by and watch. They might attack you. When that happens, we'll be in a very passive position. That brat can't run away anyway. It won't be too late to kill him after we get the treasure. Ninth Young Lord's eyes flickered and he nodded firmly. In that case, we'll do as Elder Qingshan says. Then, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. You dare to steal my woman? No one in this world can save you. With that, he snorted and walked back into the Shin clan's group. As Ninth Young Lord returned to the Shin clan's group, the scene quieted down again. Everyone quietly waited for the exploration teams to return. Not long after, several small teams flew out of the hole in the huge city. These people's auras were chaotic and some of them were charred black. It was obvious that they had encountered some trouble. How is it? Have you investigated thoroughly? Yan Feng stared at the figure from the Palace of Gods of War and asked. At the same time, the Merry Woods' elder asked in a deep voice. They had also sent out an exploration team. We've investigated thoroughly. This is indeed Pine Palace. Moreover, it seems that no one has entered. However, although the Heaven Nether bird destroyed some of it, there are still many powerful restrictions inside. The exploration teams quickly reported their findings to their superiors. The Merry Woods' people didn't hide anything because they knew that Pine Palace wasn't something that they could devour alone. If necessary, they would need to join forces with other factions to break some ancient restrictions. Thus, they shared the information. After everyone received the information, they quickly digested it. At this time, the Palace of Gods of War began to move. Because Pine Palace was filled with danger, they only sent out cultivators at the sixth sky of Venerable Realm and above. These cultivators were all elites of their clans. They were powerful and should be able to handle the situation inside. Soon, the people from the Palace of Ares entered the cave. The people from Merry Woods did not hesitate and followed him into the cave. Then, the Morong family, the Divine Bird Palace, and other forces entered one after another. However, during this process, Lin Xian didn't see the main force of the Immortal Martial Academy. Although he was surprised, he was not too surprised. Because the Hidden Sky Secret Realm was extremely vast, the treasures inside would definitely not be limited to the Dark Pine Hall. Maybe the students of the Immortal Martial Academy were searching for opportunities in other places. Moreover, the Pine Palace was filled with danger. There was also the ancient ferocious beast, the Heavenly Netherbird. It was extremely dangerous. Maybe this was one of the reasons why the Immortal Martial Academy didn't come. Actually, it wasn't only the Immortal Martial Academy that didn't come. There were several other major powers that didn't come. Moreover, Lin Xian took a look at the forces that had come here. Not all of their members were present. They must have left some of their members outside to avoid a complete annihilation. Lin Xian also knew that it was extremely dangerous inside. However, he had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he and Zhao Shui quickly entered the cave. Just as they approached the cave, Lin Xian felt the terrifying aura of the remaining black flames. Although it was only a trace, it was still extremely terrifying. Even a 7th-level venerable would have to be careful when dealing with it. If they were not careful, they could be burned. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Instead, he was somewhat happy. With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the surrounding black flames to his body. When the cultivators behind saw this, their eyelids twitched violently and they stopped moving. Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to provoke so many black flames? These people looked at Lin Xian's figure and were shocked. They quickly distanced themselves to avoid being dragged down by Lin Xian. He's really courting death. These are the flames left behind by the Heavenly Netherbird. Its power is extremely terrifying. Although it's just a trace left behind. It's not something that ordinary people can fight against. Many people shook their heads. Indeed, the cultivators from before had all activated their defenses and carefully passed through the black flames. No one dared to provoke them. Even the 7th-level venerables did not dare to do so. However, Lin Xian had actually gathered all the surrounding black flames and attracted them to his body. Wasn't this playing with fire? However, the scene of Lin Xian being burned did not happen. Instead, when the black flames covered Lin Xian's body, they did not burn fiercely. Instead, they became much dimmer. It was as if they had been absorbed. Absorbed? How is this possible? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Someone dares to absorb the Heavenly Netherbird's flames? Isn't he courting death? Impossible. This boy must have used some sort of method to extinguish the flames. Everyone was shocked. However, when they wanted to investigate, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared into the cave. After entering the cave, Lin Xian and Lin Xian ran all the way. The remaining aura of the black flames could be seen everywhere. On the way, Lin Xian quickly gathered the remaining flames together and absorbed them. Although it was very little, he did not let go of a single trace. Other than the remaining black flames on the ground, the entire space was filled with an unusually violent aura. Lin Xian knew that it was left behind by the Heavenly Netherbird. Palaces and pavilions appeared in front of him. They all had a faint layer of light on them, as if they were in a fantasy paradise. In the middle of it all, there was a majestic palace that emitted an ancient aura. That should be the Pine Palace. Lin Xian looked ahead and noticed the huge hall at a glance. It was because that place was different from other places, and it had a different aura. Not only him, but everyone else also looked at the huge and majestic palace. Pong, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. It reached the 9 heavens and caused the entire space to tremble. Everyone revealed a terrified expression as they looked ahead. In front of the Pine Palace, there was a huge figure. It was a huge demonic beast with black feathers all over its body. There were black flames burning on its body and it emitted a violent aura. The heavenly netherbird, the huge figure was the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, it was waving its huge claws and attacking the Pine Palace. However, there was a huge defensive array around the Pine Palace that resisted the heavenly netherbirds' attack. Everyone was stunned. Even with the heavenly netherbird's terrifying attack, it still could not break through the defensive array. One could only imagine how terrifying the defensive array was. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird was an extremely terrifying existence. Even an 8-star demonic beast general could not withstand a single attack from it. This was simply too shocking. That's the Big Dipper formation. It's extremely powerful. Even among the ancient formations, it's one of the strongest. The dark red dragon looked ahead with a serious expression. Even a king couldn't break this formation. I didn't expect it to appear here. What? Even a king couldn't break it? Hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were shocked. They didn't expect the formation to be so terrifying. No wonder the heavenly netherbird couldn't break it even after attacking for so long. However, the formation seemed to have angered the heavenly netherbird. It raised its head and let out a cry that tore through the 9 heavens. Black flames rolled around its body and formed a powerful black flame attack that blasted forward. This attack was too terrifying. Merely the aftershock from it was probably not something that an Exalt Realm expert could resist. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, the black flame slammed into the light barrier. Suddenly, the entire light barrier trembled violently as if it was about to crack. However, what shocked everyone was that the light barrier didn't crack. Instead, it shone even brighter, forming 7 star-like light spots that quickly connected together. Finally, the 7 stars emitted 7 dazzling rays of light that blasted towards the heavenly netherbird. The light was too terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than a king's attack. The entire void was pierced through, and the ground rolled like waves. The 7 light pillars slammed into the heavenly netherbird's body. The sound of the collision was like thunder. Everyone quickly sealed their hearing and retreated with pale faces. It was too terrifying. Just the sound alone was enough to make them tremble. If they hadn't sealed their hearing, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The heavenly netherbird roared crazily as it was hit by the attack. Its huge body kept shaking. The black flames on its body continued to burn as if they were the flames of hell, resisting the 7 terrifying light pillars. This attack was too terrifying. It could even penetrate a king, but it was blocked by the heavenly netherbird. Everyone was hiding in the distance. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. It blocked it. As expected of a peerless beast on the heaven leaderboard. It's really powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. This heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. All of them combined couldn't even withstand a single blow from it. However, even though it wasn't pierced by the light beam, the heavenly netherbird seemed to have been injured. Thus, it attacked the defensive formation even more ferociously. This kind of demonic beast is an invincible existence under the king level. No one can withstand a single attack from it. An elder of Merry Wood said with a serious expression. What's even more terrifying is that the defensive formation can withstand so many attacks from the heavenly netherbird. The elder of the Morong family laughed bitterly. If you want us to break it, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it. However, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were extremely excited. It looks like we wouldn't have been able to break the array, but with the heavenly netherbird leading the charge, it's great. That's right. When the formation is broken, we can sneak in quietly. We won't have to worry about not being able to get any treasures. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War were excited. In fact, all of them had benefited from the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find the core area so easily. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to pass through the huge city so easily. Thus, from the current situation, it seemed that these people had benefited from following the heavenly netherbird. With their previous experience, they were looking forward to the heavenly Netherbird's next move. In front of them, although the Big Dipper array was terrifying, under the heavenly Netherbird's ferocious attacks, it began to tremble violently. There were even cracks appearing in some places. This scene made the eyes of the people from the various major forces light up, and their expressions became excited. Before this, they had no way of breaking the formation. However, now that there were cracks on the terrifying defensive formation, this was an opportunity for them. If they used the cracks, they might be able to find a flaw. If they could break the formation, they would be able to enter. At that time, they would be able to explore the mysterious Dark Pine Palace. Thus, many factions began to move. Of course, they couldn't go straight for the heavenly Netherbird. Instead, they circled to the furthest place from the heavenly Netherbird. Moreover, these cultivators all used their own methods and carefully advanced, afraid of being discovered by the heavenly Netherbird. Luckily, the heavenly Netherbird's ferocious attacks on the Big Dipper array caused the entire space to be filled with light. The spiritual energy was extremely chaotic, which gave them the best conditions to advance. They carefully advanced and quickly approached the formation. However, the Big Dipper array was an ancient formation after all. It was extremely powerful and was set up by a peerless expert. Although cracks had appeared under the heavenly Netherbird's attacks, the formation seemed to be able to repair itself. The cracks only existed for a short period of time before returning to normal. When the heavenly Serene Bird attacked again, the cracks would reappear. Moreover, the cracks would only appear for a short period of time. However, the people from the various factions did not give up. After all, they had some understanding of the remote sky secret realm. Thus, they had array masters in their teams. At this moment, they came in handy. After the research of these array masters, they found that the safest way to enter was through the cracks. If they tried to force their way in from other places, there would be a certain amount of danger. Cultivators below the king level would not be able to resist that kind of danger. Thus, for a time, the various factions focused their attention on the cracks. However, the cracks were random. Thus, no one knew where the cracks would appear. Moreover, the cracks only existed for a short period of time. Only by seizing the opportunity could they enter. However, after everyone's research, they found that there was a high chance that cracks would appear again. Thus, for a time, everyone began to fight for positions. The Palace of War was very domineering. They directly occupied the place with the highest probability of cracks appearing. Other cultivators, such as the Merry Woods and the Divine Bird Palace, also quickly seized positions. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui led the dark red divine dragon and quickly went forward. In terms of array mastery, no one here could compare to the dark red divine dragon. Thus, they quickly arrived near the formation. However, because they had fewer people, they did not get a good position. However, they were not too worried. After all, there were many cracks. It was only a matter of time before they entered. However, not long after, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. This was because he found that the frequency of cracks appearing decreased after he arrived near the formation. Moreover, the cracks only existed for a short period of time. It was not enough time for people to enter. Ruffian Dragon, is there a way to break this formation? Lin Xian asked from the side. It's very difficult to break the formation. However, it's possible to let one or two people enter. It wasn't wrong at all. It was extremely difficult to break the Big Dipper array. After all, the heavenly Netherbird was such a terrifying existence, yet it couldn't break through even after attacking for so long. One could only imagine how terrifying the Big Dipper array was. Although the Crimson God Dragon was very powerful in formations, it couldn't break through the Big Dipper array in such a short amount of time. However, the heavenly Netherbird's attacks had already caused flaws to appear in the array. As long as they took advantage of these flaws, they would be able to send people in. This might be impossible for other formation masters, but the Crimson God Dragon could do it. Then hurry up, Lin Xian urged. He had a bad premonition, but he wasn't sure what it was. The Crimson God Dragon nodded and waved its claws, touching the Big Dipper array. Suddenly, the Big Dipper array rippled and released a 5-colored light. The Crimson God Dragon quickly studied it. However, as time passed, Lin Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. Not only him, but Zhao Shui also furrowed her brows. You noticed it too? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Ever since we arrived, the frequency of the cracks appearing has been very small. Until now, it hasn't appeared for a long time. Zhao Shui furrowed her brows as she spoke. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui weren't the only ones. Gradually, the martial artists from the other forces began to realize what was happening. Soon, everyone began to panic. If there weren't any cracks, they wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore, they were very anxious. The sound of the attacks has decreased. The Merry Forest's elder furrowed his brows. Yeah, the chaotic spiritual energy in the sky has also disappeared. The Moron clan's people also had a serious expression. The people from the Palace of Gods of War seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked forward. Then, their expressions greatly changed. Heavens, the heavenly netherbird disappeared. What, disappeared? Everyone was stunned. How could the heavenly netherbird disappear? Did it already enter? The heavenly netherbird's disappearance caused everyone to panic. They couldn't understand how such a huge monster could disappear. Could he have entered a formation? Someone guessed. Hearing this, many people despaired. If the heavenly serene bird really entered the array, then they would have no chance. However, some other people quickly shook their heads, especially those great array masters. If the heavenly netherbird had entered the formation, it would have definitely affected it, but we didn't notice it at all. Hearing the words of these array masters, the surrounding martial artists relaxed. This was because these array masters were the elites of their families. They were very accomplished in the field of array formations. It could be said that their words were the truth. Therefore, when everyone heard the words of these array masters, they all relaxed. Luckily, as long as the heavenly netherbird didn't enter, everything would be easy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But where did it go? Everyone was puzzled. However, at this moment, a shadow cast down and enveloped everyone. Then, a cold voice sounded, "Foolish humans, what are you looking for?" Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed, and then they subconsciously raised their heads. In the end, they saw a scene that made them despair. Above their heads, there was an enormous head. It was incomparably malevolent, and its ice-cold eyes were staring at them. The heavenly netherbird. Many people's faces were pale and filled with fear. They didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to come to their side without them noticing. Even Lin Xian was shocked. This was because before this, he didn't sense the aura of the other party at all. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird's body emitted a scorching and violent aura, but it was able to disappear without a trace in an instant. It was able to hide from everyone's soul detection. As expected of an ancient demonic beast, this method was terrifying. Not good, run. More than a dozen martial artists were scared out of their wits and immediately fled into the distance. However, the heavenly netherbird snorted coldly. The black flames on its body quickly surged out and enveloped the martial artists in an instant. Then, the martial artists let out tragic cries and were burned to ashes by the black flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb and their pupils constricted. This was because there were 7th-level honorables among those people. However, they couldn't even block a single strand of black flames. This was too frightening. The heavenly netherbird didn't even bat an eyelid as it dealt with dozens of martial artists. Then, it snorted coldly again. The black flames on its body bloomed and a terrifying and violent aura instantly enveloped everyone. Feeling this aura, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Their bodies trembled and those who were weaker were pressed to the ground. Lin Xian felt this aura and his face changed greatly. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body was activated and was about to let out a dragon's roar. Fortunately, he discovered it quickly and quickly controlled the great dragon sword soul so that it didn't let out any strange sounds. The great dragon sword soul could indeed eliminate this terrifying aura, but that would also expose him to the heavenly netherbird. With his current strength, he was far from being able to contend with the other party. This was why he controlled the great dragon sword soul. Now, what he needed to do was to not attract the heavenly netherbird's attention. Otherwise, if he was noticed by the other party, he wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with deep despair. They didn't think that the heavenly netherbird would find them so quickly. Furthermore, they realized that the other party's aura wasn't something that they could contend with. Are we really going to die here? The young prodigies were filled with despair and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Lowly insects, did you really think that I didn't notice your existence? You still wanted to use me to enter the dark pine hall? What a joke. The heavenly netherbird's cold voice resounded. Hearing this voice, the martial artists were shocked. At the same time, their eyes were filled with boundless regret. It turned out that their actions had already been discovered by the other party. The reason why it didn't kill them was probably because they were just ants in the eyes of the heavenly netherbird. It was laughable that they wanted to use the heavenly netherbird's power to enter the dark pine hall. Now that they thought about it, they were really courting death. It was likely that their actions had caused the heavenly netherbird's dissatisfaction, resulting in this scene. Thinking about this, the martial artist's intestines turned green with regret. If they knew about this, they wouldn't have dared to come here even if they were beaten to death. At this moment, under the heavenly netherbird's cold gaze, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian dragon, are you done? Soon. Give me a little more time and I'll be able to enter. The dark red divine dragon replied in a deep voice. He was from the divine dragon clan, and his entire body was filled with treasures. However, he didn't have enough strength to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, he was more anxious than anyone else. Luckily, the heavenly netherbird was only staring at those people and didn't notice him. On the other hand, the other cultivators were driven crazy by the heavenly netherbird. Its aura was too terrifying, and it could take their lives at any moment. In the end, a few cultivators couldn't withstand the pressure and went crazy in despair. Ah! With a roar, a few of them went crazy. They released their spiritual energy and ran away. They couldn't take it anymore. The aura was too terrifying. Instead of struggling in despair, they might as well use all their strength to run away. Perhaps they would have a chance of survival. That was the thought of the few people who were running away. However, just as they ran away, they were burned to ashes by a black flame. In the end, nothing was left. No. The other cultivators roared crazily. They could only watch as their companions were killed, but they couldn't do anything. This feeling was too despairing. Humph. Lowly insects. The heavenly netherbird killed a few humans with a wave of its hand, but it didn't care at all. Its cold eyes scanned the crowd below. Everyone who was swept by its gaze trembled and quickly lowered their heads. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The current situation was too dangerous. No one knew when the heavenly netherbird would attack. Who would it attack? To everyone, this was an extremely torturous process. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon sent over a piece of good news. I'm ready. We can go in. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart trembled. However, he suppressed the joy in his heart and didn't show it on his face. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. Now that Zhao Shui and Ruffian Dragon were by his side, they could go in with him. However, Murong Qingqing was a bit far from him. He wanted to send a message to take Murong Qingqing with him. However, before he could send a message, the heavenly netherbird suddenly turned its head and coldly stared at him. Lin Xian's hair stood on end after being stared at by the heavenly netherbird. A huge pressure enveloped him, as if it was going to crush him. Not good, let's go. The dark red godly dragon also felt his scalp tingle. He didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to be so sharp that it could discover their intentions in an instant. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated and quickly moved the formation. Immediately, 3 rays of light enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Humph, you 3 ants want to escape from me? How laughable. The heavenly serene bird showed a look of disdain. Then, it raised its huge claws and clawed forward. Suddenly, the empty palace cracked like a mirror, and countless black cracks appeared. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Murong Qingqing's expression also changed. She didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to attack Lin Xian. In the next moment, she raised her jade-like hand and was about to strike with the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal. However, he was held down by the silver-haired granny. "Miss, it's useless. Even if you do something, you won't be able to save them." The silver-haired granny quickly stopped her. Indeed, the heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. Even if a king came, he might not be able to subdue it, let alone people like them. Even if Morong Qingqing did something, she wouldn't be able to do any harm. Instead, she might expose herself and draw the heavenly netherbird's anger to the Morong family. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War and the Palace of Divine Birds were ecstatic. This was because they had suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Xian. Everyone hated Lin Xian very much, but they couldn't catch him. Now, the heavenly netherbird had killed Lin Xian. This was great news for them. No matter how strange this kid was, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping from the heavenly netherbird. The ninth young master of the Shen family also sneered, "Kid, you dare to steal my woman. Now you know what retribution is. Go to hell." Everyone thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. There was no way he could survive. However, under the giant claw, 3 rays of light quickly merged into the Big Dipper formation. Then, with a swoosh, the 3 of them disappeared. What? This is impossible. They disappeared? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. This was because they realized that Lin Xian and the other 2 had disappeared under the heavenly netherbird's giant claw. They weren't burned to ashes by the black flames. Instead, they merged into the formation. That kid entered the formation. How is this possible? Everyone's mind went blank. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian could enter the formation. One had to know that even the terrifying heavenly netherbird couldn't do anything against the Big Dipper formation. How could a kid at the 6th sky of martial honor enter it in an instant? The heavenly netherbird was also stunned. Then, it became angry. It didn't think that 3 little insects could escape from its hands. What made it even angrier was that they seemed to have entered the Big Dipper formation. That damned formation. Even it couldn't break it. However, 3 ants could enter it. It couldn't believe it. The heavenly netherbird snorted and its giant claw viciously clawed forward. Bang, the giant black claw was covered in black flames. It quickly bombarded the light screen, causing an earth-shattering roar. Endless waves of spiritual energy rushed forward like a tsunami. The void trembled and the formation roared. Although the heavenly netherbird was furious, it still couldn't break the formation. Not only that, but the surrounding space had also been sliced into countless cracks, making it impossible for anyone to hide. This also meant that the disappearance of Lin Xian's team of 3 was not due to some invisibility technique. Instead, they had truly disappeared. Damn it, how is this possible? This time, it was the heavenly netherbird's turn to lose its calm. Its body was covered in black flames. It was as if it was angry and wanted to burn the entire space. In the next moment, it suddenly turned around and stared at the remaining cultivators. Its cold voice sounded again. "Damned insects. How dare you play tricks in front of me? I think you don't want to live anymore." Then, it snorted and waved its giant claw. Bang, bang. The void cracked and 3 terrifying black claw shadows quickly fell from the sky. Suddenly, dozens of cultivators were smashed into meat paste. Among them, the cultivators from the Palace of Ares, the Shen family, and the Divine Bird Palace were the closest. Therefore, the unlucky ones were the cultivators from these 3 families. It was funny that they thought that Lin Xian would be killed by the heavenly netherbird. They didn't expect that they would be the unlucky ones in the end. The remaining cultivators trembled and their eyes were filled with despair. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In the face of this attack, they couldn't fight back at all. At the same time, they were shocked because they couldn't understand how Lin Xian got in. After venting its anger, the heavenly netherbird calmed down again. Then, its cold eyes locked onto the crowd again. Being stared at by the heavenly serene bird's cold eyes, everyone was scared and desperate. However, after a while, they realized that the heavenly serene bird did not attack them. This made them feel relieved, but at the same time, confused. With the heavenly serene bird's cruel personality, it would not let them go. Since it did not attack them, it could only mean one thing. they were still useful. Other than that, they could not think of a reason why the heavenly serene bird did not attack them. Honorable heavenly serene bird, what do you need us to do? At this time, an elder of the divine bird palace stood up and asked in a respectful tone. To be honest, no one wanted to die, especially when facing such a terrifying existence like the heavenly serene bird. Even if they were being used, they were willing to do so. The heavenly serene bird's huge eyes turned and stared at the elder of the divine bird palace. Then, its cold voice sounded again. You are smart. You know what I mean. Yes, I do need you to do something. The heavenly serene bird looked at the elder and said, so it is the descendant of the 3 crimson blood birds. I did not expect to meet you here. Hearing this, the people of the divine bird palace were excited. The elder asked again, does Lord Heavenly Serene Bird know our ancestors? Looking at his expression, he could not wait to become relatives with the heavenly serene bird so that he would not have to die. They had met once. The heavenly serene bird said in a deep voice, follow me and maybe I will spare your lives. Otherwise, even if you are the descendant of an old friend, I will not be merciful. At the end of the sentence, the atmosphere became heavy again. The whole space seemed to be frozen. If there's anything you need, please tell us. We, the Divine Bird Palace, will do our best. After that, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace knelt down. Then, all the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace knelt down in front of the heavenly serene bird. When the other warriors saw this scene, their faces changed. Although they did not kneel down like the Divine Bird Palace, they quickly asked. Seeing that everyone had surrendered, the heavenly serene bird nodded with satisfaction and said, my request is very simple. As long as you do it seriously, you will be able to do it. First, enter the Pine Palace, find the formation room and destroy it. Second, find the key to remove the star chains on my body. As for how to enter the Pine Palace, you do not need to worry. I will send you in. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors were shocked. They didn't think that they would be sent to Deep Pine Hall to complete a mission. It seemed that the heavenly netherbird couldn't enter the Pine Palace. Moreover, there should be a restriction binding it, which was the star chain. However, what made them happy was that they were able to enter the Deep Pine Palace. However, they were worried that the heavenly netherbird's request wouldn't be easy. This array formation control room was definitely the most important part of Deep Pine Hall. They might not be able to enter, but they also had to find the key to lift the restrictions placed on the other party. If the restriction on the other party's body was broken, then the heaven netherbird would have nothing to worry about. If they destroyed the formation, then there would be nothing in the entire remote sky secret realm that could trap them. At that time, their lives would no longer be in his hands. Everything would be in the hands of the heavenly netherbird. However, if they could find the key to unlock the star chains, they might be able to take the initiative and negotiate with the heavenly netherbird again. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with passion because they finally found the hope of survival. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely fulfill your request. The warrior of Divine Bird Palace said respectfully. The others also nodded in agreement. However, the heavenly netherbird sneered, although you agreed very quickly, I know that you humans are naturally cunning. If I let you in like this, I won't be at ease. What? Everyone's hearts thumped as a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Sure enough, the heavenly netherbird continued, I will plant a black lotus mark on each of you. As long as you do as I say and complete the task, you will not be in any danger. However, if you dare to disobey my order, the black lotus in your body will instantly turn into black flames and burn you to ashes. Everyone's faces turned pale as a touch of despair appeared in their eyes. It seemed that working for the heavenly netherbird wasn't going to be easy. Not to mention the two things that were hard to find, the flames in their bodies were like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. What? You don't want to? The heavenly netherbird sneered when it saw everyone's expression. How could that be? Sir, please do as you wish. The people of Divine Bird Palace didn't dare to resist as they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Seeing that the people of Divine Bird Palace had spoken, the other warriors had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. After all, the heavenly netherbird was extremely cruel and could kill people in the blink of an eye. They didn't want to become cannon fodder for the heavenly netherbird's anger. Seeing that no one dared to resist, the heavenly netherbird smiled with satisfaction. Then, the black flames on its body rose and turned into countless rays of black light that quickly merged into each warrior's body. Suddenly, the warriors' bodies shook as they felt a black flame appear in their bodies. A black lotus mark appeared on the back of their necks. Although the flame was small, everyone could feel the terrifying energy it contained. It could easily burn all the warriors below the king level into ashes. The others were successfully planted with the mark, but Morongqingqing's face turned pale. Her body emitted a huge light as if she wanted to resist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The people of the Morong family's faces changed greatly. They couldn't understand why Morongqingqing dared to resist in front of everyone. Morongqingqing smiled bitterly as well. It was not that she was resisting, but that she could not control herself. It was the power of the bloodline inside her body that caused this phenomenon. Even the heavenly netherbird was stunned. Its huge eyes stared at Morongqingqing. There seems to be a trace of the phoenix bloodline in her bloodline. No wonder she could resist my black lotus mark. The heavenly netherbird was very surprised, but it didn't seem to be angry. This made the people of the Morong family a little relieved. But in the next moment, their hearts were in their throats again. Because the heavenly netherbird attacked again. It shot out a few black flames and all of them entered Morongqingqing's body. Suddenly, the five-colored light on her body was suppressed and finally disappeared into the air. A black lotus mark also appeared on the back of her fair neck. I didn't expect to meet a descendant of the three-headed crimson bloodbird and a warrior with the phoenix bloodline. It seems that you people are stronger than I thought. I think you can do the two things I asked you to do. Boundless black flames condensed and formed a black blade that quickly slashed at the Big Dipper Formation's light screen. This attack was extremely powerful, far more powerful than before. It directly slashed a 2-meter-long crack in the Big Dipper Formation's light screen. This crack was negligible to the heavenly netherbird's huge body, but it was enough for these human cultivators. Why aren't you going in? At this moment, the heavenly netherbird shouted. The surrounding cultivators trembled and without any delay, they quickly entered the crack. Only when all the cultivators had entered did the crack gradually close up. Finally, it was as good as new. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Countless figures appeared in the formation. Although they had entered the formation, they could still feel the terrifying pressure from the heavenly netherbird outside the formation. Not only that, but a voice sounded in their hearts. Then, following the voice, they quickly turned around and looked behind them. Suddenly, something similar to a map appeared in the light screen between the heavenly netherbird and these people. This is the topographic map of the entire Pine Palace. You must remember it clearly. The map only existed for a short time. As the heavenly netherbird's voice disappeared, the map also disappeared. However, all of them were Exalt Realm experts, so their memories weren't bad at all. So, they were able to instantly firmly remember the map. When the map disappeared, the black lotus mark on their bodies no longer shone. Not only that, the pressure from the heavenly netherbird outside the formation seemed to have weakened. Feeling this change, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After that, they began to quickly gather according to their respective forces. At this moment, two figures rushed over from afar. One of them quickly shouted, "Qingqing, are you all right?" Seeing this figure, everyone was shocked. However, Morongqingqing smiled sweetly. This was because these two figures were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The one who asked was Lin Xian. "I'm fine." It was scary, but not dangerous. Morongqingqing smiled. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. "Brat, you dare to play tricks in front of the heavenly netherbird? You're definitely dead this time. Once we get out of here, Lord Heavenly Netherbird will definitely burn you to ashes." The people of Divine Bird Palace sneered. The ninth young master of the Shen family stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. The others had strange expressions on their faces because they still couldn't figure out how Lin Xian had gotten in. Hearing Shirshan Niagong's threat, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "A bunch of idiots. How dare you laugh at me? Do you really think that the heavenly netherbird will let you go after you help him?" Hearing this, everyone's heart thumped. Yes, with the heavenly netherbird's cruel personality, how could it let them go? Perhaps the heavenly netherbird would kill them after they finished their mission. The faces of the people of the divine bird palace also became very ugly. They were also confused by this question, but they didn't want to see Lin Xian's proud expression, so they said coldly, "No matter what, Lord Heavenly Netherbird is still a great figure that has surpassed the king realm. The words of such a person can definitely be trusted. As long as we help him complete his mission, he will definitely let us go." "Lord?" Lin Xian looked at the people of the divine bird palace with disdain. "I really don't know if you are a human or a monster. How dare you call a peerless monster Lord? If it was a human expert, maybe I could believe it. But for a monster, I really can't find any reason to believe it," Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. Are we really going to help the heavenly netherbird complete his mission? But what can we do if we don't complete the mission? Our time is limited, and the heavenly netherbird has set up a seal. If we don't do as he says, once the time is up, the black flames in our bodies will burn. At that time, we won't be able to escape. Many warriors shook their heads and sighed. Maybe we can find the key to the star chains and then negotiate with the heavenly netherbird, a warrior said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded because this was indeed a good idea. However, just as they smiled, the warrior who suggested this idea suddenly burst into flames. The black flames instantly covered the warrior. In the blink of an eye, the warrior was burned clean and no longer existed. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they were shrouded by a huge fear and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. "It's burning. The black flames in our bodies are burning," someone said in a trembling voice. "This is impossible. We just came in and did nothing. Also, the time limit is still very long. How could it burn for no reason?" Everyone was terrified and couldn't understand. However, they didn't know that outside the defensive array, the heavenly netherbird was staring at them with cold eyes. "Humph, a group of ants trying to control me. How ridiculous." It turned out that the heavenly netherbird was monitoring their every move and could even hear their conversation clearly. However, the people inside the array were completely unaware of this. At this time, the dark red divine dragon opened his mouth. "Stop talking. The heavenly netherbird can hear your words." That guy just spoke rudely and naturally angered the heavenly netherbird. That's why he ended up like this. "What? He can hear our conversation?" After hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, everyone was shocked. However, they soon understood. This was because there was a black lotus mark on each of their bodies. This thing was extremely strange. Perhaps the heavenly netherbird could hear their conversation through this mark. "Why don't we use our divine sense to communicate?" someone suggested. "Don't waste your energy. Nothing you do can escape the heavenly netherbird's surveillance. So, I advise you to stay here obediently," the dark red divine dragon said coldly. Because he was once in existence above the king realm, he knows the methods of those people very well. The methods of those peerless figures were definitely not something that these sovereigns could understand. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ugly. It was as if they were being watched and couldn't do anything to threaten the heavenly netherbird. In other words, their lives were firmly in the hands of the heavenly netherbird. From the conversation, Lin Xian also knew the goals of these people. First, they wanted to find the array room that could control the array. Second, they wanted to find the key to the heavenly netherbird's astral chains. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Previously, he and Zhao Shui had entered early, so they weren't very clear about what was happening outside. However, it seemed that even though the heavenly netherbird was terrifying, it wouldn't be able to enter the formation for the time being. Moreover, there seemed to be a powerful restriction on its body. That was why they were looking for the key. Originally, Lin Xian didn't have any way to deal with the powerful heavenly netherbird, let alone obtain the black flames on its body. However, it seemed that it wasn't impossible. As long as they could find the key to the astral chains, they might have a chance with the help of the dark red dragon. Lin Xian didn't want to kill the heavenly netherbird because he knew that even if he found the key, he wouldn't be able to kill it. His goal was the black flames on its body and the essence blood in its body. These were the two things that both he and the dark red dragon wanted. Therefore, It seemed that they had to find the key to the astral chains before anyone else. Moreover, he definitely wouldn't let anyone destroy the formation's control room. However, there was one more thing that he needed to do, and that was to save Murong Qingqing. Ruffian Dragon, is there any way to remove the black flames from Qingqing's body? Lin Xian asked. Because the heavenly netherbird hadn't planted a black lotus mark on him, he wasn't worried that the heavenly netherbird would listen in on their conversation. In my current state, it won't be easy to remove the black flames. Moreover, the heavenly netherbird might discover it during the process. If it explodes, we won't be able to do anything. However, I can use some methods to temporarily cut off the connection between the heavenly netherbird and Murong Qingqing's black flames. Then, I'll slowly research how to remove it, the dark red dragon replied. Alright, let's do that for now. Afterwards, Lin Xian pulled Murong Qingqing to his side and had the dark red dragon set up a formation in her body to temporarily suppress the black lotus mark. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble as they looked at Lin Xian with fiery gazes. They knew that if they could suppress the mark, it would mean that they would be safe for a while. However, Lin Xian did not care about them at all. Even among the people from the Murong family, he only saved Murong Qingqing. Firstly, he had a special relationship with Murong Qingqing, so of course he had to save her. Moreover, he was not familiar with the others, so there was no need for him to do anything. Furthermore, suppressing Black Flame was not an easy task. With the dark red divine dragon's current cultivation, suppressing one of them was already a feat. Therefore, for the sake of the dark red divine dragon's stamina, Lin Xian did not let him save anyone else. However, although he set up a formation for Murong Qingqing, Lin Xian still didn't let Murong Qingqing follow him. Instead, he allowed her to return to the Murong family. He knew that it would be safer for her to stay in the Murong family than it would be for her to stay by his side. The next step was to explore Pine Palace. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew forward with Zhao Shui. Let's go too, Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. Then, she led the people from the Murong family and set off. After that, the warriors from the other forces set off. The dark red divine dragon was the core area of the remote sky secret realm. There were definitely many treasures inside. If they could obtain one or two of them, it would definitely increase their strength greatly. Although they would not be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird, they would at least be able to protect themselves. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui took the lead and quickly passed through. Soon, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew to the side. What a rich spiritual energy! He stopped in front of a small purple tree. Wu Ji the snow-white monkey seemed to have smelled a fragrance and immediately flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It looked at the small purple tree in front of it and squinted its eyes. Good stuff. This is a purple spirit grape. The dark red divine dragon was also drooling. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were much more careful because they knew that there would definitely be danger in the vicinity of these natural treasures. It would either be a powerful restriction array or a powerful demonic beast. Therefore, the two of them did not make a move and quickly looked around. You two don't look. Hurry up and pick them. The dark red divine dragon roared and quickly ran forward. The dragon waved its claws and covered the purple grapes. However, in the next moment, it grabbed nothing. Wu Ji the snow-white monkey's body flashed and picked all the purple grapes. Then, it quickly ate them. Damn monkey. You're so fast. Give me some. The dark red divine dragon began to fight with the snow-white monkey. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were surprised because they realized that there was no danger in the process of Little White picking the grapes. Could it be that we're overthinking things? Lin Xian asked suspiciously. Maybe. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. The snow-white monkey did not care about that. It waved its furry claws and quickly distributed some purple spirit grapes to Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. It seems that we really thought too much. Try it, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he put a purple spirit fruit into his mouth. As soon as the spirit fruit entered his mouth, it turned into pure spirit energy and quickly flowed through his body. What pure spiritual power! As expected of the treasures of Pine Palace. It's extraordinary. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That fingernail-sized purple spirit grape was equivalent to 2 to 3 months of hard work. Needless to say, it was definitely good stuff. At the side, Xiaoxia ate one and smiled. Then, she used her void sky eyes and quickly scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, she was shocked. There were flame fruits, qilin grass, half-moon fruits, one after another. Strange spiritual fruits appeared in his field of vision. Moreover, there were no powerful array formations or restrictions near those spiritual fruits, nor were there any powerful demonic beasts guarding them. You two don't have to be too surprised. Although these spirit fruits are very precious in the outside world, they are probably just ordinary fruit trees in Pine Palace. The dark red divine dragon explained as it flew forward. The snow-white monkey was even faster. It turned into a bolt of white lightning and shuttled through the orchard. As expected of an ancient powerhouse. Such good spirit fruits are just ordinary fruit trees here. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew forward with Zhao Shui. Since there were no spirit arrays or restrictions, they did not hold back and quickly picked the spirit fruits. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui entered the orchard, the other cultivators behind them arrived. When they saw the spirit fruits on the ground, their eyes lit up. Don't be impulsive. Be careful. An elder stopped a few young cultivators who were about to rush over. Then, he sternly lectured them, young people, don't be impulsive. There must be powerful spirit arrays or demonic beasts near these spirit treasures. You must be careful. Don't be reckless. Otherwise, it's a small matter if you don't get the spirit fruits. If you lose your life, the losses will outweigh the gains. The elder was very serious as he educated his subordinates. The other cultivators also nodded. Everyone, let's work together. The group carefully scouted the surroundings and slowly approached the orchard. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the orchard. It sounded like something was crawling. There's movement. Many people focused their attention and stared straight ahead. The young warriors were also nervous. Fortunately, they had the guidance of the elders. Otherwise, they might have become monsters' lunch if they had rashly gone forward. Those martial artists also had lingering fear on their faces, and they were very grateful to the elders who stopped them. However, the next moment, the young warriors were all stunned. Their eyes widened as if they could not believe what they saw. This was because what was walking towards Guolinli was not a powerful demonic beast, but a long dark red snake. Hey, isn't that Lin Xian's pet? Why is it here? Yeah, there should be a powerful restriction array here. Why is it fine? Did they break it? The group of people was extremely puzzled. Even those of the older generation were stunned. Damn you, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet and took a bite of the Kirin fruit in its hand. What is it eating? Is it a supreme-grade spiritual fruit? The crowd ignored the dark red dragon's curses and stared at the spiritual fruit in its hand. That's right. Judging from its appearance and aura, it's definitely a supreme-grade spiritual fruit. The group was excited and wanted to pounce on it immediately. However, they had just been lectured by the elders and did not dare to move forward rashly. There must be a powerful restriction array in a place with such a supreme-grade spiritual fruit. Damn it, how did they get in? Could it be that they broke the array? Previously, this kid could enter the Big Dipper array. The group looked ahead suspiciously. The dark red dragon was also stunned when it heard the crowd's conversation. Then, it burst into laughter. These people also thought that there must be a terrifying restriction array in the vicinity of the orchard. It seemed that these guys still did not understand what kind of existence Pine Palace was, however, it would not let these people in so easily. It immediately said loudly, of course there is a restriction array. It's a very powerful killing array. However, your majesty is a grandmaster array master. Of course, I can open up a bloody path. As for you all, you won't be able to. If you don't believe me, you can try. I can guarantee that no one below king level will be able to walk in alive. What? So powerful. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Even though they didn't really believe it, the other party was in existence that could enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. If they were to really compete in terms of array formations, It was likely that none of them would be a match for the other party. Therefore, for a moment, these people were shocked. When the Crimson Divine Dragon saw that his words had frightened countless warriors, he was laughing in his heart. However, on the surface, he pretended to be very calm. But you don't have to worry. If you acknowledge me as your king and become my human pet, I can consider helping you enter. What? You want us to be your lackeys? Why don't you just die? Damned snake, how dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll kill you when I come out. A group of people roared in anger. Who were these people? Most of them were experts from top-notch factions. Moreover, quite a few of them were disciples of king clans. Their identities could be said to be extremely honorable. Yet now, a snake actually wanted to take them in as servants. How could they accept this? However, the Crimson Divine Dragon waved his dragon claws in disdain when he heard this. A bunch of ignorant fools. When I was all-powerful back then, your ancestors weren't even born yet. Being my human pet is definitely a blessing that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Yet, you're still complaining about not being willing to do so. Let me tell you, not just anyone can be my human pet. Only 7th Heaven Supremacies or disciples of king clans can barely be my human pet. The faces of those 7th Heaven Supremacies and king clans instantly darkened when they heard this. Damn it, this snake was too despicable. It was obviously targeting them. These seniors were so angry that their beards were trembling. Killing intent filled their bodies. They wished that they could immediately charge forward and chop this snake into 108 pieces. However, they didn't dare to do so because these old fellows firmly believed that there was definitely a powerful array formation near the orchard. Therefore, they could only watch the Crimson Divine Dragon hoot and didn't dare to do anything. The Crimson Divine Dragon felt refreshed when it saw those people's darkened faces. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other 2 in the orchard were almost done with their harvest. Therefore, they quickly walked over. Lin Xian glanced indifferently at the cultivators in front of him. Then, he called out to the Crimson Divine Dragon and quickly walked out of the orchard. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. In particular, the array masters widened their eyes. They had to see clearly how the other party had broken the array formation. However, they were soon dumbfounded. That was because they realized that Lin Xian and the others didn't break the array formation at all. Instead, they swaggered out. How is this possible? Could it be that there was something profound about their footwork? A group of array masters were quickly analyzing the situation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who hadn't gone far, laughed when they heard this. However, they wouldn't explain anything. Meanwhile, the Crimson Divine Dragon cackled and turned around to look at those people in the distance with disdain. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Take your time to analyze. When the cultivators behind heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Especially the array masters and the older generation figures. Their faces were hideous and terrifying. Damn that snake. I'm an array master. I don't believe I can't break it. That's right. If we join forces, we can definitely break it. The young martial artists looked at each other in dismay as they discussed among themselves. Why do I feel like there's no array formation here at all? I think so too. Look at that Lin Xian. He's just walking normally. He doesn't look like he's breaking the array formation. That's right. Could it be that these elders made a mistake? Although these disciples spoke softly, the soul perception of the older generation figures was extremely sharp. Therefore, they heard everything. Immediately, the faces of these older generation figures darkened. Many of them turned around angrily. No array formation? How is that possible? Kid, today I'll let you know the dangers of being young and ignorant. After saying that, one of the array masters reached out his hand, grabbed a young cultivator, and threw him toward the orchard in front. The others screamed in fright. They didn't expect these array masters to attack them. As for the young cultivator who was thrown, his mind went blank. He even forgot to resist. Plop, the young cultivator fell heavily in the orchard. The young warrior got up from the ground and quickly walked a few steps in the forest. Finally, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I'm fine. I'm not dead. After laughing wildly, he no longer paid attention to those people. Instead, he frantically picked the spirit fruits on the tree. "He's fine?" When the other young warriors saw this, they were overjoyed. Without caring about anything else, they quickly rushed up. Sure enough, until they entered the orchard and ate the supreme-grade spirit fruits, they did not find any trace of danger. Seeing this, the elders and array masters were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled all over. Shameful, too shameful. They even wanted to die. After studying for a long time, they found that this place did not even have a defensive array. It was ridiculous that they acted like seniors and showed off in front of so many disciples. Now that they thought about it, they were really ignorant. Impossible, how is this possible? These are supreme-grade spirit fruits. How can there be no defense? The elders and array masters were about to go crazy. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could they know that the supreme-grade spirit fruits in their eyes were just ordinary fruits in Pine Palace? There was no need for a defensive array. The elders were about to go crazy. They did not expect that they would be fooled by a snake. Thinking of this, their faces turned red and they wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Damn reptile, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll cook you and eat you." Yes, and that Lin Xian. How dare he pick so many spirit fruits in front of us? He really deserves to die. The elders and array masters gritted their teeth. However, they could not care less about Lin Xian now. Instead, they ran to the orchard in front of them like the wind. "Damn little bastard, leave some for this old man." These people ran into the orchard and frantically snatched the spirit fruits. There were still a few spirit fruits in the orchard, but most of them were picked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They did not care about the rest. However, at this moment, these were rare treasures in the eyes of these people. Lin Xian didn't know that the spirit fruits he left behind would cause such a crazy scramble. At this moment, he and Zhao Shui were heading back towards the Pine Hall. Along the way, he discovered that the spirit fruits that he had seen in the outside world were all over the place. Moreover, this was only the periphery of the Dark Pine Hall. One could imagine how many good things were inside the real Dark Pine Hall. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly ran. They directly gave up on ordinary treasures because there were better ones ahead. Of course, if they found any special treasures along the way, they would also take them. In short, the harvest on this trip was far greater than the sum of all the treasures before. Suddenly, an abnormally strong fragrance came from the front. This immediately attracted the attention of Lin Xian and the others. Especially the little white monkey, it was so anxious that it was scratching its ears and cheeks. The dark red dragon was even drooling. "It smells so good. This is the real good stuff." Lin Xian was also pleasantly surprised because just from this fragrance, he could imagine the spiritual energy contained in it. It was far superior to the spirit fruits outside. Zhao Shui was also very surprised and there was a trace of excitement in her beautiful eyes. The two of them looked at each other, then quickly moved and ran forward. Not long after, a tall tree appeared in front of them. It was an ancient tree with old branches that looked like a dragon lying down. It seemed to be at least a few thousand years old. What was even more shocking were the leaves and fruits on the tree. Its leaves were silver and shone with silver light as if they were made of silver. Its fruits were fiery red as if they were burning. The rich fragrance from before was emitted by this ancient tree. "This is the silver leaf fire phoenix tree." The dark red dragon looked forward with a serious expression. The silver leaf fire phoenix tree. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he stared straight ahead. He had received King Pilplum's inheritance and Wine Lord's teachings, so he was very familiar with all the spirit herbs in this world. Therefore, he also knew the legend of the silver leaf fire phoenix. This was an extremely precious ancient tree that was rarely seen even in ancient times. If the silver leaves were picked to make tea, it could increase a warrior's soul power. It was very difficult to increase a warrior's soul power, and there were not many spirit herbs that could increase soul power. This silver leaf fire phoenix fruit was one of them. The red fruit was called the phoenix fruit. It could temper a warrior's body and increase their spirit chi. It could be said to be a very pure source of energy. If the two were used together, it could also increase a warrior's martial soul. Perhaps other spirit fruits could increase soul power and spirit chi, but there were very few things in the world that could increase a martial soul. This silver leaf fire phoenix fruit could do that. Therefore, in ancient times, this was a treasure that countless warriors went crazy for. Hearing Lin Xian's introduction, Zhao Shui was also surprised. She did not expect to see such a precious thing here. However, at this moment, a surprised voice came from behind them. It's the silver leaf fire phoenix tree. Great, we're rich. We're rich. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect someone to recognize this ancient tree. Without needing to turn around, several figures had already landed nearby. The person in the lead was the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares, Duan Tianlang. The warriors behind him were also experts from the Palace of Ares. These people all looked ahead, their hearts burning with excitement. There are hundreds of silver leaves and dozens of fire phoenix fruits. We're really rich this time. Duan Tianlang looked ahead, very excited. The ancient tree was very old and was not as lush as other ordinary trees. There were only a few hundred silver leaves floating in the wind. In the middle of the silver leaves were dozens of fiery red fruits. It sounded very little, but there were many of them. One should know that one could not even find one in the outside world. Duan Tianlang licked his lips, then turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, get lost. This place has been reserved by the Palace of Ares. He naturally did not want to share such good things with others, so his first reaction was to chase Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out. Pfft, go to hell. We found this place, so it should be ours. We should be the ones reserving this place. You people from the Palace of Ares, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that he stomped his feet. The silver leaf fire phoenix tree was useful to him, so he would not give it away. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. You can't beat us at all. Also, my senior brother and Yan Feng are nearby. When they arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Duan Tianlang's expression was fierce as he threatened Lin Xian. Brother Duan, don't worry. I'll help you. Brother Duan, don't worry. I'll help you. At this moment, another loud laugh was heard. Immediately after, the people from the Divine Bird Palace quickly flew over from afar. They greeted Duan Tianlang and then stared at the ancient tree in front of them with fiery eyes. Brother Duan, how about you and I join forces to drive this thief away first? The elder of the Divine Bird Palace said in a deep voice. Of course, I've wanted to do that for a long time. Duan Tianlang nodded. The Divine Bird Palace was an ally of the Palace of Ares, so they could share resources. Moreover, the Palace of Ares was not as strong as the Palace of Ares. When the time came to divide the treasures, the Palace of Ares would take the lion's share. Therefore, Duan Tianlang did not refuse the elder of the Divine Bird Palace's decision. The most important thing now was to drive Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out. Because the two of them were simply too strange. Previously, in the cave mansion, several sovereign families fought over it, but in the end, they were taken advantage of by these two thieves. This matter made him feel bitter. Therefore, now he had to drive Lin Xian away. Subsequently, the warriors of the Palace of Ares and Divine Bird Palace all stared at Lin Xian with evil intentions. Seeing this, the dark red dragon was furious. He glared back fiercely. As long as the other party dared to attack, he would set up a killing array and fight them to the death. Zhao Shui's expression was also cold, ready to attack at any time. However, Lin Xian looked very calm. I'm standing right here. If you want to attack, come at me. You're courting death. An elder of the Divine Bird Palace roared, then stretched out his palm and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. That palm was like a lid, covering the sky and the sun, and quickly fell forward. Accompanying it was a terrifying pressure. The violent palm energy was like the roar of 10,000 beasts, causing the whole world to tremble. This palm was very fierce. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace did not hold back. However, Lin Xian remained unmoved. Only when the frightening palm approached did he raise his arm and point a finger. Terrifying sword chi flew out from his fingertips, like thousands of soldiers and horses, with a strong killing intent, quickly soared into the sky. The moment the terrifying sword chi appeared, all the surrounding martial artists felt an indescribable pressure. In the next moment, everyone saw the huge palm being split apart by the terrifying sword chi. Then, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, while the elders of the Divine Bird Palace retreated, their faces full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? This brat's strength has increased again. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace was terrified. This was because Lin Xian had previously been able to contend against a 7th-level venerable, but he had definitely not been as calm as he was now. Being able to break through the attacks of 7 venerable ones with a casual attack was simply too shocking. 6th Heavenly Layer Venerable, no wonder. Seems like this kid's cultivation base has improved. The elder of Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. However, on the other side, Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. This was exactly what he was worried about. Xianxia had merely advanced by a single realm, yet his cultivation and combat strength had undergone a tremendous change, and this caused him to be unable to help but feel terrified. If you still want to attack, then use your full strength. Don't hold back anymore. Duan Tianlang reminded him. Don't worry, I know what to do. The elder of Divine Bird Palace nodded heavily. Then, a terrifying aura rose from his body. Terrifying spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, making a roaring sound. In the next moment, countless thunder and lightning surged out and condensed into a divine bird of thunder in front of him. The violent thunder and lightning brought about great destructive power, causing all the martial artists to be terrified. Facing Lin Xian, the elder of Divine Bird Palace finally summoned his martial soul. Thunderbird martial soul? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. If this is all you've got, I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible. Brat, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The elder of Divine Bird Palace snorted coldly, then raised his arm and an endless amount of spiritual energy poured into his martial soul. In the next moment, the Thunderbird martial soul rushed toward Lin Xian with divine thunder in the sky. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In his body, an endless amount of purple-white thunder and lightning surged out and condensed into a human-shaped lightning. This human-shaped lightning was purple-white and surrounded by electric light, as if the thunder god was roaring. Following Lin Xian's movement, the human-shaped lightning threw a punch. Suddenly, the entire space collapsed. Countless lightning bolts covered the sky, covering the entire sky in an instant. Although they were both thunder martial souls, Lin Xian's thunder and lightning were composed of the 6,000-year-old purple thunder bamboo and the mysterious Ying thunder. Its power was definitely not something that the elder of Divine Bird Palace could resist. Therefore, without any surprise, the Thunderbird martial soul of Divine Bird Red was blown away by the punch. The elder of Divine Bird Palace turned pale and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He has actually surpassed me in terms of lightning. The elder's face was full of horror and disbelief. He was the descendant of the 3-headed crimson blood bird, and the 3-headed crimson blood bird was best at 3 attributes: wind, fire, and thunder. What he cultivated was the thunder attribute. Not only that, but he also condensed the Thunderbird martial soul. It could be said that no one in the same level could beat him in thunder and lightning. However, now, a boy in the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm was not only stronger than him in battle strength, but also in thunder and lightning attainments. He could not believe it. Hearing the elder's question, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the world? That punch just now was a lesson for you. If you want to continue to court death, I can help you. Feeling the killing intent from Lin Xian, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled. He did not expect that he would feel fear in the face of a young junior. Although he did not want to believe it, this fear was real. Therefore, although his face was very ugly, he did not dare to make a move again. Since the elder of Divine Bird Palace did not make a move, Duan Tianlang was even more unlikely to make a move. From the battle just now, he had seen Lin Xian's battle strength. Lin Xian was not weaker than him and was even stronger than him. Therefore, even if he made a move, he was not confident. Taking a deep breath, Duan Tianlang said slowly, "Forget it, ignore this boy. Our target is the ancient tree." As soon as these words came out, all the warriors around were shocked. This was because they could hear the change in Duan Tianlang's attitude. Previously, he was very arrogant and wanted to drive Lin Xian out, but now, he had to give in. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that the boy in front of them had grown to such a terrifying extent, even the elders of the sovereign family had to bow their heads? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence in their eyes. Seeing that the people of Ares Palace and Divine Bird Palace were about to attack the ancient tree in front of them, Lin Xian did not stop them and even showed a hint of mockery. Lin Xian, do you want to stop them? Zhao Shui asked from the side. Duan Tianlang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Xian and the other man did not stop them. Then, he regained his confidence again. Although the other party was powerful, there were only 2 of them. On the other hand, there were 2 top forces on their side. If they really fought, he could guarantee that the other party would not have any advantage. Therefore, in his opinion, the reason why Lin Xian did not stop them was because they were powerful. He did not even think about the ancient tree. You guys go up and pick all the silver leaves and spirit fruits. Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace ordered. Immediately, the young warriors walked out quickly with ecstasy on their faces. So what if Lin Xian was powerful? He could only watch them snatch the spirit fruits. They knew a thing or two about the effects of the spirit fruits. Moreover, there were many of them. If they performed well, they might be able to get some. Thinking of this, the young warriors became even more excited. One by one, they sped up and strode forward. There were even 2 young cultivators at the 6th level of the honorable realm who moved quickly, wanting to grab the spirit fruit before everyone else. However, just as the 2 warriors approached, the ancient tree in front of them suddenly shook. The branches seemed to have become the sharpest divine spear and instantly pierced through the 2 warriors. The attack was so sudden that the 2 warriors did not even have time to react before they were pierced by the branches. Just as they were about to struggle and resist, a strange power suddenly came from the branches and sucked their flesh and blood essence dry. Plop! Plop! 2 sounds were heard. Then, 2 dried corpses that had been sucked dry fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Those warriors who wanted to pick the fruits all stopped in their tracks. Not only that, but everyone had a horrified expression on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. It could not be helped. This was too terrifying. The ancient tree that they thought was within their reach had launched a fierce attack. In an instant, it had pierced through the 2 6th heaven venerables. A one-hit kill, clean and tidy. Behind them, Lin Xian sneered. Just as he had guessed, the spirit fruits were not so easy to pick. But Duan Tianlang and the elder of Divine Bird Palace narrowed their eyes and their faces changed. The reason why they let their disciples do it was because it was inconvenient for them to do such a thing with their status. But they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Soon, Duan Tianlang recovered from his shock and quickly shouted, "Come back." In fact, there was no need for him to shout, as those young martial artists had already retreated. They simply did not dare to go up again. When all the warriors retreated to their sides, Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions became very ugly. Judging from the ancient tree's attack, even a 7th-level venerate might not be able to safely pluck it. It seems that we've made a mistake this time. Duan Tianlang took a deep breath, his voice extremely solemn. When he turned around and saw Lin Xian's mocking expression, he was instantly enraged. Damn it, I was tricked. Judging from the other party's expression, it was as if he knew that there was danger ahead of time. However, the other party didn't say anything and didn't even try to stop them. It was obvious that they were trying to trick them. At the thought of this, Duan Tianlang's expression became extremely ferocious. Kid, don't be so smug. Do you think this can stump us? Let me tell you, the Palace of Ares is much more powerful than you think. Believe it or not, you won't be able to get a single spirit fruit on this tree. Duan Tianlang roared. You don't have to worry about whether I can get the spirit fruit or not. I'm more curious about whether you can get the spirit fruit or not. Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. Humph, don't be so arrogant. I'll open your eyes today. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, then turned around and stared at the ancient tree in front of him. In The next moment, he let out a low roar and quickly attacked. His tall figure exploded with incomparable energy. A ray of light shone and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed forward. It had to be said that Duan Tianlang was indeed powerful. Even among the 7th level venerates, he was extremely powerful. The huge hand formed by spiritual energy directly enveloped the entire ancient tree and even formed a sealed space, trying to uproot the ancient tree. The ancient tree sensed danger and all the branches on its body began to tremble. Every branch emitted an incomparable radiance, as if they were spears of the demon god, rapidly piercing into the void. Rumble, there was an intense collision sound. Countless branches turned into sharp spears and ruthlessly pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy, creating a loud clanging sound. Then, countless holes were pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and turned into spiritual energy again, dissipating into the sky. The hundreds of spears turned into branches again and rapidly fell down, drifting with the wind. What? It blocked it. How is this possible? The martial artists behind were stunned. They couldn't believe that an ancient tree could actually block the full attack of a 7th level venerate. Even Duan Tianlang was shocked. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily blocked by the other party. It seemed that the ancient tree was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Is this the strength of the Palace of Ares? It's really an eye-opener. Hearing Lin Xian's ridicule, Duan Tianlang's face became extremely ferocious. At this moment, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace strode forward and said in a deep voice, "Brother Duan, let me help you." "All right." Duan Tianlang nodded heavily and his eyes lit up again. He ignored Lin Xian and stared at the ancient tree in front of him again. This time, he was going to summon his martial soul and attack with all his might. Duan Tianlang's martial soul was a demonic wolf with green wings. It was very valiant. When the demonic wolf appeared, it immediately exploded with an extremely violent power, as if a peerless beast had awakened. On the other side, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace also summoned his Thunderbird martial soul. The two of them joined forces and quickly attacked forward. This was the attack of two 7th level venerates. Its power was unimaginable. In an instant, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space. If this wasn't the Pine Palace, the entire ground would have collapsed. Even so, the terrifying energy still caused the ground to tremble slightly. The Thunderbird flew, bringing with it unparalleled thunder. Huge thunderbolts quickly descended from the sky and bombarded the surroundings. Even a 7th level venerate would find it difficult to block such an attack. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning blasted towards the ancient tree in front of them. At the same time, the winged demonic wolf also ran with all its might. It opened its mouth and spat out a grey gust of wind. Ordinary mountains and rivers couldn't withstand such a gust of wind. They would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. That's great. With the two elders attacking with all their might, we'll definitely be able to take down the ancient tree. That's for sure. I'm afraid only an 8th level venerable can resist such a terrifying attack. Even if the ancient tree is powerful, it's definitely not at this level. Behind them, a group of martial artists and disciples were extremely excited. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a sneer on his lips. He did not think that the two's attacks would pose any fatal threat to the ancient tree. Sure enough, the ancient tree would not just sit and wait for death. It sensed the threat and immediately emitted an extremely bright light. The silver leaves in the sky swayed and immediately formed 9 silver snakes. They danced wildly in the air and quickly resisted the terrifying lightning bombardment. Meanwhile, the red fruit kept moving and formed phoenixes. They were bathed in flames and quickly rushed toward the earth demon wolf. Countless energy collided and then smashed apart. The entire space was flooded in an instant. The disciples' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. They could not withstand the impact of the energy at all. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body and quickly destroyed the violent flow and energy aftermath. The air around him was very quiet. There was no trace of energy riot at all. The entire space was filled with violent flows and was filled with infinite danger. However, Lin Xian's surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was no trace of energy riot. When everything vanished into thin air, the martial artists in the distance were stunned. This was because Duan Tianlang and the elder who were fighting the ancient tree were retreating in an extremely embarrassing manner. Both of them had suffered some injuries. What? Did they fail? Seeing this, everyone panicked. If the two experts could not even get the spirit fruit, it would be very difficult for them to do so. Duan Tianlang and the elder from the Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked. They looked ahead in a daze. Then, they shook their heads and sighed as they opened their palms. There was a silver leaf in each of their palms. This was the spoils of war that they had obtained with all their might. However, they did not feel any joy. Instead, they felt a sense of horror. One had to know that both of them were 7th level venerables. Moreover, they were not ordinary 7th level venerables. The two of them were very powerful when they joined forces. However, they only obtained 2 silver leaves and even suffered some injuries. It had to be said that the tree demon in front of them was too powerful, far beyond their imagination. They even suspected that Lin Xian already knew about this, which was why he didn't stop them. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang looked back. When he saw the mocking smile on Lin Xian's face, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Damn it, this brat already knew. As expected, with that kid's character, how could he not make a move? It turns out that he already knew that the tree demon ahead was very difficult to deal with. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace also had an ugly expression on his face. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said slowly, "The performance of the two of you is really unsightly." Dignified 7th level experts and elders of top forces actually only managed to obtain 2 leaves. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. I advise you to find 2 pieces of tofu and knock yourself to death, so that you don't embarrass your family here. What did you say? Brat, you're courting death. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were furious. Although they did not succeed, they would not allow themselves to be ridiculed like this. What did I say? What I said is the truth. Lin Xian sneered. You want to occupy this place without any ability? You're really boasting shamelessly. Both of you, get out of here. Don't delay my attack. Hearing this, Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. Even the disciples' faces darkened. Duan Tianlang roared and was about to rush up to Lin Xian. However, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace held him back and said coldly, Brother Duan, don't be rash. That tree demon is so powerful. I'm afraid that only 8th level venerables can contend with it. No matter how powerful that brat is, he can't reach the combat power of an 8th level venerables. Hearing this, Duan Tianlang calmed down. I'd like to see what kind of ability this brat has. How dare he mock us? After saying this, he and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace stepped back and watched coldly. The disciples of the 2 major forces also sneered. They did not believe that Lin Xian could be stronger than their 2 elders. Let this brat keep pretending. Let's see how he'll deal with it when he fails. What a joke. Who does he think he is? How dare he try to subdue such a terrifying tree demon? What shameless boasting. Let's see. He'll definitely fail. No one believed that Lin Xian would succeed. Even Xiaoxua looked doubtful. Lin Xian, do you have a way? If we join forces, we should be stronger than the 2 of them, but I'm afraid we won't be able to take much. But we can still take 5 or 6 portions. Lin Xian smiled and replied, There's no need to join forces for the time being. I have a way. Somehow, seeing Lin Xian smile, Xiaoxua felt relieved. She had seen too many miracles happen to Lin Xian along the way. Therefore, she chose to believe in Lin Xian this time. Brat, can you do it? Do you need me to set up a formation to help you? The dark red divine dragon was also worried. No need. Let me try first. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red divine dragon hurriedly explained, Brat, you must be careful. If I'm not wrong, that ancient tree should be a tree demon. And it's very powerful. I'm afraid it's already at the level of an 8-star demon general. Otherwise, it's impossible that the two of them couldn't even subdue it. From the looks of it now, I'm afraid that only an 8th level Venerate can truly subdue that fellow. However, if we join forces, we might be able to take many spirit fruits. However, Lin Xian still shook his head after hearing that. He naturally knew that the ancient tree in front of him was a tree demon. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful tree demon. In terms of combat power, probably no one could compete with it now. However, it was precisely because it was a tree demon that he had a way to subdue it. In the next moment, he took a step forward, looked coldly in front, and shouted loudly. I know that you've already activated your spiritual intelligence and can understand what I'm saying. Hand over half of the silver leaves and fruits obediently, and I'll spare your life. What? Hearing that, everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Xian would attack the tree demon forcefully, but they didn't expect him to threaten it. This brat must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. If such threats were effective, would he still have a chance? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I knew he couldn't do it, but I didn't expect him to be so weird as to threaten the tree demon. The group of people looked at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were also puzzled. When they saw Lin Xian's confidence, they thought that he had some powerful killer move. They didn't expect to see such a comical scene. Humph, I was wondering what it was. It's just a clown playing to the gallery. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. An ant is an ant. How can you expect it to create a miracle? Duan Tianlang also sneered. How dare he go against the Palace of Ares with this level of skill? He's courting death. Even Zhao Shui and the dark red dragon were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to threaten them. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. Her expression was very strange. The dark red dragon covered its face with its dragon claws and wailed. Shameful, too shameful. This brat is hopeless. As far as it was concerned, Lin Xian's actions were simply foolish to the extreme. He had specifically warned that the tree demon was very powerful, but it didn't have any effect. Lin Xian's words were too shocking, so everyone was stunned for a moment. However, no one thought that Lin Xian was telling the truth. Many people laughed at him after hearing it. Even the ancient tree in front of him was enraged when it heard this. An unusually violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the ancient tree. Suddenly, the entire space trembled violently. When the warriors in the distance felt this aura, the mocking expression on their faces disappeared. It was replaced by a horrified expression. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond what they could withstand. Even Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace changed their expressions. Fortunately, they didn't continue to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended well. This aura made both of them tremble with fear. Haha, this brat is dead. He angered the tree demon in front. I'm afraid that even an 8th level honorable can't withstand this aura, let alone this brat. Heh, let him pretend. He screwed up this time. Even though the disciples were terrified, they were laughing coldly in their hearts. They wanted to see how Lin Xian would be able to create a clone in the face of certain death. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He looked at the angry tree demon in front of him and sneered. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and a black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him. The black ball of light flipped and turned into a small black cauldron. That small black cauldron was very simple and unadorned, and there were all kinds of strange beasts carved on it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. The appearance of the black cauldron seemed to have caused the treant in front to feel uneasy. The treant let out an angry roar, and then countless branches turned into divine spears that quickly pierced forward. Immediately, light soared into the sky, shaking space and time. Although they were far away, everyone could feel the terrifying power within the light. Even the eyelids of Duan Tianlang and the elder of Divine Bird Palace twitched violently. Countless divine rainbow-like lights pierced through the void and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian, enveloping him in an instant. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression didn't change. He only activated the small black cauldron in front of him and shot out a jet black light. Buzz, the small black cauldron emitted a simple and deep sound. This sound seemed to have a magical quality, and it clearly sounded in everyone's hearts. When the treant in front heard this sound, it was as if it had been struck by lightning, and its entire trunk kept shaking. Suddenly, the thousands of mountain-like spear lights disappeared without a trace. What? They disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that a sound could make thousands of divine spears disappear. This was too incredible. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was that the ancient tree in front of them was shaking rapidly, as if it had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian held the small black cauldron in his hand and shot out another jet black light into the ancient tree in front of him. Suddenly, the ancient tree in front of them shook even more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Not only that, but an aged face appeared on the tree trunk. His voice was filled with panic and unease. Stop. Stop. Don't hit me anymore. I admit defeat. What? Admit defeat. The powerful and terrifying treant actually admitted defeat? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. However, what surprised them was yet to come. The treant said again, as long as you stop, I'm willing to hand over half of the leaves and the fire phoenix fruit. Hearing this, everyone's mind went blank and they were dumbfounded. Especially Duan Tianlang and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace, they were even more stunned. Before this, they had fought so hard and only managed to get 2 leaves. Now, Lin Xian only took out a small black cauldron, and the ancient tree in front of them was willing to hand over half of its leaves and fruits. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The disciples were even more stunned, as if they were watching a myth. Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes were also wide open. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. The dark red divine dragon stared at the black cauldron with a suspicious look on its face. Lin Xian was very satisfied. When he discovered the ancient tree in front of him, he had already started discussing with Zero in his body. In the end, Zero agreed to help, but he wanted some interest, which meant he also wanted some silver leaf liquid and fire phoenix fruit. That was the reason for the previous scene. Okay, Ruffian Long, Xiaobai, you two go and search. Soon, the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey flew forward like lightning, and then the 2 of them started collecting the silver leaf and fire phoenix fruit. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists' faces burned with passion. This was an absolute treasure. It was something that could increase the power of one's martial soul. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find it again in the future. Hence, they were unwilling to give up. Finally, an elder of the Palace of Gods of War couldn't help but make a move. Duan Tianlang didn't stop him, because she also wanted to test if she could succeed. If this elder succeeded, she would lead the people of the Palace of Gods of War to attack quickly. However, this elder was only halfway out when he was whipped back by the tree demon in front of him with a branch. The spirit armor on that elder's body was completely shattered, and the flesh around his wound rolled up, revealing his white bones. Just one whip was enough to severely injure a 7th heaven supremacy. This scene made countless martial artists gasp. After seeing the power of the tree demon, those martial artists didn't dare to make a move anymore. They could only watch as Lin Xian and the rest collected the fire phoenix fruit. This scene made them extremely jealous. Soon, the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey collected half of the fire phoenix fruit. Then, the 2 of them quickly returned. Seeing that the other party didn't kill them, the tree demon heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone had a share, but the biggest beneficiary was Ling Xian, followed by the 1,000-beast cauldron. Xiaoshui, the dark red divine dragon, and the others had also received some. It could be said that the harvest this time was very rich. With these silver leaves and fiery phoenix fruits, the strength of Lin Xian and the others would increase again. The dark red divine dragon would recover a lot of its cultivation, while Lin Xian and Zhao Shui could use this to strengthen the power of their martial souls. Especially Lin Xian, he could revive the great dragon sword soul again. Once the great dragon sword soul was revived to the level of a 7th level venerable, his combat strength would greatly increase to a very terrifying level. At that time, even if he encountered a monster at the level of the tree demon, he would not need to use the 1,000-beast cauldron. He could defeat it with his own strength. Lin Xian and the others were sharing the spiritual fruits, while Duan Tianlang and the people of the Divine Bird Palace in the distance were gnashing their teeth. That was half of the silver leaves and fiery phoenix fruits. If they got it, their cultivation would definitely increase by another level. Therefore, how could they not be jealous? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian like red-eyed rabbits, staring straight ahead. They could not defeat the ancient tree demon, but this did not mean that they did not dare to attack Lin Xian. The tree demon was an 8-star demon general, and they could not defeat it. However, there were only 2 people on Lin Xian's side, and their strength was comparable to theirs. They had more people on their side, and if they attacked with all their strength, they might be able to defeat the tree demon. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang was excited. Then, he glanced at the divine bird palace and saw that their eyes were also red, and he immediately grinned. Needless to say, the other party must have the same idea as him, so when their eyes met, they knew what each other was thinking. Keep some distance, don't get too close to the tree demon, or it will be inconvenient for us to attack. Duan Tianlang quickly instructed. Suddenly, the warriors slowly retreated, but they retreated in a very orderly manner, forming a semicircle, directly blocking all of Lin Xian's escape routes. In other words, no matter which direction Lin Xian fled in, he would encounter them unless he chose not to run. Lin Xian naturally noticed Duan Tianlang's actions and immediately sneered. What? You can't get it yourself, so you want to snatch it from me? Brat, you're too greedy. You actually dared to take half of the spiritual fruits. Duan Tianlang snorted, if you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit and the silver leaf, and I can let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground today. Humph, what big words. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a terrifying sword soared from his body. Zhao Shua's expression was cold, and 2 rays of cold light shot out from her eyes. She didn't say anything, but her actions showed that she would fight alongside Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey were eating spirit fruits while watching the show leisurely. There was no need for them to participate in these battles. Come at me together. None of you is my opponent in a one-on-one fight. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone like a sword light. His body exuded a sharp sword aura, and he looked like a sword immortal. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang snorted, and then said to the elder of Divine Bird Palace beside him, I'll take people to deal with that brat. Divine Bird Palace, take care of that woman. This time, don't hold back. Don't worry, I won't let them escape this time. The elder of Divine Bird Palace also revealed a ferocious smile. Duan Tianlang nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and led the powerful venerables in the team to rush forward. In addition to him, there were 4 warriors at the peak of the 6th heaven of the venerable realm. When the 4 of them worked together, their combat strength was not inferior to that of a 7th heaven venerable. As for the other warriors, Duan Tianlang didn't let them go. This was because to deal with Lin Xian, they had to bring out elite warriors. Otherwise, the others would only cause trouble. Although there weren't many people, Duan Tianlang was quite confident, because he had 2 7th heaven venerables on his side. He didn't believe that a 6th heaven of the venerable realm kid could take them on. Although Lin Xian had taken out a small black cauldron to scare the tree demon, in Duan Tianlang's opinion, the small black cauldron only seemed to be effective against demonic beasts. Therefore, Duan Tianlang wasn't that worried. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, the demonic wolf martial soul quickly condensed. With a wave of his hand, the earth demonic wolf roared and let out a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. Seeing that Duan Tianlang had summoned the demonic wolf martial soul, Lin Xian snorted and quickly summoned his humanoid lightning martial soul. Then, the 2 martial souls quickly exchanged blows in the air, bursting with violent energy. It was deafening, like the sound of thunder in the sea. On the other side, the 4 peak 6th heaven ancient martial art practitioners quickly combined to form a set of array formations and rushed towards Lin Xian. The formation was very mysterious. It was a sword formation, and when combined, it exploded with power that wasn't inferior to that of a 7th heaven venerable. At that moment, Lin Xian was still controlling his martial soul to fight with Duan Tianlang. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have extra energy to deal with the 4 peak martial artists. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, was restrained by the red divine bird and was unable to lend a helping hand. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was completely in danger. However, Lin Xian's expression was rather calm and he did not panic at all. Beside him, the 4 different attributes of wind, lightning, metal, and fire rolled quickly and condensed into 4 light swords. The 4 light swords had different auras, but without exception, they were all filled with murderous aura. They were like shocking dragons that made people tremble in fear. As Lin Xian fought with Duan Tianlang, he stretched out his left hand and drew a line in the air. Suddenly, the 4 light swords beside him made a clanging sound and rushed to the sky, slashing forward. The 4 different powers of wind, lightning, metal, and fire exploded quickly and a powerful force blasted toward the 4 martial artists. Under Lin Xian's control, the 4 light swords exploded with boundless energy. Terrifying sword shadows tore through the sky and slashed the bodies of the 4 martial artists. After one strike, the 4 peak 6th heavenly layer martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. The 4 light swords followed like shadows, leaving sword radiance in the air and slashing down again. In just 2 moves, the formation formed by the 4 6th heaven venerables was utterly defeated, and the 4 martial artists were seriously injured. There's no need to send people with such strength. They're meaningless to me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, the 4 light swords were summoned back to his side. The 4 light swords quickly circled around him and formed a sword screen. Brat, you're courting death. When Duan Tianlang saw this, he was mad with anger. He didn't expect the sword formation to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian had maintained a calm demeanor from the beginning to the end of the battle. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. Otherwise, his aura will become stronger and stronger. Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. He knew that the battle was not only a contest of combat power, but also aura. If he allowed his opponent's aura to grow without limit, he would be in danger. Therefore, he decided to use some ultimate skills. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang waved his palm. Mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Then, 3 shining green Dharma wheels quickly condensed in the air. Following Duan Tianlang's movements, they were like heavenly blades of death that quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Meanwhile, his left hand merged with the demon wolf martial soul beside him, and he punched out. Suddenly, a destructive force quickly surged forward. Feeling this force, all the martial artists trembled involuntarily. However, their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was because they thought that Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist such a force. As long as Lin Xian was killed, those things would belong to them. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Facing Duan Tianlang's terrifying attack, Lin Xian stood where he was and did not dodge. However, his eyes were brighter than lightning. He pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly slashed twice. One sword slashed towards the 3 Dharma wheels in the sky, while the other sword stabbed towards the wolf head fist in front of him. These 2 swords contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and their combat power was extremely strong. Therefore, when the 2 swords collided, the entire sky exploded violently. The energy was like a raging wave that slapped in all directions and sent all the martial artists in the distance flying. Duan Tianlang bore the brunt of it. Both of his attacks were blasted away by Lin Xian's sword aura, while he himself was also struck by the sword aura and was sent flying. There was a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen that almost cut him in half. What? How can this be? Duan Tianlang covered the wound on his abdomen in horror and quickly retreated. It was too terrifying. His attack was shattered by 2 swords, and he was even injured. This was something that he had never encountered before. One must know that even though he was not a peak 7th level Venerable Realm expert, he was still very powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could defeat him, let alone defeat him so easily. However, his current opponent was not a peak 7th level martial artist, but a youth whose cultivation was merely at the 6th level. He couldn't help but be terrified. What? Elder Duan is injured? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. How is this possible? Careless, it must be Elder Duan's carelessness that allowed that kid to succeed. In the distance, those martial artists crawled up from the ground. When they saw the injured elder Duan, they were immediately terrified. However, no matter how much they howled, they could not change the fact in front of them. On the other side, the elder of Divine Bird Palace saw this scene and felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to fight anymore and quickly retreated with his people. It couldn't be helped. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Duan Tianlang was not inferior to him, and was even slightly stronger than him. However, at this moment, he was injured by two swords. This was simply too shocking. His battle with Zhao Shui wasn't going well either. The woman in white was suppressing him. It wouldn't be long before he would be defeated. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. You want to snatch the treasure? You are not qualified. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Xian shouted coldly, then turned to leave. However, at this moment, another cold voice came from behind. Kid, you are very arrogant. How dare you injure the people of Palace of Ares? If you don't hand over the treasure today, don't leave. This voice was unusually cold and emotionless. It was filled with endless murderous intent. Hearing this voice, Duan Tianlang's originally terrified expression eased a little. The disciples around him also quickly cheered. Senior Brother Yan, that's Senior Brother Yan's voice. Great, Senior Brother Yan Feng is here. That kid is definitely dead. Humph, how dare he injure our people? Senior Brother Yan will not let him go. The disciples of Palace of Ares sneered. When Lin Xian heard the voice from behind, he frowned. He naturally knew that Yan Feng was here. However, so what if he was here? The current him was not afraid of Yan Feng. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lin Xian slashed backward with his sword. The long sword swept across the sky, and a huge sword chi shone brightly. It was like a shocking rainbow as it slashed down fiercely. You are courting death. The voice was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack. Then, the void split open, and a dazzling blade radiance quickly swept across the sky, violently colliding with the sword chi. When the blade and sword collided, a terrifying wave of energy surged out in all directions. Suddenly, the entire void trembled, and terrifying cracks appeared. Kid, you are too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Yan Feng's face was cold, and his eyes were like lightning. It was extremely terrifying. You can say that after you succeed. If you want the treasure, bring it on. Facing the famous Yan Feng, Lin Xian did not care. He waved his hand, and his expression was full of fighting spirit. Then, without waiting for Yan Feng to attack, Lin Xian strode forward. He was very fast. In one step, he was in front of Yan Feng, and the Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. In his left hand, a sword of thunder quickly condensed and slashed at Yan Feng's waist. In an instant, two sword radiances flashed, and both of them attacked Yan Feng's vital points. Seeing this, Duan Tianlang and the elders of Palace of Divine Bird changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear, because they realized that if they were in Yan Feng's position, they would not be able to dodge these two sword attacks. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, especially Duan Tianlang, whose body could not help but tremble. This was because he realized that Lin Xian did not use his full strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man by now. The surrounding warriors were even more nervous. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack Yan Feng so fiercely. Moreover, he used two killing moves in one move. They could not help but worry about Yan Feng. However, Yan Feng's reputation was not undeserved. His strength was far above Duan Tianlang's. Therefore, in the face of these two fatal attacks, he was not nervous at all. He waved the long saber in his hand, forming two saber radiances, and quickly slashed out diagonally. The saber slashed at the Lone Star sword. As for the hidden sword of thunder at his waist, he chose to throw a punch. In an instant, he received Lin Xian's attack. However, Lin Xian's face was calm. He did not have any emotional reaction to these two attacks. He knew very well that these two attacks would not be able to kill Yan Feng. Otherwise, he would not be Yan Feng. Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he took another step forward and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the long sword in his hand stabbed out again. Yan Feng roared as he brandished his long saber. Countless saber shadows danced in the air, blocking all the sword chi. However, the sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Yan Feng blocked all of them, the terrifying power still caused his long blade to tremble. The entire space was submerged, and countless terrifying cracks spread out. However, he was still extremely powerful, so he managed to neutralize all of Lin Xian's sword chi. Yan Feng was able to block Lin Xian's sword chi. If it were Duan Tianlang and the others, they would have died long ago. However, even though he had neutralized the sword chi, Yan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Not long ago, he had viewed Lin Xian as an ant. Now, Lin Xian was a threat to him. He couldn't calm down. Although he didn't know why Lin Xian was so strong, he felt that the young man in front of him was a strong enemy. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be difficult to control in the future. Therefore, Yan Feng didn't plan to hold back. Streaks of dazzling saber aura formed on his body, sweeping in all directions. The long saber in his hand also seemed to have become a sharp and unstoppable killing weapon. Countless saber lights were like the waves of the sea. They were strange and terrifying. That's the 8-ocean abyssal saber. Seeing this, the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War exclaimed. 8-ocean abyssal saber, that's an earth-class martial art. Senior brother Yan Feng is serious. It seems that Lin Xian is dead for sure. Seeing Yan Feng use the earth-class martial art, the 8-ocean abyssal saber, hope rose in everyone's hearts. The 8-ocean abyssal saber was an earth-class martial art. It was an ultimate martial art of the Palace of Gods of War. It wasn't powerful, but it was difficult to cultivate. However, Yan Feng was talented and had cultivated the 8-ocean abyssal saber to 70% completion at such a young age. Generally, 50% completion was the initial stage, but Yan Feng had cultivated it to 70% completion. He had already surpassed the initial stage and wasn't far from the greater stage. Once the earth-class martial art was used, its power was immediately revealed. Endless saber lights bloomed, and a terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. They quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. This time, there was finally a change in Lin Xian's expression. This was because his opponent's saber technique was simply too powerful. However, he was only moved and wasn't afraid, because he also had earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to his opponent in the usage of earth-rank martial arts. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian brandished his Lone Star sword and performed the Gale Lightning Sword technique. A firmament sword shadow covered the sky, and a terrifying aura crushed down on everything. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and a bright light illuminated the entire sky. Sword Chi versus Saber Light, Earth Tier Martial Arts versus Earth Tier Martial Arts. The two of them were evenly matched, slaughtering in all directions. In an instant, the entire void was submerged. Terrifying black holes appeared in many places, as if they could devour everything. What? He blocked it? How is this possible? The surrounding disciples were all stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block Yan Feng's Ocean Abyss 8 sabers. This was truly inconceivable. One had to know that Yan Feng was an extremely powerful 7th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator, and he had an earth-rank martial arts. Almost no one could resist him. However, his opponent, a 6th Heaven Honorable Realm cultivator, actually blocked it. Damn it, how is this possible? The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War had ugly expressions. Duan Tianlang's expression was also ferocious because he could also see that Lin Xian's sword technique was also an earth-rank martial arts. However, this wasn't enough to shock him because he already knew that Lin Xian had an earth-rank martial arts. What shocked him was that Lin Xian's comprehension of earth-rank martial arts was actually not inferior to Yan Feng's. This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that Yan Feng was extremely talented, and he was an extremely dazzling existence among the younger disciples of the Palace of Gods of War. Very few people in the younger generation could compete with Yan Feng. Yan Feng was even more shocked. He originally thought that he would be able to kill his opponent with his Ocean Abyss 8 sabers, but he didn't expect his opponent to block it. Especially those huge swords that soared into the sky, they weren't inferior to his saber technique at all. Damn brat, die! Yan Feng roared and swung his saber with all his might. The opponent in front of him was the strangest one he had ever met, so no matter what, he couldn't give his opponent any room to grow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he couldn't suppress his opponent at all. He couldn't allow such a threat to exist, and Lin Xian was someone that the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War had ordered to kill. Therefore, no matter what, Yan Feng had to kill him. Brat, I have to admit that you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're definitely going to die. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Ocean Abyss 8 Sabers, Dragon King Tsunami. Suddenly, a huge saber light soared into the sky, and a bone-piercing murderous aura spread out between heaven and earth. A terrifying force surged out, causing all the nearby cultivators to tremble. Even the ancient tree put up a layer of defense, so one could imagine how terrifying the saber light was. Gale Lightning Sword, for swords shatter heaven and earth. At this critical moment, Lin Xian also used a powerful killing move, and 4 firmament sword shadows quickly descended. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire space, and countless sword lights swept out in all directions. The entire space was quickly annihilated. The terrifying energy exploded, and it seemed like it was going to devour the entire space. Countless cracks appeared in the void, like a spider web, and it made one's heart tremble. Just as the entire space was about to collapse, a blurry light was emitted from Pine Palace, and a mysterious force quickly protected the entire space. It was only because of this mystical power that the entire space quieted down. Otherwise, under such a terrifying impact, it would definitely have collapsed. Although the entire space had calmed down, the terrifying force was still there, and the surrounding cultivators were all heavily injured from the impact. Yan Feng was even more battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and there were sword wounds on his body. One of them had directly slashed his chest, causing his bones to be exposed, and he had almost been cut in half. Defeated, he had actually been defeated in the final confrontation. This was unbearable for him. He was a peak 7th heaven venerable lord, a peerless genius of the younger generation. His combat strength was unparalleled, and even the older generation could only look up to him. However, at this moment, he had been defeated by a 6th heaven venerable lord. This kind of defeat made him crazy. Brat, you have completely infuriated me. I will make you pay a painful price. Yan Feng's expression was ferocious like a demon, and the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly twisting. It was obvious that he wanted to use some kind of secret technique. The surrounding cultivators had yet to recover from their shock, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw Yan Feng going all out. However, they could not stop him in time. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. It was obvious that Yan Feng wanted to fight him to the death, but he did not have the time to waste with him. Moreover, he sensed that there were several powerful forces gathering in the distance. Yan Feng wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. However, Lin Xian did not have the time to waste with him. He sensed that there were several powerful forces gathering in his direction. If he did not leave now, he would be besieged. That would be dangerous. You're no match for me at all. This has already been proven. I don't have time for you. If you want to take revenge, wait until you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Lin Xian turned to leave. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Yan Feng went crazy. How could he let Lin Xian leave? He had to defeat Lin Xian in order to vent his anger. He chased after him like a meteor. You are courting death. Lin Xian was furious when he saw that Yan Feng was not going to let him go. In the next moment, he took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then, he slammed it behind him. Boom, the sky cracked again and a huge red palm shadow descended from the sky. It quickly slapped Yan Feng's body and sent him flying. The hard ground had already been shattered. There was a huge palm print on it, and in the middle of the palm print lay an extremely wretched figure. That figure was Yan Feng. At this moment, many of his bones were broken and he had suffered severe internal injuries. However, this was nothing compared to the mental damage he had suffered. Shock, fear, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions filled his heart. This scene was too shocking. Yan Feng had seriously injured him with a single palm. This was completely beyond his imagination. In fact, he was not the only one. The warriors around him were even more shocked. They knew very well who the person in front of them was. None of them were a match for Yan Feng. However, such a powerful person had been injured by a single palm. This shocked them. Impossible. What was that red palm shadow? How could it be so powerful? Duan Tianlang was terrified. The elders of the Divine Bird Palace were not much better. Thinking of their previous attitude towards Lin Xian, they felt a burst of fear. If Lin Xian had used that thing to deal with them from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, they looked at the departing figure with faces full of fear. The last palm strike was naturally the power of the Red Lotus gloves. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to keep using it, but it consumed a lot of energy. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Lin Xian wouldn't have used this move. However, he was still very satisfied with the effect of this palm strike. Although he had used up a lot of his energy, he had still managed to injure Yan Feng. Without anyone stopping them, Lin Xian called out to Zhao Shui and quickly left the area. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, several powerful figures quickly descended. Among them was the mysterious expert from the Palace of Ares. He looked at the scene around him and furrowed his brows. The arrival of the mysterious expert allowed the people from the Palace of Ares to heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased quite a bit. However, the mysterious venerable master did not pay attention to those ordinary disciples. Instead, he stared at Yan Feng. Then, he took out a pill from his storage ring and gave it to Yan Feng. Yan Feng took the pill and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, he was as good as new. However, his expression was very ugly. The shadow of his defeat was still lingering in his heart. At this moment, the mysterious venerable master said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we won't let that kid off. Not to mention other things, just that kid's identity is enough to kill him 1,000 times." "I know." Yan Feng nodded silently. "Are you unhappy that you lost to him? Don't worry, we'll attack this tree demon now. After you swallow the fire phoenix and your strength increases, I'll let you deal with that kid personally." Hearing this, Yan Feng's eyes gradually regained their luster. He clenched his fists and his voice was extremely ferocious. "Lin Xian, I'll take revenge for what happened today 100 times over." Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the ancient tree and found a quiet place to rest. This place was very remote, and there were no precious treasures around. Furthermore, the dark red divine dragon had set up a formation, so it was very safe. Then, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to tidy up the spoils of war. There were actually only 2 things, the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit. Lin Xian had a total of 10 fire phoenix fruits and 50 silver leaves. These were not to be underestimated. They were enough to make an 8th heaven venerable master and even a 9th heaven venerable master go crazy. However, the martial soul could only be improved when the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit were used together. In this way, Lin Xian had a total of 10 silver leaves. As for the extra silver leaves, he did not plan to waste them. This was because these silver leaves could increase one's soul power. They were priceless treasures to him. Lin Xian took a silver leaf and began to cultivate his soul power. Feeling the changes in his soul power, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he took out a few more silver leaves and began to cultivate quickly. Half a day later, Lin Xian's soul power broke through and reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist. Now, he could refine 7th-tier pills without the 1,000-beast cauldron. Once he used the 1,000-beast cauldron, he could even refine 8th-tier pills. This was undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for him. One had to know that a 7th-tier alchemist was already very precious, and an 8th-tier alchemist was even rarer. If he could refine an 8th-grade pill, his identity alone would be enough for him to be treated as a guest of honor by countless great forces. After his soul power increased, Lin Xian began to use the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit at the same time. This time, he wanted to raise the power of the great dragon sword soul to the 8th heaven venerable master. It had been 3 days since they entered the deep pine hall. In these 3 days, they seemed to have entered a treasure vault. This was because almost every place had natural treasures that were hard to find in the outside world. These people were crazily collecting. They were desperately trying to increase their strength. For a time, even the threat of the heavenly netherbird was reduced by a lot. There were many martial artists gathered near a huge rock as if they were guarding something. Sitting on the boulder was a young man with a cold expression. If there were others here, they would definitely recognize this young man as Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Yan Feng's body. It was like a volcano erupting in an instant. That berserk power blew those surrounding martial artists who were guarding all over the place in all directions. The huge rock under his feet turned into powder in an instant. In the next moment, Yan Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning that pierced through the void. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He raised his arms and roared into the sky. The sound was so terrifying that it made everyone's ears bleed. Countless clouds in the sky were scattered. The surrounding martial artists quickly sealed their hearing and retreated in fear. This is the power of an eighth heaven venerable master. He broke through, he really broke through. 3 days ago, the mysterious supremacy had led them to attack the ancient tree and obtain some silver leaves and fiery wind fruits. As Yan Feng was a genius from the Palace of Gods of War, he had obtained some. He was already a peak 7th heaven supremacy. With the help of the fiery wind fruits, he had finally broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy. An 8th heaven supremacy could be considered a peerless powerhouse. There were not many of them even in the sovereign clans. Furthermore, every 8th heaven venerate had an extremely honorable status. Even in the king clans, they were all elders who held real power. Moreover, it was very difficult to break through to the 8th heaven supremacy. In addition to extraordinary talent, one also needed a fortuitous encounter and a huge amount of resources. Even so, those who had broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy were already white-haired. It was rare to see someone as young as Yan Feng break through to the 8th heaven supremacy. Yan Feng felt the enormous power in his body and immediately revealed an arrogant smile. Lin Xian, the next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then, a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed. The dragon-shaped sword shadow was more solid than before. One could even see the dragon scales on it. Yes, this was Lin Xian's sword soul. It had successfully broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy realm. This breakthrough was very smooth because the silver leaves and fiery wind fruits were really heaven-defying items. There was no need for Lin Xian to do anything. The pure energy flowed into the great dragon sword soul, allowing it to recover quickly. Not only that, but his cultivation had also reached the 7th heaven supremacy realm. Now, a 7th heaven supremacy was no longer a threat to him. Even an 8th heaven supremacy might not be able to defeat him. This was the benefit of the great dragon sword soul. Its powerful combat power allowed Lin Xian to fight across realms. This made up for his lack of age. One had to know that it had only been 4 to 5 years since Xian started cultivating. Compared to the other geniuses, it could be said that he had cultivated for a very short time. However, it was precisely because of the great dragon sword spirit that he was able to contend against those elders. Of course, just having the great dragon sword soul was not enough. It also required tenacious willpower and unremitting efforts. Fortunately, Lin Xian had achieved all of these. In a good mood, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. Among them, the dark red dragon lay at the side. He had also consumed the fiery phoenix fruit and the silver leaf. His cultivation had also recovered a lot, reaching the 6th firmament supremacy realm. Although for the dark red divine dragon's previous cultivation, this kind of improvement could be said to be slow. However, it was not discouraged because they would soon be able to fight with the heavenly netherbird. If it could obtain the heavenly netherbird's essence blood, it would be able to greatly increase its cultivation. Moreover, Lin Xian had also collected a lot of natural treasures, so he could exchange them for that drop of dragon blood when he returned to the academy. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the dark red divine dragon's cultivation increased. Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from the dark red divine dragon and looked at Zhao Shui. At this moment, Zhao Shui was sitting cross-legged like a beautiful fairy. Her aura had become even stronger, reaching the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm. However, it seemed that it would be impossible for her to break through to the 8th firmament supremacy realm. In fact, this was very normal. The further one cultivated, the harder it was to break through. This was especially true for the last few firmament supremacy realms. They required extremely powerful energy, which was several times more than the previous firmament supremacy realm. For example, Yan Feng was already at the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm. He was only able to break through after consuming the fiery phoenix fruit. Zhao Shui's cultivation was originally only at the 7th firmament supremacy realm. Now that she had reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm, it could be said that she had greatly improved. Moreover, she was the same as Lin Xian. She was also an extremely special cultivator who could fight above her cultivation level. At this moment, the virtual sky eye behind Zhao Shui had become even more solid than before. It was like a real eye. It was very strange and mysterious. Not only that, but the eye also emitted a power that surpassed the 7th firmament supremacy realm. Even Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. After an incense stick's worth of time, Zhao Shui opened her eyes and sighed softly. I've already absorbed all the energy in the Dragon Pearl. However, I've only reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy realm. I haven't broken through to the 8th firmament supremacy realm. It's alright. There are many treasures in the Pine Palace. We still have plenty of opportunities, Lin Xian comforted with a smile. Zhao Shui nodded and smiled sweetly. It's not that bad. The majority of the energy I absorbed flowed into the virtual sky eye. Yes, my eye technique evolved again, and my strength increased greatly. Even if I'm facing an 8th firmament supremacy, I can still fight. Lin Xian was very confident about this. Although the virtual sky eye wasn't as good as his dragon sword soul, it was still very powerful. It should be able to fight against an 8th firmament supremacy. After their cultivation improved, the two of them set off again. This time, they decided that they had to obtain more natural treasures. This way, they could still improve their strength. When they thought of this, the two of them flashed and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the cultivators of the Shen family were gathered in a palace. No, this is infuriating. I can't take this lying down. I must kill that brat. 9th young master gritted his teeth. The brat he was referring to was naturally Lin Xian. He naturally had no enmity with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's relationship with Murong Qingqing was not subtle. This made him extremely jealous. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Xian by all means. Young master, that brat is very strange. If we act rashly, we might not succeed. An elder advised. But I can't take this lying down. 9th young master had naturally heard of Lin Xian's various deeds. He also knew that his opponent was very difficult to deal with. However, it was very difficult for him to give up. Young master, I have an idea. At this moment, a cultivator spoke up. What idea? Tell me quickly. 9th young master was overjoyed when he heard this. Although we can't catch that brat immediately, we can take action from other places. Doesn't that brat often attack the various major forces? If he attacks Murong Qingqing and snatches the treasures of the Murong family, before he could finish speaking, the 9th princess was already jumping with joy. This idea was too wonderful. If Lin Xian attacked Murong Qingqing, the relationship between the two of them would definitely break down. However, someone didn't understand. Lin Xian isn't stupid. Why would he attack Murong Qingqing? It's very simple. We can find someone to pretend to be Lin Xian. This way, the problem will be solved. Young master, I have mastered a secret skill that allows me to transform into someone else's appearance. It's very difficult for cultivators below the king level to detect me. A 7th heaven supremacy said. Good, good, good. Jiao Gongzi clapped his hands happily. Don't worry. As long as this matter is completed, I won't mistreat any of you. Thank you, Jiao Gongzi. The group of cultivators rejoiced. They had no choice. Although they were all disciples of the Shen family, there was still a big gap between their status and Jiao Gongzi's. If they could help Jiao Gongzi complete this mission, their status in the family would definitely rise greatly when they returned. Thinking of this, many of them felt excited. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also used a secret technique. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the middle-aged man turned into Lin Xian. His height and appearance were exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, it was impossible to tell the difference. Jiao Gongzi also clapped his hands and cheered. That kid is a swordsman. You must pay attention to that. Also, his cultivation is not high, so you must hide a part of it. However, when you attack, you must display the strength of a 7th heavenly layer. Don't worry, Gongzi. I guarantee that I will complete the mission. After that, the fake Lin Xian laughed nastily. He quickly used his movement technique and ran into the distance. In front of a palace, several elders were rapidly attacking a defensive light screen. Behind these people were many cultivators. Among them was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. Unexpectedly, they could find cold light iron here. What a pleasant surprise. This woman was naturally Murong Qingqing. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at the pieces of metal in the light screen in front of her and she smiled. The silver-haired granny also smiled at the side. Yes, cold light iron is an excellent material for refining weapons. It is already extinct in the outside world. Unexpectedly, it can be found here. Moreover, from the looks of it, there are quite a lot of them. Looking at the pieces inside, if refined, they can be refined into at least 3.5 Earth-grade treasures. This is a huge fortune for any family. In front, several elders were attacking the light screen with all their might. These elders were very strong. When they worked together, the light screen trembled. The light screen did not last long. Cracking sounds came from it and it finally shattered like glass. Great! The seal is broken. The disciples of the Murong clan cheered. Murong Qingqing also smiled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He was as fast as lightning as he dashed towards the few pieces of cold light iron. Who is it? You're courting death. The few elders at the front were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to take something that belonged to the Murong family. Immediately, many people made their moves. However, that figure was very strange. He actually dodged all the attacks and quickly snatched the 2 pieces of cold light iron. There were a total of 4 pieces of cold light iron on the ground, and at this moment, half of them were gone. This immediately provoked the Murong family members. Damn it! Stay here. An old man was enraged. He reached out with a terrifying hand that covered the entire area. The surrounding warriors also quickly took action. They formed an encirclement to stop that person. The giant hand that covered the sky slammed down mercilessly. It was as if tens of thousands of giant mountains were crashing down from the sky. At the critical moment, that person snorted coldly, and then a dazzling sword light flashed. The dazzling sword chi fiercely chopped down on the huge hand that covered the sky. Immediately, the old man was forced to take a few steps back, and the figure appeared in the sky. What? It's you. When the surrounding people saw the figure, they were all stunned. Even Murong Qingqing was dazed for a second. Lin Xian, why are you here? Murong Qingqing was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would attack the Murong family. However, Lin Xian only smiled faintly. Where there are treasures, I will naturally appear. After saying that, he quickly put the 2 pieces of cold light iron into his storage ring. When they saw this scene, the warriors of the Murong family were enraged. Kid, although you helped the Murong family, it's impossible for you to steal our things. If you need these things, you only need to tell us and we will give you a piece. However, your current actions are really disappointing. Humph, do I need to tell you what I want? Lin Xian snorted coldly, for Murong Qingqing's sake, I won't kill you. Hurry up and get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Impudent. Good, good, good. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to go against the Murong family. The group of old men was furious, but Murong Qingqing frowned. She quickly stepped out and stopped the elders, then turned to look at Lin Xian. Are you in some kind of trouble? Tell me and I can help you. Trouble? What kind of trouble? My Lone Star sword needs to be upgraded, and this cold light iron is useful to me. If you want to help me, then give me the remaining 2 pieces. Young miss, don't be fooled by this kid. One look and you can tell that this kid is a greedy guy. That's right. I originally thought that he was a good person, but now it seems that he isn't. The group of people stared at Lin Xian, their eyes burning with anger. On the other hand, Morong Qingchen frowned even tighter, because in her impression, Lin Xian was not this kind of person. She even suspected that this Lin Xian was a fake, but she did not find any flaws, other than his personality. Young miss, don't waste your breath with him. Capture this kid. The few elders bellowed in rage. Then, they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and moved. Countless beams of sword light slashed out, forcibly carving out a path. Damn it! Damn it! The crowd looked at the escaping figure, infuriated. Morong Qingqing frowned. She definitely did not believe that it was Lin Xian. Although she did not believe it, the others believed it without a doubt. Moreover, they all felt a sense of hatred towards Lin Xian. Morong Qingqing's expression turned ugly because she could sense that someone was trying to sow discord between her and Lin Xian. However, she did not have any evidence at the moment, so she could not convince the others. It seemed that she could only wait until the next time she captured that person, then expose his true identity in front of everyone. Only then would everyone believe her. According to Morong Qingqing's guess, if someone wanted to destroy her relationship with Lin Xian, they would not only attack once, which meant that that person would come again. Indeed, not long after, when they found another treasure land, that Lin Xian came again. This time, Morong Qingqing personally attacked as well. However, the other party still managed to escape because he did not fight with her at all, relying on his movement technique to dodge quickly. Of course, this time, the other party stole many good things. This made the members of the Morong family even more furious. When Lin Xian stole from the Morong family for the 3rd time, the members of the Morong family completely exploded, declaring that they would definitely capture that kid. Now, everyone knew that Lin Xian had attacked Morong Qingqing and the Morong family for the sake of treasures. When the 9th young master of the Shen family heard about the Morong family's reaction, he laughed maniacally. These few times, he had gained a lot. Not only had he stolen some treasures, but he had also worsened the relationship between the Morong family and Lin Xian. Although Morong Qingqing still did not fully believe him, she was not 100% sure either. Moreover, the other members of the Morong family hated Lin Xian even more. This directly cut off the possibility of Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian being together. The 9th young master was very happy to hear this news. Damn brat, how dare you steal my woman? You're courting death. I don't even need to do it myself. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay here. The fake Lin Xian also stood aside. 9th young master, although we've gained some results, we can't let our guard down. At least, Morong Qingqing is still very suspicious. Why don't I seriously injure a few of the Morong family's warriors next time? This will definitely break the relationship between the Morong family and Lin Xian. Even Morong Qingqing won't let Lin Xian go. Okay, let's do that. The 9th young master nodded. A cruel smile appeared on his face. If necessary, we can kill a few of the Morong family. After Lin Xian and Zhao Shui came out, they realized that something was wrong. Because he realized that the way the people looked at him had changed. It was different from before. Previously, there was some fear, but now, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was as if Lin Xian had done something that angered the heavens and the people. This made Lin Xian very confused. One had to know that he had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He had not done anything at all. Could it be the Palace of Gods of War's doing? Lin Xian frowned. If there was anything that had happened recently, it would undoubtedly be the battle with the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, he had obtained quite a number of Fire Phoenix fruits. However, there was nothing to despise about this matter. Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand. However, with his outstanding soul force, he was able to eavesdrop on some of their conversations. This guy is really shameless. He even snatched the things of the sect. Yeah, it said that he has a good relationship with Murong Qingqing. I didn't expect this guy to do it. Scum. Scum. Snatching Murong Qingqing's things, hearing these words, Lin Xian's frown deepened. When had he ever snatched Murong Qingqing's things? However, looking at these people, it didn't seem to be fake. It seemed that Murong Qingqing was indeed attacked. And that person was pretending to be him. In an instant, Lin Xian understood all the key points. Then, his face darkened. Needless to say, this person was definitely trying to frame him and ruin his relationship with Murong Qingqing. This method was really vicious. Moreover, listening to these people's conversations, it seemed that the imposter had done it more than once and succeeded every time. Until now, no one had seen through it. It had to be said that the imposter did have some tricks up his sleeve. However, Lin Xian had many enemies. It seemed that every faction could do something like this. However, after Lin Xian eliminated the possibility, he finally locked onto two targets. One was the Palace of Gods of War. Because they had recently suffered a great loss at his hands. Therefore, this matter was very likely their revenge. The second target was the Shen family. Because the ninth young master of the Shen family had been pursuing Murong Qingqing, and he had become the impostor's love rival, this matter could also be done by the Shen family. However, no matter who it was, this matter had angered Lin Xian. Therefore, he wouldn't let the impostor go. Now, the most important thing was to find Murong Qingqing and explain everything clearly. Moreover, he was faintly worried. If it was the Shen family, then it would be fine. At least Murong Qingqing wouldn't be in any danger. However, if this was done by the Palace of Gods of War, they might try to kill Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. Zhao Shui, use the Void Eye. I want to lock onto the Murong family's direction. Zhao Shui also knew about this matter, so she didn't hesitate. She quickly formed a seal with her hands and the Void Eye quickly condensed above her head to investigate the situation. Soon, it found the Murong family. In the southwest direction, in front of a palace. They seemed to be breaking a seal. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He then stomped his foot and his entire body shot out like a shooting star. Zhao Shui's body fluttered as she followed behind Lin Xian like a fairy. The Murong family members were indeed breaking a seal. However, obtaining the treasures this time wasn't their ultimate goal. Their ultimate goal was to lure Lin Xian out and capture him. They had had enough. These past few days, the other party had been robbing them. Each time, he had stolen most of their treasures. This made them very angry. Therefore, this time, they had set up a trap. They must capture the other party and teach him a good lesson. After all, the Murong family was a king family. They wouldn't allow anyone to provoke them. This time, Murong Qingqing didn't refuse either. She also wanted to capture the other party and reveal his true identity in front of everyone. The seal was quickly being broken. Murong Qingqing and the others had serious looks on their faces as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The reason for that was because they knew that the moment the seal was truly broken would be the moment Lin Xian came out. Indeed, the moment the seal was broken, the void rippled and a ray of golden light shot towards them. It was like a startling rainbow. This attack was extremely swift and fierce. However, what shocked everyone was that this attack was not aimed at the treasures. Instead, it was aimed at one of the Murong family cultivators. Boom, a deep sound rang out. Then, the Murong family cultivator was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body. Kid, you're digging your own grave. The Murong family members were thoroughly enraged. They never thought that the other party would dare to attack them. Lin Xianzi had been much more powerful the previous 3 times. Their treasures had not attacked them at all. Therefore, they had assumed that Lin Xian would not attack them. However, this time, the other party had immediately harassed their master. They didn't even have the time to investigate. Ah, you've gone too far. One of the Murong family elders roared angrily towards the sky. A terrifying spiritual energy exploded from his body. This time, he must capture the other party. The other cultivators were exceptionally enraged as well. All of them blocked the other party's path. Morong Qingqing was also stunned. She couldn't understand why Lin Xian would attack her clan members. She simply couldn't believe it. However, if this was a fake Lin Xian, then where was the real Lin Xian? Why hasn't he emerged after so many days? Her heart was in a mess. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sneered and his sword lit up once again. This was because those disciples had not reached the 7th level of the honorable realm, so they could not resist his sword energy. How dare you, kid? Ah, I'm going to kill you. Despicable, come at me if you have the guts. The group of Morong family elders roared angrily and charged forward with all their might. However, the figure did not fight them at all. Instead, he chose to attack a few disciples. A ray of sword light was like a murderous sword as it swiftly slashed toward a disciple's head. This attack was extremely sharp. If the disciple was hit, he would definitely die. The elders behind him roared angrily, but they could not stop it in time. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with rage and despair. The disciple who was being attacked was even more dazed as he stood rooted to the ground. This was because he could not dodge it at all. Just as everyone thought that the disciple was about to die, the void suddenly fluctuated. A ray of ice flew past and formed an ice wall, instantly blocking the sword energy. Then, another ray of lightning flashed and shattered the sword energy. This action was extremely swift and was completed in an instant. Lin Xian gasped softly because he did not expect that someone would be able to block his attack. Then, his face darkened as he looked behind him. His pupils shrank as he stood rooted to the ground. She was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone was stunned as well. The Morong family cultivators' minds were blank as they stared in front of them in disbelief. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. It turned out that the people who had appeared behind them were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The Morong family members did not expect to see two Lin Xian at the same time, so they stood rooted to the ground in shock. Morong Qingqing knew that her guess was correct. This meant that the Lin Xian from before was a fake. This way, the crisis between Lin Xian and her family could be considered resolved. At this moment, even the Morong family elders understood what had happened. They glared fiercely at the figure. So you're a fake? Speak, what's your motive for deliberately trying to destroy us? Why are you wasting your breath on him? Capture him. I want to see who he really is. I don't care which power they belong to. Since they dared to provoke the Morong family, we must take revenge. The elders shouted coldly, their eyes burning with anger. It was too dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's timely appearance, they would have suffered heavy losses. Moreover, in the future, they would take revenge on Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. This way, the person who acted in the dark would benefit from it. The Mu Rong family had dominated the Sky Martial continent for so many years, and had never been schemed against by others. Thus, they could not swallow this anger. Lin Xian sneered as he looked at the figure. You're pretty smart. Even I couldn't identify you. On the other hand, the fake Lin Xian had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't expect to meet the real Lin Xian at this time. This was something he had never expected before. Because the real Lin Xian hadn't appeared for the past few days, he didn't take it to heart. Furthermore, before he made his move, he had placed spies in the surroundings. As soon as the real Lin Xian appeared, those spies would sound the alarm. When that happened, he would immediately leave. However, he never expected that the spies he had placed would be discovered by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Furthermore, they had been silently killed by the two of them. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's arrival didn't alarm anyone. Naturally, the fake Lin Xian didn't know about it. The fake Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you're lucky today. However, one day, you'll fall into our hands." With that, he took out two balls of light the size of long guns from his storage ring. Then, he violently smashed them into the air. Instantly, the two balls of light collided and exploded with a light more dazzling than the sun. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. The light was so intense that even a venerable one wouldn't dare to look directly at it. Therefore, as soon as the light appeared, many Morong clan warriors cried out in pain. The other warriors were so frightened that they closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. "Damn it, we've been hit." A group of Morong clan elders roared angrily. Then, they reached out with their soul power, trying to capture the fake Lin Xian. However, in addition to taking out 2 balls of light, the fake Lin Xian sprinkled a layer of light powder on his body. Instantly, the probing from their soul power was blocked. The fake Lin Xian sneered and was about to leave. However, at that moment, a ray of light fiercely slashed at him and stopped him. What? This is impossible. How did you discover me? The fake Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to be able to track him. After all, the 2 balls of light he took out were known as the sun god's balls. They could be said to be the best treasures for escaping. Once the light was released, no one below the king level dared to look directly at it. Moreover, the light powder he sprinkled had the effect of isolating soul power. Therefore, as long as he took out these 2 treasures, he would definitely be able to escape safely from the army. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he moved, someone would block his path. How could he not be shocked? He didn't know that Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye was extremely mysterious. Furthermore, it had just finished evolving. What others couldn't do, the virtual sky eye could do. Therefore, as soon as the fake Lin Xian moved, the virtual sky eye locked onto him. Seeing that the light from the sun god's balls was getting weaker and weaker, the fake Lin Xian was very anxious. If the light disappeared, he wouldn't be able to escape. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of the entire Morong clan. Thinking of this, his heart trembled. Damn it, get out of my way. The fake Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Resplendent sword light filled the sky and quickly cut through the void. Playing with a sword in front of me? You're still too inexperienced. Lin Xian lifted a finger and a beam of sword chi quickly flew out from his fingertip. This sword chi contained the 3 attributes of wind, thunder, and fire. It could be said to be extremely powerful. It was like a shocking rainbow that instantly cut through the void. Wherever it passed, raging waves crashed against the shore. Terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled the surroundings. The 2 beams of sword chi collided without any pause. Lin Xian's sword chi instantly sliced his opponent's sword chi in half. Then, it slashed forward in an even more violent manner. How is this possible? The fake Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't believe that his opponent could break through his sword chi so easily. After all, he was a 7th level honorable realm cultivator. That sword attack just now was his most powerful attack. Even a cultivator of the same level would need to use all their strength to deal with it. However, his opponent had merely moved a finger and broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. He was even a little dazed. Just as the 2 of them were exchanging blows, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Then, the Morong clan members regained their vision. Then, the cultivators of the Morong family charged into the sky and quickly captured the fake Lin Xian. There was no other way. No 7th heaven honorable realm cultivator could escape from so many powerful cultivators. Speak. Who are you? Hurry up and reveal your true face. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you regret being born in this world. The cultivators of the Morong family gritted their teeth and used their fierce techniques. Soon, the fake Lin Xian could not hold on any longer and revealed his true face. It was a middle-aged man with the Shen family emblem on his body. Therefore, the people of the Morong family recognized him at a glance. The Shen family. It's the Shen family. The elder of the Morong family was shocked when he saw this. Then, he asked in a low voice. Speak. Why is the Shen family attacking the Morong family? What other schemes do you have? The middle-aged man was about to cry. No, there's no other scheme. We only attacked because we wanted to destroy the intimate relationship between Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Under such circumstances, the middle-aged man consciously confessed everything. Then, the faces of the Morong family members darkened. Morong Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. She did not expect the damned 9th prince to be so despicable as to come up with such a plan. If Lin Xian had not arrived in time and broken the other party's scheme, the Morong family and Lin Xian would have fought to the death. Thinking of this, she felt a lingering fear in her heart. Damned Shen family. They've gone too far. The cultivators of the Morong family were furious. No, I can't take this lying down. I have to talk to them. What does the Shen family have to be so arrogant? We're all sovereign families. If we really fight, who's afraid of whom? These people were furious. However, Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. What do you think? The Shen family is so vicious. We can't let them go. However, they're a sovereign family after all. They're powerful. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid both sides will suffer. At that time, our competitiveness in Deep Pine Hall will be greatly reduced. This is not a good thing for us. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. However, there were still many people who were angry. They simply could not swallow this anger. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian spoke again. I don't plan to beat them either, but we don't have to do it ourselves. Oh, it seems that you have a way. Morong Qingqing asked. Of course, an eye for an eye. Don't they like to frame others? Today, I will let them have a taste of this kind of framing. Then, Lin Xian sneered. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his face began to change. Finally, Elder Qingyan stood in front of them. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man on the ground widened his eyes as if he had seen this before. You. He pointed at Lin Xian and was speechless for a long time. Shocking, too shocking. He did not expect that the other party would have such a method of disguise. Moreover, it was so exquisite that it was not inferior to his. Thinking of what the other party was going to do next, the middle-aged man felt a burst of fear. Needless to say, their Xianxia was definitely going to be unlucky. However, he was now caught and could not send the news back. However, Morong Qingqing was still worried. Although I can't tell if you are real or fake, Master Qingyan's martial arts are all from the Shen family. Outsiders wouldn't know them. Don't worry about this. I have seen that old man fight and have memorized all his moves. Lin Xian smiled and then punched out. This punch was very ethereal, like a cloud, without a trace. However, it was very terrifying. In an instant, the void in front of it exploded. This is the limitless fist. The Morong family members were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to use the Shen family's martial arts. The middle-aged man from the Shen family was even more stunned. This scene was completely beyond his imagination. He did not understand how the other party did it. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. His palm stretched out again. This time, it was a large green hand that covered the sky. There were wood-like patterns on it. It was very mysterious. This palm easily tore space and time. This is the green cloud hand. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air, because this green cloud hand was Elder Qingyan's famous unique skill. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would use it now. Moreover, they could not see any flaws at all. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and were all stunned. The middle-aged man's face was filled with despair. He knew that the Shen family was definitely going to be in big trouble this time. When did you learn the Shen family's martial arts? Morong Qingqing was very curious. Lin Xian smiled but did not say anything. He did not know any Shen family's martial arts. The reason why he could use the green cloud hand was because of the dragon sword soul in his body. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It could simulate and evolve everything. He had seen Elder Qingyan attack before, so he was very clear about the other party's moves. It was not difficult for him to use the dragon sword soul to evolve it. The next thing was easy. Lin Xian would pretend to be Elder Qingyan and then sneak attack the Palace of Ares, causing the Palace of Ares to start a war with the Shen family. This way, he could deal a good blow to the Shen family and not exhaust the Morong family's combat power. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. At the side, Zhao Shui used the Void Sky Eye and quickly locked onto the Shen family and the Palace of Ares. Then, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew in the direction of the Palace of Ares. Haha, our luck is really good this time. We actually found two treasures at the same time. Duan Tianlang was very excited. Yan Feng has already gone to the other treasure. We must obtain the treasure in this place. Duan Tianlang was very confident because Yan Feng had already broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy. There were probably not many people in the Pine Palace who were his match. His cultivation had also increased greatly and reached the peak of the 7th heaven supremacy. As long as he did not encounter an 8th heaven supremacy, no one could defeat him. He was very confident about this. Under Duan Tianlang's lead, many cultivators from the Palace of Aries bombarded the light screen and quickly broke the seal. Looking at the treasures in front of them, the people from the Palace of Aries' eyes burned with passion. They laughed happily. However, the situation suddenly changed. A huge green hand covered the sky like a dark cloud and covered everyone. Then, it slammed down. The void was torn apart and the wind howled. A terrifying force surged down. In an instant, the expressions of the cultivators from the Palace of Aries changed. However, Duan Tianlang's face turned ferocious. How dare you? How dare you steal the treasures of the Palace of Aries? No matter who you are dead meat. He roared crazily and punched out. Duan Tianlang was infuriated. He did not expect that someone would dare to target the Palace of Aries. Moreover, the timing was perfect. It was the exact moment when they broke the seal. The other party must have been hiding nearby for a long time. However, he did not notice it before. He could not help but be shocked. However, he was relieved that the other party's aura had not reached the 8th firmament. Therefore, he was confident that he could take him down. After the attack, the entire void trembled. Duan Tianlang's expression changed again. Qingyun hand? You are Elder Qingyun. You have good taste. It is me. An old figure appeared in the distance. It was Elder Qingyun from the Shen family. Damn you, old Qingyun. Why did you attack us for no reason? Duan Tianlang gritted his teeth. Nonsense, of course it's to snatch the treasures. Your Palace of Aries has been lucky recently and found many treasures. However, don't be so greedy. Everyone has a share. Why don't you share some with me? What a joke. We found these things, so they are ours. How can we share them with you? Old Qingyun, I don't want to attack you on account that you are from the Shen family. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, you dare to teach me a lesson? Elder Qingyun snorted. Then, he said, I was wondering why you were so arrogant. So your cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy. It seems that you have benefited a lot these days. Great, I will test your strength as a peak 7th firmament supremacy. After saying that, Elder Qingyun attacked again. The terrifying green palm grabbed forward. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang sneered. An unparalleled aura erupted from his body. Duan Tianlang displayed his powerful combat strength and attacked Elder Qingyun. However, Elder Qingyun did not fight him head-on. He only dodged quickly. Furthermore, the large green hand had snatched away many treasures and even injured many of the Palace of Aries' martial artists. In the end, Elder Qingyun returned with a full load. Only Duan Tianlang was left roaring at the sky and a group of cultivators wailing on the ground. Agreed, it was too agreed. Duan Tianlang's lungs were about to explode. The other party was clearly weaker than him. If they were to fight head-on, he was confident that he could defeat the other party. However, that Elder Qingyun didn't fight with him at all. Furthermore, he specifically targeted the weaker disciples. This caused Duan Tianlang to be incomparably furious. It was as if he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength at all. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the peak 7th heavenly layer exalted realm. He was extremely proud of himself, but he never expected to receive such a blow. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Elder Qingyun. That Elder Qingyun was naturally not real, but Lin Xian in disguise. At this moment, he was flying in the direction of the Chen family. When he arrived near the Shen family, his figure flickered and he hid in the void. It didn't take long for Duan Tianlang to catch up. He released his soul power and quickly locked onto the Shen family's location. With a furious roar, Duan Tianlang slammed his palm forward. Boom, the trees in front of them collapsed, and the entire ground shook. However, amidst the violent shaking, angry roars could be heard. Then, one figure after another soared into the sky, and powerful auras filled the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack my Shin family? You must be tired of living. Countless angry voices could be heard. It was obvious that the Shin family's martial artists were enraged. One had to know that they were a sovereign family. They were usually supreme existences. However, someone actually dared to sneak an attack on them. It was really intolerable. However, when they saw the person who attacked them, their faces immediately darkened. Duan Tianlang, are you crazy? How dare you attack us? Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you're from the Palace of Gods of War. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Ninth young master Shin shouted angrily. However, Duan Tianlang didn't seem to hear him as he stared at Elder Qingyun. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Why didn't you give us an explanation when that old man Qingyun snatched the treasures of the Palace of Gods of War? Why didn't you give us an explanation when he planned to attack the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War? Now you're asking me for an explanation. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Elder Qingyun? The Shin family's martial artists were stunned. Then, they were enraged. What kind of joke is this? Elder Qingyun is with us this time. Why would he attack the Palace of Gods of War? Humph, if you want to attack the Shin family, please find a better reason. Using such a lousy reason to brush us off, do you really think we're idiots? Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy obviously wants to snatch the treasures of the Shin family. A group of Shin family's martial artists roared. Elder Qingyun also snorted coldly. Duan Tianlang, are you old and blind? Why would I attack the Palace of Gods of War? Whether you did or not, we'll know when I take you down and search your storage ring. Duan Tianlang sneered and quickly attacked. You're courting death. Elder Qingyun was enraged. He didn't expect Duan Tianlang to attack him directly without any consideration for his feelings. This made him furious. One had to know that they were in the Shin family's territory now. With a cold snort, Elder Qingyun stretched out his Qingyun hand and grabbed forward. If it was before, he and Duan Tianlang's strength were on par. However, Duan Tianlang had just broken through to the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm recently. Therefore, Elder Qingyun couldn't defeat Duan Tianlang at all. Therefore, after one strike, Elder Qingyun was beaten back again and again. He was even injured. Immediately, the surrounding Shin family's martial artists were enraged. They no longer cared about the rules of the underworld and quickly rushed forward. Although Duan Tianlang's cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm, he wasn't invincible. In addition, the Shin family's martial artists were all experts. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to escape with serious injuries. After beating Duan Tianlang away, the Shin family had vented their anger. Moreover, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, Duan Tianlang couldn't take it lying down. After returning, he told the other experts of the Palace of Gods of War about this matter. Then, the people of the Palace of Gods of War discussed it and felt that they should counterattack again. If this was in the past, they might have thought about it for a long time. After all, the other party was also a sovereign family. If they attacked rashly, both sides would suffer losses. However, it was different now. They had just broken through a few days ago and their strength had increased greatly. Originally, they were in high spirits and thought that they had already surpassed the other sovereign families. However, they didn't expect to suffer such a huge loss at this time. According to their character, how could they tolerate it? Therefore, not long after, Duan Tianlang, Yan Feng, and the others once again led the experts of the Palace of Gods of War to attack. This battle was naturally defeated by the Shin family because they didn't have an eighth heaven supremacy present. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Otherwise, the news of this battle would have quickly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. All the factions knew that the Palace of Ares and the Shin family had fought. And the result was that the Shin family was defeated. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others naturally heard the news. Then, they all laughed. They were naturally happy that the Shin family was defeated. However, other than being happy, They were also very surprised because according to their original predictions, the Shen family and the Palace of Aries should have suffered heavy losses. However, they didn't expect that the Shen family would be defeated this time, and the Palace of Aries wouldn't suffer much damage. Therefore, they quickly inquired about the news. When they learned that Yan Feng had broken through to the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm, they all gasped. This time, the various sects had sent many experts, but they were basically all 7th heaven venerables. It seemed that only the Sword Venerable Senior from the deity Sword Villa had an 8th heaven venerable. Other than that, there was probably no one else. However, Yan Feng had also broken through to the 8th heaven venerable realm. This was a huge threat to everyone. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect Yan Feng to break through. It seemed that after they left that day, the people from the Palace of Aries should have also attacked the ancient tree. Perhaps they had obtained some fire phoenix fruits, which allowed Yan Feng to break through. Although he was very surprised by this news, he didn't take it to heart. So what if Yan Feng broke through? One had to know that he had also broken through. His cultivation had increased, and his dragon sword soul had also reached the 8th heaven. Lin Xian didn't even care about ordinary 8th heaven venerables, let alone Yan Feng, who had just entered the 8th heaven. Zhao Shui didn't have much of a reaction. Although she was only a peak 7th heaven venerable now, her true battle strength was not much weaker than an 8th heaven venerable. The people from the Morong family were more or less nervous. After all, the appearance of an 8th heaven venerable was still a huge threat to them. However, Morong Qingqing was very calm. This was because they had obtained many natural treasures these days. It wouldn't take long for her to break through. At that time, even if her cultivation couldn't reach the 8th level of the Venerate realm, her battle prowess definitely wouldn't lose to an 8th level Venerate realm cultivator with the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal in her hands. However, this matter still rang an alarm bell for them. In other words, within Pine Palace, anyone could break through. They had to find enough heavenly treasures to ensure that they did not fall behind others. A few days later, another major event occurred in Deep Pine Hall, shocking everyone. Somewhere in the dark Pine Palace, an extremely sharp aura suddenly appeared. Then, a huge sword chi light pierced through the sky, shocking everyone. This ray of light only existed for an instant before disappearing into the sky. However, the shock it produced lasted for a long time. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made everyone tremble. Soon, all kinds of discussions broke out in the crowd. This aura is too terrifying. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the level of a half-earth tier treasure. Indeed. My weapon has already begun to tremble under that sword chi. This is definitely not the power of a half-earth rank artifact. It can't be an earth-step treasure, right? It's possible. For a moment, many warriors were excited as they all rushed towards the direction of the sword chi. Lin Xian was also very surprised. When the sword chi appeared, he also felt a sharp aura. Moreover, his Lone Star sword also began to tremble slightly. He knew that this was the sign of a peerless weapon being born. It seemed that there was a peerless weapon in this place. Moreover, from the light, it should be a peerless treasure sword. As a swordsman, Lin Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he and Zhao Shui moved and quickly flew in that direction. The people of the Morong family discussed for a while. Then, under the lead of Morong Qingqing, they also quickly moved forward. This sword chi not only alarmed the cultivators inside the Pine Palace, but also the heavenly netherbird outside the Pine Palace. Looking at the flash of light, the heavenly netherbird narrowed its eyes. I didn't expect that thing to still exist. I remember that it was broken a long time ago. However, even if it's just a fragment, I can't let it fall into the hands of those humans. There was a trace of fear in the heavenly netherbird's eyes. But soon after, he revealed a sly smile. In the next moment, it waved its giant claws and a black flame formed in front of it. Then, it quickly transmitted its voice to the flame. At the same time, the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace and Deep Pine Palace seemed to have heard something. Their bodies suddenly stiffened and their faces became extremely respectful. I need you to do something. If you succeed, you will be rewarded. The heavenly Netherbird's voice rang in the minds of the Divine Bird Palace warriors. Honorable Heavenly Netherbird, please speak. One of the elders said respectfully. You should have sensed the sword chi in the dark pine palace, right? It's the aura of a weapon. I want you to immediately go to that place and get that weapon. Even if you can't get it, you can't let anyone else get it. Do you understand? Understood. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace said respectfully. But then, he revealed a bitter smile. To be honest, although we are also a 6-star sect, we are still lacking compared to the other king families. Even if we want to, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do it. Don't worry about this. Since I asked you to do it, I will naturally help you. The heavenly Netherbird's cold voice rang out. Now, find 2 suitable people. I will help them reach the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm in a short period of time. This way, I'm afraid there won't be any problems. 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. 2 people. Hearing this, the people of the Divine Bird Palace felt a chill. Then, their eyes lit up. Although it was only a temporary increase in cultivation, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning. The elder was also stunned for a moment. Then, he was ecstatic. However, he knew that this matter was of great importance. If it was not handled well, they might not be able to leave this place. Therefore, he began to carefully think about it. In terms of strength, this elder was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, he was determined to get one of the spots. However, he thought carefully about the other person. In the end, he did not choose from the older generation. Instead, he chose the most talented person in the younger generation. My lord, I've chosen. The 7th elder of the Divine Bird Palace took a step forward and stood in a conspicuous position. Beside him was a handsome young man. At this moment, the young man's face was filled with ecstasy. In the next moment, the 7th elder and the handsome Zhu Chen revealed a pained expression. This was because the black flame symbol that was originally the size of a fingernail on the back of their necks suddenly jumped. Black lines spread out from the black flames and quickly crawled all over their bodies. As the black flame covered their bodies, a terrifying aura burst out from the 2. When the black runes completely covered their bodies, their auras reached a peak. As for the cultivators in the distance, they were pressed to the ground by this aura. Every one of them revealed a terrified expression. 8th heaven honorable realm, everyone was extremely envious and terrified at the same time. They did not expect the heavenly Netherbird to have such terrifying power. It could create 2 8th heaven honorables with just a raise of its hand. Isn't this method a little too terrifying? As for the 7th elder and Zhu Chen, they felt the surging power in their bodies. Then, they laughed wildly. 8th heaven honorable realm. This was a realm that they had dreamed of reaching. But now, they had reached it so easily. How could they not be overjoyed? Although it was only a temporary increase, they believed that as long as they completed the mission, the heavenly Netherbird would be able to make them true 8th heaven honorables. Lord, rest assured. We will complete the mission. The 2 said. Respectfully to the void. Good, I'll wait for your good news. But I have to remind you not to play any tricks. I can make the 2 of you stronger, but I can also destroy you in an instant. I hope you won't make a mistake. The heavenly Netherbird's cold voice sounded. Hearing this, the 7th elder and Zhu Chen trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The 2 hurriedly shook their heads to show that they would not betray it. Luckily, the heavenly Netherbird did not say anything and they were not in any danger. They knew that the heavenly Netherbird believed them for now. Next, they would go all out to snatch the peerless weapon. The 2 of us will take care of the treasure. You stay here and look for other treasures. The 7th elder said to the other cultivators. Indeed, when the time came to snatch the treasure, it would definitely be the top experts. The rest of them would not be of any use and might even become a burden. Therefore, the 7th elder did not let them go. After saying this, the 2 of them turned around and soared into the sky. The Pine Palace was huge. It was not any smaller than a huge city. At this moment, there was a cave in the southeast corner of the Pine Palace. This cave was extremely extraordinary. It gave off an ancient aura and a faint trace of sharpness. Because not long ago, the sharpness of the sword chi came from this cave. At this moment, there was a group of warriors standing in front of the cave. The person in the lead was an old man in plain clothes. Although this old man was dressed plainly and had an ordinary appearance, no one dared to look down on him because he was the famous senior sword venerable of the deity Sword Villa. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man was standing in front of the cave with a grave expression. "Honorable Sword Elder, what is this place? Why is there such a terrifying aura?" "The disciples of the deity Sword Deity. If my guess is correct, this should be a place for refining weapons." The plain-clothed old man looked at the cave ahead and said in a deep voice. Indeed, not only did the cave have a sharp and ancient aura, there was also a scorching heat wave faintly emitting from the cave. The heat wave was nothing at first, but if one stood in front of the cave for too long, even a venerable one would not be able to withstand it. Place of weapon refinement? The cultivator's eyes lit up when they heard this. So, there should be many ancient weapons inside? That's right. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Moreover, the sharp sword chi from before had been emitted from this place. It must be a peerless divine weapon to be able to release that sword chi. The Honorable Sword Senior's eyes were burning with passion. Although he was very old and had reached the end of his life, as a swordsman, his pursuit of treasured swords was endless. Therefore, he wanted to go in and take a look at the peerless divine sword. The Honorable Sword Senior had a yearning look on his face. But in the next moment, he frowned and turned around. The sharpness in his eyes turned into a substantial sword chi and slashed forward. "Who are you? Sneaking around?" His voice was like thunder. As he spoke, the Honorable Sword Senior's aura changed drastically. An unusually sharp and powerful aura burst out from his body. He no longer looked like an ordinary old man. He was clearly a peerless swordsman. The huge sword chi slashed toward the void in front of him. Although everyone was puzzled and did not see who it was, they believed that as long as the Honorable Sword Senior took action, he must have his reasons. Sure enough, in the next moment, two figures flashed in the void and flew into the distance. These two people were the Seventh Elder and Xianxia of the Divine Bird Attack. Their faces were very ugly. They used their extreme movement techniques and quickly ran into the distance. "Damn it, this old man is so powerful. We've already restrained our aura, but I didn't expect him to still find us." The Seventh Elder gritted his teeth. Xianxia's face was also solemn. "This is the Honorable Sword of the deity Sword Villa. He's really terrifying." Indeed, although their cultivation had increased to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, they still felt a chill down their spines when facing the honorable sword. Dodging the sword by a hair's breadth, the two of them fled to a safe place and quickly discussed the matter. "Elder, what should we do?" Xianxia asked. "There's no hurry. Look at the cave. It seems to be protected by a powerful formation. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break that formation. Why don't we wait until those people break the formation and then secretly follow them in? In this way, we can preserve our strength and make a move at the critical moment," the Seventh Elder said in a deep voice. Then, the two of them went into hiding. However, they still paid close attention to the cave in the distance. On the other side, the linen-clothed old man slashed out with his sword. When he saw the two figures running away, he frowned. He could naturally sense that the two figures who were running away had reached the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Since when did the 8th heaven of the honorable realm from the deity Sword Villa enter? The linen-clothed old man was very confused. However, he shook his head slightly because he could not understand. However, he was not afraid. The strength that the other party had displayed before was not enough to fight against him. What he needed to do now was to enter the cave in front and obtain the exceptional divine weapon. In the next moment, the linen-clothed old man took a deep breath and walked forward. When he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he was suddenly greeted by a fiery red wave of air. Along with it was a scorching aura that melted the entire void. Not only that, but a red light screen had also appeared in front of them, blocking their path. As expected, such a treasure vault must be protected by a powerful formation. The plain-clothed old man sighed and retracted his footsteps. Although he did not continue forward, the old man's eyes were very determined. It seemed that he was determined to obtain the divine weapon inside. Because he had his own ideas. One had to know that they were not safe now. There was an extremely powerful heavenly netherbird watching them from the outside. And they did not have the strength to fight against it. However, if he could obtain the divine weapon, he might be able to pose a threat to the heavenly netherbird. By then, they would have the right to negotiate. At the very least, they should be able to protect the people from the deity sword matter. Therefore, he had to get his hands on this peerless divine weapon. However, the first step was to break the red array in front of them. The old man did not do that. He did not let the people from the deity sword matter start breaking the array. Instead, he waited quietly. This was because he knew that the sword light from before must have alerted everyone in the Pine Palace. Therefore, it would not be long before those powerful families and forces arrived. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the array in front of them. Indeed, before long, there was the sound of rushing air behind them. Then, a group of cultivators landed quickly. The aura of the divine weapon. It's really here. A joyful voice was heard. Then, there was a surprised voice. Deity Sword Matter? So it's Senior Sword Honorable. The people from the deity Sword Matter turned around and realized that the people who landed behind them were from the Palace of Gods of War. The old man also turned around and looked behind him. Then, he was surprised. He did not expect that the Palace of Gods of War would have 2 8th-level honorables. The 2 8th-level honorables were naturally Yan Feng and the mysterious honorable. Previously, the Palace of Gods of War had obtained some silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits, which had greatly improved the cultivation of many people. Among them, the ones who had benefited the most were Yan Feng and the mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing. Yan Feng was a genius of the younger generation. He was extremely talented, so he had broken through to the 8th-level honorable at a young age. The mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing had an even more extraordinary background. He was Duan Tianlang's senior brother and a powerful elder in the Palace of Gods of War. This time around, his strength had increased tremendously. Compared to Yan Feng, he was now slightly stronger. The appearance of the Palace of Ares alerted the deity Sword Matter. Now was a special time. There was a treasure trove of peerless divine weapons in front of them. The other party's intentions were obvious. Moreover, the 2 8th-level venerables made the people of deity Sword Villa feel a wave of pressure. Originally, the strength of the deity Sword Matter had been slightly weaker than a monarch family like the War God Palace. However, the arrival of Senior Sword Sovereign had greatly boosted their confidence. They believed that they could suppress the king clans. This was because, according to the information they had obtained, no 8th-level venerables had entered this time. However, they did not expect that 2 8th-level venerables would appear in the Palace of War. This surprised them greatly. Previously, the advantage that they had gained by relying on Senior Sword Honorable would be pulled closer to them. However, the linen-clothed old man was very calm. He did not take the 2 martial artists who had just become 8th heaven supremacy seriously. However, he was old after all. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. Hence, he did not say anything in the face of the powerful Palace of Ares. Duan Tianqing, Yan Feng, and the others were different from the people of deity Sword Villa. As soon as they arrived, they quickly rushed forward to study the red array. Not long after, the martial artists of the other forces also arrived. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man finally spoke. Everyone, I know that everyone is anxious. However, if we don't break this array, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter. Hence, I hope that everyone will work together. Senior Sword Honorable, you're right. You have the highest seniority here. Why don't we leave this matter to you? An elder of Merry Woods said with a smile. As soon as he said that, the elders of the other forces nodded. The people of the Palace of Ares did not obviously support him, but they did not oppose him either. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Then, he walked forward and led the crowd to study it. During this process, the Shin family and the Palace of Ares were extremely jealous. They almost fought again. Fortunately, Senior Sword Honorable was there to suppress the situation. Thus, both sides stopped fighting. Swoosh, in the forest, 2 figures flashed. It was Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The 2 of them naturally rushed to the cave in front of them. However, they did not go up to break the array. Instead, they waited quietly in the distance. It was not that they did not want to go up, but most of the forces had grudges with them. If they went up now, it would cause unnecessary trouble. They might as well wait for those people to break the array and then follow in. Looking at this array, I'm afraid they will need some time to break it. The dark red divine dragon looked to the front and said, of course, if I help, I can reduce the time by half. This should be the twin blazing array. It is indeed difficult to break. Xianxia looked to the front and said slowly. Not bad, kid. You've improved. You can see through this array at a glance. The dark red divine dragon nodded continuously. Xianxia smiled. It would be a waste if he did not learn a little from the dark red divine dragon, an array master. Now, his array formation level could be considered as an array formation grandmaster. As long as it wasn't an ancient array formation, he could break any ordinary array formation. As they were talking, Xianxia suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Xianxia also showed a trace of doubt. Then, the two of them quickly withdrew their auras. Xianxia even used her void eye to form a golden vortex that wrapped the two of them. Naturally, they did so for a reason. That was because two figures had suddenly appeared in their northwest direction. The two figures were like ghosts. They moved very quickly and did not make a sound. Even their auras were undetectable. As soon as they landed, they stared at every movement in front of them. However, they did not notice that there were two people hiding not far from them. Xianxia and Xianxia were surprised when they saw the two figures. Divine Bird Palace, 8th Heaven Venerable. Xianxia frowned. He was not surprised that people with the Divine Bird technique appeared here, but the aura of the other party shocked him. He did not expect that the other party had 8th Heaven martial artists, and there were two of them. This was too unexpected. Did the other party also get the silver leaf and the fiery phoenix fruit? Xianxia was puzzled. But then, he shook his head slightly. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, they should not be able to defeat the tree demon. Moreover, although the other party's aura was strong, it was very strange. There was even an aura that he was familiar with. The Heavenly Netherbird? Xianxia suddenly realized that the aura on the other party's body was very similar to the black flame aura he had collected along the way. At first, he didn't think of it, but after the dark red dragon's reminder, he realized that something was wrong. Why does the other party have such a strong black flame aura? This isn't normal. Xianxia was puzzled. One had to know that even if the other party had a black flame imprint, it was impossible for the other party to have such an aura with just a trace of black flame. It seems that the Heavenly Netherbird is behind this. The dark red dragon understood. With that fellow's methods, it shouldn't be difficult to raise two people to the 8th heaven of the supremacy realm in a short period of time. Hearing this, Xianxia gasped. As expected of the Heavenly Netherbird. It was indeed terrifying. It could create two 8th heaven supremacies with just a raise of its hand. This method was truly heaven-defying. However, this also made him very puzzled. He guessed that the Heavenly Netherbird had sent two 8th heaven supremacies to seize the peerless weapon in the cave. The other party was a demonic beast and had no use for the weapon. It should be that the weapon was a threat to it. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the peerless weapon, it might increase their chances of winning. Thinking of this, Xianxia clenched his fists. He had to obtain the peerless weapon inside. Next, they just had to wait patiently. 2 days later, the fiery red formation in front of them finally dimmed and disappeared. Everyone's face was filled with ecstasy as they quickly dashed inside. However, immediately after, a few screams came from ahead. Many of them quickly retreated, their faces full of pain. Some of them were on fire, burning fiercely. A few powerhouses had to take action to extinguish the fire. Then, they looked ahead with very serious expressions. Previously, because of the red formation, although they felt a scorching aura, they didn't pay much attention to it. But now, the red array was gone, and the scorching aura of the bones was completely exposed in front of them. The energy caused their expressions to change. It was too terrifying. It was as if an endless sea of fire was going to burn them. The few martial artists who had screamed earlier were burned by this heat wave. However, despite the danger ahead, no one retreated. Instead, they quickly made preparations. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, these people would still step in without hesitation, let alone a heat wave. Sure enough, the group was well prepared and set off. The plain-clothed elder took the lead and a bright sword radiance gushed out from his body. Then, his body swayed and he charged forward like a beam of sword radiance. Wherever it passed, the fiery red airwaves were mercilessly torn apart and slapped to both sides. Behind him were Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing, 2 8th-level venerables. Their auras were extremely powerful. They were like ferocious beasts, pushing away all the heat waves. Behind the two of them were the elders of the major forces. These people also used all their means and quickly rushed forward. It's about time. Let's go. In the forest, the 7th elder and Zhu Chen moved out. They were like ghosts. Their speed was extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared from their original positions. After the two left, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also revealed themselves. Let's go too. Let's see what kind of peerless divine weapon is inside. Lin Xian looked forward. His eyes were extremely bright. He stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. When he was near the cave entrance, the red lotus armor on his body quickly covered his entire body. On the armor, a bright red lotus flower bloomed, pushing away all the heat waves that came with it. Zhao Shui followed closely behind. There were countless golden vortexes around him, absorbing the surrounding heat. The two of them were very fast. Soon, they entered the cave. This cave was a completely different world. It was bigger than expected. The crimson ground was cracked into pieces. From time to time, flames would pass through these cracks. These flames were not to be underestimated. They could even easily tear apart a venerable's protective shield. No one doubted this. Not only was the ground fiery red, but the entire mountain walls were also fiery red. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a torrential heat. As they walked forward, black iron chains appeared on the crimson walls. Each of them was as thick as a bucket. These iron chains intertwined with each other as if they were binding something. Everyone looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was an extremely huge furnace in front of him. It was bound by countless black iron chains and suspended in midair. The furnace was very simple and unadorned. At first glance, one could tell that it was an ancient item. Moreover, its position was very strange. The mouth of the furnace was facing downward. Endless red lava flowed down from the mouth of the furnace like a fiery waterfall. This remote sky mystery realm had existed for at least a few thousand years. This cave must have existed all along. It was very strange that the flaming lava had not dried up after a few thousand years. Lin Xian was also very surprised. However, he quickly figured out what was going on. He realized that there were mysterious patterns on the huge furnace. They were emitting a strange power. Perhaps the reason why the flaming waterfall could last for thousands of years was related to the mysterious patterns on the furnace. However, this was not something he needed to consider. He shifted his gaze away from the huge furnace and looked at the ground in front of him. Then, Lin Xian's body shook. Endless light burst out from his eyes. There was an open space in front of him. Countless swords were inserted into the ground. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 swords densely packed like stone tablets. These swords were of different sizes and shapes. Some were shining like the sun, emitting a blazing light from head to toe. There were also some that were rusty, like rusty iron swords that were casually inserted into the ground. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was not the only one stunned. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that there would be over 1,000 swords here. That's right. This should be a place to refine weapons. Moreover, the owner of this place should be a master swordsmith. Otherwise, why would all the treasure ores be from swords? We're rich. We're really rich this time. These are all ancient treasures. Their power is definitely beyond imagination. A group of people ran forward crazily. However, Lin Xian did not move. He felt that the situation was too strange. Moreover, his main target was the peerless weapon. Not only did Lin Xian not move, but the old man in linen clothes also did not move. However, the old man's eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the entire space. He seemed to be looking for traces of the peerless weapon. At this moment, many of the warriors who ran out previously pulled out their swords from the ground. A few of them managed to snatch the dazzling sword, and they immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, peerless weapon. I got a peerless weapon. A sword chi that was like a crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The warrior holding the resplendent sword also snorted coldly and quickly waved the sword in his hand. The long sword bloomed like the sun, emitting an incomparably resplendent light. However, when it collided with the crescent moon sword chi, it let out a cracking sound and broke into two. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. I obtained a peerless divine weapon. How could it be broken? The warrior held the broken sword with a disappointed expression. An elder of the deity sword villa snorted coldly, how foolish. Whether it is a divine weapon or not, it is not just determined by its light. How can it be so easy to find a peerless divine weapon? The deity sword villa could be said to be the most outstanding sect in the Tianwu continent in terms of sword techniques. Therefore, the elder's words caused everyone to ponder. It seemed that the dazzling light was not necessarily a divine weapon. Instead, it was possible that the rusty sword was the true peerless treasure sword. For a time, many warriors specially chose those long swords that looked like scrap metal. Buzz, a warrior, pulled out a rusty iron sword and waved it in the air. Under normal circumstances, these warriors wouldn't even look at it because the sword was too ordinary. But now, with their previous experience, they specially chose this kind of iron sword. However, to everyone's disappointment, the rusty sword directly turned into fragments in the air and scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, even the people from the deity sword villa frowned. It seemed that the treasured swords here could not be distinguished by their appearance. It didn't mean that shiny things were bad, and rusty things weren't good either. In other words, any sword could be a peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, the warriors planned to start a carpet search. If one time was not enough, they would search twice. He did not believe that when they pulled out all the swords, they would still not be able to find the peerless divine weapon. However, in the next moment, many warriors in front of them cried out in alarm. This was because they discovered that each person could only pull out one sword, and once the martial artists who had pulled out the sword wanted to pull out another sword, they would be repelled by an extremely strange force. Damn it, I don't believe it. Why can't I pull out the second sword? Some warriors did not believe it and used their strength to pull out the second sword. However, a burst of sword chi shot out from the sword, directly splitting the martial artist into two halves. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then, they let out a breath of cold air. Shocking, too shocking. They did not expect that the swords would have such a change. Although the one who died was only a 6th level venerable, this scene shocked everyone. Because they would not forget that this was a cave left behind by an ancient expert. Who knew what terrifying things would be inside, so for a time, everyone became extremely careful. They were deeply afraid that they would trigger some formation taboo and cause unnecessary danger. Instead, it was those people who had hurriedly pulled out their treasured swords that were filled with regret. Previously, they didn't think that each person could only choose once, so they didn't care when they made their choice. But now, they did not have the chance to choose. It seems that everyone can only choose once. If we follow the rules, we shouldn't be in any danger. The people from Deity Sword Villa observed for a while and discovered the principle. Alright, all of you can go and choose your own treasured swords. The plain-clothed old man slowly said. Hearing this, the disciples of Deity Sword Villa were overjoyed. They quickly walked forward and carefully chose. They were all swordsmen, so their pursuit of swords was much stronger than other warriors. Previously, they did not act rashly, so they avoided the previous incident. Now, they could finally choose properly. However, when Deity Sword Villa's Xiao Fan walked forward, something happened. Because before he started to choose, a sword on the ground began to tremble. Then, it burst out with a dazzling light. In the end, the sword rose from the ground and flew toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the sword. Then, the sword let out a sonorous sword cry as if it was very excited. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa were excited. The sword chooses its owner. This is the sword choosing its owner. Rumor has it that some high-level swords have spirituality. They can choose their own owners. I always thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect to see it today. Xiao Fan, look at that sword. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Fan was also excited. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy into the sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword chi let out a sonorous cry. A fiery sword light swept across the entire void. Everywhere it passed, it seemed like a raging fire was burning. In the end, the red light that filled the sky dispersed, and the longsword revealed its true appearance. It was a fiery red sword. There were patterns on it that looked like a Buddhist imprint. It emitted a scorching aura. On the hilt of the sword, there were two ancient words, Departing Fire. Departing Fire sword, a half-earth rank treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was unimaginable. After knowing this, the surrounding warriors were envious. That was a half-earth rank treasure. It was an extremely precious item. Only the genius disciples of the king families or some elders could own it. Ordinary warriors couldn't get it at all. Moreover, the Departing Fire sword wasn't an ordinary half-earth rank treasure. It was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was stronger than an ordinary earth rank treasure. D***it, why don't I have such luck? As expected of the person called Junior Sword Honorable. He's really powerful. The group was envious. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa laughed heartily. Even the Sword Honorable nodded his head slightly. It was indeed good to be able to make the sword choose its owner. At the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sword to have such spirituality. It could even choose its owner. He wondered what would happen if he went up. Would he attract the peerless divine sword? He was very curious, but he didn't act rashly. Firstly, he wanted to observe a little more. Secondly, the Sword Honorable and the other 8th level honorables didn't make a move. He wasn't in a hurry. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry, but it didn't mean that the others weren't. Especially the young geniuses of the various forces. They all went down and were ready to show off their skills. Buzz, the Shen family's 13th young master, went down and caused a commotion. Another sword chose its owner. In fact, this was normal because he wasn't a pure swordsman. Xiao Fan was a disciple from the Deity Sword Villa. His attainments in the way of the sword far surpassed other cultivators. Therefore, he could obtain a treasured sword like the Departing Flame Sword. Although the genius disciples from the sovereign clans could also cause a commotion, they didn't obtain a peerless divine sword. Those ordinary disciples couldn't trigger the treasured swords to choose their masters. They could only rely on luck. Many people made their moves and obtained some treasures. At that moment, Yan Feng made his move. Yan Feng's move attracted everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped. He was an 8th heaven honorable. Everyone wanted to know what kind of divine weapon an expert of this level would obtain. For a moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward with great anticipation. Yan Feng's face was full of arrogance as he walked forward with majestic gait. Then, he stood in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back. His body emitted a powerful aura. Obviously, Yan Feng didn't plan to carefully choose the treasured swords. Instead, he waited quietly. It seemed like he wanted the treasured swords to choose their masters. Indeed, in the next moment, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. But soon after, everyone was astonished. They realized that there wasn't only one sword clanging. 2 treasured swords exploded with dazzling light. They were like resplendent suns that shone in all directions. Then, the 2 treasured swords turned into streaks of light that flew toward Yan Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Even Xiao Fan was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Yan Feng to be so powerful that he could make 2 treasured swords recognize him as their master. Was this the strength of an 8th heaven honorable? He was too powerful. When Yan Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a confident smile. Then, he reached out and grabbed one of the treasured swords. The moment he grabbed it, the light of the other treasured sword quickly dimmed and returned to the ground. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yan Feng didn't obtain both treasured swords. The people from the Deity Sword Villa frowned. They knew the pros and cons of this. Ordinary cultivators would choose treasured swords from thousands of long swords. It was very likely that they would end up with trash. However, Yanfeng had to choose between two treasured swords. No matter which one he chose, it would definitely be a treasured sword. It wouldn't be an ordinary sword. As expected of an 8th level venerated realm cultivator, to actually receive such treatment. Seeing that Yanfeng had succeeded, everyone had different expressions. The 9th young master and 13th young master of the Shin clan had unfriendly expressions. This was because they realized that the sword in Yanfeng's hand was of a much higher grade than the ones in their hands. It even surpassed the Li fire sword in Xiao Fan's hand. In the distance, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. It seemed that even if one was not a swordsman, when one's strength reached a certain level, these treasured swords would automatically choose their masters. Just like Yanfeng now. The grade of the treasured sword in his opponent's hand had already surpassed the distant fire sword. Even amongst the half-earth step treasures, it was still extremely good. However, compared to his Lone Star sword, it was still slightly inferior. That was because his Lone Star sword contained a trace of an Earthrank artifact fragment. As long as it was related to an Earth step treasure, its power would be unimaginable. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still far surpass a half-Earth step treasure of the same price. Therefore, Lin Xian's target was not the ordinary half-Earth step artifacts in front of him, but the true peerless divine weapon. After Yanfeng succeeded, the Palace of Gods of War cheered. However, Duan Tianqing did not make a move. Instead, he looked towards the deity sword manor. Indeed, he was staring at the plain-clothed elder. It seemed that he was waiting for the other party to make a move. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone around was waiting because the plain-clothed elder was a legendary existence. He was a sword sovereign. These people wanted to know what kind of phenomenon would occur if the sword sovereign made a move. Would they find the true peerless divine weapon? Feeling everyone's gaze, the plain-clothed elder's face was calm. He then calmly walked forward. He's making a move. He's really making a move. Everyone was extremely excited because they would be able to witness the power of the legendary sword sovereign. Seeing the sword sovereign make a move, Yanfeng and Duan Tianqing also held their breaths. Especially Duan Tianqing, whose eyes were blazing. Not only him, but the 7th elder and Zhu Chen of the Divine Bird Palace were also extremely nervous. They believed that as long as the sword sovereign made a move, he would definitely attract the peerless divine weapon. Then, it would be time for them to make a move. Of course, it would be better if the sword sovereign could not find the peerless divine weapon. In that case, no one would be able to find the true peerless divine weapon and they would be able to complete the Heavenly Netherbirds mission without making a move. On the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If there was someone who posed the greatest threat to him here, it would naturally be the plain-clothed elder. After all, the other party was once the famous sword sovereign. Although his vitality had withered, he was still not someone an ordinary 8th heaven supremacy could contend against. Moreover, the other party was an expert in the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword were extraordinary. Perhaps he could really find the peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. If the situation changed, he had to make a move. Haha, senior sword sovereign, you don't mind if I search with you, right? At this moment, Duan Tianqing of the Palace of Gods of War suddenly spoke. Then, his godlike body quickly stepped forward and walked forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. At this moment, the sword sovereign's voice slowly drifted over. As you wish. Clearly, he did not take this Duan Tianqing to heart. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Then, Duan Tianqing stepped forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. Like a violent storm, it instantly filled the entire space. Its power was even stronger than Yanfeng's from before. Following his arrival, the longswords in front of him also began to hum non-stop. In fact, many of the longswords even exploded with resplendent light. 5 swords, a total of 5 swords shot into the sky and rapidly flew towards Duan Tianqing. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with astonishment. One had to know that previously, Yanfeng had only attracted 2 swords, and that had already made everyone envious. But now, this Duan Tianqing had directly attracted 5 swords. This was truly shocking. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Indeed, this Duan Tianqing was much stronger than Yan Feng. It was reasonable for him to attract 5 swords. Duan Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. He allowed the 5 swords to turn into shocking rainbows and dance around him. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked behind him. There was an old figure there, but no one dared to underestimate him. The plain-clothed old man did not have any reaction to Duan Tianqing's ability to attract 5 swords. His old face remained calm. Then, he slowly arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. The moment he stepped on the ground, the surrounding swords suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The number was not something Duan Tianqing could compare to. The 10 swords turned into a long rainbow and danced around the old man, emitting a blazing light. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Even Duan Tianqing's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. His previous actions were naturally provocative. In his opinion, although the sword venerable was famous, he had already declined and could no longer display the power he had in the past. That was why he wanted to provoke him. However, he did not expect that the sword venerable would still be so powerful even though his blood qi had withered. With just a step, he attracted 10 swords to surround him. There were twice as many swords as he was. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that he had used all his strength to attract 1 sword, but the sword venerable had attracted 10 swords just by walking casually. The gap between them could be said to be abnormally huge. The 10 swords circled around the sword venerable like flowing light. The sword venerable only glanced at them casually, then shook his head slightly. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a majestic force surged out, pushing the 10 swords around him away. Buzz! 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 The 10 swords flew out and returned to the ground. What? He pushed them away. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Those were 10 swords. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely choose carefully. However, the sword venerable had casually pushed them away and did not choose a single one. It had to be said that he was too bold. In this world, only the sword venerable could do that. At the side, Duan Tianqing's face darkened. He originally wanted to provoke the sword venerable, but he did not expect the sword venerable to suppress him in terms of numbers. However, the sword venerable's actions directly provoked him. The 10 swords glanced at each other and were pushed away. This made him extremely shocked and infuriated at the same time. Then, he snorted coldly and pushed away the 5 swords around him. Seeing this action, the surrounding people also exclaimed. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With Duan Tianqing's strength and attainments in the sword Dao, wanting to compete with the sword venerable was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. The sword venerable was even more expressionless. He did not even look at Duan Tianqing. Once again, he walked past the countless swords. Then, countless swords soared into the sky and flew towards him like rainbows. This time, there were even more, a total of 20 of them. However, the sword venerable only glanced at it before shaking his head and pushing it away again. Next, 30 swords soared into the sky and were pushed away again. Duan Tianqing originally wanted to compete with Sword Sovereign, but when he saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. This kind of method was simply not something that he could use. In front of them, as the Sword Sovereign's aura grew stronger, the number of treasured swords in the sky also increased. All of a sudden, a sword emitted a shocking light. That light was very special. It suppressed the other sword lights and even emitted an unusually sharp aura. Seeing this sword light, everyone looked over with rapt attention. They were very excited. Could it be that a peerless divine weapon has appeared? It seems very likely. As expected of the honorable sword. I'm afraid only he has the means to make the peerless divine weapon appear. Everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the people from Deity Sword Villa were ecstatic. Duan Tianqing's face was gloomy. He looked ahead and roared, unleashing an unparalleled power. His power swept towards the shocking sword light, trying to snatch it from the Sword Sovereign. However, when his power was swept into the sword light, it was as if it had fallen into the sea. There was no wind at all. Damn it! Duan Tianqing was extremely angry. he also knew that he was no match for the sword sovereign. However, he was unwilling to let the divine weapon fall into the hands of the deity Sword Villa, so he could only fight for it with all his might. The sword sovereign did not stop Duan Tianxing because the other party did not attack directly. Instead, he used his aura to attract the sword light, which did not violate any rules. Therefore, the sword sovereign could not be bothered with him because he was confident that no one here was a match for him in terms of sword principle. They were not even qualified for him to take them seriously. In front of them, the sword light became brighter and brighter as if it was going to break through the sky. The sword sovereign's eyes were also extremely bright as if he wanted to see if the sword was a peerless divine weapon. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene with a grave expression. Although he was not sure if the sword light was from a peerless divine weapon, he knew that he could not wait any longer. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian made a move. His figure was like a phantom as he shuttled through the crowd and arrived at the place where the sword was hidden in an instant. When he stepped onto the ground, he immediately activated the great dragon sword soul. A deep dragon roar sounded from within his body, and then an unforgettable scene appeared. On the ground in front of him, thousands of swords were all trembling as if they were going to soar into the sky. Beams of dazzling sword light burst out and connected into one, illuminating the entire sky. Clang! 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 Thousands of swords flew out and floated in the sky, blooming with dazzling light. Then, these swords turned into shocking rainbows and all flew towards Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian was like a sword immortal, attracting thousands of swords around him. What? Thousands of swords? How is this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. D***, who is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. There were more than 1,000 swords in front of them, and most of them had soared into the sky and were circling around Lin Xian. There were only a few swords left on the ground. It could be said that Lin Xian's appearance had attracted almost all of the swords. This was simply too shocking. One must know that even a sword venerable would not be able to create such a scene. Even Zhao Shui, Morong Qingqing, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The others' expressions were even more exaggerated. The people from the deity Sword Manor exclaimed, while the people from the Ares workshop and the Shen family looked horribly gloomy, especially Yan Feng and Duan Tianxing. D***, how can this guy attract thousands of swords? Yan Feng gritted his teeth. He was very unwilling to admit defeat when he lost to Lin Xian last time. This time, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and thought that he could definitely kill Lin Xian. However, he had lost to Lin Xian before they even fought. He had only attracted 2 swords before, but Lin Xian had attracted thousands of swords. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was impossible to cross. Even the sword honorable could not remain calm. He looked at Lin Xian with astonishment in his eyes. The long swords here were very magical. It didn't mean that one could attract many swords just because they were powerful. This required fate and attainments in the sword Dao. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Even if a king came, it would be impossible to attract all the swords away. That was because it was simply impossible. Who is this young man? How is he so powerful? The sword venerable stared at Lin Xian carefully with a face full of doubt. He had heard of the few genius disciples of the Qing clans, but Lin Xian was completely different from the information he knew. In other words, he wasn't from the Qing clans. That made him even more surprised. Apart from the Qing clans, what other forces' disciples could be so shocking? No, even the Qing clans can't find such a person. Unique treasure. This kid must have a unique treasure in his hands to be able to cause such a phenomenon. The sword venerable's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't help it. The scene was too shocking. He really didn't believe that a young man at the 7th level of the supremacy realm could cause such a phenomenon. Perhaps the only explanation was that he had a treasure on him. In fact, his guess was close. However, it wasn't a treasure, but a sword soul. The reason for such a shocking scene was the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful, and its aura could naturally attract countless swords here. Therefore, although Lin Xian was only at the 7th level of the supremacy realm, the commotion he caused was even more terrifying than the sword venerable. Looking at the thousands of longswords around him, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he stretched out his hands and pressed down on the void. Immediately, a majestic force surged out and pushed the thousands of swords away. Then, the longsword stabbed back into the ground like rain. Bang, bang. Bang, the void rumbled and the ground trembled. Countless longswords kept clanging. What? He pushed them all away? He didn't take any of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to do that. He was really bold. There were definitely powerful treasures among the thousands of longswords. However, Lin Xian didn't choose any of them and directly pushed them away. This boldness was even stronger than the sword venerable. Duan Tianqing's face darkened at this sight. Damn it, this brat's target is also a peerless divine weapon. Stop him, don't let him come up. Brat, scram. As soon as Duan Tianqing left, Duan Tianlang from the Palace of Gods of War grinned maliciously and rushed towards Lin Xian. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the venerable realm. It could be said that his strength had increased greatly. In the next moment, a terrifying fist smashed towards Lin Xian's head. Die, brat. A demon wolf flew out from the fist. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The demon wolf turned into a beam of light and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. He's going all out right from the start. It seems like Duan Tianlang wants to kill his opponent. That's for sure. Duan Tianlang suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Xian before. Now that his strength has increased greatly, he naturally wants to take revenge. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, he was able to create such a vision previously. It shouldn't be because of his own strength. I wonder if he can withstand this punch. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of them looked worried. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Spiritual energy rolled and countless flames jumped. They turned into a huge flaming hand and slapped forward. Boom, the demon wolf fist shadow was smashed apart. Not only that, Duan Tianlang was also sent flying. He vomited blood and crashed into the wall behind him. What? He was sent flying? The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a peak 7th heaven venerable. He was sent flying with a single slap. Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. How is this possible? Damn. How did he do it? The people from the Palace of Gods of War were horrified. Yan Feng's face darkened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he sneered coldly. 7th heaven venerable. You've broken through. No wonder you're stronger than before. So what if you've broken through? You can only lie down in front of me. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Then, he took a step forward and his body emitted powerful spiritual energy. The aura of an 8th heaven venerable. Oh my god, is Yan Feng going to attack? It's possible. According to the rumors, Yan Feng was defeated by Lin Xian before. I guess he wants to take revenge now. What? Yan Feng was defeated before? Are you kidding? He's a genius martial artist from the Palace of Gods of War. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. Lin Xian is too terrifying. He can even defeat a genius martial artist like Yan Feng. So what? He was just lucky. Senior brother Yan Feng has broken through to the 8th heaven venerable. He's a peerless expert. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't beat our senior brother Yan Feng. Humph, he's dead. An 8th heaven venerable can crush a 7th heaven venerable. Senior brother Yan Feng can kill him with a finger. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War sneered when they saw Yan Feng attack. In the distance, Duan Tianqing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused on finding a peerless weapon. Lin Xian said coldly, "You're not my match. Kid, you're too arrogant." Yan Feng sneered. "Although I was defeated by you before, it's different now. I've broken through to the 8th heaven venerable. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. However, Lin Xian shook his head. An 8th heaven venerable isn't invincible. You've just entered the 8th heaven. I said, you're not my match. So, get lost if you don't want to die. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. I'll knock your teeth out one by one later. Let's see how stubborn you can be then. Yanfeng gripped the sword he had just obtained and slashed out. The sword light flashed and turned into countless light waves. It was as if endless waves were rushing through the void. This sword was too terrifying. It was enough to kill any 7th heaven venerable. When the surrounding people saw Yanfeng attack, they all retreated, afraid that they would be swept away by the waves. Is this the strength of an 8th heaven venerable? Just the aura alone makes me feel despair. There's nothing I can do. The gap is too big. The gap between the venerable realm and the 7th heaven was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to fight someone of a higher level. For a moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They thought that he was dead for sure this time. The terrifying sword light was incomparably vast, but it was useless against Lin Xian. A vermilion bird seal was quickly shot out from Lin Xian's hand. The fire element here was very rich, so Lin Xian used fire concept in these few moves. A flaming vermilion bird was born and shattered all the sword light. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he stomped his foot and charged out like a bolt of lightning. What? He blocked it. Lin Xian could actually block the attack of an 8th heaven supremacy? That was unbelievable, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious, they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against an 8th heaven supremacy. But now, he had done it. It was really shocking. Yanfeng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fight against him. There was a ball of anger burning in his heart. You're courting death. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? I'll let you know the true power of an 8th heaven supremacy. Yanfeng put away the sword in his hand and pulled out the demon slayer at his waist. With a clang, the demon slayer was pulled out. The long saber shone brightly and the light was like the sea. The resplendent saber light shot into the sky and lit up the entire space. Buzz, Yanfeng held the frenzied saber and slashed out. Suddenly, the saber light emitted a buzzing sound that made one's soul tremble. The ocean blue saber light was like a wave that instantly streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire cave was shaking. 8 Ocean Abyss Saber. Yanfeng's voice was cold like the edge of a saber. His head emitted a sharp aura. The 8 Ocean Abyss Saber was an Earth-class martial art. It was very terrifying. Now that Yanfeng's cultivation had increased greatly and reached the 8th heaven supremacy, he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, he was one with the saber. The terrifying saber light seemed to be able to shatter everything as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the field and waved his hand. Immediately, the thousands of swords around him trembled and emitted a resplendent light, forming a sea of sword light. These sword lights combined to form a huge sword chi that floated in the sky. Then, it slashed forward violently. Boom, the two collided with a deafening sound. It was as if thunder had exploded from the 9 heavens. The entire cave kept shaking. At this moment, mysterious red runes appeared on the ground and walls, emitting a mysterious power that protected the entire cave. Otherwise, just this move alone would have flattened the entire cave. However, those martial artists were not so lucky. That terrifying remnant energy directly impacted their bodies, sending them flying. Those with weaker strength even vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Retreat! Countless people screamed in horror and retreated to the wall. The older generation figures and 7th-level venerables quickly worked together to form a screen of light to defend themselves. Otherwise, many of them would probably die here in the next attack. Now, they were no longer shocked, but terrified. Especially the warriors from the Palace of Ares. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, how is this possible? How can he contend against an 8th-level venerable? Dream, damn it, I must be dreaming. They had really gone mad. It should be known that that was an 8th heaven venerable. In the eyes of the world, he was already a peerless expert. Moreover, there was a huge gap between a 7th level venerable realm and an 8th level venerable realm. It could be said that there was no suspense in this battle. But now, the result was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian blocked Yan Feng's attack. Not only that, but it seemed that they were evenly matched. Yan Feng's expression was even more terrifying. If the first attack could be said to be blocked by luck, then the previous scene was definitely not luck. He could now confirm that Lin Xian definitely had the battle prowess of an 8th heaven venerable. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Yan Feng's expression was very ugly. I don't believe it. This brat must have used some secret technique to forcefully increase his battle prowess. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend against me? Yan Feng seemed to have grasped something. Then, he revealed a cold smile. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. But it's a pity. I think this secret technique won't last for too long. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. When the secret technique ends, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yan Feng's words calmed the hearts of the disciples of the Palace of Ares. So it was a secret technique. No wonder he could contend against an 8th level venerable. Humph, what a crooked method. The secret technique can increase one's battle prowess temporarily. But the side effects are definitely huge. Furthermore, this secret technique definitely won't last for too long. Just wait. Once the secret technique ends, he'll be dead for sure. Facing these words, Lin Xian only said 2 words, ignorant. He did indeed have a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. However, he didn't use any secret technique at all. This was his true battle prowess. However, he didn't have time to waste here with Yan Feng. His goal was the peerless divine weapon. With a cold snort, Lin Xian attacked again. Haha, brat, I guessed it right. You can't wait to attack, right? Seeing Lin Xian's action seemed to confirm his guess, Yan Feng laughed maniacally. A guy who used a secret technique to increase his strength wants to compete with me? What a joke. Yan Feng laughed maniacally as he waved the berserk blade in his hand. Rays of blade light surged out rapidly. Then, an unparalleled power erupted from Yan Feng's body. His eyes were like 2 rays of blade light, piercing through space and time. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the berserk blade in his hand, erupting with powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star Sword, an endless sword light rushed out from his body. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Yan Feng. The Lone Star Sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Dang, the two collided, and a deafening sound rang out. A huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. The great dragon sword soul continued to circulate, causing his battle prowess to be unparalleled. He fought against Yan Feng, an 8th level venerable. The surrounding people were deeply shocked by the scene. A 7th level venerable fought an 8th level venerable head-on. This was probably the first time in history that a 7th level venerable was not at a disadvantage. Impossible. Go to hell. Yan Feng roared into the sky, wanting to kill Lin Xian. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The long blade in his hand slashed towards Lin Xian. Every strike caused the void to collapse. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like the tip of a sword, sharp to the extreme. The long sword slashed across the sky, and an unparalleled light burst out, causing the entire world to lose its color. The sword chi swept out, shattering all of Yan Feng's attacks. The sword chi was like a dragon roaring in the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Feng's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to fight against this terrifying sword chi. His body retreated rapidly like a ghost. However, his momentum was at a disadvantage when he retreated. When he wanted to counterattack, he realized that he was being suppressed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not give Yan Feng a chance to counterattack. The Lone Star Sword in his hand was like a dragon, roaring continuously. A terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. Lin Xian slashed out 13 times in a row. The terrifying sword light connected in the sky like a vast ocean, and all of them blasted towards Yanfeng. The entire void was trembling, and the cave was shaking non-stop as if it would collapse at any time. Yanfeng's face was pale. He could not dodge at all and could only take the 13 swords head-on. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. Yanfeng's face was pale, and his entire arm was trembling. The 13 swords were like raging waves, each stronger than the last. In the end, although he took the 13 swords, his arm was completely numb, and he could not exert any strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's battle intent was high, and his aura was majestic. Sword light surrounded his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed out again. Wind and thunder roared, and metal and fire mixed together. This sword was extremely sharp, and it directly sent Yanfeng's demon slayer flying. Then, the long sword swept out like a dragon swinging its tail, and sent Yanfeng flying. Blood splattered in the air, and explosions continued. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking. They could not believe that Yanfeng had been defeated. One had to know that Yanfeng was an 8th heaven honorable. He was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world, but he had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had lost to a 7th level venerate. This was simply too unbelievable. Duan Tianqing's face was also gloomy, and his entire body was trembling. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yanfeng. It was really beyond his expectations. Not only that, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian was someone that the Palace of Gods of War had to kill. One of his missions in the remote sky secret realm this time was to kill Lin Xian. Originally, there was no suspense to this mission because Lin Xian was only a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer before entering the remote heaven secret realm. A person like that was only an ant in Duan Tianqing's eyes. However, in just 2 to 3 months, Lin Xian had already become a 7th heaven honorable. Not only that, but his battle strength was even more powerful. He could already fight an 8th heaven honorable. It would be very difficult to kill him now. Thinking of this, he felt fear and regret at the same time. If he had made up his mind to pursue them with all his might back then, none of this would have happened. But now, it was too late. Not only in the remote sky secret realm, but if they let him out, the Palace of Gods of War would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Therefore, the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian was in the remote heaven mystery realm. Just as he was considering whether or not to make a move, Lin Xian had already made the first move. After dealing with Yanfeng, Lin Xian turned around and went back to the sword treasury. He activated the great dragon sword spirit, and thousands of swords began to hum. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find the true peerless divine weapon. For a moment, the entire space was filled with sword radiance. Sword chi soared into the sky and was extremely dazzling. The sword sovereign also snorted coldly as his eyes shone brightly. A huge sword aura surged from his body, connecting the heavens and the earth. Rays of sword light spread out in all directions like waves, quickly covering the entire sword treasury. Duan Tianqing also roared as he activated the energy in his body with all his might. 3 violent bursts of energy covered the entire space, leaving nothing behind. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 3 great powerhouses, an extremely dazzling ray of light shone from the sky sword forest. The peerless divine weapon has appeared. Seeing that ray of light, everyone exclaimed. In the next moment, the ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the sword sovereign. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared angrily. He stretched out a huge palm of light and grabbed at the space before him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. This place was very strange. Since the hidden sword had chosen the sword lord, it was already destined. As expected, although Duan Tianqing's palm of light was terrifying, it was instantly torn apart by that ray of sword light. Soon, that ray of sword light arrived beside the sword sovereign. Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian was expressionless. This was what he had expected. However, this time, things went beyond his expectations. This was because 2 figures had suddenly appeared behind him and were charging towards the sword venerable at lightning speed. Then, two terrifying palms reached out and grabbed the treasured sword in front of the sword. Sovereign. It's them. Lin Xian looked at the two figures with a surprised expression. He naturally knew these two figures, but he did not expect them to dare to attack at this time. One must know. That was the sword sovereign. The two figures were naturally the seventh elder and Xianxia of the Divine Bird Palace. The two of them had been ordered by the heavenly Netherbird to obtain the peerless divine weapon. However, they did not recognize the peerless divine weapon at all, and the heavenly Netherbird did not tell them. Therefore, in their opinion, the sword in the sword sovereign's hand must be a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they attacked. When these two people appeared, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the sword sovereign. They were really bold. However, when they sensed the aura of these two people, they all screamed. Eighth Heaven Venerable. Eighth Heaven Venerables. Other than Duan Tianxing and Yan Feng of the Palace of Gods of War, there were two Eighth Heaven Venerables. This was too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that the two figures were actually from the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Bird Palace have Eighth Heaven Venerables? Everyone was stunned. The sword sovereign snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve, and the long sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, a sword light quickly slashed forward. The seventh elder and Xianxia of the Divine Bird Palace were hit by the sword light. They immediately retreated, and the void cracked. However, balls of black flames strangely rose from their bodies, forming a defense that blocked the sword light. Therefore, they were not fatally injured. The two of them landed on the ground and stared straight ahead. You two stupid birds dare to come and snatch my things? The sword sovereign said with disdain. The seventh elder gritted his teeth and looked very serious. No matter what, we will not let you take the peerless divine weapon away today. Behind them, Duan Tianxing saw the scene and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed wildly. Good. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Bird Palace, why don't we join forces? He could not fight against the sword sovereign, and it seemed that the two of them could not succeed either. Therefore, he thought of joining forces. 3 Eighth Heaven Venerables should be able to fight against the sword sovereign. All right. The seven elders quickly nodded at Duan Tianxing's suggestion. As long as they could stop the sword venerable and get the peerless weapon, it didn't matter who they joined forces with. Be careful, that kid is very strange. Duan Tianxing came to the seventh elder's side and glanced in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders and left the sword vault. The sword still belonged to the sword venerable, so he wouldn't make a move. Thus, he left the battle. The sword venerable was expressionless when he saw Lin Xian leave, but Duan Tianxing and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they really wanted to fight, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that he had left, it couldn't be better for them. In the next moment, the three of them formed a triangle and rushed toward the sword venerable. It seems that I haven't fought for a long time, and the world has forgotten about this old man. The sword venerable said slowly, all right, I'll show you what a peerless weapon is today. With that, the sword venerable's aura became stronger and stronger. The light in his eyes was like a peerless sword that tore through the void. With a clang, it was as if a sword had been unsheathed, and the entire sky trembled. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword chi flew forward like a thunderbolt. As soon as the sword chi appeared, the surrounding cultivators all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. With their strength, they couldn't resist the sword chi from the sword venerable. Duan Tianxing and the other two were the first to bear the brunt. Their expressions changed as they sensed danger. I, the unique and righteous. Duan Tianxing roared, and his body glowed brightly, forming a very thick defense that enveloped him. Beside him, the seventh elder and Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. They quickly circulated their spirit energy and formed a huge three-headed vermilion blood bird that covered their bodies. In the face of this terrifying sword, they had no choice but to use their strongest defense. The terrifying sword chi fell from the sky like the Milky Way, shattering the void wherever it passed. In the next moment, it slashed at Duan Tianxing and the other two, sending them flying. The green light on Duan Tianqing's body and the shadow of the divine bird on Seventh Elder's body rapidly cracked under the attack of the sword aura. The three of them felt their qi and blood churning. Many parts of their bodies were cut open by the sword qi. However, the three of them were Eighth Heaven Venerables after all. Furthermore, the three of them were very powerful when they joined forces. In the end, they successfully resisted the sword. However, they weren't happy at all because the single sword venerable had only moved his finger. He hadn't even taken out his weapon, yet he had already created such a power. This was not good news for them. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a dignified expression. As expected of a sword venerable, he was indeed terrifying. Although he didn't have much time left, he could still display such a terrifying combat strength. It was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's attention was quickly diverted. Under the perception of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian seemed to find that something was summoning him. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front of him to the gigantic heaven and earth smelt in the sky. That feeling seemed to be coming from the huge furnace. The huge furnace was extremely magical. Countless lava waterfalls fell from the entrance, forming a magnificent scene. The temperature was extremely terrifying. Even Seventh Heaven Venerables didn't dare to go near it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the fire used by the peerless figures in the past to refine weapons. A fire that could refine a peerless divine weapon was definitely extraordinary. "Kid, what are you looking at?" The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. "I feel that there's something in the furnace." "Something?" Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon became excited. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. That fire isn't easy to deal with." Lin Xian expressed his worries. "What's the problem? Don't you have the 1,000-beast cauldron? Just absorb all the fire." "Oh right, this fire is good stuff. It'll be very helpful for you to refine weapons." "Use the 1,000-beast cauldron?" Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he would have to pay a huge price to use that thing. However, in the end, he sighed. Alright. Because he really had no other choice now. Therefore, he quickly communicated with Zero. However, to his surprise, Zero didn't make any other requests this time. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief because the price of using the 1,000-beast cauldron was too great. If he could avoid it, he wouldn't use it. However, he didn't expect that there would be an exception this time. Soon, Lin Xian seemed to have figured it out. The fire in the furnace that day was probably also beneficial to the 1,000-beast cauldron. Since he had the support of the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer and quickly soared into the sky. His actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's Lin Xian doing? Why is he flying into the sky? Does he want to interfere too? That shouldn't be. That's not the direction of the battlefield. It looks like he's flying towards the huge furnace in the sky. No way, what's there to investigate about that furnace? Moreover, I'm afraid that even Seventh Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go near that temperature. The group of people discussed animatedly, unable to understand. They didn't even think that it was a peerless divine weapon because they had already determined that the sword in front of the sword reverend was a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they didn't think that there was anything in the earth furnace that could surpass a peerless divine weapon. Not only were the surrounding cultivators puzzled, but even Duan Tianqing and the other two were very surprised. However, they were still paying special attention to Lin Xian's actions. Damn it, what's that brat up to now? The seventh elder quickly sent a voice transmission while dodging the sword chi from the sword reverend. Who knows? Ignore him. I've already investigated that heaven and earth furnace. Even 8th Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to go in. No matter how strong that brat is, he can't possibly avoid those flames. Hearing this, the 7th Elder and Zhuchen relaxed. Therefore, the three of them joined forces and quickly attacked the Sword Reverend. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat the Sword Reverend even if they joined forces. However, the black flames on the 7th Elder and Zhuchen's bodies were very strange. They actually resisted the sword chi from the Sword Reverend. Therefore, the current stalemate was created. The Sword Reverend's face was also gloomy. He originally didn't care about the 3/8 Heaven Venerables, but the black flames on their bodies were too strange. He had to be careful. These black flames seemed to have the aura of the heavenly netherbird. When did these two from the divine bird palace have a connection with the heavenly netherbird? The sword reverend's eyes flashed. He was very confused. The strength of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even if the sword reverend was at his peak, he might not be able to contend against it, let alone now. However, the two people in front of him clearly had the flames that only the heavenly netherbird possessed. He had to be careful. No one stopped him. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. He was very fast and arrived near the furnace in an instant. Then, he flipped his palm, and the thousand-beast cauldron appeared in the void. With a low shout, Lin Xian injected his spirit power into the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, the small black cauldron released a black glow. The birds and beasts on it swam continuously as if they were about to come to life. A powerful devouring force surged out and surged towards the flamed furnace. Boom, suddenly, the void trembled. Countless flames surged and spread in the sky. They seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the thousand-beast cauldron. What? He wants to absorb those flames? Is he crazy? No way, even an eighth heaven supremacy would avoid those flames. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist those flames. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. However, Duan Tianqing and the rest sneered. This kid is really digging his own grave. I was still thinking of how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. That's even better. He'll be burned to death by those flames. We won't have to do anything. No one could understand Lin Xian's actions. They all thought that he was playing with fire. However, the dark red divine dragon, Zhao Shui, and Murong Qingqing were very calm because they knew Lin Xian's methods. Indeed, the terrifying flames in the sky did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, they were all sucked into the thousand-beast cauldron in his hand. Not a single one was left. In the huge furnace in the sky, the lava gradually decreased, gradually revealing the situation inside. There were countless fragments in the furnace. They were probably all scrap metal from failed weapon refinement. However, amidst the debris, a faint green glow could be seen. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that green glow. He could sense that the aura that he had sensed previously was emitted by that green glow. It's not enough. Absorb more. Lin Xian continued to push the thousand-beast cauldron to absorb the flames inside. The green glow in front became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Oh my God, what is that? Green glow. Is there really a treasure in that furnace? How could this be? How did that kid know? The group of people was extremely shocked. Duan Tianqing and the other two had gloomy expressions. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to absorb the flames. What shocked them even more was that there were other treasures within the flames. Although he still didn't know what the treasure was, it must be something extraordinary to be able to exist in such a huge furnace. As the flames in the furnace decreased, everyone could finally see what the green light was. It was a long sword. Its entire body was green, like an emerald, sparkling and translucent. The green longsword stood among the thousands of pieces of scrap metal. It was like a star, shining brightly. A peerless divine weapon. When Lin Xian saw the dark green sword, these words suddenly appeared in his mind. This was because he could feel an unusually sharp aura from it. As the flames dwindled and the green light grew brighter, Lin Xian became more and more certain that the sword Venerable's sword was not a peerless divine weapon. And this green longsword in front of him could very well be the true peerless godly weapon. Even the sword sovereign had noticed this. Suddenly, the sword sovereign sighed. He had already obtained a treasured sword. According to the rules of this place, he couldn't lay his hands on other treasured swords. Therefore, even if the green sword was a peerless divine weapon, he was probably not fated to obtain it. Duan Tianqing and the others were even more shocked. They gave up on attacking the sword sovereign and stared at the dark green sword above them. A peerless divine weapon. That's the true peerless divine weapon. Duan Tianqing roared excitedly. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces darkened. They had been busy for half a day, risking their lives to fight the sword sovereign. In the end, they realized that the sword in their opponent's hand wasn't a peerless divine weapon. And their true target was in the sky. This made them want to vomit blood. However, it wasn't too late now. Since the peerless divine weapon had appeared, they had to obtain it. Only then could they complete the mission given to them by the Heaven Netherbird. The two of them let out a long howl as they rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the sky. They had to snatch the green treasured sword before Lin Xian did. However, just as they approached the green sword, their faces changed and they dodged to the side. Because the green sword felt threatened, it immediately began to hum. A dark green light shot into the sky as if it wanted to split the world in half. The sword chi was too terrifying. The sky couldn't withstand it. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, they realized that this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt in the outside world. Without a doubt, this green sword was a peerless divine weapon. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's hearts beat wildly as they looked at the sword chi. They had almost been split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, the Heaven Netherbird had left behind black flames to protect them. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. However, what made them feel at ease was that after the jade green treasured sword unleashed a shocking attack, it once again regained its calm, as if it had fallen silent. Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen didn't delay any longer and quickly attacked again. Behind him, Duan Tianqing also roared and charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out several beams of sword chi toward Duan Tianqing, the seventh elder, and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Below, Sword Venerable didn't attack. He looked at the sky and then took a deep breath before returning to the deity Sword Villa's side. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't expect Sword Venerable to give up. Even the deity Sword Villa's people were confused. They asked in unison, "Elder Sword Venerable, are you really not going to fight for that peerless divine sword?" "Yes, with elder strength, you'll definitely get it if you attack." However, Sword Venerable shook his head slightly. "Fate has already decided. We can't force it. The rules here are very firm. Don't resist. Otherwise, it might cause a hopeless disaster." Hearing this, the deity Sword Villa's disciples fell silent. They knew Sword Venerable very well. He was an extremely ancient existence. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. "Don't worry. Although that peerless divine weapon is good, it's a double-edged sword. Obtaining it will increase our strength greatly, but it will also bring us endless trouble. Moreover, I feel that this sword is indeed extraordinary. According to my estimation, there should be an earth-rank fragment in it." "What? Earth-rank fragment?" Since the Sword Venerable had spoken, the deity Sword Villa did not participate in the fight for the divine weapon. Hence, they retreated to the side and watched quietly. Although the other people around also had the same idea, they were not strong enough to fight against the flames in the sky. Hence, no one dared to act rashly. In an instant, only Lin Xian and the other three were left in the sky. "Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky to have found an exceptional divine weapon. But your luck has come to an end because you can't get this exceptional divine weapon. It's destined to be mine." Duan Tianqing's voice was filled with excitement. On the other side, the seventh elder also said coldly, "Kid, we won't let you get the exceptional sword." Faced with the three people's interception, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly used the dragon catcher hand. Spiritual energy surged and drew out two true dragons. They circled around each other and formed a huge hand that quickly grabbed forward. The dragon catcher hand was said to be able to capture true dragons. At this moment, Lin Xian used it to grab the exceptional divine sword in front of him. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, Duan Tianqing and the other two finally could not hold it in anymore. The three of them quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were very fast like lightning. Terrifying light rays were like sabers and sword shadows that quickly swept forward. Duan Tianqing's murderous aura soared into the sky. He quickly threw out the Overlord fist as if he wanted to punch Lin Xian to death. On the other side, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen joined forces and threw out two huge claws. They emitted a monstrous murderous aura as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The three of them were 8th level supremacies. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He only made one move, which was to grab the thousand-beast cauldron in his hand and swing it forward. Buzz, the absorbed flames in the thousand-beast cauldron also surged out quickly. The sea of fire filled the sky. The terrifying flames burned space and time. Countless sea of fire spread and formed waves. In an instant, the attacks from the three of them were burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Not only that, the flames were like illusions of dragons that quickly rushed toward the three of them and enveloped them. Ah! Damn it, break for me! Duan Tianqing roared madly. His body glowed brightly as he tried to break free from the terrifying flames. However, they had underestimated these flames. These flames were used by ancient powerhouses to refine peerless weapons. No one below the king level dared to touch them. It was only because Lin Xian had the 10,000 beast cauldron that he dared to try and subdue it. The seventh elder and the eighth elder roared madly. Black lines appeared on their bodies and quickly crawled all over their bodies. Then, a ball of black flames burned fiercely and enveloped them, quickly resisting the sea of fire that filled the sky. It was fine without the black flames. But as soon as the black flames appeared, the sea of fire seemed to be enraged. Suddenly, an incomparable radiance blossomed. More and more flames converged toward the two of them, and even Duan Tianqing felt the pressure lessen significantly. Damn it, why is it like this? Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Chen's faces turned extremely ugly. They had only wanted to use the black flames to resist, but they had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late for them to withdraw now. This was because the surrounding flames had already completely covered them. If they withdrew the black flames now, the surrounding sea of fire would burn them to ashes. However, if they did not withdraw the black flames, they would attract more and more sea of fire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Therefore, the two of them were destined to die. In the end, they were mercilessly burned to ashes by the sea of fire, leaving nothing behind. Duan Tianqing was lucky enough to escape with his life, but one of his arms was also burned to ashes. 3 grade 8th level curses, 2 dead and 1 injured. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the cultivators from the deity sword villa were terrified. Fortunately, their sword venerable did not make a move. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well either. In the next moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky with a horrified expression. This was too shocking. He had directly burned 2 8th level supremacies to death. Probably no one would dare to provoke Lin Xian now, let alone have any ideas about the peerless sword. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very surprised by this result. This was because he could feel the power of this flame, which could threaten an 8th level supremacies. However, it was impossible to completely burn them to death at that time. Of course, this was also the fault of the two people from the Divine Bird Palace. They used the black flames to attract the endless sea of fire, which caused this scene. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. At least now, no one dared to stop him from obtaining the peerless sword. In the next moment, Lin Xian activated the 1000-beast cauldron and put the dark green sword into the cauldron. After doing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a flash, Lin Xian returned to the side of Zhao Shui and the others. After taking away the peerless sword, there was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he wanted to leave. However, the others did not think so. There were still many treasured swords in the place where the sword was hidden. They were all good things. They still wanted to try. Morong Qingqing did not leave either because many warriors in her family had not obtained any treasured swords yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left first, while the others searched for opportunities here. Lin Xian, where are we going? Zhao Shui asked. Just now, she had also obtained a half-earth level treasure. Although she did not use a sword, she could still get a lot of spirit stones after selling it outside. Let's find a safe place to rest. I want to take a look at the peerless sword over there. Previously, Lin Xian had only put it away and did not look at it carefully. Now that he had time, he must study it carefully. Soon, they found an empty hall, and then the dark red divine dragon set up a defensive array. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1000-beast cauldron again. Suddenly, a hot aura gushed out from the thousand-beast cauldron, accompanied by a sharp edge. A dark green longsword slowly appeared and floated in the void. It was like a dark green gem, incomparably deep. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were countless small cracks on the sword. Not only that, the dark green sword was broken. 1/3 of the sword's tip was missing. It could be said that it was broken beyond repair. However, the aura emitted from it was unusually sharp, far surpassing that of a half-earth level treasure. Even the Lone Star sword could not compare. The dark red divine dragon also looked carefully from the side, then said slowly, "This should be an earth-level treasure, but it is very broken now." "What, you mean this is an earth-level treasure?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this peerless sword to have such a terrifying origin. He had seen the power of an earth-level treasure before. One had to know that the thousand-beast cauldron was an earth-level treasure. Its power was definitely not something they could imagine. However, unlike the 10,000-beast cauldron, this sword was severely damaged, so its power was greatly reduced. It was impossible for it to display the true power of an Earth-tier treasure. However, compared to a normal half-Earth-tier treasure, it was still much stronger. To the side, Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to observe carefully. She then said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this sword cannot be used carelessly." "Oh? What did you find?" "There is not much energy left inside. It is barely enough to keep it from breaking. If this energy is released, I'm afraid the entire sword will break. At that time, this earth-tier treasure will also break." "So that's how it is." Lin Xian was shocked. Zhao Shui's eye technique was unparalleled, so this information should be accurate. Then how many times can this sword be used if I want to display the sword energy that connected the heaven and earth? "Around 3 times. Zhao Shui carefully observed. 3 times. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. "It should be enough." "What do you want to do with it?" Zhao Shui asked. "This sword is very powerful. It would be a waste to use it against normal martial artists. What do you think about using it against the heavenly netherbird?" "You want to deal with the heavenly netherbird?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Shui was very surprised. The terror of the heavenly netherbird was obvious to all. Even a king-level expert might not be able to take it down. But now, Lin Xian wanted to make a move against it. This was very shocking. However, when she thought of Lin Xian's various actions, Zhao Shui felt relieved. However, there was one thing that she was very confused about. Could this sword really hurt the heavenly netherbird? "I don't know if it can hurt it, but one thing is for sure. The heavenly netherbird is very wary of this sword. Otherwise, it would not have sent 2 people from the divine bird palace to steal it. With this sword, the power to deal with the heavenly netherbird would be a lot stronger." The next step was to find the key to the star chain. If he had it in his hand, the heavenly netherbird would be even more wary. Of course, they couldn't let those people break the array. Otherwise, they would be in danger when the heaven netherbird came in. Next, Lin Xian tried to find a way to control the sword. This treasured sword was completely dark green in color. It floated in the air, and on the hilt of the sword, the 2 words "Song Song" were carved. The Ashen Pine Sword. Could it be that this treasured sword was the weapon used by the peerless powerhouse in the past? When Lin Xian saw these 2 words, his heart also burned with passion. This powerhouse named Song Song was able to suppress even the heavenly netherbird back then. One could imagine how powerful he was. The sword he had left behind was absolutely terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion as he reached for the Ashen Pine Sword. Normally, the Ashen Pine Sword would flicker with light. Although its aura was fierce, it would always be concealed. However, the moment it received a threat from the outside world, the long sword would let out a hum, and dark green sword light would shoot up into the sky. Lin Xian used the phantom of the Red Lotus armor. Even so, he was still hurt by the sword chi. His blood and chi roiled, and cracks appeared on the phantom of the armor. This was only the sword chi emitted by the long sword. If it was controlled by someone else, it would probably be able to split open his Red Lotus armor. As expected of an Earth-rank treasure. "It's really terrifying," Lin Xian exclaimed. Other than the complete 10,000 beast cauldron, he didn't have anything else that could compete with the other party. Of course, the great dragon sword soul was an exception. Feeling the violent sword chi, Lin Xian immediately used the great dragon sword soul. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword shadows flew forward, emitting deep dragon roars and sword cries. It was amazing. When the sword chi condensed by the great dragon sword soul wrapped around the ashen pine sword, the latter no longer went berserk. Instead, it calmed down. Seeing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The great dragon sword soul was indeed an offensive saint art. It was extremely mysterious. Even the powerful earth-rank treasure sword could only calm down in front of it. Taking a deep breath, countless dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around his palm. Then, Lin Xian grabbed forward. In the next moment, he grabbed the ashen pine sword in his hand. This time, the ashen pine sword did not resist. He circulated his spiritual energy slightly and poured it into the ashen pine sword. Then, the ashen pine sword bloomed. Countless green sword chi surged out and instantly dyed the palace green. Success! Seeing this, Zhao Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they had to find the key to remove the nebula chain. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the remote palace. Not long after they left, they encountered many warriors. The Shen family was leading them. When the people from the Shen family saw Lin Xian, their eyes lit up. They had no choice. Now, everyone knew that the peerless divine weapon was in Lin Xian's hands. That was a peerless divine weapon. It was something left behind by an ancient expert. One could imagine how precious it was. If anyone obtained it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. They could even bring their family to a higher level. This was especially so for the sovereign families. They had to obtain it. So now, they looked at Lin Xian with envy. When Lin Xian saw these people, he knew what they were thinking. He immediately snorted. Suddenly, an extremely dark green sword chi appeared behind him. The green sword chi emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was like the might of a king. Boom! Feeling this terrifying aura, the warriors in front suddenly trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they were not facing a sword, but an extremely terrifying king. In an instant, the 9th, 11th, and 13th young masters all turned pale. This was especially so for the 9th young master. Other than fear, there was also a strong sense of jealousy in his eyes. Of course, under such circumstances, he did not dare to do anything. The elders and elders of the Shen family were all shocked when they saw this scene. How is this possible? How long has it been? He can already control such a peerless divine weapon? They were simply too shocked. Although peerless divine weapons were powerful, they were not easy to subdue. This was especially true for weapons passed down from ancient times. Some even needed to be refined again. Therefore, in their opinion, although Lin Xian had obtained the peerless divine weapon, he would not be able to control it in a short period of time. This gave them a chance. If they planned carefully, they might be able to snatch the peerless divine weapon back from him. But now, they had completely given up. This was because from the current situation, Lin Xian had already controlled the peerless divine weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to emit that kind of sword chi. This made them extremely shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian had managed to subdue the peerless divine weapon in such a short period of time. Young master, let's retreat first. The Shen cult's elder quickly advised. He was afraid that the 9th young master and the rest would rush forward. All right. Facing the terrifying sword Dao Qi, the 9th young master and the rest did not dare to take the risk. They immediately led the group away. Seeing the Shen family's cultivators leave, the surrounding cultivators felt as if they were dreaming. The Qing family had been scared away without even making a move. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. The Qing family was the top force in the Tianwu continent. They were existences that everyone could only look up to. But now, someone had used his aura to scare away the Qing family. This was the dream of every cultivator. However, Lin Xian was probably the only one who could do such a thing. Seeing the Shen family leave, Lin Xian felt great. Once upon a time, the Qing family was like a mountain that he could only look up to. But now, he had grown to the point where he could fight against the Qing family. Of course, he knew that the King family was terrifying and could not only be this strong. But in the remote sky secret realm, he was not afraid of anyone. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said in a deep voice. Everyone, I want to remind you that we are not enemies. There is no need to fight to the death the moment we meet. Our common enemy is the heavenly nether bird. Don't forget that if we can't find a way in a month, the heavenly nether bird will appear and none of us will be able to survive. Hearing this, many cultivators' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. That's right. They had only been fighting for treasures and had forgotten that they were still in danger. They were still under the threat of the heavenly nether bird. In a month's time, the heavenly nether bird would appear. The heavenly nether bird was extremely terrifying. None of them would be able to stop it. When the heavenly nether bird appeared, they would have no way to survive. Seeing everyone's pale faces, Lin Xian said again, of course, you don't have to be so emotional. As long as we find the star chain's key, there might be a glimmer of hope. The star chain's key, that's right. The heavenly nether bird was bound by the mysterious star chain. As long as they found the star chain's key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly nether bird. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes regained their luster. Many of them clenched their fists and swore to find the key to the star chains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone's emotions had been roused. The pine hall was actually quite big. If it was just Lin Xian searching by himself, it might have taken a lot of effort. However, things were different now. With so many people searching together, it wouldn't take long for them to find the location of the stellar key. This way, it would save him the trouble of looking for it. When the time came, he would only need to break the array formation. Sure enough, in the following days, other than searching for treasures, they also set off a trend of searching. Because this matter was closely related to everyone's lives, no one dared to be careless. In the end, after everyone's hard work, they ruled out other places and finally locked onto 2 places. These 2 places were completely different. One was in the north, and the other was in the south. The only thing they had in common was that these 2 places were protected by powerful spirit arrays. They should be the core of the entire Deep Pine Palace. The one in the south was called the Pine Tree Pavilion and the one in the north was called the Star Pavilion. This news was like a hurricane that instantly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. In an instant, everyone knew about it. However, these people didn't make a move. Instead, they began to discuss intensely. This was because they didn't have much time left. Moreover, the spirit arrays were so powerful that with their strength, they could only break through one place. As such, it was extremely important to break through the spirit arrays. Many people chose the Star Pavilion because from its name, it was obvious that this pavilion was related to the stellar chains. It was very likely that the key to the stellar chains was hidden inside. Once they had the key, they would have the qualifications to negotiate with the heavenly netherbird. However, there were others who didn't think so. As far as they were concerned, whether or not they could break the astral chains was meaningless to them. This was because even if the heavenly netherbird had the stellar chains, they couldn't contend with it with their strength. As such, breaking through the stellar chains was extremely unimportant. Instead, it was the other pavilion that attracted their attention. The Pine Tree Pavilion. This place was called the Pine Palace and the sword that Lin Xian obtained was also called the Pine Tree Pavilion. It was obvious that the name Pine Tree was the name of the ancient powerhouse. Since the pavilion was named Pine Tree, it could be said to be the most important place in the entire Pine Palace. Presumably, there was a spirit array defense room that controlled the entire Big Dipper formation. Moreover, according to these people's estimates, the Pine Palace didn't only have a spirit array defense room. There were also other treasures, such as cultivation techniques and secret manuals. This was because after searching for so long in the Pine Palace, they had obtained many heavenly treasures and even weapons. However, they hadn't obtained any cultivation techniques. Thinking about it, those cultivation methods should be hidden in this Pine Palace. As such, these people desperately wanted to enter the Pine Palace. In an instant, the people were divided into 2 factions and they fought endlessly. Those who supported breaking through the Pine Tree Pavilion were the Palace of War and the Shin clan, the 2 sovereign clans. There were also the Divine Bird Palace and many other rank 6 sects. Those who supported the Star Pavilion were the Morone clan and the Merry Forest. There were also many rank 6 clans supporting them. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched and no one could convince the other. In the end, these people decided to split up. The Palace of War and the Shin clan led a group of warriors to the Pine Palace in the south. The Morone clan and the Merry Forest teamed up to break through the Star Pavilion in the north. After Lin Xian heard this news, he narrowed his eyes. However, in the end, he chose to go to the Star Pavilion. This was because even if they found the Spirit Array defense room, they wouldn't be able to stop the Heavenly Netherbird. If that was the case, it would be better to find the key to break through the star chain. Lin Xian brought the dark red divine dragon and flew towards the Star Pavilion with Zhao Shui. Not long after, they saw a blue pagoda. The pagoda was tall and majestic. The material on the outside was like the stars, shining brightly. Not only that, they also saw a complicated spirit array that covered the entire Star Pavilion. In other words, they could only enter if they broke through the spirit array. Everyone, we can only break through the spirit array if we work together. Morong Qingqing's expression was very serious. After that, the Morong clan and the Merry Forest sent out spirit array masters. They worked together with other warriors who were proficient in spirit arrays and began to research a common way to break through the spirit array. At the same time, the God of War Palace and the Shin family also arrived at the Pine Pavilion in the north. It was a very simple and unadorned pavilion. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as well as a terrifying pressure. That kind of pressure even surpassed that of a king. This made these people very excited. A secret manual left behind by an ancient expert was definitely a rare treasure. If they could obtain 1 or 2 of it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, these people were also excited and quickly formed a team to crack it. In an instant, both sides were in full swing. On the Star Pavilion's side, the dark red dragon held his chin and continued to study. Lin Xian's expression was also serious as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that this array is not inferior to the Big Dipper array outside. Indeed, it is not as simple as the Big Dipper array outside." The dark red dragon nodded, "But this time, our situation is better because we still have enough time." Although they were under threat now, they still had a month's time. They were not like last time when they were under the Heaven Netherbird's feet. They believed that with the dark red dragon's ability, they should be able to crack it. If that's the case, then we won't delay any longer. Lin Xian stopped his work and said loudly, "Everyone, how is your research going? This array is too exquisite. As expected of an ancient array. Yeah, I have never seen such a profound array in my life. It will be very difficult to crack it. Why don't you let me think about it?" The group of array masters looked troubled. Indeed, with their strength, it was too difficult to crack this ancient array. However, they all looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, how did you enter the Big Dipper array last time?" "Yeah, we couldn't even crack that array." "How did you get in? Are you an array master? Or do you have an array master with you?" Everyone looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. However, Lin Xian smiled, "I do have an array master with me. If you can listen to his orders, you might be able to crack this array quickly." "What? There really is an array master? Where is he? Hurry and ask him to come out. This old man must learn well from him." The group of formation grandmasters were all excited. It couldn't be helped. The other party was an array formation grandmaster that could break the Big Dipper formation. His strength far surpassed theirs. If they could befriend such a person, perhaps their array formation standards would increase greatly. This was an opportunity that might not be encountered even in 100 years. Therefore, these people were abnormally excited. "Alright, Ruffian Dragon, it's your turn," Lin Xian said as he waved his hand. "Alright, I'll reluctantly teach them." The dark red dragon walked out with its head held high and its chest puffed out. "Since you have sincerely asked for my guidance, this emperor will be merciful and tell you." "That's right, I am that formation master." Puff, hearing this, everyone's saliva sprayed out, especially those array masters. All of them widened their eyes and their beards curled up. "Brat, you dare to tease this old man. Damned snake, how dare you take advantage of me?" The group of formation masters stomped their feet in anger. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon was also unhappy. A group of ignorant humans. This is really infuriating. You don't cherish such a good opportunity. Seeing so many array masters arguing with a snake, the surrounding people were all stunned. Lin Xian, what the hell are you doing? The elders were also very confused. However, Lin Xian shrugged, pointed at the dark red dragon, and said, I told you, this is the formation master you're looking for. Hearing this, those array masters were so angry that their noses became crooked. Fine, fine, fine. I want to see what kind of tricks a snake can play. Brat, I'm really angry. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for not letting you go. A snake knows about formations? Are you dreaming? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet? The group of people didn't believe it. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Then, it turned around and pointed at the formation in front of it. Do you know what formation this is? This is the Migra's flight formation. This formation has a total of 124 variations. Among them, there are only 2 life gates. The other places are all death grounds. If you take a wrong step, you'll be doomed eternally. Moreover, this formation absorbs the power of the stars and contains the 5 elements art. It can be said to be very complicated. It's not something you people can understand. The dark red dragon's words silenced those array masters, and the surrounding warriors looked at each other. Judging from the other party's boastful manner, it didn't seem like a liar. Could it really be an array master? But how was that possible? A snake was actually an array master? They couldn't accept this. Those array masters were very shocked because what the dark red dragon said was completely correct. They had never even heard of some of them. Then, what method do you have to crack it? An old man asked in a trembling voice. Use the twin yin-yang formation and the reverse 5 elements art to crack it. The dark red dragon said snappily, I reckon you don't know these 2 things at all. You might not even have heard of them. This time, those array masters didn't mock it. Instead, they were shocked. Then, they all screamed, what? The twin yin-yang formation? That's a lost formation. You really know the twin yin-yang formation? Those old men were very excited. They only knew the reverse 5 elements art, and the twin yin-yang formation was only heard of in legends. But they had never seen it before. Now, there was actually a snake that knew the twin yin-yang formation. They couldn't help but be shocked and puzzled at the same time. The dark red dragon curled its lips, then stretched out its dragon claws and waved them in the air. Suddenly, 2 balls of black and white gas appeared on the dragon claws. They kept spinning and finally formed a yin-yang image. That's right. It's really the twin yin-yang formation. This scene is exactly the same as in the legends. Great God, you're really a great God. Senior, I've offended you just now. Please don't take offense. Great God, are you still taking in disciples? What do you think of me? It's okay if you don't take in disciples. I can be your underling. I can even serve tea. At this moment, a group of array formation masters had gathered around the dark red divine dragon and were shrieking. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. That was an array master. He was an existence that all the major forces treated like a guest of honor. Normally, he was also highly respected. But now, they didn't look like masters at all. They looked like a group of children. The elders from the Morone clan and Mary Woods twitched their mouths. Alright, stop arguing. Line up properly. The dark red dragon god waved his hand impatiently. Alright, great God, we'll listen to you. Instantly, the array masters lined up neatly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's jaws dropped even further. Were they still array masters? Why did it feel like they were more obedient than the disciples? It was not that they did not understand, but the world was changing too quickly. The dark red dragon god nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand and said, Next, I'll assign you a task. You must complete it well. If I'm satisfied, I can teach you a thing or 2. Really? Hearing this, the array masters were excited. Great God, don't worry. We promise to complete the task. Alright, let's cut to the chase. the dark red dragon god commanded. You, stand in the direction of the fire gate. You, stand in the direction of the water gate. You, stand in the direction of the earth gate. The dark red dragon god commanded quickly. Very quickly, the array masters stood in different positions. Next, use the reverse 5 elements technique to break it. I'll use the twin yin-yang formation to help you. With that, the dark red dragon god waved his dragon claws and formed a black and white array. In the next moment, the array masters worked together and quickly broke it. As time passed, the chi in the entire hidden sky secret realm became tense. This was because they did not have much time left. Soon, the heavenly netherbird would break the Big Dipper 7 stars formation outside and enter the Pine Palace. When that time came, it would be their doomsday. As for whether they could stop the heavenly netherbird, it would depend on their luck. At the Pine Palace, the array masters from the God of War Palace and the Shin family led a group of people to quickly study it. However, they did not make any substantial progress. Up ahead, a group of formation masters surrounded the extremely profound formation and sighed incessantly. Some of them even pulled out their hair. How is it? Still no clue? Duan Tianqing asked. At this moment, he was still tall and straight, but his empty sleeve was a little desolate. This was the arm that was burned off in the battle with Lin Xian. Although he still had an undying golden pill, he did not dare to use it. Because he still had to face the heavenly netherbird, he had to save his life at the last moment. Therefore, this arm had not grown out yet. However, it was clear that Duan Tianqing was not in the mood to care about his arm. He stared straight ahead and asked about the array formation. The array master from the Palace of Aries shook his head and sighed. It's not that we don't want to break it, but we really don't have a clue. This array is too profound. It's an ancient array. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to break it. But don't worry, we found some clues. We should be able to take action in a few days. Okay, you have to hurry. You must break the formation before the Heaven Serene bird comes in. Duan Tianqing said in a deep voice. Don't worry, we won't joke around with our lives. However, whether or not it can be broken will depend on the will of the heavens. The array master from the Palace of Gods of War sighed. Then, he walked forward and continued his research. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere at Deep Pine Hall, the Star Pavilion on the other side was in full swing. Under the lead of the dark red divine dragon, a group of array masters began to crack the array. Soon, they were able to break through the formation like a hot knife through butter. Haha, great God, you're too strong. You can even break such an ancient array. That's right, Senior. I have a whole new level of respect for you. I didn't expect your technique to be so exquisite. I didn't expect it to be like this. I feel like I've wasted all these years. The group of array masters was very excited. They were as excited as children. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon was proud. Not bad, not bad. You've all done well. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. With the dark red divine dragon's command, Lin Xian and the rest didn't have to do anything. They just quietly cultivated. After all, no one knew what was going on in the Star Pavilion. It had been 7 days since they started to crack the array. They had also cracked more than half of the array in front of them. After another 3 days, the array in front of them was finally broken. Ha 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 ha. It's finally broken. The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared non-stop. The array masters also waved their fists in excitement. Godly skill, it's really godly. Oh my God, I actually cracked the ancient array with my own hands. I'm not dreaming, am I? Just this experience alone is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. The array masters were too excited. The people around them were even more shocked. They didn't expect to crack the ancient array in just 10 days. This was much better than they had expected. Since it's cracked, let's go in. Lin Xian stood up. His eyes were shining. After that, the group of people carefully moved forward. At the same time, there was good news from the Pine Pavilion. Everyone, we finally found a way to crack it. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to crack it. One of the array masters roared excitedly. It wasn't easy. They had thought about it for 10 days and their hair had turned white. Finally, they came up with a solution. Duan Tianxing and the others were also excited. They said anxiously, no matter what method we use, we must break the array. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will definitely help you. They were too excited because not only was there an array control room inside the Pine Pavilion, but there were also countless cultivation technique manuals. Those were the real peerless treasures. Not only could they enjoy them, but they could also bring them back for their family disciples to learn and strengthen their family. Humph, those idiots still want to crack the Star Pavilion. What's in there? How can it compare to the Pine Pavilion? That's right. Those are cultivation technique manuals left behind by an ancient powerhouse. If I can learn them, I will definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. Yan Feng gritted his teeth. Until now, he had not fully recovered from his injuries. It was all thanks to Lin Xian. Therefore, when he thought of that figure, he was filled with murderous intent. It was laughable that they didn't know that Lin Xian and the others had already entered the Star Pavilion. If they knew, they would probably be in the mood to cry. On the other side, Lin Xian led the group into the Star Pavilion. It had to be said that the Star Pavilion was indeed magical. After they entered, they found that they didn't believe in the pavilion at all. Beneath their feet and the ceiling were all blue. It was as if countless stars were twinkling in the sky. The surrounding walls were incomparably deep and there were shooting stars streaking across from time to time. It was as if they had entered a boundless starry sky instead of a tall building. It's amazing. It's so beautiful. It's like a real starry sky. The group was amazed. In the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as though a bolt of lightning flashed past. These stars don't seem ordinary. Lin Xian looked at the starry sky around him carefully and seemed to have realized something. Both of you, try to feel it. Maybe you'll find something, Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. The two of them believed in Lin Xian's words and tried to feel the starry sky around them carefully. You don't say, I did find something, Murong Qingqing said as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Yeah, I also felt a mysterious power. Zhao Shui nodded. The dark red divine dragon also looked around and said, Kid, this place is very strange. It seems like there's only this space. You mean there's nothing else but this starry sky? Lin Xian asked. Yes, the entire Star Pavilion is filled with this starry sky. Other than that, there's nothing else. If we want to find the key to the star chain, we'll have to start from this starry sky. Soon, everyone knew about the mysteries of the starry sky. Then, some people were pleasantly surprised. They were happy because the space was very mysterious and had a mysterious power. As long as they tried to feel it, they might gain something. But they were worried because it would be difficult to find the key to the star chain in such a mysterious place. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. So, many people sat cross-legged and tried to feel the starry sky around them. Many people even tried to feel the existence of the key to the starry sky. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked around. Looking at the boundless starry sky, he was filled with emotions. Gradually, his horizons were broadened. Especially the meteors that flashed by, it reminded him of a sword move, meteors from the heavens. Could it be that the starry sky map here contains a martial arts technique? Lin Xian's heart jumped because he realized that the meteors were similar to his sword move. They were so fast and flashed by. They were dazzling but short-lived. Maybe it's possible. Lin Xian kept looking. Gradually, he found some patterns in the meteors, as if the stars were moving along a certain path. The meteors seemed to have turned into swords, flying through the sky like a rain of swords. Gradually, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui had also entered a mysterious state. Even the dark red dragon was grinning widely. Everyone seemed to have gained something from the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin Xian suddenly awoke from his comprehension, and clarity returned to his eyes. Then, he took a deep breath and a boundless aura erupted from his body. It was like a sea of stars, incomparably deep. As Lin Xian moved, Murong Qingqing and Zhao Shui also opened their eyes. I seem to have sensed a mysterious power of stars. I wonder what you guys have sensed. Morong Qingqing asked. Eyes of stars. Those eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power. Zhao Shui's eyes sparkled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, saw a sword technique. It was as vast as a sea of stars. What I saw was the Big Dipper formation. The dark red dragon also joined in. Hearing these different answers, everyone fell silent and fell into deep thought. It seems that the starry sky is even more mysterious than we thought. It can let us see different things. Moreover, these things are very suitable for us. Zhao Shui sighed. As expected of something left behind by an ancient peerless powerhouse. It's really mysterious. Morong Qingqing was also very shocked. Lin Xian was a little worried because he still hadn't found any trace of the Stardust Chain Key. Was there really a Stardust Chain Key here? The surrounding people also had the same doubts. Although they had obtained many benefits, they still hadn't found the most important key. If you want to find the key, you have to walk out of this starry sky. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded. Walk out of this starry sky? How? Lin Xian was puzzled. That will depend on your own comprehension. After saying that, Zero went silent. My own comprehension and walk out of this starry sky? Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered. This starry sky was in the Star Pavilion. Walking out of the Star Pavilion meant walking out of this starry sky. However, Zero obviously didn't mean that. Moreover, it was impossible for there to be a key outside the Star Pavilion. In other words, if he had to walk out of this starry sky, he had to be in the Star Pavilion. Only then could he find the most important key. It seemed that there were other spaces in the Star Pavilion other than this starry sky. It was just that they hadn't been discovered yet. After figuring this out, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword as he quickly scanned his surroundings. However, he only saw a boundless night sky. Everyone, I don't know if you have a way to walk out of this starry sky. In the end, Lin Xian told everyone about this so that they could collectively think of a way. In the following period of time, everyone tried to walk out of this starry sky. Some people ran madly in one direction, but in the end, they realized that they were still under this starry sky. It was as if this starry sky was boundless and was truly a vast universe. No, we can't run out at all. This starry sky can't be an independent space, right? If that's really the case, who knows how big this space is? I just flew for a while. With my speed, I can already fly out of the Pine Palace. However, I still can't fly out of this starry sky. Could this be a real starry sky? Everyone was extremely surprised because they couldn't think of a way to walk out of this starry sky. Of course, other than exiting the Star Pavilion. Even the older generation members of the King clans were frowning. Could it be that there's also a formation inside, similar to an illusion formation? Although we're running in one direction, under the effects of the formation, we're just going in circles on the spot. A formation master proposed such an idea. It's possible. This is definitely an illusion formation. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement because this was the only way that made sense. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It's not a formation because I don't feel the power of a formation. This should be an even more mysterious existence. Who was the dark red divine dragon? He was a formation master and the person who led them here, therefore, they believed his words. Everyone believed him without a doubt. If it's not a formation, then what is it? Everyone was puzzled. Then, they stayed here again for 3 days and 3 nights to study carefully. However, they still didn't find anything. Not only that, but they also encountered new trouble. Oh no, we can't find the way back. Damn it, that door is gone. What? The door is gone? At this moment, the scenery around them was like a real starry sky. There were stars everywhere, boundless and boundless. It was as if they were really in the universe. Damn it, are we really trapped here? Someone roared madly, unwilling to give up, and attacked the void. However, their attack seemed to have sunk into the sea, not causing any waves. Next, they tried various methods, but they could not find the way back. It was as if they had really been exiled into the void of the universe. Gradually, they seemed to have lost track of time. No one knew how long had passed. From what they knew, it seemed like a month had passed. At this time, the heavenly netherbird outside had already entered, but the star pavilion they were in did not receive any attacks, nor did they find any movements. Therefore, they really did not know what was happening outside. Gradually, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, everyone was completely lost in the starry sky. In the end, they decided that they could not sit still and wait for death. They had to find a way out. Therefore, they set off in one direction. This time, they would not stop until they got out. However, they seemed to have walked for 3 years, but they still could not see the end. This made countless people despair, and many people even had white hair overnight. No, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really die here. A few of the elders from the king families were worried because they found that the spiritual energy and vitality in their bodies were quickly disappearing. Even some of the older ones' vitality had begun to wither. Now, everyone no longer had the fighting spirit they had before. All they had was endless despair and fear. Lin Xian seemed to have become silent. He had been trying to find a way out, but he had tried all of them, and none of them had succeeded. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which allowed him to stay awake at all times. Therefore, he did not lose his fighting spirit like the others around him. However, it was not a solution to continue like this. Lin Xian, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to be trapped here until we die? Xiaoxue also frowned. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also pulled a long face and did not say a word. Don't worry, things are not as bad as we think. Although it seems like many years have passed, it hasn't actually been that long. What did you find? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Morong Qingqing asked in confusion. Although the blood and qi of those elders has withered and become incomparably old, have you all noticed that our cultivation hasn't increased by much? It is true that those elders have aged. However, we are all quite talented. Under normal circumstances, we would have reached the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of exalted realm in 30 to 50 years. But now, our cultivation is still stuck at the same place. Don't you think it's strange? As soon as these words came out, it immediately woke up many people. Especially Morong Qingqing and Xiaoxue, their bodies trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. That's right. Lin Xian was right. With our aptitude, I'm afraid we would have already advanced. But now, they didn't advance, which meant that there was a problem with the timing. If there was a problem with time, it meant that what they had experienced before was an illusion. It's not all an illusion. At least our mental states have changed, Lin Xian explained. However, he didn't say anything after that. Instead, he began to comprehend again because he seemed to have found some clues. The endless starry sky, the vast universe, lost oneself. Could this be an examination of one's will? Lin Xian guessed. It was very likely. After such a long time, if one's will wasn't firm enough, they would have collapsed long ago. It could be seen from the surrounding cultivators. However, he remained firm and didn't waver, but he still didn't walk out of the starry sky. In other words, this wasn't an examination of one's will. Then what is it? Lin Xian frowned. He kept looking around at the starry sky and fell into endless thought. He wanted to ask Zero, but he gave up in the end. He had to rely on himself for this matter. However, it was this process that made his heart skip a beat. Zero was in the mysterious space in his body, and the mysterious space in his body was in the sword-shaped pendant. It was a miracle in itself. A finger-sized sword-shaped pendant actually contained a world. It was even bigger than the space opened up by those ancient powerhouses. It was really amazing. A flower, a world, and everything had a spirit. Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped the key. The vast starry sky was endless, and the universe was even more boundless. However, it was very likely that it was just a leaf or a flower. It was even possible that the entire universe was contained in a pavilion. Lin Xian also had a magical world in his body. That world also had endless space. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. I am the universe, and the universe is me. This is both real and illusory. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. This step seemed to cross time and space, as if he had stepped through eternity. In the next moment, light appeared around Lin Xian. The scene was no longer a vast starry sky, but an ordinary pavilion. "We're out." Lin Xian was extremely excited. He looked up and found that it was an empty hall that could accommodate everyone. Everyone else was in the center of the hall. Their bodies were like statues, and everyone had a confused look on their faces. There was a huge star pattern under their feet. They had all gone out, but they had never stepped out of the star pattern. "Is this a formation?" Lin Xian looked ahead and was extremely shocked. But very quickly, he denied this thought. Because it didn't look like an array, it looked more like a painting. No way, a painting can actually create such a terrifying scene. It's as if it's real. Everyone is lost in it. This method is too terrifying. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. What kind of terrifying powerhouse would have to have such a heaven-defying method? After getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, the most important thing now was to find the key to the astral chains. He looked around and found a stone platform in front of him. On the stone platform, there was a blue stone that looked like a real star fragment. Could this be the key to the astral chains? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly came to the front of the stone platform and then grabbed the blue stone in his hand. The stone didn't have any tough edges. It felt warm to the touch. Just as Lin Xian picked up the blue stone, the people in the hall behind him screamed. "It's gone. The stars have disappeared. Oh my God, we're saved. Thank the heavens for giving me a chance to be reborn." The group of people was extremely excited. They felt as if they had just survived a disaster. "Where's Lin Xian?" "Over there." Zhao Shui stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed to the front. Then, everyone looked forward and realized that Lin Xian was indeed there. Could it be that Lin Xian was the first to come out? In that case, it was Lin Xian who saved us. Everyone was astonished and shocked in their hearts. This was too unbelievable. Even so many elders and seniors did not come out, but Lin Xian walked out of the starry sky. How did he do it? Lin Xian only smiled at this question, then pointed to the ground beneath their feet. "This is a starry sky pattern." The Morong family elder exclaimed. Could this pattern be a formation? Soon, a group of formation masters studied it. However, they realized that it was not a formation that they knew of. Perhaps it was a formation of a higher level. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon shook his head frantically. There was even a tinge of fear in his eyes. "It's definitely not a formation. It's just a pattern. Damn it, who could have such a heaven-defying method?" He was too shocked because he could not do such a thing. "What? It's a pattern. You're saying that we were in the pattern all along?" Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. After hearing this news, everyone was shocked beyond words. A pattern, just a pattern, had trapped all of them. If not for Lin Xian, they would have been trapped here for the rest of their lives. Who on earth is it? How could he have such terrifying means? The royal family elders were shocked. Even a king would not have such a method. The group was shocked beyond words. They felt that this place was filled with mystery and strangeness. "Right, did you get the key to the starry sky chain?" Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. "I got it." Lin Xian opened his palm, revealing the blue stone inside. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had encountered some dangerous situations, they had obtained the key to the starry sky chain. This way, they would have some confidence in facing the heavenly netherbird. Since they had obtained the key, everyone left the star pavilion. The next thing they needed to do was to wait for the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian had succeeded, but the situation at Songsong Pavilion was not optimistic. Ever since the last time, those formation masters had been researching non-stop and finally found a way, so they hurriedly took action. However, the defensive formation was even more powerful than they'd imagined. Thus, in the past few days, they'd only managed to break through a small part of it. If they wanted to completely break through it, it would likely take them 2 to 3 months. Half a month later, the heavenly netherbird would break the Big Dipper 7-star formation and enter the Pine Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to complete it within half a month. For a moment, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. "No, we don't have enough people. If this goes on, we won't be able to break the formation. Why don't we go look for the people from the Murong family and Mary Woods? I think that only by working together, we'll be able to quickly break the spell. Duan Tianqing frowned and said in a low voice, "All right, let's discuss it with them." Very quickly, a few martial artists ran towards the Star Pavilion. This small team was led by a formation master and 3 7th-rank supremacies. They were very fast and soon arrived near the Star Pavilion. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they'd expected the other party to be the same as them, unable to break the formation. But now, it seemed that something was amiss. This was because those people were sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently cultivating. However, they didn't have any anxious expressions on their faces. This made them very surprised. One had to know that they were about to go crazy over there, but there was no movement from this side at all. It was really too strange. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. Just as the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was observing, the elder from the Murong family suddenly opened his eyes and snorted coldly. "Don't be agitated, it's us." The formation master from the Palace of Gods of War walked out with 3 martial artists. He didn't want to be misunderstood and be attacked by those people. "It's you?" Many people present recognized the formation master. Among them, the elder from the Murong family frowned. "Weren't you guys trying to break the formation in the Pine Pavilion? Why are you here?" To be honest, that formation is too difficult to break. Our people are familiar with it, but they can't break it in a short period of time. So, I think we should work together and break the formation together. This way, we can definitely break the formation before the Sky Netherbird comes. Otherwise, we'll all die here. I knew you couldn't break it, but what does that have to do with me? The formation master from the Murong family said coldly, "You guys were the ones who insisted on splitting up, and now you want to join up? Do you think the Palace of Gods of War can control everyone?" It wasn't just the Murong family. Even the elder from the Mary Woods was displeased. They were all king families. What right did the Palace of Gods of War have to join up and split up? What right did they have to listen to you? I know that both of your families are displeased, but now is not the time to be loyal. If that formation can't be broken, none of us can escape. You're thinking too much. We don't need you to care about our business. The elder from the Murong family coldly refused. The others also sneered, as if they didn't care about the threat that was about to come. "You guys are a bunch of idiots. Don't you know what kind of danger you're in?" Seeing that they weren't moved, the formation master from the Palace of Gods of War was furious. Since you guys don't want to cooperate, then don't blame us. When we break the formation, don't come begging us." With that, he coldly snorted and left with his people. Seeing them leave, the cultivators from the Murong family and Mary Woods sneered. They didn't care about the other party's threat. One had to know that they had already broken the formation and obtained the star keys. When the time comes, it was hard to say who would beg who, however. The elders were worried. "Young Master Lin, are we really not going to cooperate with them?" Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. "It's best if we don't open the Pine Pavilion. Otherwise, if we destroy the control room, we'll be in trouble. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Netherbird will come in early. In such a short time, we won't be able to control the Star Beast. Then we'll have no way to survive." Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Indeed, the formation was very important and they couldn't destroy it. "If that's the case, then we won't go help. We'll stay here and watch. But I hope that the star keys can really control the Heavenly Netherbird. Also, we won't fight the Heavenly Netherbird head-on. We just need to hold it back. After all, it won't be long before we're transported out. As long as we can hold on for a while, we can leave safely." The day they left was around the same time as the Heavenly Netherbird's arrival, which was 3 to 5 days later. As long as they could hold on for a few days, they would be transported out. On the other side, the array master from the Palace of Gods of War angrily returned to the Xianxia pavilion. He told them what had happened, which immediately caused those people to be dissatisfied. "What? You're saying that the Murong clan didn't cooperate? Damn it, those idiots. They don't want to live anymore. We don't need them. We'll break it ourselves. As long as we break the array, they'll definitely kneel down and beg us. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were furious. Then, they gathered everyone to break the array. They all began to act. They didn't dare to hold back anymore. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the heavenly Netherbird's arrival arrived. The Xianxia pavilion had been busy for half a month, but they still couldn't break the array. Now, they were like frosted eggplants. Each of them sat on the ground with a face of despair. The Star Pavilion. Lin Xian opened his eyes and adjusted himself to his peak state. He knew that they would soon have to face the heavenly Netherbird. This was a matter of life and death. If they could hold on, then they could leave safely. Otherwise, they would all die here. Fortunately, they weren't completely unprepared. At least he still had the stellar key in his hand, and after half a month of research, he could already control the stellar key. Not only that, he also had the Xianxia sword. This was something that the heavenly Netherbird was wary of. Thinking about it, these two together could restrain the heavenly Netherbird. If it really didn't work, he could still control the Thousand Beast Cauldron. This was his biggest trump card. After all, the Thousand Beast Cauldron was a complete Earth rank artifact. It also had a special suppressive effect on monsters. Although he couldn't use the full power of the Thousand Beast Cauldron with his current strength, it could still be useful. After all, Lin Xian's goal wasn't just to restrain the heavenly Netherbird. He also wanted its essence blood and black flames. The sky was clear and cloudless. However, it suddenly became gloomy. Countless gusts of wind blew, emitting demonic sounds. Suddenly, everyone felt an oppressive aura. It was as if a peerless demon had been born. That aura made them despair. Bang bang bang, after that, a deep voice rang out. Then, the entire Pine Palace shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Immediately after, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Lowly worms, have you completed your mission?" Hearing this voice, many of the martial artists in Pine Pavilion began to tremble. This was because they had not completed their mission. On the Star Pavilion's side, Lin Xian and the others held their breaths. They had obtained the Star Key, but that didn't mean that they would obediently hand it over to the heavenly Netherbird. However, if they didn't hand it over to the heavenly Netherbird, it would definitely be angered. Thus, everyone was extremely nervous. Bang, the Big Dipper array finally dimmed as the heavenly Netherbird tore a huge crack in it. The heavenly Netherbird finally tore it apart. Then, the heavenly Netherbird's huge body crashed into the Big Dipper array and appeared in front of everyone. Roar, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if the entire secret realm was about to be overturned. Countless black flames swept out in all directions like black waves, accompanied by a terrifyingly hot aura. Just the aura from the heavenly Netherbird was enough to make them unable to breathe. Someone actually obtained the Star Key. The heavenly Netherbird revealed a surprised expression. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. A loud voice rang throughout the Pine Palace. What, they obtained the Star Key? How is that possible? Could it be that they broke the ancient array? Hearing the heavenly Netherbird's words, everyone from the Palace of Gods of War was stunned. Originally, they thought that the Morong clan was the same as them and hadn't broken the array. That was why they had given up and refused to cooperate with them. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. The other party wasn't giving up, they were clearly confident. Because they had already broken the array, they didn't need to cooperate with them. They had already completed the heavenly Netherbird's mission. Now, they were the ones in danger. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Hurry and meet up with those people. The group of people were terrified. They knew that the Star Key was their last hope. In the next moment, all the cultivators from the Pine Palace ran with all their might towards the Star Pavilion. The heavenly Netherbird didn't pay any attention to these cultivators. He was currently staring at the people from the Star Pavilion, but he was actually staring at Lin Xian. This was because he could feel that the Star Key was in Lin Xian's hands. So it was you. No wonder I didn't know beforehand. You were a fish that slipped through the net. The heavenly Netherbird was indeed surprised. This was because he had planted the black flame mark in everyone's body. As long as someone obtained the star key, he would be able to sense it. However, there were two exceptions. They were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They didn't have the black flame mark, so even if Lin Xian obtained the star key, the heavenly netherbird wouldn't know. Kid, I have to say that you've surprised me. First, you were able to enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. Now, you've obtained the star key. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Now, give me the star key and I can spare your life. The heavenly netherbird's voice resounded. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You want the key? Sure, but you have to let them go first. Lin Xian pointed at the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of gratitude. This was because they didn't expect that Lin Xian would let them go first. This was to protect them. Humph, lowly worm. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the heavenly netherbird was displeased. Who was he? He was an ancient demonic beast. Even a king-level demonic beast wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, a lowly worm dared to negotiate with him. This was simply courting death. Do you believe that if you anger me, I can kill all of you with a single palm? The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. I'll give you one last chance. Obediently give me the star key, or you'll all die. Lin Xian's expression turned serious when he heard about the heavenly netherbird's danger. But at this moment, an angry shout came from behind. Lin Xian, hurry up and give the stellar key to the heavenly netherbird. That's right, what are you hesitating for? Do you want to get us killed? Damn brat, hurry up and hand over the stellar key, or don't blame us for being impolite. The martial artists from the Palace of Aries and the Palace of Divine Birds all shouted. At this moment of life and death, they couldn't care less. Even if Lin Xian was a rank 8 honored warrior, even if Lin Xian was a king, they still had to make him hand over the stellar key. Otherwise, no one could resist the heavenly netherbird's anger. Hearing these words, the martial artists from the Marone clan and the Merry Woods were all furious. The people from the Palace of Aries were too despicable. They didn't even get the stellar key. What right did they have to scold Lin Xian? Humph, you didn't get it. What right do you have to criticize us? That's right, Lin Xian led us to get the stellar key. What we do is up to Lin Xian. You have no right to question us. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He stared at the people from the Palace of Aries and sneered. I was going to let you go, but you're so despicable. You dare to threaten me at this moment? It seems that I was too soft before. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people from the Palace of Aries felt their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. You, what do you want to do? Brat, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. If you anger us, you won't have a good ending. A bunch of idiots. You dare to threaten me at this moment? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. Lin Xian looked at them and smiled coldly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the martial artists from the Palace of Aries felt their hair stand on end. They had a bad feeling, as if something was about to happen. Sure enough, Lin Xian pointed at the people from the Marone clan and said in a deep voice, let these people go, and I can consider giving you the stellar key. As for those people, you can do whatever you want with them. He glanced at the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian's words caused the expressions of those from the Palace of Gods of War to change drastically. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. If the Sky Serene Bird really agreed to Lin Xian's request, then they would be in deep trouble. For a moment, everyone's faces were pale and filled with despair. However, they placed their hopes on the heavenly nether bird because in their eyes, it was a peerless ancient beast. How could it compromise? Sure enough, the heavenly nether bird coldly snorted. Its eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Ignorant human, you dare to provoke me? I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. He swung his huge black claw at Lin Xian. Suddenly, the entire void cracked. The huge claw was about to hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He flipped his palm and took out a blue stone. Then, he cast a spell into it. Instantly, the blue stone shone brightly and formed a mystical energy. In the next moment, the astral chains on the Sky Serene bird's body rattled and quickly coiled around it like a dragon. The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by the Sky Serene bird's exclamation. "Damn it, you can actually control the astral key. How is this possible?" The Sky Serene bird was extremely shocked. Its huge black claw stopped in midair and didn't swing down. It was simply too shocked. It didn't think that a puny human who hadn't even reached the king realm could control the astral key. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian didn't reply. He held the astral key and said again, "Now, I have the qualifications to negotiate with you." The Sky Serene bird remained silent as if it was deep in thought. However, the atmosphere in the area was becoming more and more tense. Morong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. The scene just now had almost scared them to death. It was simply too dangerous. If Lin Xian hadn't controlled the Sky Serene bird, then it would have been impossible for him to survive that attack. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. However, he didn't know if the Sky Serene bird would agree to his conditions. Time seemed to have stopped. Although it was only a short moment, everyone felt as if thousands of years had passed. Finally, the Sky Serene bird moved. He said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree to your conditions. You can all leave now." These words allowed the cultivators from the Morong clan and Mary Forest to heave a sigh of relief. It was too exciting. They had truly walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, they were saved in the end. "Lin Xian, what about you?" Morong Qingqing was extremely worried. After all, Lin Xian couldn't leave right now. However, if he were to face the Sky Serene bird alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Qingqing, trust me. I can handle it." Lin Xian smiled at Morong Qingqing. Then, he turned to Zhao Shui and said, "You go with them." "No, I want to stay and help you." Zhao Shui shook her head. "No, you have to go. There's no point in you staying here. The Sky Serene bird isn't something that we can fight against." Zhao Shui still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Lin Xian. "Don't worry, I'm confident." "All right, then you have to come back alive." Zhao Shui nodded. "Lin Xian, you have to be careful." Morong Qingqing was also reluctant to leave. However, she knew that this was a serious matter, so she didn't hesitate. Then, she brought everyone and quickly left the Pine Palace. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were shocked when they saw Morong Qingqing and the others leave. They didn't think that the Sky Serene bird would actually compromise. In the next moment, the hope of escaping surged in their hearts. They also wanted to leave this place. However, a shocking sword qi, like a long river, forcibly stopped them. "Damn it, it's Lin Xian's brat. How dare he block our path? He must be tired of living." The group of people roared crazily. This was the best time to leave. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. At that time, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Sky Serene bird. There was only one outcome waiting for them. Therefore, how could they not be angry? "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. "Brat, you're courting death." Duan Tianqing was furious. His expression was ferocious. "If we don't leave, do you think the Palace of Gods of War will let you go?" "Let me go?" Lin Xian snorted. "Do you think you'll let me go if you leave?" "I won't let you go for nothing." "What do you want?" Duan Tianqing asked anxiously. They didn't have much time left. "It's simple. Buy your life." "What?" "You can have them all." "Brat, you've gone too far. Whether we leave or not is up to the Heavenly Netherbird to decide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about getting any benefits from us." Duan Tianqing's voice was ferocious. If the Heavenly Netherbird wasn't here, he would have brought his men to fight Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He looked at the Heavenly Netherbird and asked, "I can decide whether these people stay or leave, right?" "You can." The Heavenly Netherbird's voice was cold. To it, these humans were no different from insects. Therefore, it didn't care whether they lived or died. The only thing it cared about was the stellar key. The heavenly netherbird's words caused Duan Tianqing and the others' faces to turn ugly. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew that this was equivalent to announcing their death sentence. If they couldn't satisfy Lin Xian, they would probably stay here forever. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Do you want the stellar key or the treasures? Make your choice. Duan Tianqing and the others' faces were ashen. They didn't dare to stay here because the heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. They couldn't fight against it. However, to ask them to hand over all their treasures was worse than death. One had to know that those treasures were true treasures. They had spent a lot of effort to collect them. Now, they had to hand it all over to someone else. This made them unwilling. Elder Duan, do you want us to kill this brat together? Yan Feng gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, Duan Tianqing shook his head. Give it to him. He didn't dare to make a move in front of the heavenly netherbird. If he angered it, it could kill them all with one slap. Elder Duan. Countless people roared when they heard Duan Tianqing's words. Living is more important than anything else. Once we die, we'll have nothing left. Everyone trembled as fear filled their eyes. That's right. They were all members of the royal family. They were all geniuses. They still had a lot of time to enjoy. They didn't want to die. In the end, these people gritted their teeth and threw all their storage rings to Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian collected all the storage rings and put them into the white bone ring. Afterward, he extended his soul power and quickly scanned everyone. He was very satisfied with the result. No one dared to hide anything in front of him. Very well, you can scram now. Lin Xian withdrew his soul power and waved his hand impatiently. Brat, you will pay for what you did today. Duan Tianqing gnashed his teeth as he left. Because this time it could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost all the treasures they had collected. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged and didn't care at all. These people were simply no match for him, so he didn't care whether they lived or died. Moreover, she had obtained countless treasures in exchange for his life. This was undoubtedly a huge gain for her. This was because these heavenly treasures could increase his cultivation and strength once again. Moreover, he could also use them to increase the cultivation of his friends. It could be said that this deal was a win-win situation. After Duan Tianqing and the others left, only the heavenly netherbird and Lin Xian were left. Lin Xian didn't rush to speak. Instead, he thought to himself. When he estimated that Murong Qingqing and the others had left, he looked at the heavenly netherbird. All right, brat, I've already fulfilled your conditions. Hurry up and give me the stellar key. The heavenly netherbird said coldly. It had already decided that once Lin Xian handed over the stellar key, it would kill him with one palm. This was because no one had ever negotiated with it before. However, Lin Xian smirked. No rush. You've agreed to the first condition, but now we need to talk about the second and third conditions. What? You dare to play with me? Hearing this, the heavenly netherbird was stunned and then became extremely angry. This damned human worm dared to play with it. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Damned worm, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. As it spoke, black flames filled the sky and dyed the entire space black. It was obvious that the heavenly netherbird was really angry. If Lin Xian's performance didn't satisfy it, it would probably become even angrier. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. He slowly said, I have 2 conditions. First, give me a drop of your essence blood. Second, I want a portion of your origin flame. Lin Xian stated his conditions. However, the heavenly netherbird was furious. Brat, you're courting death. It finally couldn't take it anymore. A puny human dared to raise conditions with it time and time again. He even dared to ask for its essence blood and origin flame. This was simply courting death. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird waved its giant claw and viciously slammed it towards Lin Xian. The black claw tore through the void and expanded infinitely. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that pressed downwards. Below him, Lin Xian turned his body and quickly executed his movement skill. His speed reached the limit, and he was like a shocking rainbow as he retreated rapidly. Boom boom, the heavenly netherbird's giant claw viciously slammed into the ground, causing the entire pine palace to shake violently. A terrifying crater was formed in an instant. This was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian and the others couldn't even damage the structure of the Pine Palace in their previous battle. But now, the heavenly netherbird's casual attack caused the entire ground to collapse. One could only imagine how terrifying its strength was. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian had an Earth-class movement technique and a pair of wind and thunder wings that helped him increase his speed. Therefore, the attack just now didn't hurt him at all. I don't think you need to be so agitated. The two things I want can't hurt you at all. As long as you give them to me, I'll give you the stellar key. Otherwise, I'm afraid that those stellar chains will accompany you forever. Despicable human, die. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It would never agree to Lin Xian's conditions. In the next moment, it roared and the black flames on its body shot up into the sky. Endless black flames rushed towards Lin Xian. The black flames churned, and huge black palms appeared one after another, grabbing forward. In an instant, the entire space was torn apart. Lin Xian didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly used the Red Lotus armor to form the strongest defense. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. Since Mingwan isn't working, then don't blame me. Lin Xian snorted and then activated the stellar key in his hand. Suddenly, the stellar chains on the heavenly netherbird's body clattered and tightened again. It was as if they were going to sink into the heavenly netherbird's body. Ah, damned human, how dare you hurt me? The heavenly netherbird was furious. It didn't think that a puny human would dare to attack it. It couldn't tolerate it. End of chapter 1225. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.